The fight for the truth is growing more heated in Uvalde as the mayor lashes out while Chief Pete Arredondo is on leave. And we're learning that Robb Elementary School will be leveled.
Dangerous, record-breaking heat with another hot car death and tens of millions facing higher temps today.
A woman held hostage manages to get a message to police via a Grubhub order and some fast-thinking cafe employees.
When I see the message on the paper, I said, just call the police and don't send the food.
The incredible details surrounding the Grubhub order and how the woman was held hostage and saved.
50 years ago today, Title IX went into effect. Billie Jean King reflects on the game-changing event and her push for equality in sports and in life.
And our new Best in Show has been crowned at the Westminster Dog Show. Early today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. Robb Elementary School, the scene of the May 24th massacre that left 21 dead, is set to be demolished. The mayor of Uvalde, Texas, saying he did not believe any teacher or student should have to go back there. This is the school's police chief, Pete Arredondo, was placed on administrative leave by the Uvalde School District. He has faced heavy criticism for his delay and his decision to delay confronting the gunman. Arredondo has said he did not consider himself to be the officer in charge at the scene. The superintendent saying no personnel decisions would be made until the investigation was complete. Now to NBC's Sam Brock for more.
After a withering critique of the police response in Uvalde, the mayor of this small Texas city is pushing back.
I actually want to know who the hell's in charge of this investigation because you can't get a straight answer.
Mayor Don McLaughlin demanding accountability and rejecting the notion that Uvalde's school and police department deserve the brunt of the blame for the slow response.
It pisses me off that I can't give you answers or can't get you answers.
Fiery words after more details emerged from DPS Director Stephen McCraw about what happened during the 74 minutes officers waited to take down the gunman.
3 minutes after the subject entered the West Building, there was a sufficient number of armed officers wearing body armor.
The mayor says he's furious over how difficult it's been to get answers, accusing some state agencies of leaks, lies, and misstated information.
Everybody in that hall needs to answer what went on in that hall. Not just Pete Arredondo, not just local Uvalde Police Department, but the U.S. Marshals need to answer, the Border Patrol needs to answer, the DPS needs to answer.
Despite public records requests, 911 audio recordings, police body cameras, and surveillance footage have not been released. State Senator Roland Gutierrez announcing a lawsuit accusing DPS of trying to disallow access to information that might shed light on the complete failure of the response. One of the errors, investigators say, communication. A responding police officer was detained and his weapon confiscated as he tried to save his dying wife, Eva Morales. A teacher inside, she never made it out. And still under scrutiny, school police chief Pete Arredondo, absent from a city council meeting.
I make a motion we do not grant the leave of absence for Councilman Arredondo.
The room erupting in cheers at the prospect that 3 straight absences could allow the body to replace him. The public demanding less finger pointing and more answers. Sam Brock, NBC News, Uvalde.
A dangerous heat wave is sweeping through most of the country, especially down south, and it's led to heat alerts for some 42 million Americans. And now OSHA has released new guidelines to protect workers from the hazards of heat exposure. NBC's Kathy Park has more.
The first week of summer shattering records as an unrelenting heat wave pushes into the southeast. Parts of Florida forecast to hit their first 100-degree day in 3 years.
I'm trying to survive the heat.
The same heat dome that buckled roads in Chicago killed thousands of cattle in Kansas. The extreme heat also contributing to the death of a 5-year-old in Houston, left in a hot car for hours. The frequency of heat waves setting off a new federal framework to protect workers from the hazards of heat exposure. Expanded OSHA guidelines include building a tolerance to heat, drinking a cup of cool water every 15 minutes, with mandatory breaks in the shade to recover.
We are going to be doing proactive inspections in over 70 industries that we've identified where we have a high number of heat-related illnesses and fatalities.
How much harder is your work under these types of conditions?
Oh, it's real hard. It's just hot. This is hot. You got to take it easy, pace yourself.
At the the University of North Florida, researchers are studying hotspots to set a baseline to shape future public health strategies.
By midday here in Jacksonville, you can see on this thermal camera surface temperature soaring to dangerous levels, like right here in this parking lot where there's absolutely no shade.
And experts say this offers a snapshot of disparities fueled by heat.
In the higher income neighborhoods, you tend to have houses that are further apart, buildings that are further apart, and more tree coverage. In lower income neighborhoods, you have less tree coverage, and you have buildings that are closer together. And so that helps trap heat.
The heat heightening risks as the summer offers a preview of our new normal. Kathy Park, NBC News, Jacksonville, Florida.
Round 5 of the January 6th hearings will begin this afternoon. Today's focus will be on former President Trump's treatment of the Justice Department and the pressure put on top officials to go along with election fraud claims. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now from D.C. with a preview. Good morning, Chris. Who will we hear from today?
Good morning to you. This hearing today will be led by Republican Adam Kinzinger, and we're expecting to hear from several former DOJ officials. They include former Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, his deputy Richard Donahue, and another official, Stephen Engel. One topic of discussion will likely be about a man named Jeffrey Clark, who former President Trump reportedly wanted to install to lead the Justice Department. Clark was said to be supportive of the president's false election fraud claims. In a tape played Tuesday, Donahue said he threatened to resign.
The president said, suppose I do this. Suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What do you do? And I said, sir, I would resign immediately. There is no way I'm serving 1 minute under this guy, Jeff Clark.
Today's hearing will be the last until July. The committee says it needs more time to consider new evidence. That includes hours of unseen footage from a documentary by a British filmmaker named Alex Holder. He spent time with former President Trump and members of the Trump family in the weeks leading up to the Capitol riot. The filmmaker is expected to testify before the committee behind closed doors this morning. Francis?
Chris Pallone for us live in D.C. Chris, thank you. Special coverage of today's hearing will begin here on NBC at 3 p.m. Eastern.
In Afghanistan, burials have begun after a massive earthquake that officials say killed at least 1,000 people. Taliban officials say that death toll could still rise. Hundreds of bodies could be trapped under rubble. The 5.9 magnitude earthquake had its epicenter in southeastern Paktika province. Many of the homes in that area are made of mud, meaning they easily collapse from the tremors. The government is now pleading for international aid, saying thousands of people are in urgent need of food, tents, blankets, and medicine.
President Biden is aiming to ease the pain at the pump by calling on Congress to suspend the federal gas tax for 3 months. The government taxes 18 cents a gallon, but with gas prices averaging about $4.95, the president admits it would be a drop in the bucket.
Now, I fully understand that a gas tax holiday alone is not going to fix the problem, but it will provide families some immediate relief, just a little bit of breathing room as we continue working to bring down prices for the long haul.
The plan has drawn mixed reaction. Top economists warn that a gas tax holiday would add to inflation, and it's unclear if the votes are there. Speaker Nancy Pelosi said we will see where the consensus lies.
Breaking this morning, federal prosecutors say Ghislaine Maxwell should spend at least 30 years in jail. They made their recommendation to a judge presiding over the sentencing hearing. It'll take place next week. Maxwell was convicted of sex trafficking after a month-long trial. Her lawyers are asking the judge to impose a sentence shorter than 20 years.
A woman's life has been saved thanks to Grubhub and some quick-thinking restaurant employees. The Chipper Truck Cafe in Yonkers, New York, took a 5 a.m. order with a secret message that read in part, "Please call police and don't make it obvious." The staff acted immediately and notified authorities. The police showed up at the home and arrested a 32-year-old man who has allegedly lured women to his home using a dating app. He was charged with rape and kidnapping. The victim was a 24-year-old woman. Police say he's also accused of attempting to rape a 26-year-old earlier this month. As for the restaurant, the Chipper Truck Cafe got a $5,000 reward.
The sports world is mourning the loss of Tony Saragusa. He played 12 seasons at defensive tackle in the NFL with the Ravens and Colts and was a key part of Baltimore's Super Bowl winning team in 2001. Known for his larger-than-life personality, Saragusa became a TV sideline analyst after retiring from the league. Colts owner Jim Irsay paid tribute to Siragusa, saying he was one of the strongest players he'd ever seen and that Siragusa lived his life with passion. The owner of the Baltimore Ravens said Siragusa was one of the most popular players in the team's history. Tony Siragusa was 55 years old.
All right, as we shared with you from a report from Kathy Park earlier, dangerous heat is impacting tens of millions. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, dangerous heat once again. Excessive heat, record-breaking heat. That's the story today, and it will be tomorrow again. We're going to see it extending into the weekend as well. So we do have heat alerts today stretching through the south, but the heat extends well beyond this into the southwest, the plains, the southeast. And we're looking at temperatures climbing once again into the 90s, the upper 90s, into the 100s in some spots. You factor in the humidity, it'll feel warmer than that. So it's going to feel like 101 in Memphis. It'll feel like 109 in Tallahassee. And as we go throughout Friday, no relief. We're looking at temperatures once again, 100 degrees in Oklahoma City. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. It remains so warm in the Midwest. We're looking at temperatures mainly in the 90s, 91 in Sioux Falls. And look at these temperatures in the south, 102 in Dallas, 101 in San Antonio, 100 degrees in Houston. This extends into the southeast as well, 102 in Jacksonville. All right, guys, we'll talk more about that heat. We're going to talk about today's forecast and then take a little look at the weekend forecast in just a bit.
Okay, can't wait to hear it. Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
It was an historic night at the Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show.
I'm very honored to announce that at the 146th Annual Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show, the Best in Show winner is the Bloodhound.
Wonderful. Trumpet goes Best in Show. Toot your own horn, Trumpet.
Trumpet the Bloodhound is the first in his breed to win Best in Show. He beat out a French Bulldog, a German Shepherd, and an English Setter.
All right, 50 years of Title IX. That's up next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, an historic milestone is being celebrated 50 years later. On this day in 1972, President Nixon signed Title IX into law. Title IX guarantees women equal opportunities in education and sports. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden was on hand with Billie Jean King to celebrate the landmark milestone. Our Andrea Mitchell spoke to the tennis legend about the work that still has to happen to level the playing field.
The young women of Arlington soccer can't envision a life without games, drills, and teammates.
Sports have always been a huge part of my life.
Can you imagine not being able to play sports?
No, honestly.
But for girls and women who grew up before the passage of Title IX, that was often the reality.
When I was 9, I just remember looking out on the field, and my heart sank. Because for the first time I realized I'm a girl. I can't play baseball.
We played in our backyards, and my brother had Little League, and we didn't have Little League.
Girls can play Little League now. I think there is so much more opportunity today. It's fantastic. But then on the other side,
there's so much more to do.
There's so much more to do.
Billie Jean King has devoted her life to fighting for equality in women's sports. I caught up with her at the New York Historical Society, home to a new exhibit celebrating Title IX, which was signed into law 50 years ago this week.
What are we going to do the next 50 years is what I care about.
In just 37 words, the law guaranteed women equal opportunities in education and sports. How important was Title IX in changing sports for women and girls?
It was tremendous.
7 times as many women play college sports now than before Title IX. 44% of college athletes are now women. But girls still have fewer opportunities in high school sports than boys did 50 years ago. And there still aren't professional leagues for women in marquee sports like softball.
I have this vision for women's sports. I still do. We're still working on it. To have equality in that and to have opportunities and have leagues just like the men.
Back in 1972, King was one of Title IX's most vocal advocates. A year later, she scored another major victory, beating self-proclaimed male chauvinist Bobby Riggs in the Battle of the Sexes. The stakes were impossibly high. Were you afraid that you would set the movement back if you lost to him?
Absolutely. I thought it would really hurt the women's movement. We had 90 million people who watched this match, so I knew this was my moment in time. It was very important to me that I would help people want Title IX and want girls to have equality.
50 years later, these young women say they're grateful to Billie Jean King.
What her and others have done for our generation is something that I think all of us will forever be grateful for. Now it's our turn to take over the reins.
And that's exactly what King wants.
Each generation passes that baton. See, the more you know about history, the more you know about yourself. And more importantly, though, it helps you shape the future.
Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, New York.
That's right. Still to come here, that's what Gru said. The Minions take over Dunder Mifflin in a hilarious new parody of The Office.
And the ultimate balancing act, how your ability to stand on one leg could predict longevity.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast, listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
First you sell some paper, then it's world domination. The Minions are taking over Dunder Mifflin in a new reimagining of The Office opening credits. This video celebrates Steve Carell, who stars in The Minions Rise of Gru. The new movie from Universal Pictures hits theaters next week. These are two of the most beloved franchises that I can think of.
We've already got our tickets there too. We can't wait to see it.
And it's back in our house. Our 13-year-old loves The Office, so it's like resurgence.
Both of them, they're so rewatchable.
All right, we're going to have a little experiment here to determine how long we're going to live. There is a new study suggests...
Should I say my goodbyes now?
Right?
High stakes. Okay.
We're going to show you how we're going to do this. This study suggests that you're twice as likely to die in the next 10 years. If you can't do this, balance on one foot for 10 seconds. Let's do it right while reading this.
I think we're at 3 or 4.
The study from the British Journal of Sports Medicine determined that a person's balance ability can be preserved into the 6th decade of one's life. And Brazilian researchers zeroed in on participants from ages 51 to 71, and the results connected the ability to balance on one foot for 10 seconds or longer to a longer life expectancy. I think we're in.
You're going to live a long time. Because you read the entire time, too. You're living a long life.
Yeah, we're about
focusing, zeroing in.
You're about 23 seconds deep in that, and they did it in heels as well, too.
So maybe we can add another 20 years for that, for heels, too.
Sounds fair to me.
We'll speak at your funeral.
Say kind things, please.
Yes, we will.
All right, she'll be back in just a minute. She's taking a look at our weekend forecast. That's next.
Did you try?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. It's a can't-miss summer on today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Thursday, taking a little peek to the weekend. We're looking at record heat continuing in the south, the southwest to the southeast, toasty too in the northwest, and then a few showers in the midwest. So it's going to be soggy there on Saturday. On Sunday, we're looking at pleasant conditions in the northern plains. We'll be right back.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In the late 80s, there were around 200 lesbian bars in the U.S. Today, there are just 21, according to a group called the Lesbian Bar Project. They face challenges from financial hurdles to discrimination. As CNBC's Valerie Castro reports, some cities are trying something new.
It's dart night at Frankie's Bar in Oklahoma City.
It's just a place we feel comfortable being, and we've gotten to know Ann and Tracy over the years. They're just a part of our extended family.
The bar's owners, Ann and Tracy Harris, operate one of 3 lesbian bars in the Sooner State, an impressive tally when you consider New York City has the same number.
And I think in bigger cities, a lot of them are blue states, so there's a more greater acceptance of gay people, men and women.
Across the country, there are fewer than 25 lesbian bars, according to the Lesbian Bar Project, behind a documentary created to raise awareness about the dwindling number of lesbian-focused spaces.
And when we have so few spaces that prioritize us, it's a direct reflection of how our country values queer women. And frankly, it feels like that our country doesn't.
As a response, there's been a rise in efforts to create more spaces for queer women, despite the lack of physical locations.
We have seen a resurgence of pop-up bars being created as well, pop-up lesbian bars.
Back in Oklahoma, it's the brick and mortar spaces that are vital in the red state.
Given that our state has a reputation for being very anti-LGBT plus, having that safe zone is incredibly important.
The community here extends beyond women and has become a haven for other members of the queer community, like Garrett Roundsville, who performs here as drag queen Robin Banks.
This bar has been a godsend for me. It has helped me build a family that's not just gay. We have allies that come in all the time.
Harris, a lifelong resident of the state, was once a teacher and counselor who had to hide her true self during a time of less acceptance.
You couldn't be openly gay because there was a morals clause attached to everything. I just think there needs to be safe queer spaces. I mean, truly, and not just in Oklahoma, but really everywhere.
And our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. Shocking when I first read this. I was like, really, is that the case? Because so many gay bars, gay areas around there, but not the lesbian ones.
Less than 2 dozen in the entire country. Yeah. All right, thanks so much for watching early today on this Thursday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a good one. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. Your news continues right here on NBC and our NBC stations.
Developing overnight, the mayor of Uvalde, Texas confirms that Robb Elementary School will be razed as embattled Police Chief Pete Arredondo is placed on leave.
We'll take you to Washington for a preview of the 5th round of hearings from the January 6th committee.
One person attacked off the California coast, and now a new study finds that sharks are staying closer to populated city coastlines.
And we'll look at the FDA's plan to order all Juul e-cigarettes to be taken off store shelves.
In spite of what we've been told are crushing sanctions against Russia for the war in Ukraine, the Russian ruble is at its strongest level in 7 years. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick explains.
And Vice President Harris reflects on the importance of Title IX now 50 years later. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. The January 6th committee will continue revealing critical evidence this afternoon. Today's focus will be on former President Trump's treatment of the Justice Department and the pressure to put on top officials to go along with election fraud claims. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now from D.C. with a preview. Chris, good morning. So who will we hear from today?
Yeah, Philip, good morning to you. Republican Adam Kinzinger is expected to lead today's hearing, and we're expecting to hear from several former DOJ officials. They include former acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, his deputy Richard Donahue, and another official, Stephen Engel. One topic of discussion will likely be about a man named Jeffrey Clark, who former President Trump reportedly wanted to install to lead the Justice Department. Clark was said to be supportive of the president's false election fraud claims. In a tape played Tuesday, Donahue said he threatened to resign.
The president said, suppose I do this. Suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What do you do? And I said, sir, I would resign immediately. There is no way I'm serving 1 minute under this guy, Jeff Clark.
Today's hearing will be the last until July. The committee says it needs more time to consider new evidence. That includes hours of unseen footage from a documentary by a British filmmaker named Alex Holder. He spent time with former President Trump and members of the Trump family in the weeks leading up to the Capitol riot. That filmmaker is expected to testify before the committee today behind closed doors. Philip.
All right, Chris Pallone starting us off this morning. Chris, thank you. And special coverage of today's hearings will begin right here on NBC at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Robb Elementary School, the scene of last month's horrific mass shooting that killed 19 students and 2 teachers, will be demolished. The mayor of Uvalde, Texas, said that he did not believe any teacher or student should have to return there. He also expressed anger and frustration over difficulties getting answers from those investigating the deadly shooting and police response, accusing some state agencies of leaks, lies, and misstated information.
Everybody in that hall needs to answer what went on in that hall. Not just Pete Arredondo, not just local Uvalde Police Department, but the U.S. Marshals need to answer, the Border Patrol needs to answer, the DPS needs to answer.
Meanwhile, the Uvalde School District has put School Police Chief Pete Arredondo on administrative leave. He has faced heavy criticism for his decision to delay confronting the gunman. Arredondo has said that he did not consider himself to be the officer in charge at the scene. In a statement, the district's superintendent said it would wait until the investigation into the May 24th massacre was completed before making personnel decisions.
President Biden is aiming to ease the pain at the pump by calling on Congress to suspend the federal gas tax for 3 months. The government taxes 17 cents a gallon. But with gas prices averaging about $4.95, the president admits it would be a drop in the bucket.
Now, I fully understand that a gas tax holiday alone is not going to fix the problem, but it will provide families some immediate relief, just a little bit of breathing room as we continue working to bring down prices for the long haul.
The plan has drawn mixed reaction. Top economists warned that a gas tax holiday would add to inflation, while Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell called it an ineffective stunt. Despite high gas prices, 48 million people are still expected to hit the road over the July 4th weekend. Here's Emily Akeda.
Historically high gas prices won't put travelers in park this summer, with record numbers of Americans set to hit the road over the July 4th holiday, amid a summer travel boom just shy of pre-pandemic levels.
So we're actually going to Vegas because it's going to be my birthday, so we're going to drive there actually. Even with the gas prices being so high, we're still going to make the trip out.
Across the board, travel is more expensive, but bookings are still on the rise, up more than 60% at top Independence Day destinations.
What does that say about people's excitement to get out and explore?
People are not willing to give up the respite that they deserve. They're willing to cut corners different ways.
While 3.5 million are anticipated to take to the skies, this Independence Day will mark the smallest share of people in the air since 2011. AAA says the recent turmoil in the terminal could be to blame.
It was a real bad experience, to be honest.
This father of two is reconsidering his summer plans after last weekend's flight disruptions.
I'm not going to wait in the plane almost 2 hours, sweating and people screaming, and it's frustrating.
But even close to home, sky-high prices are seemingly unavoidable this July 4th, with the cost of a cookout spiking 11%. To help rein in runaway inflation, try replacing traditional cookout staples with shrimp and pork tacos and non-dairy desserts.
I wouldn't make a huge dish to bring. I would maybe do an appetizer, just, keep it simple.
Americans determined to celebrate summer despite steeper costs. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
The FDA is reportedly getting ready to ban Juul e-cigarettes off the market. The decision could be announced today. The news vaporizing Altria stocks, which owns more than a third of Juul, tumbling 9%. Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
It could permanently extinguish one of the largest e-cigarette companies in the nation. The FDA poised to order Juul Labs to take its products off the U.S. market, according to the Wall Street Journal, citing people familiar with the matter. The potential decision, which has not been officially confirmed, comes after a nearly 2-year review of data provided by Juul, who sought to keep its smoking products on store shelves.
We certainly think Juul has played a large role in the e-cigarette epidemic. Its aggressive marketing and advertising to youth, using a lot of the throwbacks that big tobacco used.
With uncertainty clouding Juul for years, the company came under FDA scrutiny after it was accused of trying to hook kids on its fruity and sweet flavors. Those choices, often promoted by a marketing campaign, is why Max Thor says he started smoking Juul when he was 17.
I think it was just irresponsible in the way that these companies were developing flavors that were, pretty much like analogous to like candy.
In 2019, Juul stopped selling sweet and fruity e-cigarette cartridges, but similarly flavored disposable vaporizers from other brands are still available at stores nationwide.
As the Food and Drug Administration also proposes a plan to reduce the level of nicotine in cigarettes, no comment from Juul, which has previously denied marketing to children. For its part, the FDA continues to review data from e-cigarette companies who want to stay in the market, a future for some that could go up in smoke. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
The Human Rights Campaign and the National Urban League, along with several other organizations, have written a letter to President Biden urging the White House to strike a deal with Russia to free WNBA star Brittany Griner. The Phoenix Mercury Center has been detained in Russia since February. According to the New York Times, the letter said the U.S., quote, has acknowledged that Brittany is essentially a political pawn in classifying her as wrongfully detained, adding, we now urge you to make a deal to get Brittany back home to America immediately and safely. Griner's wife, Cheryl, appeared on MSNBC's The Readout and spoke about the situation.
Right now, the Biden administration to do exactly that, to make a deal for BG because she is wrongfully detained.
Her comments come as the WNBA has named Griner an honorary starter in the 2022 All-Star Game.
Okay, let's get a read on the heat dome covering the South. Here's NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking it all. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. And that heat dome is staying in place. It's been in place for so long. It's a big area of high pressure that's bringing in that heat. So a summer scorcher once again today. Take a look at these numbers. 200 million highs are expected to be above 90 degrees today, and 56 million highs are expected to be above 100 degrees. And that's through the southwest, the south central states, through the plains, and also the southeast. So we're looking at temperatures in the 90s and 100s. It's going to feel hotter than that once you factor in the humidity. So the heat index in Shreveport today, 108. It's going to feel like 106 in Mobile. And then by tomorrow, we are feeling like 113 in Jacksonville, Pensacola feeling like 109. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. That summer scorcher continues in the Midwest. Temperatures in the mid-90s, 95 degrees in Fargo, 93 in Minneapolis, and we're into the 100s in the south central states, the southeast, 101 in Montgomery, 102 in Dallas. It's going to feel hotter than that with the humidity. All right, guys, it's Thursday. We're going to take a little peek at the weekend forecast in just a bit.
I'm excited to hear it. Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
Early today is back in a minute with a shark attack off the coast of California.
And could it be part of a growing trend? Why scientists say sharks are swimming closer and closer to the shore.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Leading the news, a swimmer in California was attacked by a shark on Wednesday, suffering significant injuries, according to police. It happened around 10:30 in the morning off of Lovers Point Beach in Pacific Grove, where a surfer reportedly sustained major injuries to his stomach and leg. And you can see here there's a large splash in the water on the surveillance video right in the middle there. As other swimmers nearby, they jumped in to help. He was immediately transported to a trauma center 23 miles away from that beach. This is the second case of an injury from a shark in California this year. And since officials were not able to find the shark with an aerial drone, all beaches in Pacific Grove will be closed until Saturday as a precaution.
Okay, so heads up if you're planning a summer beach getaway. A new study has found that sharks are staying closer to populated coastlines and aren't being deterred by crowds, boats, or lights. The study also found that hotspots have become easy food sources for the sharks. NBC's Carrie Sanders has more from Fort Lauderdale.
With beach season officially in full swing, new findings on the ocean's most feared predators. Contrary to what shark experts first believed, researchers at the University of Miami Rosenstiel School have discovered sharks are surprisingly spending more time closer to populated coastlines. While researchers did not specifically track great whites like Bruce, they did follow some of his blood brothers, great hammerheads, bull sharks, and nurse sharks.
I was literally shocked to find out that not only were the 3 different species of sharks coming to these areas, but they're spending some considerable time there, some of them for months.
The unexpected findings come after years of shark tracking off the Miami coast. We were there with Dr. Neil Hammerschlag and his team in 2020 as they tagged the city-dwelling swimmers.
On days with the highest boat activity, which were holidays like July 4th or during weekends, the sharks' habitat use was pretty much the same as it was during weekdays or times where there was no boat activity.
So it's like an interstate and the sharks are just fine with it.
It might be because they're just so used to it.
The study also identifying potential shark hotspots, areas where sharks were attracted by sewage runoff, discarded fish carcasses, and even fish parts from the nearby Miami Seaquarium, all easy food sources for sharks.
You think of humans in big cities snacking on fast food. It looks like the sharks are doing that too. We're seeing some of those nurse sharks actually get a bit fatter, wider.
Even bright lights above the surface are attracting the ferocious fish. Something Dr. Hammerschlag pointed out during our dive.
Actually on an airplane flying over Miami at night. Everything was lit up by city lights, and it made me think about how there's really nowhere where an animal could escape the urbanization.
Are those lights drawing sharks, scaring sharks away? Any impact?
I think that basically the lights might attract small little bait fish, which attract bigger fish, which attract sharks that are out hunting for those fish.
The research pointing to the impact even landlubbers have under the sea.
Whether it's through noise pollution, light pollution, chemical pollution, fishing, that's going to have an impact on the local shark population. So I think we got to think about being good neighbors.
All right, thanks to Carrie for that. Fascinating.
Yeah, sure is. We got much more to come here in early today, including what the Biden administration is doing to help ease the burden of student loan debt. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick breaks it down for us.
And we are tracking the latest on the devastating earthquake in Afghanistan that officials say claimed the lives of over 1,000 people.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, where next next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
A new study by the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation is revealing Americans' attitudes and comfortability towards LGBTQ+ Americans. GLAAD's annual Accelerating Acceptance Study has found that LGBTQ+ individuals are at an increased risk for discrimination. In fact, 7 in 10 LGBTQ+ Americans reported experiencing discrimination. That's up 11% from a year ago. It also found that 54% of trans and non-binary people feel unsafe walking in their own neighborhoods. That's compared to 36% of all LGBTQ+ adults. Meanwhile, the data revealed LGBTQ+ people of color are 91% more likely to experience discrimination based on their race or ethnicity.
Well, with the White House grappling with the rising inflation as well as the threat of a recession, is student loan forgiveness still on the agenda? Let's ask CNBC's Steve Sedgwick. Good morning, Steve. What is the latest on the push to cancel student debt?
Yeah, good morning, Philip. Good morning, France. It's just very, very complicated as well. In fact, Chuck Schumer has made it even more complicated because the Senate Majority Leader has now called on Joe Biden not only to honor his campaign promises, but to up that forgiveness, to wait for it, $50,000 per borrower as well, and saying, look, this isn't an Ivy League problem. It's not about giving the rich a load of money on debt forgiveness. This is about the largest share of borrowers by far coming from public colleges, 49%. And would you believe that nearly half of those who take out student loans actually end up defaulting on those as well? And of course, inflation has really complicated the picture for what is a total of $321 billion of student loans. Now, here's a very interesting story that's doing very well on CNBC, that the Russian ruble, bearing in mind that you've got massive sanctions globally on the Russians as well, the Russian ruble is now trading at 7-year highs. Now, it's hit 52 to the buck to the dollar, having hit as low of 139 to the dollar at one stage at the start of sanctions near the start of the war. And there's a very, very simple reason for this, and that is because despite the fact you've got these sanctions, that Russia is the #1 global producer of gas and exporter of that, and #2 producer and exporter of oil as well. So despite the fact that there are enormous Western sanctions on Russia, their currency is flying higher. In fact, the central bank might want to get it a bit lower because of that huge amount of energy that it is still exporting. Back to you both.
They clearly had more leverage than we were expecting. All right, Steve, thank you.
Michelle is up next with a sneak peek at your weekend weather forecast.
And ahead, the water in Lake Mead hits an alarmingly low level, and it could affect millions.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast, listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Thursday, looking ahead towards the weekend. We're still sizzling in the south. Record heat continues. Toasty too in the northwest. And then we're looking at a few spots where we're going to see some rain in the Midwest. Monsoonal moisture still in the southwest, and also looking at some storms in portions of the southeast. By Sunday, we're looking at monsoon flooding in the southwest. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Our top stories are next, including how long Jeffrey Epstein confidant Ghislaine Maxwell could spend behind bars.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Fast forwarding into your Thursday, it's another decision day for the Supreme Court, meaning a ruling could be handed down that overturns the landmark Roe v. Wade decision. The High Court still has more than a dozen cases to weigh in on.
A new portrait will be unveiled at the U.S. Capitol honoring a trailblazer. Patsy Mink was the first woman of color to serve in Congress. 50 years ago, she helped lead the charge for the anti-discrimination law, Title IX.
And the Orlando Magic are on the clock with the first overall pick in tonight's NBA draft. The Oklahoma City Thunder will get the second pick after posting their worst record in 13 years. That draft kicks off at 8 p.m. Eastern.
In today's top stories, federal prosecutors say Ghislaine Maxwell should spend at least 30 years behind bars. They made their recommendations to a judge presiding over the sentencing hearing. That'll take place next week. Maxwell was convicted of sex trafficking after a month-long trial. Her lawyers are asking the judge to impose a sentence shorter than 20 years.
In Afghanistan, burials have begun after a massive earthquake that officials say killed at least 1,000 people. Taliban officials say the death toll could still rise. Hundreds of bodies could be trapped under rubble. The 5.9 magnitude earthquake had its epicenter in southeastern Paktika province. Many of the homes in the area are made of mud, meaning they easily collapsed from the tremors. The government is now pleading for international aid, saying thousands of people are in urgent need of food, tents, blankets, and medicine.
In Nevada, Lake Mead is inching closer to so-called dead pool status. That's when reservoir levels are so low that water can't flow downstream from the dam. This week, Lake Mead water levels dropped to historic lows. The lake is still 150 feet and possibly years away from dead pool status, but the loss of America's largest reservoir could have devastating consequences for millions.
And an historic milestone celebrated 50 years later. On this day in 1972, President Nixon signed Title IX into law. Title IX guarantees women equal opportunities in education and sports. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden was on hand with tennis legend Billie Jean King to celebrate the landmark milestone. She said the legislation gave women and girls the opportunity to be more. And Vice President Kamala Harris took the court to mark the anniversary. There she got it. Harris surprised middle schoolers at a field day event in American University. The vice president missed a couple of shots. Then she was able to bank one in, as we saw with the cheers.
Yeah, we edited it to show that part.
Yeah.
But now, as anybody who has daughters know just how important it is for equality when it comes to education and sports.
This is Early Today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, attempt to corrupt. This morning, a new focus in the January 6th investigation as the House committee turns its attention to the Department of Justice in its 5th public hearing today. Lawmakers now looking at the pressure campaign put on by then-President Donald Trump on top DOJ officials to overturn the results of the 2020 election. We have team coverage this morning. Green light. President Biden working to drive down prices at the pump by calling on Congress to pass a 3-month gas tax holiday.
Now, I fully understand that a gas tax holiday alone is not going to fix the problem, but it will provide families some immediate relief.
More on the president's plan and why some say it won't go anywhere. Summer swelter. This morning, extreme weather spreading across much of the country, with millions of Americans waking up to another day of triple-digit heat. A look at the conditions, the warnings, and the forecast ahead. And trailblazer, she paved the way for women in sports. Now, tennis legend Billie Jean King is looking back as we mark 50 years since Title IX evened out the playing field. What she told us about how she helped change the game and why we still have a long ways to go. We're coming to you this morning from Washington, and that is where we begin this hour with a busy day on Capitol Hill. This afternoon, the January 6th House Committee will hold its 5th public hearing. Now, that hearing is expected to focus on former President Trump's alleged efforts to pressure top officials at the Justice Department to push his lies about a stolen election back in 2020. The committee had planned to hold the hearing last week, but delayed it. We're going to dig into everything you need to know with legal analyst Barbara McQuaid and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Allie Raffa. So, Allie, let's start with you. We know in previous hearings we heard about Trump allegedly pressuring former Vice President Mike Pence, as well as Republican officials in key battleground states to try and overturn his loss. How does the Justice Department fit in? Who are we going to hear from today?
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, it's going to be another big afternoon on Capitol Hill, and we expect to hear from several former Justice Department officials that served towards the latter end of the Trump administration, 3 of them in particular. Former Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, former Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donoghue, and another DOJ official, Stephen Engel. And we know that one big topic of this hearing is going to be about Jeffrey Clark. He is a man who former President Trump wanted to put at the top of the Justice Department because we know that he supported Trump's claims of a fraudulent election. In the last hearing, we heard a pre-recorded testimony, a clip of that the committee played from Richard Donoghue threatening actually to quit if Rosen was put at the top of the DOJ. So this is really another effort by the committee to lay out this framework of what they're saying was this 7-point plan by the former president and his allies to continue this pressure campaign on, like you mentioned, former Vice President Pence, and in this case, Justice Department officials, to help him overturn the results of the 2020 election, Joe.
And looking ahead, Committee Chairman Benny Thompson says the next set of hearings after today, they're going to be pushed back to mid-July now because they're going through new evidence and pursuing additional witnesses. So what can you tell us about any new information coming in, who the committee would still like to talk to?
Yeah, this came as quite a shock to us on Capitol Hill yesterday. Chairman Benny Thompson saying that the last two hearings the committee is going to have are going to be pushed back into July. And he also left the door open for the possibility of new hearings to be added. And that's because we know that the committee is still gathering evidence and testimony, in one case in the form of some testimony they're going to grab this morning from a former documentarian who was embedded in the White House in the months before January 6th. We know that he spoke with the former president, Trump family members, former Vice President Pence. And so the committee really wants to know in this over 11 hours of footage whether there is anything in there that could help their investigation. We also know that the committee is still sifting through those emails, that new tranche of emails that they've gotten between Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas, and former Trump lawyer John Eastman. So there is a lot more that the committee says that they are still going through and learning, and they really want to present an airtight case to the American people. And as we've talked about, the DOJ in the form of the rest of these hearings, Joe.
And quickly, while we have you, I want to ask you about the bipartisan gun violence bill. It cleared a procedural vote in the Senate Tuesday with support from 14 Republicans, so it's on track for a full Senate vote by the end of this week. What are you hearing about its support, especially from GOP leaders?
Yeah, it's interesting. Senate GOP leadership and House GOP leadership seem to be on completely separate pages here. You have Senate GOP leadership for a large part in favor of this, and then House GOP leadership is already saying that they are a no vote, trying to whip other Republican votes opposing this bill. The reality check here is that if all Democrats vote for this bill in the House, it technically wouldn't require any Republican support to pass. So, and even despite that, we expect around 10 to 15 House Republicans to support this bill. We already heard of some who have committed their support yesterday. So this is definitely on track to pass. Lawmakers who are in favor of this bill say they hope to have this on President Biden's desk for signature by July 4th, with hopefully a finished signature on that bill by the end of July.
All right, Ali Rafa kicking us off this hour. Thank you so much. Let's continue talking about January 6th. We're joined now by NBC News legal contributor Barbara McQuaid. She's a former U.S. attorney and law professor at the University of Michigan Law School. Barbara, good to have you with us again. So we know Trump's former AG Bill Barr has appeared on video during previous hearings using some pretty colorful language to dismiss Trump's claims of election fraud. Today we're expecting to hear from the acting attorney general who replaced Barr briefly. That was Jeffrey Rosen. So as a former prosecutor, what are you listening for?
Well, I think one of the things we can expect to hear today is about how Donald Trump tried to abuse the Department of Justice toward his illegal ends. It's what White House counsel Pat Cipollone referred to as a murder-suicide pact. He was trying to get the Justice Department to legitimize his claims that there was fraud in the election. You may recall there's been some reporting about some notes that said, just say the election was stolen and leave the rest to me. So that is what I'm going to be looking for to flesh that out. There was also this big showdown that occurred in the Oval Office where a group of Justice Department officials and Cipollone, the White House counsel, threatened to resign unless Trump backed down. He was trying to weaponize the Justice Department by declaring that many states had irregularities in their elections and suggesting that they convene their state legislatures to select alternate slates of electors. Just, mind-blowing stuff.
In the last hearing, we heard about former President Trump's alleged pressure campaign on various elected state officials at the local level. The DOJ is part of the executive branch. Attorneys general, we know, serve at the pleasure of the president. So legally, how much leeway did Trump have to try and direct the DOJ to investigate specific things like voter fraud? Where is that line?
Well, since the Watergate scandal, the Justice Department has put policies in place to make itself independent of the White House. Donald Trump violated those rules by having contacts with underlings that were prohibited by those policies. But constitutionally, you're right, under the unitary executive theory, it's all the executive branch, and he is allowed to give direction to the Justice Department. But what he's not allowed to do is to use it for illegal or improper ends. And so asking that they falsely declare that there has been fraud would itself be improper, if not criminal, and also suggesting that states convene their state legislatures for the purpose of selecting alternate electors is also potentially part of a criminal scheme. So I'll be really listening intently to hear about the details about that broad outline that we've known about for a bit of time now.
So while the House committee focuses on the DOJ in today's hearing, we know those two institutions, the House committee, the DOJ, they've butted heads more recently over January 6th. Both are conducting those parallel investigations, and they've sparred over materials and scheduling. Just yesterday, the judge in a high-profile sedition case against the Proud Boys agreed to push back the trial to December. That was requested by both the defense and the prosecution because of these hearings. Quickly on this one, what's your take on these two separate investigations and how they impact each other?
Well, there can be challenges when you have different entities investigating the same thing. They can step on each other. You know, in this instance, it isn't so much that they're stepping on each other, but the Justice Department really wants to know what people may have said to the committee before they assess their credibility and use them as witnesses in this case. And to ensure a fair trial to anyone they've charged, they're entitled to kind of see the lay of the land. And so there is some potential conflict going on. The ultimate conflict would be if the committee were to grant immunity to anybody, because that can cause real problems down the road. We saw that with Oliver North. He was granted immunity by a congressional committee many years ago during Iran-Contra, and it ultimately caused the dismissal of his criminal case. So one hopes that they're doing at least a little coordination behind the scenes so we don't have anything that disastrous. But this is the kind of normal conflict that arises.
All right, some helpful historical perspective there. Barbara McQuaid, as always, thank you so much. And you can watch today's hearing right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage starts at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. New developments in the mass shooting at a Texas elementary school. The Uvalde School District has put embattled Police Chief Pete Arredondo on leave. An attorney for Arredondo did not immediately respond to our request for comment, but the police chief has been heavily criticized for his response to the shooting. Officials have said Arredondo incorrectly treated the gunman as a barricaded suspect instead of an active shooter, a decision that critics say cost lives. Arredondo has said he didn't believe he was the officer in charge at the scene. The move comes less than 24 hours after the head of Texas's Department of Public Safety called the police response an abject failure. With gas prices still soaring, it's now up to Congress to decide on whether drivers should get a gas tax holiday. On Wednesday, President Biden called on Congress to pass legislation that would create a tax holiday for 3 months, an effort to lower prices at the pump a little bit. Critics have questioned the effectiveness of a holiday, but the president says his plan would help out Americans, at least temporarily.
Now, I fully understand that a gas tax holiday alone is not going to fix the problem, but it will provide families some immediate relief, just a little bit of breathing room as we continue working to bring down prices for the long haul.
NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from the White House with the latest on all this. Maura, good morning. So we know this plan, it would lower gas prices by 18 cents a gallon for regular and then 24 cents for diesel. Break down for us what is all in this proposal and how do you pay for it?
Well, Joe, you heard from President Biden there in his announcement yesterday that this isn't only the singular solution. He sees this as part of a larger portfolio. Ultimately, like you mentioned, that will have to go through Congress. In addition to the federal gas tax holiday, he's calling on state and local governments to also enact a similar gas tax holiday because there is a portion both from the federal side and the state side. The big question, though, is how you take away the gas tax, but then still are able to pay for roadway infrastructure. That's something that the gas tax typically pays for. President Biden explained this in his announcement yesterday.
What I'm proposing is suspending the federal gas tax without affecting the Highway Trust Fund. And here's how we do that. With the tax revenues up this year and our deficit down over $1.6 trillion this year alone, we'll still be able to fix our highways and bring down prices of gas. We can do both at the same time.
So the fact that this is something that we've heard from economists are skeptical on, and the Republicans and Democrats are as well. So that's something we've heard in terms of initial concern about this holiday, as well as the fact is if the tax gets passed on to consumers or whether oil producers themselves are the one to benefit. Joe?
Yeah, Maura, so with critics on both sides of the aisle, does it even have enough support for lawmakers to pass it and get it to the president's desk?
That's what looks really rocky right now. Even yesterday, Nancy Pelosi releasing a statement essentially saying we'll see what the consensus comes to be. We also heard from the chair of the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, Pete DeFazio, who said that this would bring minuscule solutions in terms of benefiting American consumers for the long term. He thinks the bigger focus should be on bringing down oil producers, big oil, from profiteering and price gouging when it comes to paying at the pump. And so this is something we've even heard from the former economic advisor to President Obama. He pointed out that the government doesn't get to decide who benefits from a tax break. He said that ultimately this could benefit oil producers more than it does consumers. So regardless of that Highway Infrastructure Act, that's something that people should really be concerned about, even though this does look like a good move for them right now.
Yeah, so how is the Biden administration responding to economists who are skeptical? They say the savings consumers see could be minimal because retailers will just raise the base price of gas. Plus, many argue 18 cents is really just a drop in the bucket for $5 a gallon.
Right, but the White House is arguing that if states also repeal their gas tax, consumers could see up to $1 savings per gallon at the pump. Now, Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm is meeting with oil executives today, and she said she's going to pressure them to make sure that they pass on savings to the consumers. But this is clearly a very political, strategic move by the White House, as his approval ratings have been dropping, especially when it comes to the economy. But what's important to remember is that right now he's only proposing this be a 3-month pause. So that means that it would come back come September, putting it right ahead of the midterms, Joe.
All right, Maura, thank you so much. Let's bring in Robin Farzad, host of the radio show Full Disclosure. Robin, good to have you with us. So let's start there. Is there any way to stop oil companies from raising prices and eating up any of those gas tax savings we might see?
These are not state-owned oil companies. We did have trust busting around 100 years ago to break up Standard Oil, 100 plus or whatever it was, into these various different smaller providers who have since remerged again. You have ExxonMobil, you have Chevron, Texaco. And if you were in a country like Venezuela or Saudi Arabia or Iran where this was nationalized, you look back at Mexico, maybe you could do more. Maybe you could exhort more and jawbone them to build refinery. But these are public companies. They're owned by shareholders, and they have a responsibility first to their shareholders with dividends and stock buybacks. And it's brutally difficult when national policy is lagging. We had the luxury about a year ago about talking about decarbonization, maybe 2 years ago about a Green New Deal. And yet again, like 2008, we are at the mercy of petrostates and oil companies because this economy has this terrible codependency with energy prices.
It's not just gas prices. Inflation is just a huge issue all around. U.S. Federal Reserve Chair Powell says the central bank is going to continue to raise interest rates, hoping to tame inflation, while then also trying to avoid a recession. I mean, is this the right move right now, raising those rates?
And it's funny that these two kind of dovetail. That is this is kind of doing Chairman Powell's job. $5 bleeds a lot of liquidity out of this economy for gas prices, $5 a gallon. And you see that especially with the trickle down to restaurants and stores and fuel surcharges and shipping surcharges. But he has this huge chasm between his target rate of inflation, which is around 2%, and inflation actually being at 8% right now. You could really drive a Mack truck through that. So that has a lot of people scared. For the first time in 41, 42 years, we're focused so much on inflation that we're almost willing to snuff out the economy to spare ourselves from it.
With the fears that the interest rate hikes could be too aggressive, could tip the economy into a recession, what's your advice to just everyday households? Is there anything Americans should be doing now financially to prepare for the possibility of a recession?
It always helps to save. And I don't want to be that person telling you to drink milk and stay in school and don't do drugs and whatnot. But if you are privileged and blessed enough to be able to save, to be able to invest dollar cost average into a market downturn, pay off debts before variable interest rates hike up even more, it really pays to stick to that knitting, as difficult as it is right now for families to kind of put 2 and 2 together and keep it together.
Oftentimes, the most wholesome advice is still the best advice, Robin. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now to the heat wave gripping a large part of the country. Millions of Americans are still looking for ways to beat the heat, with triple-digit temperatures sticking around. And now more health departments are rolling out their plans to deal with the extreme heat. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the latest.
The first week of summer shattering records as an unrelenting heat wave pushes into the southeast. Parts of Florida forecast to hit their first 100-degree day in 3 years.
I'm trying to survive the heat.
The same heat dome that buckled roads in Chicago killed thousands of cattle in Kansas. The extreme heat also contributing to the death of a 5-year-old in Houston, left in a hot car for hours. The frequency of heat waves setting off a new federal framework to protect workers from the hazards of heat exposure. Expanded OSHA guidelines include building a tolerance to heat, drinking a cup of cool water every 15 minutes, with mandatory breaks in the shade to recover.
We're going to be doing proactive inspections in over 70 industries that we've identified where we have a high number of heat-related illnesses and fatalities.
How much harder is your work under these types of conditions?
Oh, it's real. This is hot. This is hot. You got to take it easy, pace yourself.
At the University of North Florida, researchers are studying hotspots to set a baseline to shape future public health strategies.
By midday here in Jacksonville, you can see on this thermal camera surface temperatures soaring to dangerous levels, like right here in this parking lot where there's absolutely no shade.
And experts say this offers a snapshot of disparities fueled by heat.
In higher income neighborhoods, you tend to have houses that are further apart, buildings that are further apart, and more tree coverage. In lower income neighborhoods, you have less tree coverage, and you have buildings that are closer together. And so that helps trap heat.
The heat heightening risks as the summer offers a preview of our new normal.
Now, Florida is used to hot weather during the summer months, but forecasters are saying that we are reaching record-breaking territory this week because there is a drier air mass settling in, pushing temperatures toward the century mark. Back to you.
All right, Kathy, thank you so much. That sets us up for a look at your morning news now. Weather, Michelle Grossman joins us with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And that dangerous heat does continue today and tomorrow. We've broken so many records, and we're going to continue to do that over the next several days. So we do have heat alerts all across the south. You can see in the orange here a heat warning. In your hot pink, that includes Macon, Georgia. But the heat extends way beyond these alerts. We're looking at the southwest to the central and northern plains, southern plains, too, into the southeast. So we're staying steamy once again today. So many 90s and 100s on the map. 96 degrees today in Memphis. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like 101. Same story in Shreveport, but look at that heat index. This is what it feels like to your body. It's going to feel like 108, feeling like 106 in Mobile, and feeling like 109 in Tallahassee. The humidity goes up tomorrow, so do the heat indices, and we're feeling like 113 in Jacksonville, feeling like 109 in Pensacola. The heat index in Jackson, Mississippi will be 100 degrees. The daytime high 97 degrees. As we go throughout the next couple of days, it's still warm, not quite as hot. We do have a little bit of relief. Notice upper 80s in Jacksonville as opposed to the 90s and 100s. 89 on Sunday, 90 on Monday, but still staying really warm in Dallas. 103 on Saturday, getting a little relief by Monday with temperatures in the mid-90s, if you can call that relief. That's still really warm for this time of year. So the summer scorcher does continue. This really stands out to me. 127 million highs today above the 90-degree mark. Where you see all these little dots here, the colors here, that's where we're expecting highs above 90, and then 30 million highs above 100 degrees. So we have the heat and humidity in place. We have a cold front that's going to move through. That's going to spark the chance for some scattered to strong storms. And you can see a couple spots where we do expect strong storms. The bullseye would be in the central plains, parts of Nebraska, and also Kansas, where you see the yellow here. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some large hail as well, and even a few tornadoes. And then tomorrow, this will be later on Friday in the northern plains. So Fargo to St. Cloud, Sioux Falls, you're in the mix here. We could see damaging winds. Also some really large hail and the chance of a few tornadoes. So the monsoon season does continue. We've been watching this monsoon rain over the past 6 days. This is the 7th day of influx of moisture into the southwest. And we're going to continue to see that at least through the weekend. So in the long run, this will be good news because we do need this rain. This is where we really stack up the rain for the season. But in the short term, we're looking at the chance for some flash flooding, especially where we have those burned areas. Now, tomorrow, we could see some damaging winds and also some frequent lightning. And then we're looking at rainfall forecasts for the central plains. I showed you the chance for that severe weather as we go throughout Friday. So we're looking at not a whole lot of rain, but still looking up to an inch in some spots. So we're going to be watching that closely through Thursday and Friday. And then as we take a peek towards Saturday, the start of the weekend, we're toasty in the northwest, and we're looking at that record heat continuing, Joe, in the south. Back to you.
All right, 30 million people above 100 degrees. That's
Crazy.
a lot. All right,
It is.
thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a plea for help. Next, the desperate search now underway in Afghanistan for survivors of that powerful and deadly earthquake. And new developments this morning in the war in Ukraine as the fighting intensifies in the battle for the Donbas region. We'll be right back.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
This morning, rescuers in Afghanistan are struggling to reach survivors after a massive earthquake hit the country on Wednesday. Afghan officials say at least 1,000 people have been killed and 1,500 injured. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the latest and a warning. Some images in this report might be distressing.
Afghanistan recovers its dead and searches for its wounded after violent tremors shook this troubled nation, killing more than 1,000 people, according to Taliban officials. Rescue workers are now rushing to save more than 1,500 injured as hospitals are filling up. The 5.9 magnitude quake in the country's southeastern Paktika province was felt as far away as Kabul, the country's capital, and even neighboring Pakistan. It was too dangerous, said Habibullah. We left home immediately. A lot of people were injured. Fresh tragedy strikes Afghanistan at its most vulnerable and leaves the ruling Taliban begging for international aid. The group has been in power for less than a year after America's chaotic withdrawal. The country's finances have already been gutted by war, banking sanctions, and aid cuts. Local officials warn casualties are expected to rise even further. Hundreds of bodies may remain trapped in destroyed buildings and underneath landslides. Why has a 5.9 on the Richter scale caused this level of damage and destruction?
The reason is the area that we're talking about here is an impoverished area. It is a sort of village type of an area. A lot of the structures there are made of earth and wood, not particularly structurally resilient buildings in this part of the world.
Still more sorrow for a nation that's familiar with tragedy. Matt Bradley, NBC News.
To the war in Ukraine now, and fighting in the key Donbas cities is heading toward a fearsome climax, according to an advisor to President Zelensky. The two cities of Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, they're seeing the most intense battles, while Russian forces are making more gains in the Luhansk region, capturing strategically important villages. We're joined now by Joe Cirincione. He is a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Joe, good to have you with us. So the situation in those two cities, it's looking more and more dire. Do you think it is a matter of time now before Russian forces do capture the entire Luhansk region?
It appears that way. The Russian strategy is working. They have a grinding artillery war. They're not making rapid advances, but every day they're gaining a few kilometers. A scorched earth policy, just bombarding the region, forcing the defenders to slowly retreat. I think in the next couple of days, they will likely encircle these two key cities, and then the Ukrainians are going to be forced into a difficult decision whether just simply to empty the cities, retreat, or try to hold on. I expect that you're going to see retreats from those cities in the next few days.
I want to ask you about something you tweeted recently, support for the idea that in order to end this war, we have to pursue two contradictory goals, that is, redoubling arms to Ukraine, but also ramping up diplomatic strategy. So how exactly do you see that working, especially when peace talks really have been shelved for quite some time now?
That's exactly right. There are some in this country and in Europe who think that by aiding Ukraine, we are prolonging the war and we're intensifying the war, that it's our fault that these casualties are happening and we should redouble diplomatic efforts. The problem is Vladimir Putin is not interested in diplomatic efforts. He thinks he's winning this war. He thinks the West will lose interest, and now he's using the gas prices as pressure on the West, and increasingly the blockade of Ukraine, preventing their grain from reaching the rest of the world, as a weapon in this war. He's intentionally using famine as a way to pressure the West to give up. So the only solution for us, unfortunately, is to continue to arm Ukraine, give them the weapons they need to convince Putin that he cannot win, and that eventually he will get serious about coming to the diplomatic table to negotiate a peace.
Let's talk about something that is happening away from the battlefield. The EU nations are expected to approve Ukraine as a candidate member of the bloc as early as today. We know full membership is going to take years, and it's not guaranteed. That depends on whether Ukraine can meet certain criteria, like improving human rights, implementing judicial reforms. But despite all of that, how much of a boost would it be down the road for Ukraine to take that first step toward EU membership?
Right. It's likely that the EU member nations will approve Ukraine's status today or tomorrow, and that is a huge morale boost for Ukraine. What it's basically saying is that we are part of Europe. We are not doomed to be just a satellite of Russia. We can be part of this free, democratic Europe. It may take a few years for us to join, but that is where Ukraine's future lies. It's in the West. It's with its European partners. It's with democracy, not dictatorship.
Joe Cirancione, thank you so much again for joining us this morning. We always appreciate your analysis. More international headlines now, in protests in Ecuador over rising costs for fuel and food. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with this and other world news. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. That's right. Those protests turning violent against the government's economic policies. The protests have brought the country to a standstill, and there are shortages of food and gas being reported in the capital, Quito. So far, the country's president, Guillermo Lasso, says he will not give in to protesters' demands. Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, has visited Turkey for the first time since the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The CIA concluded bin Salman most likely ordered that murder, something Saudi Arabia denies. President Biden will meet the prince next month during a visit here to the Middle East. And finally, an Australian state has banned the display of swastikas following an alarming increase in hate crimes. Under the new law in Victoria, people who knowingly display the Nazi symbol could face a year in prison or a $22,000 fine. Joe, not clear that a similar law could survive legal challenge in the U.S. because of First Amendment protections. Jeff?
Interesting. All right, Raf, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up in smoke, a popular brand of e-cigs may soon be pulled off the shelves. More on the report that's sending shockwaves from corner stores to Wall Street. And the head of the NFL on defense, his testimony before Congress over the investigation into harassment claims against the Washington Commanders. You're watching Morning News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. The FDA is reportedly on the verge of ordering popular e-cigarette brand Juul to remove its products from stores nationwide. That's according to the Washington Post. The news has sent stocks of Atria, which owns more than a third of Juul, tumbling. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
It could permanently extinguish one of the largest e-cigarette companies in the nation. The FDA poised to order Juul Labs to take its products off the U.S. market, according to the Wall Street Journal, citing people familiar with the matter. The potential decision, which has not been officially confirmed, comes after a nearly 2-year review of data provided by Juul, who sought to keep its smoking products on store shelves.
We certainly think Juul has played a large role in the e-cigarette epidemic. Its aggressive marketing and advertising to youth using a lot of the throwbacks that big tobacco used.
With uncertainty clouding Juul for years, the company came under FDA scrutiny after it was accused of trying to hook kids on its fruity and sweet flavors. Those choices, often promoted by a marketing campaign, is why Max Thor says he started smoking Juul when he was 17.
I think it was just irresponsible in the way that these companies were developing flavors that were, pretty much like analogous to like candy.
In 2019, Juul stopped selling sweet and fruity e-cigarette cartridges, but similarly flavored disposable vaporizers from other brands are still available at stores nationwide.
As the Food and Drug Administration also proposes a plan to reduce the level of nicotine in cigarettes, no comment from Juul, which has previously denied marketing to children. For its part, the FDA continues to review data from e-cigarette companies who want to stay in the market, a future for some that could go up in smoke. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
And if the FDA does remove Juul's e-cigarettes from the market, Juul could appeal the decision through the FDA, challenge the decision in court, or it also has the option of filing a revised application for its products. Now to new allegations against Washington's football team and its workplace culture. Congress announced the results of its own investigation into claims of sexual harassment from former employees. And on Wednesday, lawmakers grilled the NFL commissioner on why he didn't do more to stop it. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
For years, Washington's football team had been plagued with allegations of misconduct. But on Wednesday, the NFL commissioner went before lawmakers to face some tough questions.
I do think our intern is looking better every day.
In this video clip, a Washington broadcaster makes inappropriate comments about an intern. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, testifying remotely, called them unacceptable, saying the team's culture was toxic for far too long.
Bullying, widespread disrespect toward colleagues, use of demeaning language, public embarrassment, and harassment.
The U.S. House Oversight Committee also alleges that Washington Commanders owner Daniel Snyder conducted a shadow investigation in an attempt to discredit his accusers. Snyder declined to testify today, his lawyer saying he had a long-standing business conflict.
Apparently, Mr. Snyder is in France, where he has docked his luxury yacht near a resort town. That should tell you just how much respect he has for women in the workplace.
Goodell says a $10 million fine was imposed on the Commanders and that Snyder is no longer involved in day-to-day operations. But lawmakers also grilled Goodell on why the league did not publicly release the findings of an investigation it opened, citing witness privacy.
We made a commitment to protect their identities. We are going to continue to do that.
One who has come forward is Emily Applegate, who spoke with NBC News in 2020, saying she'd endured relentless sexual harassment and verbal abuse.
It breaks you down, and it's really hard to climb out of that.
Snyder has previously called the team's conduct unacceptable, but denied participating in any such conduct himself. A spokesperson for Snyder is calling the committee's investigation predetermined from the beginning and a politically charged show trial. Still, the committee is now issuing a subpoena to compel Snyder to testify at a deposition next week. Back to you.
Gabe, thank you so much. Coming up, underrepresented. Dozens of lesbian bars shutting down around the country. The unique challenges owners face and the efforts now to try and keep the doors open. And critics called it child abuse. Now, a new law is limiting the use of solitary confinement at juvenile facilities. We've got more next on Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In the late 1980s, there were around 200 lesbian bars in the U.S. Today, that number is just 21. That's according to a group called the Lesbian Bar Project. Now, the people who own these spaces say the challenges to stay open range from financial hurdles to discrimination. So in some cities, they're trying something new. CNBC's Valerie Castro explains.
It's dart night at Frankie's Bar in Oklahoma City.
It's just a place we feel comfortable being, and we've gotten to know Ann and Tracy over the years. They're just a part of our extended family.
The bar's owners, Ann and Tracy Harris, operate one of 3 lesbian bars in the Sooner State, an impressive tally when you consider New York City has the same number.
And I think in bigger cities, a lot of them are blue states, so there's a more greater acceptance of gay people, men and women, and so they are free to go wherever they choose.
Across the country, there are fewer than 25 lesbian bars, according to the Lesbian Bar Project, behind a documentary created to raise awareness.
In queer culture, your bar becomes your family.
About the dwindling number of lesbian-focused spaces.
And when we have so few spaces that prioritize us, it's a direct reflection of how our country values queer women. And frankly, it feels like that our country doesn't.
As a response, there's been a rise in efforts to create more spaces for queer women, despite the lack of physical locations.
We have seen a resurgence of pop-up bars being created as well, pop-up lesbian bars. There's one in Queens called Dave's Lesbian Bar. They started a year ago.
Back in Oklahoma, it's the brick and mortar spaces that are vital in the red state.
Given that our state has a reputation for being very anti-LGBT+, having that safe zone is incredibly important.
The community here extends beyond women and has become a haven for other members of the queer community, like Garrett Roundsville, who performs here as drag queen Robin Banks.
This bar has been a godsend for me. It has helped me build a family that's not just gay. We have allies that come in all the time.
Harris, a lifelong resident of the state, was once a teacher and counselor who had to hide her true self during a time of less acceptance.
You couldn't be openly gay because there was a morals clause attached to everything.
Now she's out and the proud owner of a space that's creating family for those who need one.
I just think there needs to be safe queer spaces. I mean, truly, and not just in Oklahoma, but really everywhere.
We're in front of Cubbyhole in the West Village. This is one of 3 bars here in New York City. The women behind the Lesbian Bar Project say there are still obstacles when it comes to opening new bars. Queer women can face discrimination when it comes to applying for a lease in a building or getting a liquor license. And they say the gender pay gap can also factor into the success of places like this. Women typically have less disposable income to spend on entertainment compared to men. Back to you.
Valerie Castro, thank you so much. Turning now to Louisiana, where in a historic move, government officials have signed into law limitations on solitary confinement for juveniles. This comes after a report NBC shared back in March, an investigation in partnership with ProPublica and the Marshall Project, which exposed the conditions at one juvenile facility. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esemwa has the story.
Louisiana's governor signed the state's first law restricting the use of solitary confinement in juvenile facilities. The move comes after 2 suicides and an investigation by NBC News, ProPublica, and the Marshall Project that revealed harsh conditions in a juvenile lockup, which critics said violated the civil rights of minors.
He's basically being housed like a death row inmate.
The March report highlighted the environment at the Acadiana Center for Youth at St. Martinville, according to the state's Office of Juvenile Justice incident reports and firsthand accounts.
The 24-cell juvenile facility held minors in cells for 23 or at times 24 hours a day, subdued teens with police-style maneuvers, and at times held minors in shackles or what the facility calls leg irons outside their cells.
Right now he's been in 24-hour solitary.
Like Ben, who was sentenced to state custody in 2020 and moved to St. Martinville in December when he was 16.
Do you have access to school right now?
No, ma'am.
Even worksheets, nothing to do at all, no school at all?
Sometimes, like, I only got them once.
There are no teachers? You haven't seen any teachers there?
No.
His mother telling our investigative team earlier this year.
And he would be crying. And my son is not that type of person, so I knew something was up. They treat him like dogs.
Critics called it a child prison. One expert said the conditions amounted to, quote, child abuse. A former St. Martinville staff member whose identity has been concealed over fear of repercussions for future jobs detailed her experiences.
A lot of them lack basic respect. They treat those kids like crap.
The OJJ denied all allegations other than a lack of education. Last December, it called the facility a temporary fix for youth who are not, quote, therapy ready.
We don't have the facilities nor the manpower to hold them in those dormitory settings.
But during hearings about this new law, Summers acknowledged the state needed to make changes in solitary confinement.
This is the right thing to do here.
Now, the new legislation goes into effect August 1st and marks a turning point in a state criminal justice advocates call the world's incarceration capital. State Representative Royce Duplessis, a Democrat and the bill's sponsor, told NBC News our team's investigation made a difference.
Had it not been for that story, we don't know if we would have ever learned about. It opened the conversation and shined a light on this issue that led to the bill being filed.
Changes will include limiting young people to no more than 8 hours in solitary unless they continue to pose a physical threat to themselves or others. The agency will also be required to check on youth's mental health within the first few hours of placing them into solitary confinement and notifying their parents or guardians. A change welcomed by advocates for juveniles held in facilities like the one at St. Martinville. Zincle Esemwa, NBC News.
Financial headlines now. Could be a rough day on Wall Street today. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more business headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so markets coming off a down day on Wall Street as investors continue to grapple with the risk of recession. Economists are expecting unemployment filings to fall slightly to 225,000, a slight downtick from the 229,000 reported the week prior. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell is back on Capitol Hill today for his second day of testimony. Yesterday, Powell said the Fed remains strongly committed to taming inflation, but cautioned that rate hikes could lead to a recession. More layoffs hit corporate America. Masterclass, an education platform that sells subscriptions to celebrity top classes, is cutting its workforce by 20%, citing worsening economic factors for the decision. Meanwhile, JP Morgan is reducing the headcount at its mortgage division by nearly 1,000. Now that higher interest rates have dented homebuyer demand. About 500 employees will be shifted to other areas of the business. Amazon is working on new software to give customers the option to make Alexa, the company's voice assistant, sound like anyone they choose. The feature would allow Alexa to mimic any voice it hears after listening to less than a minute of audio. A launch date has not yet been announced, Joe.
All right, so Alexa's going to become a parrot. All right.
Exactly.
Thanks, Silvana. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Coming up, she changed the game for women in sports. Now tennis trailblazer Billie Jean King is looking back at 50 years of Title IX. This is Morning News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's this?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
50 years ago this week, Title IX was passed, banning discrimination against women in sports. NBC's Andrea Mitchell spoke with trailblazing tennis legend Billie Jean King about what still needs to be done half a century later to level the playing field.
The young women of Arlington soccer can't envision a life without games, drills, and teammates.
Sports have always been a huge part of my life.
Can you imagine not being able to play sports?
No, honestly.
But for girls and women who grew up before the passage of Title IX, that was often the reality.
When I was 9, I just remember looking out on the field, and my heart sank. Because for the first time I realized I'm a girl. I can't play baseball.
We played in our backyards, and my brother had Little League, and we didn't have Little League.
Girls can play Little League now. I think there is so much more opportunity today. It's fantastic. But then on the other side,
there's so much more to do.
There's so much more to do.
Billie Jean King has devoted her life to fighting for equality in women's sports. I caught up with her at the New York Historical Society, home to a new exhibit celebrating Title IX, which was signed into law 50 years ago this week.
What are we going to do the next 50 years is what I care about.
In just 37 words, the law guaranteed women equal opportunities in education and sports. How important was Title IX in changing sports for women and girls?
It was tremendous.
7 times as many women play college sports now than before Title IX. 44% of college athletes are now women. But girls still have fewer opportunities in high school sports than boys did 50 years ago. And there still aren't professional leagues for women in marquee sports like softball.
I have this vision for women's sports. I still do. We're still working on it. To have equality in that and to have opportunities and have leagues just like the men.
Back in 1972, King was one of Title IX's most vocal advocates. A year later, she scored another major victory, beating self-proclaimed male chauvinist Bobby Riggs in the Battle of the Sexes. The stakes were impossibly high. Were you afraid that you would set the movement back if you lost to him?
Absolutely. I thought it would really hurt the women's movement. We had 90 million people who watched this match, so I knew this was my moment in time. It was very important to me that I would help people want Title IX and want girls to have equality.
50 years later, these young women say they're grateful to Billie Jean King.
What her and others have done for our generation is something that I think all of us will forever be grateful for. Now it's our turn to take over the reins.
And that's exactly what King wants.
Each generation passes that baton. Well, see, the more you know about history, the more you know about yourself. And more importantly, though, it helps you shape the future.
Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, New York.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, under pressure, the curtain opens in Washington today on another highly anticipated day of testimony led by the January 6th committee. In the spotlight this afternoon, former President Trump's Department of Justice. The focus today, did the former president pressure top officials to push his lies of a stolen election? What to expect today and who will be taking the stand just hours from now. Over and out, the nationwide backlash against the police response to the Robb Elementary School shooting leading to more fallout. This morning, the Uvalde School's police chief placed on administrative leave. His frustration boils over with many questions still unanswered. We've got reaction from the district superintendent, plus a major breakthrough in that bipartisan gun deal on Capitol Hill. Also this morning, start your engines in the face of skyrocketing fuel prices and no real relief in sight. President Biden is calling on Congress for a temporary break in the federal gas tax, hoping to appeal to both sides of the aisle.
We'll still be able to fix our highways and bring down prices of gas. We can do both at the same time.
How this tax holiday could help your bottom line and the uphill battle it now faces in Congress. And parcels from the past, lost letters of a bygone era, making their way back to one New York woman 4 decades after their postmarked date. Better late than never. We're going to begin here where I am in Washington this morning, where the 5th public hearing into the January 6th Capitol attack is going to get underway this afternoon. The House panel is expected to provide evidence that former President Trump tried to pressure his own Justice Department into investigating discredited claims of election fraud, all in a bid to overturn his 2020 loss to Joe Biden. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now this morning to help us preview what's ahead. So, Danny, in previous hearings, we heard about pressure from Trump on the former vice president, as well as pressure on election officials in key battleground states. Now it's the DOJ that's taking center stage. What are you looking for today, especially when we consider whether a crime has been committed?
I'm looking for testimony and evidence about specifically Mark Meadows contacting high-ranking members of the DOJ, including Bill Barr, Jeffrey Rosen, Richard Donahue. You'll hear from all of them today at the highest levels of the DOJ. What did Mark Meadows ask them to do? Some of that we just already know because it's in emails. But then the bigger question is, to what degree was Trump involved? And Trump, again, makes appearances in the form of phone calls and other types of direct pressure. But the key here is going to be, what was the DOJ asked to do? Because the DOJ is not supposed to interfere in elections generally, and they're certainly not supposed to help a sitting president campaign. You're going to see a lot of norms violated today by Mark Meadows and the White House, essentially. And the question is whether those violations of norms rise to the level of a violation of criminal law.
So, Danny, we know the House Select Committee and the Justice Department, they're both conducting separate investigations into the Capitol attack. The Washington Post now reports that yesterday the DOJ subpoenaed individuals in Georgia and in Arizona with connections to that alleged fake elector plot that we heard about in the Tuesday hearing. There has been some butting heads between the two lately, most notably on when it comes to sharing evidence. So help us understand the goal of these two inquiries. What is it they're each trying to accomplish, and are there areas where they overlap, and is that problematic?
In theory, congressional investigations are supposed to be about gathering information in order to enact legislation. But let's get serious. They often stretch those boundaries because they're really often more about informing the public, informing the constituency. So that is what we're seeing here. But unquestionably, the DOJ conducting criminal investigations has far broader power in which to investigate, and they do it in secret. So they're doing it maybe with a grand jury, and we won't know exactly what information they're gathering. But they have more power. A good example is these fake electors, supposedly. The DOJ could go to them as sort of small fish in a typical DOJ prosecution 101, go to these people who will probably say, I would expect, that they felt duped by this entire fake elector scheme, and likely, if facing some sort of criminal responsibility, would immediately be more than willing to tell the DOJ all kinds of bad things about the people, the levels above them. Now, whether those levels reach all the way up to Mark Meadows and then President Trump, who knows? But the DOJ certainly has more of a crowbar to get information. We just don't know exactly what that information is.
Well, we have you, and while we're still on the legal beat, I know we're expecting major decisions still from the Supreme Court over the next few days. Give us an overview of the big cases that are still left to be decided and what we know about when some of these decisions might be released.
We have a jubilee of issues still remaining that affect American life in general. We've got a gun case. We've got an EPA case. We've got a freedom of religion case. Perhaps the most interesting case is the Kennedy case, which involves a coach praying at halftime after a game. With this current composition of the Supreme Court, that makes a case likely, in my mind, to be a win for the coach, where I think in normal times, I don't think the coach wins here, because you have a case where, look, if it was a coach saying, hey, I was privately praying to myself at the 50-yard line, then you have an argument that, well, that's, private freedom of expression. But that doesn't appear to be what was happening here, at least according to pictures and other evidence. It may be the case that students, particularly players, felt pressured to join the coach. This is a very thorny issue with a number of different First Amendment freedoms that actually overlap and conflict with each other. So it'll be really interesting to see where the Supreme Court comes down on that case. And of course, like I said, you've got guns, you've got environmental protection, all kinds of really important cases. And of course, looming over all of it is the Dobbs case, the potential future of abortion in America. If that comes down today or tomorrow, it's going to be a bombshell.
Of course it is. We're all waiting for that one, and so many more still left to be decided. Danny Ceballos, thanks so much for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it. And you can watch today's January 6th committee hearing starting at 2:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. This morning, a major breakthrough in Congress on the bipartisan gun bill. 14 Republicans have joined Democrats in the Senate to support a package of new laws that are aimed at curbing gun violence in America. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest from Texas.
A breakthrough in Washington, D.C. and a breaking point in Uvalde as members of Congress try to prevent more massacres like the tragedy that we saw in Uvalde, Texas. The police chief of the devastated school district is now officially on administrative leave, with the district saying it cannot wait any longer for the state's investigation. A bombshell development in grief-stricken Uvalde. Last night, the superintendent revealing the school's police chief, Pete Arredondo, is being placed on administrative leave. In part because of the lack of clarity that remains and the unknown timing of when I'll receive the results of the investigations. It comes as frustration in Uvalde has reached a boiling point.
I have to answer to a bunch of bureaucrats up there that haven't been doing their damn job. But that's why we're calling them out today.
The city's mayor blasting the state for calling the police response to the school shooting an abject failure without also highlighting their own role.
Everybody in that hall needs to answer what went on in that hall. Not just Pete Arredondo, not just local Uvalde Police Department.
Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez has filed a lawsuit against DPS requesting 911 audio recordings, police body cameras, and surveillance footage. The acrimony over police protocols coming on a day where state lawmakers also concentrated their attention on another issue.
Mental health is everyone's business, that we all play a role.
That tough conversation coming on the heels of a breakthrough on Capitol Hill.
On this vote, the yeas are 64.
Where 14 Republican senators have joined Democrats on the nation's most sweeping gun law and safety package in nearly 3 decades.
If this time, after Uvalde, we threw up our hands and said we can't do anything, I just think it would be a crisis of democracy.
The benchmark for legislative action on guns is 1994, when an assault weapons ban was passed that expired 10 years later. Now, in terms of how much GOP support there might be for this new package in the House, that is not clear, but at least one representative says he's backing it. Tony Gonzalez of Uvalde. Our calls to Pete Arredondo's attorney have not been returned. In Austin, Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, thank you, Sam. And for more on this story, we want to bring in Fred Guttenberg. He is the father of Jamie Guttenberg, one of the students killed in the 2018 shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Fred, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. We know you've been outspoken about your desire to pass more restrictive gun laws, and you tweeted this picture of yourself with your daughter, Jamie, and wrote, "Jamie, we did it with you standing on my shoulders. It was always only a matter of time." With that said, I guess the first thing I want to ask is just your reaction to this bipartisan bill clearing that first legislative hurdle. What's on your mind right now?
Listen, I've always said my daughter's murder and the murder of all the others from gun violence is predictable and also preventable. And so my reaction is, my heart is big right now, because while it won't be a dramatic reduction, there's more that needs to be done. Lives will be saved. My metric has always been, let's do anything we can to lower the gun violence death rate. Let's do anything we can to lower the instances of gun violence. This bill will do that. Lives will be saved. There will be families I will never get to know because they didn't become part of this world of gun violence. And for that, I'm thankful.
As you mentioned, there are some who are frustrated, saying the bill doesn't go far enough. More needs to be done.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? Do you think now more can be done, or do you fear that this might be it? This is the only compromise you're going to be able to get?
Hey, listen, there's always more to do. 4 years ago, people told me we couldn't get to this place. That's what people told me after Jamie was killed. And you know what? We mobilized, we worked, we voted. If we didn't show up in the last 2 elections and do things like turn the House of Representatives to one that will support this legislation, move the Senate to 50-50 so Chris Murphy would be negotiating this legislation, and vote in a President Biden, this wouldn't have happened this week. And so voting matters. It makes a difference. More will be done, but Americans need to show up and vote. Let's get rid of this 50-50 wall that's in the Senate. Let's add some more senators who are gun safety, and we'll get more done.
We know this does have the support of some Republicans, including the blessing of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Not all Republicans are on board. Does that surprise you? What's your message to those who aren't even voting for this bipartisan measure here?
Hey, listen, I've always said I will publicly embrace anybody who supports doing something about reducing gun violence. And to those Republicans who are on board with this, I can't wait to just give you a big hug or handshake when I am in Washington, D.C., and thank you in person. You will be part of history and saving lives. I think many politicians have done this for the right reasons. Some, maybe some political machinery here. Mitch McConnell still has not said the word gun or gun violence. But I'm thankful that he is part of the process to move this forward. This is going to be a historic piece of bipartisan legislation. And at the end of the day, that's the way America is supposed to work. So I'm really pleased. And my hope is, whether it's in the Republican Party or the Democratic Party going forward, we elect more gun safety candidates who want to go further.
Fred Guttenberg, thanks so much for taking some time to join us this morning. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Turning now to the ongoing strain at the pump for many Americans, President Biden now calling on Congress to pause the federal gas tax for 3 months. But many are skeptical that relief is actually on the way. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more from Chicago. Maggie, good morning to you.
Hey, Joe, good morning from Chicago, where, like a lot of major cities, as you can see, the pain at the pump is very real. Well over $6 a gallon here. The national average still hovering around $5. President Biden saying that federal gas tax holiday that he's pushing for could lower prices at the pump by 18 cents or more. But as you said, his critics in Congress argue there's no guarantee.
In downtown Chicago, decades of pizza deliveries.
Thank you for coming to Chicago's Pizza.
Both deep dish and thin crust could be ending for one family-owned business.
It's crazy. We haven't seen anything like this.
Half the drivers at Chicago's Pizza have quit, skyrocketing gas prices devouring their paychecks.
They're barely breaking even, or they're not making enough.
With the national average remaining near $5 a gallon, many Americans are struggling to top off their tanks.
It's desperately hurting my wallet right now.
President Biden demanding Congress implement a 3-month pause on the federal gas tax.
The American people, they need relief now.
The federal gas tax has been 18 cents a gallon for nearly 3 decades. The White House estimating if states pause their gas taxes too, prices could fall by $1. The president also blasting big oil, accusing companies of refusing to boost refining capacity after the U.S. banned Russian oil imports following Putin's invasion of Ukraine. At least one CEO pushing back, saying oil production is at an all-time high. Biden's energy secretary set to meet today with multiple CEOs in search of solutions. But ahead of November's high-stakes midterm elections, congressional critics, including some Democrats, are not buying the president's plan. After the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the 3rd time this year, they argue a gas tax holiday could make record inflation even worse.
This ineffective administration's big new idea is a silly proposal.
This as many Americans dread every trip to the pump.
What should the average American, in your mind, be taking away from this back and forth about these painful gas prices?
I think it's the president appears to be trying to provide some relief, but there's also cons to this, and that is that it could exacerbate the imbalance between supply and demand.
And this morning, there is also new pushback from outside Capitol Hill. The American Society of Civil Engineers slamming the idea of a federal gas tax holiday, saying it will strip billions in revenue currently slated for highway and infrastructure repairs. The White House actually confirming that, saying it's about $10 billion by their estimate. But, Joe, they say they can find the money elsewhere.
All right, we'll see. Maggie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. It has been a scorching start to summer for most of the U.S. Temperatures across the Midwest and the South have stayed in the 90s for days now, with some areas topping 100 degrees. For Americans hoping for a cool down, you might have to wait a little bit longer. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Jackson, Mississippi. Blaine, how's it going there?
Joe, you talked about a cool down. Certainly not coming today. In fact, nothing even resembling it. Today, in city after city across the South, we are expecting to see heat records falling throughout the day. Consider this. Yesterday alone, at least 9 states saw temperatures exceed 100 degrees, including right here in Mississippi. But this temperature is not just uncomfortable. In many cases, it's dangerous and potentially deadly.
With summer just barely underway, this morning millions are already desperate for relief.
Just wanting to be inside in the air conditioning.
Much of the country dealing with week 2 of withering heat. More than 127 million Americans are facing temps topping 90 degrees, and at least 30 million expected to feel highs above 100. It could mean record-breaking temperatures in cities across the South, including New Orleans, Jacksonville, and Atlanta, where splash pads like this are becoming the coolest ticket in town.
A lot of people will be struggling to figure out how to just find an activity that's not going to be just unpleasant in this heat.
And with the July 4th holiday approaching, the heat is forcing some cities to ban fireworks altogether.
The sole purpose in this declaration is to protect persons and property.
For outdoor workers, the scorching summer could bring dangerous, even deadly conditions. It's why OSHA has introduced new federal guidelines for people working outside. Water breaks every 15 minutes, mandatory rest breaks in the shade, and steps to help workers get acclimated to the heat. It's all part of a pattern of extreme weather sweeping the country. In Virginia, a summer storm left nearly 80,000 customers without power. The winds strong enough to rip the roof off of this apartment complex. A chilling preview of what's expected to be an especially hot summer.
And all of this is raising that debate over whether or not these storms, these heat waves actually should be named, similar to what we do with hurricanes. You know, experts say that when it comes to weather-related deaths, actually excessive heat causes the most fatalities. So there is now a renewed push to name these storms and bring more awareness to them, Joe.
Interesting idea. All right, Blaine Alexander in Mississippi, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather. NBC's Michelle Grossman joins us with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. And the heat does remain the big story. It's going to be the big story for at least through the weekend. And then we get a little bit of relief for some spots where we're going to peel back the temperatures just a bit. But this is what it looks like today, a snapshot of today's forecast. We do have some lingering showers in the northeast. We have those record highs in the south, stretching to the southwest through the plains as well, the northern, central, and southern plains. Severe storms, that's likely in the middle of the country for Nebraska, also Kansas. And we continue to watch monsoonal moisture moving into the southwest the 7th day. And we're going to see that throughout the weekend as well. So in terms of heat alerts, 21 million people impacted by a heat alert from Dallas to New Orleans, Macon, Georgia. You're looking at a heat warning, and we're looking at a heat alert through Daytona Beach. Now, the heat does extend well beyond these heat alerts. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s and 100s once again. Take a look at some of these temperatures. 101 in Shreveport. You factor in the humidity because that's a big piece of the puzzle. It's going to feel like 108 in some spots. It's going to feel like 106 in Mobile, feeling like 109 in Tallahassee. And as we go throughout tomorrow, it's going to feel warmer than that in some spots. So this sort of stands out on the map here. Jacksonville, 96 is a daytime high, but you're going to feel like 113 as you go throughout the afternoon. So using all those tips that Blaine had mentioned. 96 in Little Rock tomorrow, the heat index of 101, and feeling like 105 in Tyler, Texas. So still warm as we go throughout the weekend into early next week, but better, not quite as hot. So we're looking at 86 in Little Rock as compared to 97 on Sunday, 100 on Saturday. Same story. We're going to see those temperatures peel back a bit in Birmingham and Charlotte as well, but still warm for these standards in late June. This is what radar looks like today. We have a few spots where we're looking at some showers right now, even some storms. This is the bullseye where we're going to see those severe weather later on this afternoon. Also seeing that rain. You can see a line of really heavy rain through parts of the northeast. It's sort of just stuck there. And we're seeing those training storms where they sort of redevelop over the same spots. And we do have a flooding concern there. So we're going to be watching that as we go throughout the afternoon. Also continuing to watch that monsoonal moisture as we're looking at the southwest. Dry lightning in parts of California. That's been causing a lot of problems as well. So this is what it looks like in terms of your summer storms today. Storms develop from the Rockies to Minnesota, strong winds, large hail. That will be the primary threat. We do have a threat for tornadoes. It's low, but it's not zero. So just keep that in the back of your minds. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, that cold front's going to move further inland, and we're going to look at more thunderstorms and also look at the chance for more damaging winds and hail. Joe?
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Sure. Coming up, the very latest on the war in Ukraine, where tensions in the besieged Donbas region are now said to be on the verge of a, quote, fearsome climax. We're going to take you there next.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine, where battles in the Donbass appear to be reaching a critical point. An advisor to President Zelensky says fighting in the two key cities of Severodonetsk and Lysychansk is heading toward a, quote, fearsome climax. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kyiv with the latest. So, Molly, these two cities have been at the epicenter of the fighting in the Donbass. What is the latest there? Just how close is Russia to capturing the entire Luhansk region?
Joe, good morning to you. That's right. These are sister cities. This is where we have seen the most intense fighting over the last couple of weeks. But Joe, actually, before I get into an update from the Luhansk, from the Donbass region, we did just see a tweet from the Minister of Defense here in Ukraine, who says the HIMARS have arrived to Ukraine. He says, thank you to my American colleague and friend, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, for these powerful tools. And this is, I'm quoting his tweet, Joe. He says, summer will be hot for Russian occupiers, and the last one for some of them. Now, the HIMARS are those advanced long-range artillery systems, advanced weapon systems that the Ukrainians have been asking for, begging for. And part of that is because they have been asking to fight with them in the Donbass region. And that is where Luhansk is, that is where Lysychansk is, and Severodonetsk. That is the region, Joe, where the Ukrainians have said they are so outgunned and outmanned, and weapons like the HIMARS are going to come in serious, serious need quickly on Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. Severodonetsk mostly entirely under Russian control at this point, according to the regional governor there, with pockets of Ukrainian control. Lysychansk is the sister city that is being almost completely encircled now when you look at the map. Joe, it's on higher ground, so there was some thought that if Ukrainian troops had to fall back from Severodonetsk, they could fall back to Lysychansk. It sounds like, though, according to the regional update we got this morning, that troops are now having to fall back from Lysychansk, and that city will likely be encircled. There are still civilians inside, and according to regional authorities, Joe, there are still evacuations happening.
I also want to ask you about what's happening with the renewed shelling in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. Ukrainian forces had previously managed to push back Russian troops in that region. Are the Russians back for another attempt there?
Yeah, Joe, we were in Kharkiv about a week and a half ago, and certainly we have seen stepped-up shelling in that city. This is the easternmost city in Ukraine. It's very, very close to the Russian border. Lots of Russian speakers, both in that city and in all the villages around between the city and the Russian border. Russia really wants this city. They've wanted the city from the beginning. They were pushed back in early April. There's still intense fighting going on in some of those villages between the city and the border. Whether or not Russia's making another run at it, military analysts certainly say, at least right now, they are tied up in the Donbass. But we are seeing increased shelling there. We're also seeing increased rocket attacks in Mykolaiv, kind of all a sign to say, look, Russia can still hit these cities, even though the brunt force of their artillery right now is focused in the Donbass.
And away from the fighting, today could be the day that Ukraine is actually made a candidate member of the European Union. Becoming an actual member is still a ways down the road. But how significant would that step today be? And how difficult is it going to be for Ukraine to actually become a full member?
Yeah, Joe, that's right. This is something that President Zelensky has been pushing for, has been pressuring, keeping the pressure on his European colleagues for, has really been trying to gain momentum. Of course, he's hosted many European leaders here in Kyiv, but this has now happened. So 27 EU member states, the leaders of those states have said that they support candidacy status for Ukraine. Look, this is much more of a moral boost, a milestone for Ukraine, but it is a big one. It's not like anything necessarily accompanies it, not more aid, not additional kind of military aid or any kind of additional sanctions against Russia are being announced today to accompany that announcement. But this is a big deal. You did mention it's a long road. So this does not guarantee that Ukraine will be able to join the EU. This does not guarantee that it will happen anytime soon. It could be years, even decades down the road. What happens next, Joe, is that at the end of the year, the discussions start about what kind of reforms need to happen here in Ukraine in order for this country to hit the bar that EU member states will be looking for. But certainly the message in Kyiv is that Ukraine is coming home. This is where Ukraine belongs as part of that bloc.
All right. Molly Hunter, thank you so much for your reporting. Stay safe. More international headlines now. And Afghanistan is struggling to cope with the devastating earthquake that killed at least 1,000 people yesterday. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv with this and other world news. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. That's right. Doctors are warning there may be many children among the earthquake dead in Afghanistan. The death toll, as you said, is at least 1,000, but that may rise higher still. The Taliban say they're struggling with rescue efforts because of damage to communication systems in that remote corner of the country. In Beijing, a walk in the park is no walk in the park. Chinese children are now being required to show a negative PCR test to play in public parks in the capital. It's the latest in a string of intense COVID measures as the world's largest country tries to keep its infection numbers near zero. And finally, our neighbors to the north are going ever greener. Canada is banning the manufacture and import of single-use plastics. So that's shopping bags, plastic forks, straws. The law is coming into force this Christmas. And Joe, I'm actually heading to Canada in a few weeks, so I'm looking forward to seeing the last ever Canadian plastic straw. Joe?
And I'm looking forward to seeing your Instagram pictures of those straws, Raf.
Belongs in a museum.
There you go. Exactly. Thank you so much. All right. Coming up, where the world stands on monkeypox. A key World Health Organization meeting is set for today on how to combat this spreading virus. That's after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
It's still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with the latest on the monkeypox outbreak. The World Health Organization is meeting right now to determine if the spread of the virus is what would be called a public health emergency of international concern. There are more than 3,000 confirmed cases of monkeypox around the globe. That's according to the CDC, with Europe accounting for more than 80% of all cases worldwide. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from outside St. Thomas Hospital in London with the latest. Megan, good morning. So walk us through what this designation would mean and how big of a deal it is if monkeypox is determined to be a public health emergency.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. Good to be with you. This would be pretty significant if, in fact, it is declared a public health emergency. Keep in mind that the only other two viruses that are in that category are COVID, obviously something we're all very familiar with, as well as polio. And essentially what this would do is it would be this hands-on-deck approach, all hands-on-deck approach across the world to try and stop this outbreak and from this virus from spreading. It would be like a public awareness campaign, if you will, just trying to get the word out that this is incredibly serious, that people need to pay attention and to act accordingly and to look out for those warning signs. It would also allow other nations to share resources, research, as well as vaccinations to try and get this thing under control, Joe.
And what is it that countries, in addition to what you mentioned there, have been doing to try and protect their highest risk population so far? And if this decision comes down from the WHO, how could that decision influence what those countries do?
Yeah, those are great questions. And so what we know, according to the WHO, is that there is they're seeing a lot of this virus, a lot of it spreading in communities where men are having sex with men. They are really seeing a rise there. So what we're seeing in places like the United Kingdom as well as Canada is that they are making available the smallpox vaccination as a preventative measure, trying to encourage people in that community to come forward to get this vaccine to try and break the chain of transmission. And we had an opportunity to speak with an epidemiologist from Yale who says that this is really important for people to pay attention and to consider vaccinations. Take a listen to what he had to say.
It's going to need mobilization of resources in terms of getting the Jynneos vaccine, which is the sort of safer, more practical vaccine distributed across the world to the places that need it, making sure that we get tests and testing capacity again to places who need it, and anybody who might be a candidate for treatment gets access to it too. This is not a single country outbreak, and it means we need to have international cooperation.
Yeah, and he also went on to say that containment measures in the United States just aren't enough, and he suspects that in a matter of time, the U.S. will also make available the smallpox vaccination. Joe?
Megan, I understand you're outside a hospital that's had a role in helping to fight monkeypox there in London. What can you tell us about that?
Right. So the hospital that I'm standing behind here is one of 5 in the entire country here, in the entire United Kingdom, that has this specialized unit for infectious diseases. So this, for example, is where people would come who are experiencing significant reaction to the monkeypox vaccination or to the monkeypox virus, which is something that's rare. But what makes this so unique is that these clinicians are seeing this virus, and so they're uniquely qualified to contribute to the research that is really needed to try and contain this virus. And then just a side note here, this is also the hospital where Boris Johnson came when he had COVID-19 in the early stages of that outbreak. Joe.
All right. Megan Fitzgerald reporting from London. Thank you so much, Megan. Let's bring in Dr. Anand Swaminathan for more on this meeting. He's the Assistant Professor of Emergency Medicine at St. Joseph's Hospital. Doctor, good to have you with us. So we've been reporting on monkeypox for several weeks, and so far experts have said this is not a major concern. Do you think that changes at all? There might be more concern if the WHO does designate this as a health emergency?
I think it's very likely that the WHO does designate it as a global health emergency. And I think that's a necessary step. I think we should be a little bit more concerned about this particular outbreak. And what that concern should really lead to is us having global collaboration to figure out how do we contain it? How do we stop it? Whether that is ramping up testing, which is woefully inadequate in the United States. Right now, there's just a handful of places that can run those tests, which means even if I have a patient with it, I've got to send that test somewhere. It's going to take time for it to turn around, which makes contact tracing and quarantine very challenging. We need better public health messaging. And by declaring this to be a global emergency, we can rally those resources. We can rally that collaboration. We can move vaccines to places where they need to be, and we can ramp up vaccine production. These are all the things that this can really help to do to squash this outbreak before it becomes more of a problem.
I'm going to switch gears now while we have you. We got this word yesterday through the Washington Post that the FDA is preparing to ban Juul e-cigarettes from the U.S. market. I mean, how big of a decision would this be by the FDA? And do you think it'll have a big impact on teenagers and stopping them from getting access to vapes?
I think it's going to have a huge impact. And what I think it says is that the FDA is prioritizing teens starting smoking or starting nicotine addiction habits early over the idea that these devices can help to stop people from smoking. And I think they have reviewed the evidence now for a couple of years. They've dove deep into it, and that's what they found, that these e-cigarette devices lead to more teens embracing nicotine, becoming addicted to nicotine, and then going on to smoke later. And I think it also signals a change from the FDA in what they are willing to do in terms of regulation, a long-coming change, because we do need more consumer regulation, whether it be e-cigarettes, whether it be tobacco products and nicotine in cigarettes, which the FDA is also looking at, or if it is supplements, which we know are not very beneficial, if beneficial at all, and cost consumers billions of dollars. So the FDA is making some inroads here to really protect the public.
Finally, Doctor, we're hearing some concerning reports of an outbreak of polio in London. What can you tell us about that? How serious is this?
Well, right now, there's nothing to get too alarmed about. This is not a real outbreak in terms of we haven't seen any cases of polio, but they are finding polio in sewage. And that means that some people are infected because that sewage has to come from somebody. So the virus has gotten into someone and is now being shed, but we haven't seen cases yet. And the reason we haven't seen cases is because the UK has a very high vaccination rate. In fact, there hasn't been a described case of polio in the UK since 2003. So that means that they have done an incredible job. However, vaccine rates are falling, especially in London, and those populations with low vaccine rates are at a huge risk of contracting polio. And this is an absolutely devastating disease that is virtually 100% vaccine preventable, especially when the entire population has been vaccinated. There was a time when we thought globally we had eliminated polio, or we're close to eliminating polio in a number of countries. So we really need to redouble our efforts. Parents need to know that if your children aren't fully vaccinated, get them fully vaccinated against polio. This is very preventable. It's really a devastating disease.
All right, some good advice there. Dr. Swaminathan, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, a night out in New York City ends with a tragedy shrouded in mystery. Now, one family, along with the city's LGBTQ community, they're looking for answers from police. Plus, the families of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie facing off in civil court for the first time. Those stories and more after this break.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
June marks Pride Month across the U.S. It's a time to recognize and honor the impact of the LGBTQ community. It's also a month to remember those who have been lost to HIV, AIDS, and hate crimes. Earlier this month, hundreds gathered in Times Square holding signs and using their voices to call attention to the mysterious death of Julio Ramirez, a social worker who was found dead in a taxi cab more than a month ago after a night out. As NBC Out correspondent Jay Valle reports, many wonder if his death could be linked to a hate crime. Well, his family just wants answers.
It has been nearly 9 weeks since the mysterious disappearance and death of Julio Ramirez, who was last seen leaving this popular Manhattan gay bar. Family and friends are now left with more questions than answers and are demanding justice for Julio. NYPD investigators say they have video surveillance of Julio Ramirez leaving the bar with 3 unidentified men, but the video has not been shown to the family or the public. According to police, Julio was found unresponsive in the back of a cab hours after leaving the bar. Julio's father says, "We want to see if anyone knows this person. Has anyone seen them? So they can contact the police or relatives to give information. What did those people do? Who are these people?" A police source told NBC News the initial cause of death was listed as a possible drug overdose. Julio's official cause and manner of death are pending further study, according to the medical examiner who told NBC News in an email that this could take at least a few weeks. Julio's family is left wondering who were the men who police say entered the taxi with Julio, and who is responsible for draining what they claim to be nearly $20,000 from his bank accounts in the days following his death.
We need to know what happened. We were told that a secondary toxicology would come up with more results, which would have been 6 to 8 weeks from Julio's death.
The medical examiner said Julio was initially identified as John Doe. The family says neither his wallet nor phone were with him when he died. He says, "I got a call from a medical examiner at Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan. They asked for me and they told me, 'Your son is dead,' just like that." Julio had just moved to New York City last year after obtaining a bachelor's degree and 2 master's degrees from the University at Buffalo. He had been living and working in Brooklyn's Bushwick neighborhood, where he was a bilingual mental health counselor. He was very lovable and smart. He completed 2 master's degrees at the same time. His goal was always to prepare, study, and what can be more? Julio's mom says, he was very sweet, a great person. He was everything to me. On June 8th, friends and community members gathered for a candlelight vigil and a moment of silence in memory of Ramirez.
The turnout was incredible. The amount of support, it really showed me and showed his family that he was cared for, that his story touched a lot of people. And I think a lot of people there realized that they could have been Julio.
After nearly 9 weeks, the family demands answers from the police. NBC News reached out to the NYPD Deputy Commissioner's Office of Public Information regarding the surveillance video. Their response, at this time, there is nothing further. She says, I would like justice to be served and also for the medical examiner to give us an answer.
Our thanks to Jay for that report. The Gabby Petito saga is finally seeing a courtroom for a civil proceeding. Gabby's parents are suing the family of her presumed killer, Brian Laundrie, alleging they knew about the murder and tried to help him flee from justice. NBC's Stephen Romo has more.
The legal battle between the families of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie on display for the first time in a Florida civil courtroom.
They knew starting on August 28th of 2021 that Gabby was dead. They knew where Gabby's body was. They knew that the Petito family was desperately searching for information.
Laundrie's parents, Chris and Roberta, noticeably absent from court, their attorney saying they had no responsibility to speak up about their son's actions.
The law imposes no such obligation to speak, and the state and federal constitutions support that. In our society, under our laws, people are free not to speak.
The Petito family is suing the Laundries for damages in excess of $30,000 for what amounts to the intentional infliction of emotional suffering.
Infliction of emotional distress is generally unofficially considered one of the weaker causes of action. Why? Because it's really hard to prove.
Petito was killed by strangulation in August 2021, according to authorities, while she and her fiancé, Laundrie, were traveling together across the United States. They documented their journey on social media along the way. Laundrie returned home from the road trip on September 1st without Gabby, then disappeared himself. The search for both captivating the nation.
And we're also following these new developments in the growing search for a 22-year-old named Gabby Petito. She vanished during a cross-country road trip with her fiancé.
In October, about a month after Gabby's remains were found, Brian Laundrie's body was discovered in a nature preserve not far from his parents' Florida home, along with writings in a notebook that claimed responsibility for killing Petito. The Petito family has been vocal about their distrust of the Laundries.
Anyone that lived in that house is a coward, and they don't know how to stand up for their actions.
I think silence speaks volumes.
Their silence explained by their attorney, Steve Bertolino, on Top Story.
We've heard from so many people over the last several weeks on this case, but we've never heard from the Laundries, and there's a reason for that, correct?
The reason you haven't heard from the Laundries is because I told them not to talk to anybody.
The hearing will determine if a lawsuit brought on by Petito's parents against Laundrie's parents will proceed to a jury trial next year. The lawsuit alleges Laundrie's parents were aware their son murdered Petito, knew where her body was located, and chose not to act.
They had the audacity to express a hope that she would be reunited with her family.
The essential thrust of the facts alleged by the plaintiffs is that the Laundries were just silent. To allow this case to go forward, a judge would have to conclude that mere silence can be extreme and outrageous behavior, and even when that silence may be in assertion of one's Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Financial headlines now. New jobless claims numbers are just out. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us to break down that breaking news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. 229,000 Americans filing for jobless benefits last week. That's above the 225,000 economists were expecting. Unemployment filings have been moving higher in recent weeks, but still reflect a strong labor market despite rising interest rates and persisting inflation. United Airlines is cutting 12% of flights out of its Newark, New Jersey hub due to airport congestion and staffing issues. The news comes shortly after American Airlines said it would stop operating flights to 4 U.S. cities this fall due to a shortage of regional pilots. The 4 cities include Toledo, Ohio, Islip, New York, Ithaca, New York, and Dubuque, Iowa, which will lose scheduled commercial air service altogether. Those changes will take place after Labor Day. Kraft Macaroni and Cheese has a new name. The consumer favorite is officially adopting its nickname, Kraft Mac and Cheese, after 85 years. Shoppers will also notice brand new packaging on store shelves with an updated logo featuring a cheesy noodle. Kraft says it's all part of its rebranding effort to have the product recognized as comfort food, Joe.
It is about time.
It is about time. I grew up eating that, so this excites me.
All right, very good. Thanks, Yvonne. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Coming up, parcels from the past surprising one New York woman 4 decades later. Got that story next.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back, and this weekend is going to be a big one for Pride Month in New York City. Pride Weekend will be the highlight of the month-long Pride celebrations in the city, and it's the first time that Pride will really be back in full force in the Big Apple since the pandemic. Here are some events you might not want to miss. Friday night, you can kick off Pride Weekend at the Love Above All Ball. It's being held 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. at Rockefeller Center. It'll benefit Broadway Cares Equity Fights AIDS. The ball's headliners include Kill the Lights singer Alex Newell, Honey Davenport, and a special performance from RuPaul Drag Race winner Jinx Monsoon. There'll be food, drinks, and dancing, plus it's all for a good cause. What more do you need? And Sunday, it's the big event everyone's been waiting for. New York City's Pride March is back in full force for the first time in 3 years. The parade will begin at noon, passing by the historic Stonewall National Monument. The first New York City Pride March was held in 1970 to mark the one-year anniversary at the time of the Stonewall Uprising. just 1 year earlier. Finally this morning, postcards from the past mysteriously arriving in two women's mailboxes decades after they were sent. And that's not the most surprising part. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has that story.
Carol Hoover thought she was left only with memories after her parents passed away.
A lot of happy years. A lot of happy years. And I miss them dearly.
She was wrong.
It was like any other day.
As she went through her mail, a familiar sight caught her eye.
The first thing I saw was my mother's handwriting. And it's very recognizable. And I'm like, wait a minute, how can this be? She passed away 8 years ago.
It was a postcard from her parents' honeymoon in 1980, addressed to her grandparents. Overjoyed with this surprise, Hoover went to her local post office.
She says, oh, wait, I've got two more in the back.
A postcard from Hoover's aunt and uncle from their trip to England in 1974. Another from her father from New York City in 1969.
To see my father's handwriting, that was wonderful. And, maybe deep down, I want to think it's maybe them giving a nod that, they're still close by. And, I like to think that.
And parcels from the past kept coming.
About a week and a half later, I got another one in the mail from my aunt and uncle, and that was from France.
The mystery mail became a family affair. Hoover's cousin in Illinois hearing from the people who lived in her old home, saying they had something she needed to see.
I can't believe that our former family home in Minnesota was now getting old postcards. This is crazy.
A postcard had turned up from a family friend in Ireland sent in 1983. One from family visiting Scotland in 1984. Another from her parents in Fiji in 1981.
It's a wonderful touch through time to my beloved family, who are all these people who have written these cards are passed away.
Conky says her family didn't travel much, so they would have remembered getting a postcard. She hasn't bought any of the theories she's heard so far. A USPS spokesperson offered a few explanations, including the possibility of the mail being found and deposited in one of their collection boxes. Hoover thinks there's more to the story.
We can't figure it out.
How can this happen with not a special envelope or some explanation?
Regardless of the path it took, these cousins are grateful for the bit of magic they got in their mailbox, arriving alongside moments of family joy and tragedy.
The first one I got 2 days after their first great-grandchild was born. My uncle, Jerry Bash, who was on two of the postcards, he just passed away a couple weeks ago. I think they came at a good time for whatever reason, because it was just something that lightened the load. And it just, everybody that's seen them, it's just a good feeling. And, everybody needs a little good news right now.
Agreed. Everyone needs a little good news right now. Thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, attempt to corrupt. This morning, a new focus in the January 6th investigation as the House committee turns its attention to the Department of Justice in its fifth public hearing today. Lawmakers now looking at the pressure campaign put on by then-President Donald Trump on top DOJ officials to overturn the results of the 2020 election. We have team coverage this morning. Green light. President Biden working to drive down prices at the pump by calling on Congress to pass a 3-month gas tax holiday.
Now, I fully understand that a gas tax holiday alone is not going to fix the problem, but it will provide families some immediate relief.
More on the president's plan and why some say it won't go anywhere. Summer swelter. This morning, extreme weather spreading across much of the country, with millions of Americans waking up to another day of triple-digit heat. A look at the conditions, the warnings, and the forecast ahead. And trailblazer, she paved the way for women in sports. Now, tennis legend Billie Jean King is looking back as we mark 50 years since Title IX evened out the playing field. What she told us about how she helped change the game and why we still have a long ways to go. We're coming to you this morning from Washington, and that is where we begin this hour with a busy day on Capitol Hill. This afternoon, the January 6th House Committee will hold its 5th public hearing. Now, that hearing is expected to focus on former President Trump's alleged efforts to pressure top officials at the Justice Department to push his lies about a stolen election back in 2020. The committee had planned to hold the hearing last week, but delayed it. We're going to dig into everything you need to know with legal analyst Barbara McQuaid and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. So, Ali, let's start with you. We know in previous hearings we heard about Trump allegedly pressuring former Vice President Mike Pence, as well as Republican officials in key battleground states to try and overturn his loss. How does the Justice Department fit in? Who are we going to hear from today?
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, it's going to be another big afternoon on Capitol Hill, and we expect to hear from several former Justice Department officials that served towards the latter end of the Trump administration, 3 of them in particular. Former Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, former Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donoghue, and another DOJ official, Stephen Engel. And we know that one big topic of this hearing is going to be about Jeffrey Clark. He is a man who former President Trump wanted to put at the top of the Justice Department because we know that he supported Trump's claims of a fraudulent election. In the last hearing, we heard a pre-recorded testimony, a clip of that the committee played from Richard Donoghue threatening actually to quit if Rosen was put at the top of the DOJ. So this is really another effort by the committee to lay out this framework of what they're saying was this 7-point plan by the former president and his allies to continue this pressure campaign on, like you mentioned, former Vice President Pence, and in this case, Justice Department officials, to help him overturn the results of the 2020 election, Joe.
And looking ahead, Committee Chairman Benny Thompson says the next set of hearings after today, they're going to be pushed back to mid-July now because they're going through new evidence and pursuing additional witnesses. So what can you tell us about any new information coming in, who the committee would still like to talk to?
Yeah, this came as quite a shock to us on Capitol Hill yesterday. Chairman Benny Thompson saying that the last 2 hearings the committee is going to have are going to be pushed back into July. And he also left the door open for the possibility of new hearings to be added. And that's because we know that the committee is still gathering evidence and testimony, in one case in the form of some testimony they're going to grab this morning from a former documentarian who was embedded in the White House in the months before January 6th. We know that he spoke with the former president, Trump family members, former Vice President Pence. And so the committee really wants to know in this over 11 hours of footage whether there is anything in there that could help their investigation. We also know that the committee is still sifting through those emails, that new tranche of emails that they've gotten between Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas, and former Trump lawyer John Eastman. So there is a lot more that the committee says that they are still going through and learning, and they really want to present an airtight case to the American people. And as we've talked about the DOJ in the form of the rest of these hearings, Joe.
And quickly, while we have you, I want to ask you about the bipartisan gun violence bill. It cleared a procedural vote in the Senate Tuesday with support from 14 Republicans, so it's on track for a full Senate vote by the end of this week. What are you hearing about its support, especially from GOP leaders?
Yeah, it's interesting. Senate GOP leadership and House GOP leadership seem to be on completely separate pages here. You have Senate GOP leadership for a large part in favor of this, and then House GOP leadership is already saying that they are a no vote, trying to whip other Republican votes opposing this bill. The reality check here is that if all Democrats vote for this bill in the House, it technically wouldn't require any Republican support to pass. So, and even despite that, we expect around 10 to 15 House Republicans to support this bill. We already heard of some who have committed their support yesterday. So this is definitely on track to pass. Lawmakers who are in favor of this bill say they hope to have this on President Biden's desk for signature by July 4th, with hopefully a finished signature on that bill by the end of July.
All right, Ali Rafa kicking us off this hour. Thank you so much. Let's continue talking about January 6th. We're joined now by NBC News legal contributor Barbara McQuaid. She's a former U.S. attorney and law professor at the University of Michigan Law School. Barbara, good to have you with us again. So we know Trump's former AG Bill Barr has appeared on video during previous hearings using some pretty colorful language to dismiss Trump's claims of election fraud. Today we're expecting to hear from the acting attorney general who replaced Barr briefly. That was Jeffrey Rosen. So as a former prosecutor, what are you listening for?
Well, I think one of the things we can expect to hear today is about how Donald Trump tried to abuse the Department of Justice toward his illegal ends. It's what White House counsel Pat Cipollone referred to as a murder-suicide pact. He was trying to get the Justice Department to legitimize his claims that there was fraud in the election. You may recall there's been some reporting about some notes that said, just say the election was stolen and leave the rest to me. So that is what I'm going to be looking for to flesh that out. There was also this big showdown that occurred in the Oval Office where a group of Justice Department officials and Cipollone, the White House counsel, threatened to resign unless Trump backed down. He was trying to weaponize the Justice Department by declaring that many states had irregularities in their elections and suggesting that they convene their state legislatures to select alternate slates of electors. Just, mind-blowing stuff.
In the last hearing, we heard about former President Trump's alleged pressure campaign on various elected state officials at the local level. The DOJ is part of the executive branch. Attorneys general, we know, serve at the pleasure of the president. So legally, how much leeway did Trump have to try and direct the DOJ to investigate specific things like voter fraud? Where is that line?
Well, since the Watergate scandal, the Justice Department has put policies in place to make itself independent of the White House. Donald Trump violated those rules by having contacts with underlings that were prohibited by those policies. But constitutionally, you're right, under the unitary executive theory, it's all the executive branch, and he is allowed to give direction to the Justice Department. But what he's not allowed to do is to use it for illegal or improper ends. And so asking that they falsely declare that there has been fraud would itself be improper, if not criminal, and also suggesting that states convene their state legislatures for the purpose of selecting alternate electors is also potentially part of a criminal scheme. So I'll be really listening intently to hear about the details about that broad outline that we've known about for a bit of time now.
So while the House committee focuses on the DOJ in today's hearing, we know those two institutions, the House committee, the DOJ, they've butted heads more recently over January 6th. Both are conducting those parallel investigations, and they've sparred over materials and scheduling. Just yesterday, the judge in a high-profile sedition case against the Proud Boys agreed to push back the trial to December. That was requested by both the defense and the prosecution because of these hearings. Quickly on this one, what's your take on these two separate investigations and how they impact each other?
Well, there can be challenges when you have different entities investigating the same thing. They can step on each other. In this instance, it isn't so much that they're stepping on each other, but the Justice Department really wants to know what people may have said to the committee before they assess their credibility and use them as witnesses in this case. And to ensure a fair trial to anyone they've charged, they're entitled to kind of see the lay of the land. And so there is some potential conflict going on. The ultimate conflict would be if the committee were to grant immunity to anybody, because that can cause real problems down the road. We saw that with Oliver North. He was granted immunity by a congressional committee many years ago during Iran-Contra, and it ultimately caused the dismissal of his criminal case. So one hopes that they're doing at least a little coordination behind the scenes so we don't have anything that disastrous. But this is the kind of normal conflict that arises.
All right, some helpful historical perspective there. Barbara McQuaid, as always, thank you so much. And you can watch today's hearing right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage starts at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. New developments in the mass shooting at a Texas elementary school. The Uvalde School District has put embattled Police Chief Pete Arredondo on leave. An attorney for Arredondo did not immediately respond to our request for comment, but the police chief has been heavily criticized for his response to the shooting. Officials have said Arredondo incorrectly treated the gunman as a barricaded suspect instead of an active shooter, a decision that critics say cost lives. Arredondo has said he didn't believe he was the officer in charge at the scene. The move comes less than 24 hours after the head of Texas's Department of Public Safety called the police response an abject failure. With gas prices still soaring, it's now up to Congress to decide on whether drivers should get a gas tax holiday. On Wednesday, President Biden called on Congress to pass legislation that would create a tax holiday for 3 months, an effort to lower prices at the pump a little bit. Critics have questioned the effectiveness of a holiday, but the president says his plan would help out Americans, at least temporarily.
Now, I fully understand that a gas tax holiday alone is not going to fix the problem, but it will provide families some immediate relief, just a little bit of breathing room as we continue working to bring down prices for the long haul.
NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from the White House with the latest on all this. Maura, good morning. So we know this plan, it would lower gas prices by 18 cents a gallon for regular and then 24 cents for diesel. Break down for us what is all in this proposal and how do you pay for it?
Well, Joe, you heard from President Biden there in his announcement yesterday that this isn't only the singular solution. He sees this as part of a larger portfolio, ultimately, like you mentioned, that will have to go through Congress. In addition to the federal gas tax holiday, he's calling on state and local governments to also enact a similar gas tax holiday because there is a portion both from the federal side and the state side. The big question, though, is how you take away the gas tax, but then still are able to pay for roadway infrastructure. That's something that the gas tax typically pays for. President Biden explained this in his announcement yesterday.
What I'm proposing is suspending the federal gas tax without affecting the Highway Trust Fund. And here's how we do that. With the tax revenues up this year and our deficit down over $1.6 trillion this year alone, we'll still be able to fix our highways and bring down prices of gas. We can do both at the same time.
So the fact that this is something that we've heard from economists are skeptical on, and the Republicans and Democrats are as well. So that's something we've heard in terms of initial concern about this holiday, as well as the fact is if the tax gets passed on to consumers or whether oil producers themselves are the one to benefit. Joe.
Yeah, Maura. So with critics on both sides of the aisle, does it even have enough support for lawmakers to pass it and get it to the president's desk?
That's what looks really rocky right now. Even yesterday, Nancy Pelosi releasing a statement essentially saying we'll see what the consensus comes to be. We also heard from the chair of the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, Pete DeFazio, who said that this would bring minuscule solutions in terms of benefiting American consumers for the long term. He thinks the bigger focus should be on bringing down oil producers, big oil, from profiteering and price gouging when it comes to paying at the pump. And so this is something we've even heard from the former economic advisor to President Obama. He pointed out that the government doesn't get to decide who benefits from a tax break. He said that ultimately this could benefit oil producers more than it does consumers. So regardless of that Highway Infrastructure Act, that's something that people should really be concerned about, even though this does look like a good move for them right now.
Yeah, so how is the Biden administration responding to economists who are skeptical? They say the savings consumers see could be minimal because retailers will just raise the base price of gas. Plus, many argue 18 cents is really just a drop in the bucket for $5 a gallon.
Right, but the White House is arguing that if states also repeal their gas tax, consumers could see up to $1 savings per gallon at the pump. Now, Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm is meeting with oil executives today, and she said she's going to pressure them to make sure that they pass on savings to the consumers. But this is clearly a very political, strategic move by the White House, as his approval ratings have been dropping, especially when it comes to the economy. But what's important to remember is that right now he's only proposing this be a 3-month pause. So that means that it would come back come September, putting it right ahead of the midterms, Joe.
All right, Maura, thank you so much. Let's bring in Robin Farzad, host of the radio show Full Disclosure. Robin, good to have you with us. So let's start there. Is there any way to stop oil companies from raising prices and eating up any of those gas tax savings we might see?
These are not state-owned oil companies. We did have trust busting around 100 years ago to break up Standard Oil, 100 plus or whatever it was, into these various different smaller providers who have since remerged again. You have ExxonMobil, you have Chevron, Texaco. And if you were in a country like Venezuela or Saudi Arabia or Iran where this was nationalized, you look back at Mexico, maybe you could do more. Maybe you could exhort more and jawbone them to build refinery. But these are public companies. They're owned by shareholders, and they have a responsibility first to their shareholders with dividends and stock buybacks. And it's brutally difficult when national policy is lagging. We had the luxury about a year ago about talking about decarbonization, maybe 2 years ago about a Green New Deal. And yet again, like 2008, we are at the mercy of petrostates and oil companies because this economy has this terrible codependency with energy prices.
It's not just gas prices. Inflation is just a huge issue all around. U.S. Federal Reserve Chair Powell says the central bank is going to continue to raise interest rates, hoping to tame inflation, while then also trying to avoid a recession. I mean, is this the right move right now, raising those rates?
And it's funny that these two kind of dovetail. This is kind of doing Chairman Powell's job. $5 bleeds a lot of liquidity out of this economy for gas prices, $5 a gallon. And you see that especially with the trickle down to restaurants and stores and fuel surcharges and shipping surcharges. But he has this huge chasm between his target rate of inflation, which is around 2%, and inflation actually being at 8% right now. You could really drive a Mack truck through that. So that has a lot of people scared. For really the first time in 41, 42 years, we're focused so much on inflation that we're almost willing to snuff out the economy to spare ourselves from it.
With the fears that the interest rate hikes could be too aggressive, could tip the economy into a recession, what's your advice to just everyday households? Is there anything Americans should be doing now financially to prepare for the possibility of a recession?
It always helps to save. And I don't want to be that person telling you to drink milk and stay in school and don't do drugs and whatnot. But if you are privileged and blessed enough to be able to save, to be able to invest dollar cost average into a market downturn, pay off debts before variable interest rates hike up even more, it really pays to stick to that knitting, as difficult as it is right now for families to kind of put two and two together and keep it together.
Oftentimes, the most wholesome advice is still the best advice, Robin. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now to the heat wave gripping a large part of the country. Millions of Americans are still looking for ways to beat the heat, with triple-digit temperatures sticking around. And now more health departments are rolling out their plans to deal with the extreme heat. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the latest.
The first week of summer shattering records as an unrelenting heat wave pushes into the southeast. Parts of Florida forecast to hit their first 100-degree day in 3 years.
I'm trying to survive the heat.
The same heat dome that buckled roads in Chicago killed thousands of cattle in Kansas. The extreme heat also contributing to the death of a 5-year-old in Houston, left in a hot car for hours. The frequency of heat waves setting off a new federal framework to protect workers from the hazards of heat exposure. Expanded OSHA guidelines include building a tolerance to heat, drinking a cup of cool water every 15 minutes, with mandatory breaks in the shade to recover.
We are going to be doing proactive inspections in over 70 industries that we've identified where we have a high number of heat-related illnesses and fatalities.
How much harder is your work under these types of conditions?
Oh, it's real hard. This is hot. This is hot. You got to take it easy, pace yourself.
At the University of North Florida, researchers are studying hotspots to set a baseline to shape future public health strategies.
By midday here in Jacksonville, you can see on this thermal camera surface temperatures soaring to dangerous levels, like right here in this parking lot where there's absolutely no shade.
And experts say this offers a snapshot of disparities fueled by heat.
In higher income neighborhoods, you tend to have houses that are further apart, buildings that are further apart, and more tree coverage. In lower income neighborhoods, you have less tree coverage, and you have buildings that are closer together. And so that helps trap heat.
The heat heightening risks as the summer offers a preview of our new normal.
Now, Florida is used to hot weather during the summer months, but forecasters are saying that we are reaching record-breaking territory this week because there is a drier air mass settling in, pushing temperatures toward the century mark. Back to you.
All right, Kathy, thank you so much. That sets us up for a look at your morning news now weather. Michelle Grossman joins us with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And that dangerous heat does continue today and tomorrow. We've broken so many records, and we're going to continue to do that over the next several days. So we do have heat alerts all across the south. You can see in the orange here a heat warning. In your hot pink, that includes Macon, Georgia. But the heat extends way beyond these alerts. We're looking at the southwest to the central and northern plains, southern plains, too, into the southeast. So we're staying steamy once again today. today. So many 90s and 100s on the map. 96 degrees today, Memphis. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like 101. Same story in Shreveport, but look at that heat index. This is what it feels like to your body. It's going to feel like 108, feeling like 106 in Mobile, and feeling like 109 in Tallahassee. The humidity goes up tomorrow, so do the heat indices, and we're feeling like 113 in Jacksonville, feeling like 109 in Pensacola. The heat index in Jackson, Mississippi will be 100 degrees, the daytime high 97 degrees. As we go throughout the next couple of days, it's still warm, not quite as hot. We do have a little bit of relief. Notice upper 80s in Jacksonville as opposed to the 90s and 100s. 89 on Sunday, 90 on Monday, but still staying really warm in Dallas. 103 on Saturday, getting a little relief by Monday with temperatures in the mid-90s, if you can call that relief. That's still really warm for this time of year. So the summer scorcher does continue. This really stands out to me. 127 million highs today, above the 90-degree mark. Where you see all these little dots here, the colors here, that's where we're expecting highs above 90. And then 30 million highs above 100 degrees. So we have the heat and humidity in place. We have a cold front that's going to move through. That's going to spark the chance for some scattered to strong storms. And you can see a couple spots where we do expect strong storms. The bullseye would be in the Central Plains, parts of Nebraska, and also Kansas, where you see the yellow here. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some large hail as well, and even a few tornadoes. And then tomorrow, this will be later on Friday in the northern plains. So Fargo to St. Cloud, Sioux Falls, you're in the mix here. We could see damaging winds. Also some really large hail and the chance of a few tornadoes. So the monsoon season does continue. We've been watching this monsoon rain over the past 6 days. This is the 7th day of influx of moisture into the southwest. And we're going to continue to see that at least through the weekend. So in the long run, this will be good news because we do need this rain. This is where we really stack up the rain for the season. But in the short term, we're looking at the chance for some flash flooding, especially where we have those burned areas. Now, tomorrow, we could see some damaging winds and also some frequent lightning. And then we're looking at rainfall forecasts through the Central Plains. I showed you the chance for that severe weather as we go throughout Friday. So we're looking at not a whole lot of rain, but still looking up to an inch in some spots. So we're going to be watching that closely through Thursday and Friday. And then as we take a peek towards Saturday, the start of the weekend, we're toasty in the northwest, and we're looking at that record heat continuing, Joe, in the south. Back to you.
All right. 30 million people above 100 degrees. That's
crazy.
A lot. All right. Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a plea for help. Next, the desperate search now underway in Afghanistan for survivors of that powerful and deadly earthquake. And new developments this morning in the war in Ukraine as the fighting intensifies in the battle for the Donbas region. We'll be right back.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This morning, rescuers in Afghanistan are struggling to reach survivors after a massive earthquake hit the country on Wednesday. Afghan officials say at least 1,000 people have been killed and 1,500 injured. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the latest and a warning. Some images in this report might be distressing.
Afghanistan recovers its dead and searches for its wounded after violent tremors shook this troubled nation, killing more than 1,000 people, according to Taliban officials. Rescue workers are now rushing to save more than 1,500 injured as hospitals are filling up. The 5.9 magnitude quake in the country's southeastern Paktika province was felt as far away as Kabul, the country's capital, and even neighboring Pakistan. It was too dangerous, said Habibullah. We left home immediately. A lot of people were injured. Fresh tragedy strikes Afghanistan at its most vulnerable and leaves the ruling Taliban begging for international aid. The group has been in power for less than a year after America's chaotic withdrawal. The country's finances have already been gutted by war, banking sanctions, and aid cuts. Local officials warn casualties are expected to rise even further. Hundreds of bodies may remain trapped in destroyed buildings and underneath landslides. Why has a 5.9 on the Richter scale caused this level of damage and destruction?
The reason is the area that we're talking about here is an impoverished area. It is a sort of village type of an area. A lot of the structures there are made of earth and wood, not particularly structurally resilient buildings in this part of the world.
Still more sorrow for a nation that's familiar with tragedy. Matt Bradley, NBC News.
To the war in Ukraine now, and fighting in the key Donbas cities is heading toward a fearsome climax, according to an advisor to President Zelensky. The two cities of Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, they're seeing the most intense battles, while Russian forces are making more gains in the Luhansk region, capturing strategically important villages. We're joined now by Joe Cirincione. He is a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Joe, good to have you with us. So the situation in those two cities, it's looking more and more dire. Do you think it is a matter of time now before Russian forces do capture the entire Luhansk region?
It appears that way. The Russian strategy is working. They have a grinding artillery war. They're not making rapid advances, but every day they're gaining a few kilometers, a scorched earth policy, just bombarding the region, forcing the defenders to slowly retreat. I think in the next couple of days, they will likely encircle these two key cities, and then the Ukrainians are going to be forced into a difficult decision whether just simply to empty the cities, retreat, or try to hold on. I expect that you're going to see retreats from those cities in the next few days.
I want to ask you about something you tweeted recently, support for the idea that in order to end this war, we have to pursue two contradictory goals, that is, redoubling arms to Ukraine, but also ramping up diplomatic strategy. So how exactly do you see that working, especially when peace talks really have been shelved for quite some time now?
That's exactly right. There are some in this country and in Europe who think that by aiding Ukraine, we are prolonging the war and we're intensifying the war, that it's our fault that these casualties are happening and we should redouble diplomatic efforts. The problem is Vladimir Putin is not interested in diplomatic efforts. He thinks he's winning this war. He thinks the West will lose interest, and now he's using the gas prices as pressure on the West, and increasingly the blockade of Ukraine, preventing their grain from reaching the rest of the world, as a weapon in this war. He's intentionally using famine as a way to pressure the West to give up. So the only solution for us, unfortunately, is to continue to arm Ukraine, give them the weapons they need to convince Putin that he cannot win, and that eventually he will get serious about coming to the diplomatic table to negotiate a peace.
Let's talk about something that is happening away from the battlefield. The EU nations are expected to approve Ukraine as a candidate member of the bloc as early as today. We know full membership is going to take years, and it's not guaranteed. That depends on whether Ukraine can meet certain criteria, like improving human rights, implementing judicial reforms. But despite all of that, how much of a boost would it be down the road for Ukraine to take that first step toward EU membership?
Right. It's likely that the EU member nations will approve Ukraine's status today or tomorrow, and that is a huge morale boost for Ukraine. What it's basically saying is that we are part of Europe. We are not doomed to be just a satellite of Russia. We can be part of this free, democratic Europe. It may take a few years for us to join, but that is where Ukraine's future lies. It's in the West. It's with its European partners. It's with democracy, not dictatorship.
Joe Cirancione, thank you so much again for joining us this morning. We always appreciate your analysis. More international headlines now in protests in Ecuador over rising costs for fuel and food. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with this and other world news. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. That's right. Those protests turning violent against the government's economic policies. The protests have brought the country to a standstill, and there are shortages of food and gas being reported in the capital, Quito. So far, the country's president, Guillermo Lasso, says he will not give in to protesters' demands. Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, has visited Turkey for the first time since the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The CIA concluded bin Salman most likely ordered that murder, something Saudi Arabia denies. President Biden will meet the prince next month during a visit here to the Middle East. And finally, an Australian state has banned the display of swastikas following an alarming increase in hate crimes. Under the new law in Victoria, people who knowingly display the Nazi symbol could face a year in prison or a $22,000 fine. Joe, not clear that a similar law could survive legal challenge in the U.S. because of First Amendment protections. Jeff?
Interesting. All right, Raf, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up in smoke, a popular brand of e-cigs may soon be pulled off the shelves. More on the report that's sending shockwaves from corner stores to Wall Street. And the head of the NFL on defense, his testimony before Congress over the investigation into harassment claims against the Washington Commanders. You're watching Morning News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks. It's not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The FDA is reportedly on the verge of ordering popular e-cigarette brand Juul to remove its products from stores nationwide. That's according to the Washington Post. The news has sent stocks of Atria, which owns more than a third of Juul, tumbling. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more.
It could permanently extinguish one of the largest e-cigarette companies in the nation. The FDA poised to order Juul Labs to take its products off the U.S. market, according to the Wall Street Journal, citing people familiar with the matter. The potential decision, which has not been officially confirmed, comes after a nearly 2-year review of data provided by Juul, who sought to keep its smoking products on store shelves.
We certainly think Juul has played a large role in the e-cigarette epidemic. Its aggressive marketing and advertising to youth using a lot of the throwbacks that big tobacco used.
With uncertainty clouding Juul for years, the company came under FDA scrutiny after it was accused of trying to hook kids on its fruity and sweet flavors. Those choices, often promoted by a marketing campaign, is why Max Thor says he started smoking Juul when he was 17.
I think it was just irresponsible in the way that these companies were developing flavors that were, pretty much like analogous to like candy.
In 2019, Juul stopped selling sweet and fruity e-cigarette cartridges, but similarly flavored disposable vaporizers from other brands are still available at stores nationwide.
As the Food and Drug Administration also proposes a plan to reduce the level of nicotine in cigarettes, no comment from Juul, which has previously denied marketing to children. For its part, the FDA continues to review data from e-cigarette companies who want to stay in the market, a future for some that could go up in smoke. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
And if the FDA does remove Juul's e-cigarettes from the market, Juul could appeal the decision through the FDA, challenge the decision in court, or it also has the option of filing a revised application for its products. Now to new allegations against Washington's football team and its workplace culture. Congress announced the results of its own investigation into claims of sexual harassment from former employees. And on Wednesday, lawmakers grilled the NFL commissioner on why he didn't do more to stop it. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
For years, Washington's football team had been plagued with allegations of misconduct. But on Wednesday, the NFL commissioner went before lawmakers to face some tough questions.
I do think our intern is looking better every day.
In this video clip, a Washington broadcaster makes inappropriate comments about an intern. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, testifying remotely, called them unacceptable, saying the team's culture was toxic for far too long.
Bullying, widespread disrespect toward colleagues, use of demeaning language, public embarrassment, and harassment.
The U.S. House Oversight Committee also alleges that Washington Commanders owner Daniel Snyder conducted a shadow investigation in an attempt to discredit his accusers. Snyder declined to testify today, his lawyer saying he had a long-standing business conflict.
Apparently, Mr. Snyder is in France, where he has docked his luxury yacht near a resort town. That should tell you just how much respect he has for women in the workplace.
Goodell says a $10 million fine was imposed on the Commanders and that Snyder is no longer involved in day-to-day operations. But lawmakers also grilled Goodell on why the league did not publicly release the findings of an investigation it opened, citing witness privacy.
We made a commitment to protect their identities. We are going to continue to do that.
One who has come forward is Emily Applegate, who spoke with NBC News in 2020, saying she'd endured relentless sexual harassment and verbal abuse.
It breaks you down, and it's really hard to climb out of that.
Snyder has previously called the team's conduct unacceptable, but denied participating in any such conduct himself. A spokesperson for Snyder is calling the committee's investigation predetermined from the beginning and a politically charged show trial. Still, the committee is now issuing a subpoena to compel Snyder to testify at a deposition next week.
Back to you.
Gabe, thank you so much. Coming up, underrepresented. Dozens of lesbian bars shutting down around the country. The unique challenges owners face and the efforts now to try and keep the doors open. And critics called it child abuse. Now, a new law is limiting the use of solitary confinement at juvenile facilities. We've got more next on Morning News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
In the late 1980s, there were around 200 lesbian bars in the U.S. Today, that number is just 21. That's according to a group called the Lesbian Bar Project. Now, the people who own these spaces say the challenges to stay open range from financial hurdles to discrimination. So in some cities, they're trying something new. CNBC's Valerie Castro explains.
It's dart night at Frankie's Bar in Oklahoma City.
It's just a place that we feel comfortable being, and we've gotten to know Ann and Tracy over the years. They're just a part of our extended family.
The bar's owners, Ann and Tracy Harris, operate one of 3 lesbian bars in the Sooner State, an impressive tally when you consider New York City has the same number.
And I think in bigger cities, a lot of them are blue states, so there's a more greater acceptance of gay people, men and women, and so they are free to go wherever they choose.
Across the country, there are fewer than 25 lesbian bars, according to the Lesbian Bar Project, behind a documentary created to raise awareness.
In queer culture, your bar becomes your family.
About the dwindling number of lesbian-focused spaces.
And when we have so few spaces that prioritize us, it's a direct reflection of how our country values queer women. And frankly, it feels like that our country doesn't.
As a response, there's been a rise in efforts to create more spaces for queer women, despite the lack of physical locations.
We have seen a resurgence of pop-up bars being created as well, pop-up lesbian bars. There's one in Queens called Dave's Lesbian Bar. They started a year ago.
Back in Oklahoma, it's the brick and mortar spaces that are vital in the red state.
Given that our state has a reputation for being very anti-LGBT+, having that safe zone is incredibly important.
The community here extends beyond women and has become a haven for other members of the queer community, like Garrett Roundsville, who performs here as drag queen Robin Banks.
This bar has been a godsend for me. It has helped me build a family that's not just gay. We have allies that come in all the time.
Harris, a lifelong resident of the state, was once a teacher and counselor who had to hide her true self during a time of less acceptance.
You couldn't be openly gay because there was a morals clause attached to everything.
Now she's out and the proud owner of a space that's creating family for those who need one.
I just think there needs to be safe queer spaces. I mean, truly, and not just in Oklahoma, but really everywhere.
We're in front of Cubbyhole in the West Village. This is one of 3 bars here in New York City. The women behind the Lesbian Bar Project say there are still obstacles when it comes to opening new bars. Queer women can face discrimination when it comes to applying for a lease in a building or getting a liquor license. And they say the gender pay gap can also factor into the success of places like this. Women typically have less disposable income to spend on entertainment compared to men. Back to you.
Valerie Castro, thank you so much. Turning now to Louisiana, where in a historic move, government officials have signed into law limitations on solitary confinement for juveniles. This comes after a report NBC shared back in March, an investigation in partnership with ProPublica and the Marshall Project, which exposed the conditions at one juvenile facility. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esemwa has the story.
Louisiana's governor signed the state's first law restricting the use of solitary confinement in juvenile facilities. The move comes after 2 suicides and an investigation by NBC News, ProPublica, and the Marshall Project that revealed harsh conditions in a juvenile lockup, which critics said violated the civil rights of minors.
He's basically being housed like a death row inmate.
The March report highlighted the environment at the Acadiana Center for Youth at St. Martinville, according to the state's Office of Juvenile Justice incident reports and first-hand accounts.
The 24-cell juvenile facility held minors in cells for 23 or at times 24 hours a day, subdued teens with police-style maneuvers, and at times held minors in shackles or what the facility calls leg irons outside their cells.
Right now he's been in 24-hour solitary.
Like Ben, who was sentenced to state custody in 2020 and moved to St. Martinville in December when he was 16.
Do you have access to school right now?
No, Mom.
Even worksheets, nothing to do at all, no school at all?
Sometimes, like, I only got them once.
There are no teachers? You haven't seen any teachers there?
No.
His mother telling our investigative team earlier this year.
And he would be crying. And my son is not that type of person, so I knew something was up. They treat them like dogs.
Critics called it a child prison. One expert said the conditions amounted to, quote, child abuse. A former St. Martinville staff member whose identity has been concealed over fear of repercussions for future jobs detailed her experiences.
A lot of them lack basic respect. They treat those kids like crap.
The OJJ denied all allegations other than a lack of education. Last December, it called the facility a temporary fix for youth who are not, quote, therapy ready.
We don't have the facilities nor the manpower to hold them
in those dormitory settings.
But during hearings about this new law, Summers acknowledged the state needed to make changes in solitary confinement.
This is the right thing to do here.
Now, the new legislation goes into effect August 1st and marks a turning point in a state criminal justice advocates call the world's incarceration capital. State Representative Royce Duplessis, a Democrat and the bill's sponsor, told NBC News our team's investigation made a difference.
Had it not been for that story, we don't know if we would have ever learned about. It opened the conversation and shined a light on this issue that led to the bill being filed.
Changes will include limiting young people to no more than 8 hours in solitary unless they continue to pose a physical threat to themselves or others. The agency will also be required to check on youth's mental health within the first few hours of placing them into solitary confinement and notifying their parents or guardians. A change welcomed by advocates for juveniles held in facilities like the one at St. Martinville. Zinclair Samoa, NBC News.
Financial headlines now. Could be a rough day on Wall Street today. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more business headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so markets coming off a down day on Wall Street as investors continue to grapple with the risk of recession. Economists are expecting unemployment filings to fall slightly to 225,000, a slight downtick from the 229,000 reported the week prior. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell is back on Capitol Hill today for his second day of testimony. Yesterday, Powell said the Fed remains strongly committed to taming inflation, but cautioned that rate hikes could lead to a recession. More layoffs hit corporate America. Masterclass, an education platform that sells subscriptions to celebrity top classes, is cutting its workforce by 20%, citing worsening economic factors for the decision. Meanwhile, JP Morgan is reducing the headcount at its mortgage division by nearly 1,000. Now that higher interest rates have dented homebuyer demand. About 500 employees will be shifted to other areas of the business. Amazon is working on new software to give customers the option to make Alexa, the company's voice assistant, sound like anyone they choose. The feature would allow Alexa to mimic any voice it hears after listening to less than a minute of audio. A launch date has not yet been announced, Joe.
All right, so Alexa's going to become a parrot. All right.
Exactly.
Thanks, Silvana. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Coming up, she changed the game for women in sports. Now tennis trailblazer Billie Jean King is looking back at 50 years of Title IX. This is Morning News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
"50 years ago this week, Title IX was passed, banning discrimination against women in sports. NBC's Andrea Mitchell spoke with trailblazing tennis legend Billie Jean King about what still needs to be done half a century later to level the playing field.
The young women of Arlington soccer can't envision a life without games, drills, and teammates.
Sports have always been a huge part of my life.
Can you imagine not being able to play sports?
No, honestly.
But for girls and women who grew up before the passage of Title IX, that was often the reality.
When I was 9, I just remember looking out on the field, and my heart sank. Because for the first time I realized I'm a girl. I can't play baseball.
We played in our backyards, and my brother had Little League, and we didn't have Little League.
Girls can play Little League now. I think there is so much more opportunity today. It's fantastic. But then on the other side,
there's so much more to do.
There's so much more to do.
Billie Jean King has devoted her life to fighting for equality in women's sports. I caught up with her at the New York Historical Society, home to a new exhibit celebrating Title IX, which was signed into law 50 years ago this week.
What are we going to do the next 50 years is what I care about.
In just 37 words, the law guaranteed women equal opportunities in education and sports. How important was Title IX in changing sports for women and girls?
It was tremendous.
7 times as many women play college sports now than before Title IX. 44% of college athletes are now women. But girls still have fewer opportunities in high school sports than boys did 50 years ago. And there still aren't professional leagues for women in marquee sports like softball.
I have this vision for women's sports. I still do. We're still working on it. To have equality in that and to have opportunities and have leagues just like the men.
Back in 1972, King was one of Title IX's most vocal advocates. A year later, she scored another major victory, beating self-proclaimed male chauvinist Bobby Riggs in the Battle of the Sexes. The stakes were impossibly high. Were you afraid that you would set the movement back if you lost to him?
Absolutely. I thought it would really hurt the women's movement. We had 90 million people who watched this match, so I knew this was my moment in time. It was very important to me that I would help people want Title IX and want girls to have equality.
50 years later, these young women say they're grateful to Billie Jean King.
What her and others have done for our generation is something that I think all of us will forever be grateful for. Now it's our turn to take over the reins.
And that's exactly what King wants.
Each generation passes that baton. Well, see, the more you know about history, the more you know about yourself. And more importantly, though, it helps you shape the future.
Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, New York.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, under pressure, the curtain opens in Washington today on another highly anticipated day of testimony led by the January 6th committee. In the spotlight this afternoon, former President Trump's Department of Justice. The focus today, did the former president pressure top officials to push his lies of a stolen election? What to expect today and who will be taking the stand just hours from now. Over and out, the nationwide backlash against the police response to the Robb Elementary School shooting leading to more fallout. This morning, the Uvalde Schools police chief placed on administrative leave. His frustration boils over with many questions still unanswered. We've got reaction from the district superintendent, plus a major breakthrough in that bipartisan gun deal on Capitol Hill. Also this morning, start your engines in the face of skyrocketing fuel prices and no real relief in sight. President Biden is calling on Congress for a temporary break in the federal gas tax, hoping to appeal to both sides of the aisle.
We'll still be able to fix our highways and bring down prices of gas. We can do both at the same time.
How this tax holiday could help your bottom line and the uphill battle it now faces in Congress. And parcels from the past, lost letters of a bygone era, making their way back to one New York woman 4 decades after their postmark date. Better late than never. We're going to begin here where I am in Washington this morning, where the 5th public hearing into the January 6th Capitol attack is going to get underway this afternoon. The House panel is expected to provide evidence that former President Trump tried to pressure his own Justice Department into investigating discredited claims of election fraud, all in a bid to overturn his 2020 loss to Joe Biden. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now this morning to help us preview what's ahead. So, Danny, in previous hearings, we heard about pressure from Trump on the former vice president, as well as pressure on election officials in key battleground states. Now it's the DOJ that's taking center stage. What are you looking for today, especially when we consider whether a crime has been committed?
I'm looking for testimony and evidence about specifically Mark Meadows contacting high-ranking members of the DOJ, including Bill Barr, Jeffrey Rosen, Richard Donahue. You'll hear from all of them today at the highest levels of the DOJ. What did Mark Meadows ask them to do? Some of that we just already know because it's in emails. But then the bigger question is, to what degree was Trump involved? And Trump, again, makes appearances in the form of phone calls and other types of direct pressure. But the key here is going to be, what was the DOJ asked to do? Because the DOJ is not supposed to interfere in elections generally, and they're certainly not supposed to help a sitting president campaign. You're going to see a lot of norms violated today by Mark Meadows and the White House, essentially. And the question is whether those violations of norms rise to the level of a violation of criminal law.
So, Danny, we know the House Select Committee and the Justice Department, they're both conducting separate investigations into the Capitol attack. The Washington Post now reports that yesterday the DOJ subpoenaed individuals in Georgia and in Arizona with connections to that alleged fake elector plot that we heard about in the Tuesday hearing. There has been some butting heads between the two lately, most notably on when it comes to sharing evidence. So help us understand the goal of these two inquiries. What is it they're each trying to accomplish, and are there areas where they overlap, and is that problematic?
In theory, congressional investigations are supposed to be about gathering information in order to enact legislation. But let's get serious. They often stretch those boundaries because they're really often more about informing the public, informing the constituency. So that is what we're seeing here. But unquestionably, the DOJ conducting criminal investigations has far broader power in which to investigate. And they do it in secret. So they're doing it maybe with a grand jury, and we won't know exactly what information they're gathering. But they have more power. A good example is these fake electors, supposedly. The DOJ could go to them as sort of small fish in a typical DOJ prosecution 101, go to these people who will probably say, I would expect, that they felt duped by this entire fake elector scheme, and likely, if facing some sort of criminal responsibility, would immediately be more than willing to tell the DOJ all kinds of bad things about the people, the levels above them. Now, whether those levels reach all the way up to Mark Meadows and then President Trump, who knows? But the DOJ certainly has more of a crowbar to get information. We just don't know exactly what that information is.
Well, we have you, and while we're still on the legal beat, I know we're expecting major decisions still from the Supreme Court over the next few days. Give us an overview of the big cases that are still left to be decided and what we know about when some of these decisions might be released.
We have a jubilee of issues still remaining that affect American life in general. We've got a gun case. We've got an EPA case. We've got a freedom of religion case. Perhaps the most interesting case is the Kennedy case, which involves a coach praying at halftime after a game. With this current composition of the Supreme Court, that makes a case likely, in my mind, to be a win for the coach, where I think in normal times, I don't think the coach wins here, because you have a case where, look, if it was a coach saying, hey, I was privately praying to myself at the 50-yard line, then you have an argument that, well, that's, private freedom of expression. But that doesn't appear to be what was happening here, at least according to pictures and other evidence. It may be the case that students, particularly players, felt pressured to join the coach. This is a very thorny issue with a number of different First Amendment freedoms that actually overlap and conflict with each other. So it'll be really interesting to see where the Supreme Court comes down on that case. And of course, like I said, you've got guns, you've got environmental protection, all kinds of really important cases. And of course, looming over all of it is the Dobbs case, the potential future of abortion in America. If that comes down today or tomorrow, it's going to be a bombshell.
Of course it is. We're all waiting for that one, and so many more still left to be decided. Danny Ceballos, thanks so much for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it. And you can watch today's January 6th committee hearing starting at 2:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. This morning, a major breakthrough in Congress on the bipartisan gun bill. 14 Republicans have joined Democrats in the Senate to support a package of new laws that are aimed at curbing gun violence in America. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest from Texas.
A breakthrough in Washington, D.C. and a breaking point in Uvalde as members of Congress try to prevent more massacres like the tragedy that we saw in Uvalde, Texas. The police chief of the devastated school district is now officially on administrative leave, with the district saying it cannot wait any longer for the state's investigation. A bombshell development in grief-stricken Uvalde. Last night, the superintendent revealing the school's police chief, Pete Arredondo, is being placed on administrative leave. In part because of the lack of clarity that remains and the unknown timing of when I'll receive the results of the investigations. It comes as frustration in Uvalde has reached a boiling point.
I have to answer to a bunch of bureaucrats up there that haven't been doing their damn job. But that's why we're calling them out today.
The city's mayor blasting the state for calling the police response to the school shooting an abject failure without also highlighting their own role.
Everybody in that hall needs to answer what went on in that hall. Not just Pete Arredondo, not just local Uvalde Police Department.
Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez has filed a lawsuit against DPS requesting 911 audio recordings, police body cameras, and surveillance footage. The acrimony over police protocols coming on a day where state lawmakers also concentrated their attention on another issue.
Mental health is everyone's business, that we all play a role.
That tough conversation coming on the heels of a breakthrough on Capitol Hill.
On this vote, the yeas are 64.
Where 14 Republican senators have joined Democrats on the nation's most sweeping gun law and safety package in nearly 3 decades.
If this time, after Uvalde, we threw up our hands and said we can't do anything, I just think it would be a crisis of democracy.
The benchmark for legislative action on guns is 1994, when an assault weapons ban was passed that expired 10 years later. Now, in terms of how much GOP support there might be for this new package in the House, that is not clear, but at least one representative says he's backing it. Tony Gonzalez of Uvalde. Our calls to Pete Arredondo's attorney have not been returned. In Austin, Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, thank you, Sam. And for more on this story, we want to bring in Fred Guttenberg. He is the father of Jamie Guttenberg, one of the students killed in the 2018 shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Fred, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. We know you've been outspoken about your desire to pass more restrictive gun laws, and you tweeted this picture of yourself with your daughter, Jamie, and wrote, "Jamie, we did it with you standing on my shoulders. It was always only a matter of time." With that said, I guess the first thing I want to ask is just your reaction to this bipartisan bill clearing that first legislative hurdle. What's on your mind right now?
Listen, I've always said my daughter's murder and the murder of all the others from gun violence is predictable and also preventable. And so my reaction is My heart is big right now because while it won't be a dramatic reduction, there's more that needs to be done. Lives will be saved. My metric has always been, let's do anything we can to lower the gun violence death rate. Let's do anything we can to lower the instances of gun violence. This bill will do that. Lives will be saved. There will be families I will never get to know because they didn't become part of this world of gun violence. And for that, I'm thankful.
As you mentioned, there are some who are frustrated, saying the bill doesn't go far enough. More needs to be done.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? Do you think now more can be done, or do you fear that this might be it? This is the only compromise you're going to be able to get?
Hey, listen, there's always more to do. 4 years ago, people told me we couldn't get to this place. That's what people told me after Jamie was killed. And you know what? We mobilized, we worked, we voted. If we didn't show up in the last 2 elections and do things like turn the House of Representatives to one that will support this legislation, move the Senate to 50-50 so Chris Murphy would be negotiating this legislation and vote in a President Biden, this wouldn't have happened this week. And so voting matters. It makes a difference. More will be done, but Americans need to show up and vote. Let's get rid of this 50-50 wall that's in the Senate. Let's add some more senators who are gun safety, and we'll get more done.
We know this does have the support of some Republicans, including the blessing of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Not all Republicans are on board. Does that surprise you? What's your message to those who aren't even voting for this bipartisan measure here?
Hey, listen, I've always said I will publicly embrace anybody who supports doing something about reducing gun violence. And to those Republicans who are on board with this, I can't wait to just give you a big hug or handshake when I am in Washington, D.C., and thank you in person. You will be part of history and saving lives. I think many politicians have done this for the right reasons. Some, maybe some political machinery here. Mitch McConnell still has not said the word gun or gun violence. But I'm thankful that he is part of the process to move this forward. This is going to be a historic piece of bipartisan legislation. And at the end of the day, that's the way America is supposed to work. So I'm really pleased. And my hope is, whether it's in the Republican Party or the Democratic Party going forward, we elect more gun safety candidates who want to go further.
Fred Guttenberg, thanks so much for taking some time to join us this morning. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Turning now to the ongoing strain at the pump for many Americans, President Biden now calling on Congress to pause the federal gas tax for 3 months. But many are skeptical that relief is actually on the way. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more from Chicago. Maggie, good morning to you.
Hey, Joe, good morning from Chicago, where, like a lot of major cities, as you can see, the pain at the pump is very real. Well over $6 a gallon here. The national average still hovering around $5. President Biden saying that federal gas tax holiday that he's pushing for could lower prices at the pump by 18 cents or more. But as you said, his critics in Congress argue there's no guarantee.
With the national average remaining near $5 a gallon, could Americans see some relief at the pump soon?
Is desperately hurting my wallet right now.
President Biden demanding Congress implement a 3-month pause on the federal gas tax.
The American people, they need relief now.
The federal gas tax has been 18 cents a gallon for nearly 3 decades. The White House estimating if states pause their gas taxes too, prices could fall by $1. The president also blasting big oil, accusing companies of refusing to boost refining capacity after the U.S. banned Russian oil imports following Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
Bring down the price you are charging at the pump to reflect the cost you are paying for the product. Do it now.
At least one CEO pushing back, saying oil production is at an all-time high. Biden's energy secretary set to meet today with multiple CEOs in search of solutions. But ahead of November's high-stakes midterm elections, congressional critics, including some Democrats, are not buying the president's plan. After the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the 3rd time this year, they argue a gas tax holiday could make record inflation even worse.
This ineffective administration's big new idea is a silly proposal.
In downtown Chicago, decades of pizza deliveries,
Thank you for calling Chicago's Pizza Only.
both deep dish and thin crust, could be ending for one family-owned business.
It's crazy. We haven't seen anything like this.
Half the drivers at Chicago's Pizza have quit, skyrocketing gas prices devouring their paychecks.
They're barely breaking even, or they're not making enough.
This as many Americans dread every trip to the pump. What should the average American, in your mind, be taking away from this back and forth about these painful gas prices?
I think it's the president appears to be trying to provide some relief, but there's also cons to this, and that is that it could exacerbate the imbalance between supply and demand.
And this morning, there is also new pushback from outside Capitol Hill. The American Society of Civil Engineers slamming the idea of a federal gas tax holiday, saying it will strip billions in revenue currently slated for highway and infrastructure repairs. The White House actually confirming that, saying it's about $10 billion by their estimate. But, Joe, they say they can find the money elsewhere.
All right, we'll see. Maggie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. It has been a scorching start to summer for most of the U.S. Temperatures across the Midwest and the South have stayed in the 90s for days now, with some areas topping 100 degrees. For Americans hoping for a cool down, you might have to wait a little bit longer. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Jackson, Mississippi. Blaine, how's it going there?
Joe, you talked about a cool down. Certainly not coming today. In fact, nothing even resembling it. Today, in city after city across the South, we are expecting to see heat records falling throughout the day. Consider this. Yesterday alone, at least 9 states saw temperatures exceed 100 degrees, including right here in Mississippi. But this temperature is not just uncomfortable. In many cases, it's dangerous and potentially deadly.
With summer just barely underway, this morning millions are already desperate for relief.
Just wanting to be inside in the air conditioning.
Much of the country dealing with week 2 of withering heat. More than 127 million Americans are facing temps topping 90 degrees, and at least 30 million expected to feel highs above 100. It could mean record-breaking temperatures in cities across the South, including New Orleans, Jacksonville, and Atlanta, where splash pads like this are becoming the coolest ticket in town.
A lot of people will be struggling to figure out how to just find an activity that's not going to be just unpleasant in this heat.
And with the July 4th holiday approaching, the heat is forcing some cities to ban fireworks altogether.
The sole purpose in this declaration is to protect persons and property.
For outdoor workers, the scorching summer could bring dangerous, even deadly conditions. It's why OSHA has introduced new federal guidelines for people working outside. Water breaks every 15 minutes, mandatory rest breaks in the shade, and steps to help workers get acclimated to the heat. It's all part of a pattern of extreme weather sweeping the country. In Virginia, a summer storm left nearly 80,000 customers without power. The winds strong enough to rip the roof off of this apartment complex. A chilling preview of what's expected to be an especially hot summer.
And all of this is raising that debate over whether or not these storms, these heat waves actually should be named, similar to what we do with hurricanes. You know, experts say that when it comes to weather-related deaths, actually excessive heat causes the most fatalities. So there is now a renewed push to name these storms and bring more awareness to them, Joe.
Interesting idea. All right, Blaine Alexander in Mississippi, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather. NBC's Michelle Grossman joins us with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. And the heat does remain the big story. It's going to be the big story for at least through the weekend. And then we get a little bit of relief for some spots where we're going to peel back the temperatures just a bit. But this is what it looks like today, a snapshot of today's forecast. We do have some lingering showers in the northeast. We have those record highs in the south, stretching to the southwest through the plains as well, the northern, central, and southern plains. Severe storms, that's likely in the middle of the country for Nebraska, also Kansas. And we continue to watch monsoonal moisture moving into the southwest the 7th day. And we're going to see that throughout the weekend as well. So in terms of heat alerts, 21 million people impacted by a heat alert from Dallas to New Orleans. Macon, Georgia, you're looking at a heat warning. And we're looking at a heat alert through Daytona Beach. Now, the heat does extend well beyond these heat alerts. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s and 100s once again. Take a look at some of these temperatures. 101 in Shreveport. You factor in the humidity because because that's a big piece of the puzzle. It's going to feel like 108 in some spots. It's going to feel like 106 in Mobile, feeling like 109 in Tallahassee. And as we go throughout tomorrow, it's going to feel warmer than that in some spots. So this sort of stands out on the map here. Jacksonville, 96 is a daytime high, but you're going to feel like 113 as you go throughout the afternoon. So using all those tips that Blaine had mentioned. 96 in Little Rock tomorrow, the heat index of 101, and feeling like 105 in Tyler, Texas. So still warm as we go throughout the weekend into early next week, but better, not quite as hot. So we're looking at 86 in Little Rock as compared to 97 on Sunday, 100 on Saturday. Same story. We're going to see those temperatures peel back a bit in Birmingham and Charlotte as well, but still warm for the standards in late June. This is what radar looks like today. We have a few spots where we're looking at some showers right now, even some storms. This is the bullseye where we're going to see those severe weather later on this afternoon. Also seeing that rain. You can see a line of really heavy rain through parts of the Northeast. It's sort of just stuck there. And we're seeing those training storms where they sort of redevelop over the same spots. And we do have a flooding concern there. So we're going to be watching that as we go throughout the afternoon. Also continuing to watch that monsoonal moisture as we're looking at the southwest. Dry lightning in parts of California. That's been causing a lot of problems as well. So this is what it looks like in terms of your summer storms today. Storms develop from the Rockies to Minnesota, strong winds, large hail. That will be the primary threat. We do have a threat for tornadoes. It's low, but it's not zero. So just keep that in the back of your minds. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, that cold front's going to move further inland, and we're going to look at more thunderstorms and also look at the chance for more damaging winds and hail. Joe?
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Sure. Coming up, the very latest on the war in Ukraine, where tensions in the besieged Donbas region are now said to be on the verge of a, quote, fearsome climax. We're going to take you there next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King, a new podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine, where battles in the Donbass appear to be reaching a critical point. An advisor to President Zelensky says fighting in the two key cities of Severodonetsk and Lysychansk is heading toward a, quote, fearsome climax. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kyiv with the latest. So, Molly, these two cities have been at the epicenter of the fighting in the Donbass. What is the latest there? Just how close is Russia to capturing the entire Luhansk region?
Joe, good morning to you. That's right. These are sister cities. This is where we have seen the most intense fighting over the last couple of weeks. But, Joe, actually, before I get into an update from the Luhansk, from the Donbass region, we did just see a tweet from the Minister of Defense here in Ukraine, who says the HIMARS have arrived to Ukraine. He says, thank you to my American colleague and friend, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, for these powerful tools. And this is, I'm quoting his tweet, Joe. He says, summer will be hot for Russian occupiers, and the last one for some of them. Now, the HIMARS are those advanced long-range artillery systems, advanced weapon systems that the Ukrainians have been asking for, begging for. And part of that is because they have been asking to fight with them in the Donbass region. And that is where Luhansk is, that is where Lysychansk is, and Severodonetsk. That is the region, Joe, where the Ukrainians have said they are so outgunned and outmanned, and weapons like the HIMARS are going to come in serious, serious need quickly on Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. Severodonetsk mostly entirely under Russian control at this point, according to the regional governor there, with pockets of Ukrainian control. Lysychansk is the sister city that is being almost completely encircled now when you look at the map. Joe, it's on higher ground, so there was some thought that if Ukrainian troops had to fall back from Severodonetsk, they could fall back to Lysychansk. It sounds like, though, according to the regional update we got this morning, that troops are now having to fall back from Lysychansk, and that city will likely be encircled. There are still civilians inside, and according to regional authorities, Joe, there are still evacuations happening.
I also want to ask you about what's happening with the renewed shelling in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. Ukrainian forces had previously managed to push back Russian troops in that region. Are the Russians back for another attempt there?
Yeah, Joe, we were in Kharkiv about a week and a half ago, and certainly we have seen stepped up shelling in that city. This is the easternmost city in Ukraine. It's very, very close to the Russian border. Lots of Russian speakers, both in that city and in all the villages around between the city and the Russian border. Russia really wants this city. They've wanted the city from the beginning. They were pushed back in early April. There's still intense fighting going on in some of those villages between the city and the border. Whether or not Russia's making another run at it, military analysts certainly say at least right now they are tied up in the Donbass. But we are seeing increased shelling there. We're also seeing increased rocket attacks in Mykolaiv, kind of all a sign to say, look, Russia can still hit these cities, even though the brunt force of their artillery right now is focused in the Donbass.
And away from the fighting, today could be the day that Ukraine has actually made a candidate member of the European Union. Becoming an actual member is still a ways down the road. But how significant would that step today be, and how difficult is it going to be for Ukraine to actually become a full member?
Yeah, Joe, that's right. This is something that President Zelensky has been pushing for, has been pressuring, keeping the pressure on his European colleagues for, has really been trying to gain momentum. Of course, he's hosted many European leaders here in Kyiv, but this has now happened. So 27 EU member states, the leaders of those states have said that they support candidacy status for Ukraine. Look, this is much more of a moral boost, a milestone for Ukraine, but it is a big one. It's not like anything necessarily accompanies it, not more aid, not additional kind of military aid or any kind of additional sanctions against Russia are being announced today to accompany that announcement. But this is a big deal. You did mention it's a long road. So this does not guarantee that Ukraine will be able to join the EU. This does not guarantee that it will happen anytime soon. It could be years, even decades down the road. What happens next, Joe, is that at the end of the year, the discussions start about what kind of reforms need to happen here in Ukraine in order for this country to hit the bar that EU member states will be looking for. But certainly the message in Kyiv is that Ukraine is coming home. This is where Ukraine belongs as part of that bloc.
All right. Molly Hunter, thank you so much for your reporting. Stay safe. More international headlines now. And Afghanistan is struggling to cope with the devastating earthquake that killed at least 1,000 people yesterday. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv with this and other world news. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. That's right. Doctors are warning there may be many children among the earthquake dead in Afghanistan. The death toll, as you said, is at least 1,000, but that may rise higher still. The Taliban say they're struggling with rescue efforts because of damage to communication systems in that remote corner of the country. In Beijing, a walk in the park is no walk in the park. Chinese children are now being required to show a negative PCR test to play in public parks in the capital. It's the latest in a string of intense COVID measures as the world's largest country tries to keep its infection numbers near zero. And finally, our neighbors to the north are going ever greener. Canada is banning the manufacture and import of single-use plastics. So that's shopping bags, plastic forks, straws. The law is coming into force this Christmas. And Joe, I'm actually heading to Canada in a few weeks, so I'm looking forward to seeing the last ever Canadian plastic straw. Joe?
And I'm looking forward to seeing your Instagram pictures of those straws, Raph.
Belongs in a museum.
There you go. Exactly. Thank you so much. All right. Coming up, where the world stands on monkeypox. A key World Health Organization meeting is set for today on how to combat this spreading virus. That's after the break.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the monkeypox outbreak. The World Health Organization is meeting right now to determine if the spread of the virus is what would be called a public health emergency of international concern. There are more than 3,000 confirmed cases of monkeypox around.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Hallie Jackson.
Good morning. We are coming on the air with breaking news from the Supreme Court, a decision in a major case on gun rights. The Supreme Court has now ruled on New York State's strict gun law, requiring that people there get special permits to carry a concealed handgun outside the home. At the heart of this case, whether or not that law violates the Second Amendment. This comes after a string of mass shootings in this country and after the framework of a bipartisan Senate deal was reached earlier this month on gun safety. Let's get right to NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams, who is live for us on this. Pete, what do we know?
Well, it was 14 years ago that the Supreme Court said that the Second Amendment does provide an individual right to have a gun, but they said it was at home for self-defense. And ever since then, the court has declined to answer the question, well, what about the part of the Second Amendment that says keep and bear arms? What about guns in public? And today, the Supreme Court has answered that question by a vote of 6-3 in an opinion written by Justice Clarence Thomas, saying that the Second Amendment does provide a right to have a gun outside the home. Now, the law in question in New York said there's no right to carry a gun openly in New York, but to get a concealed carry permit, a person had to go to the county sheriff and show some special need, something beyond just a general desire for self-defense. And today, the Supreme Court said that's unconstitutional. That puts a limit on the right to have a gun. So the Supreme Court says, number one, states cannot put these special restrictions on getting a gun for a concealed carry permit. Now, this decision obviously will have an immediate effect in New York, and it'll also affect the 7 other states that have similar laws: California, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Maryland, Massachusetts, and New Jersey. But the opinion also says that states can restrict areas, sensitive places is what the opinion says, where guns can be off limits. But this is a very important ruling for Second Amendment rights, the second big Second Amendment ruling in our history. This answers the questions, what about guns outside the home? And we'll have to wait and see in future cases how this will restrict the ability of states to enact gun control, to try to keep guns out of sensitive places or restrict the possession of guns in public places outside the home.
That issue of sensitive places, Pete, had come up during oral arguments. No, the suggestion that perhaps on mass transit, like in subways or on university campuses, this could be something that states will want to take more action on.
Well, the paradigm question during the oral argument was, what about Times Square? Aren't there certain places where guns should be off limits, where cities should be concerned about security? But the subway question actually went the other way, because Justice Alito, one of the members of the majority here, said, what about somebody who works late at night and rides the subway and goes home in a high crime area? Shouldn't they be able to carry guns as well?
Pete, you also answered another key question here, which is how broadly this decision is written, because there are at least half a dozen other states that would, in theory, be immediately impacted. It sounds like that will be the case, that these other states may need to take action to handle what laws they have in place. I know that the New York governor has said that she is prepared to take further action and to push back on this in any way that she can.
Well, I think one of the follow-on cases will be, what does the court mean by sensitive places? And our understanding is that the court doesn't say much about that. It doesn't define that much. And that may be where the action is on these, on going forward on gun control, is where can states say guns are not allowed? Certainly you would think schools, churches, but what about how are sensitive places described? Any place people gather, any crowded places? I mean, many people who advocate less restrictions on guns say those are the very places where guns are needed for self-defense.
Pete, stand by for me. I want to bring in NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. And Peter, it is tough to talk about any decision from the Supreme Court regarding guns without looking at the broader backdrop and the broader context of where we are in this country after a number of mass shootings, including that horrific attack in Uvalde, and is what's happening on Capitol Hill, with the Senate now moving closer, perhaps even as soon as this week, with taking action on what would be the most significant piece of gun legislation in this country in about a generation.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, it'll be almost 30 years since there's been any congressional action like this, if it is to go through both the Senate and the House. The next procedural vote on the Senate side likely to happen as early as today, after 14 Republicans joined Democrats earlier this week in advancing this new law, this new bill, we should say, if it is to become law. Here's what it would do. Effectively, it would enhance those background checks on the youngest gun buyers, those between the ages of 18 and 21, giving authorities in those communities about 10 days to do the necessary checks to see if those individuals are safe to purchase arms. Beyond that, it's also going to direct millions of dollars to many of these states to implement what they call red flag laws, where they would have the ability to confiscate guns from those individuals who are deemed dangerous. This is not a sweeping law. Some states will choose to use the money for other things, like other anti-gun violence efforts in their communities. Nonetheless, it does have the potential to make a difference in many communities. And beyond that, it's going to close what's called the boyfriend loophole. And this is significant. This has been an issue where about 70 intimate partners are killed each month by a romantic partner in this country right now. And what it would do is it would add those dating partners to the federal law of individuals who are banned from purchasing guns if they have been convicted of domestic abuse in the past. This has been a key priority. It was also a significant sticking point. So at this point, it appears that that will stay in the final text. It's in the Senate version of this bill right now. It directs money for mental health services and for school security upgrades as well. Again, the Senate is looking at it right now. The potential to vote on it, as you note, by the end of this week. The House could do the same, but many in the Republican side and House leadership have said they are going to whip, they're going to push against its passage. Nonetheless, Democrats obviously have control of the House right now. And we are told by the White House if it gets to them, it could be signed by the end of next month. Hallie.
Peter, I'm going to ask you to stand by as well as I bring in NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. And Yamiche, we talked about the impact that this decision by the Supreme Court will have in New York. The New York City Mayor, Eric Adams, has said this would be, in his view, a real mess for police. He says this keeps him up at night. You look more broadly at the political context here. A recent Siena College poll found that the majority of New York voters, 79%, wanted the Supreme Court to uphold this law. That obviously did not happen. Talk about the implications down the road here.
Well, this really does come at a politically tense time in our nation's history. Of course, we're talking about the fact that there have been these high-profile mass shootings that have really focused our nation's attention on the access of guns. And Americans in poll after poll have shown that they want to see some sort of new gun laws to really restrict the idea that anybody can just go into a store, get a gun, and then, of course, do mass damage and mass casualties to all sorts of places. I think, of course, that our eyes are now going to be on those states that have similar laws to New York, including, of course, as Pete mentioned, Hawaii and California. And as I've been talking to people who are advocates for new gun laws, they tell me that really America has a unique problem here, and that is that we see every single year more and more mass shootings and also more and more gun deaths. In 2020, we hit a record high for gun deaths. And now we, of course, have the Supreme Court weighing in on the biggest Second Amendment case in more than a decade. It really does show that, of course, the Supreme Court is taking a stand on this issue, but also that Americans might be now even more out of step with the justice's decision in this case. I should also note that, of course, this is coming as lawmakers, as Peter said, lawmakers are debating whether or not they can finally go through and have a bipartisan deal on guns. We have not seen that, of course, with so many other mass shootings. But after Uvalde, when we saw so many people killed, so many elementary school students killed, even Republicans came out saying that they wanted to change the way that people access guns in this country. So this ruling, of course, now changes that conversation. It will be interesting to see what sort of impact that has, of course, on these negotiations.
Yamiche, you mentioned Uvalde. Let me bring back in Pete Williams here, because, Pete, I understand that this 135-page decision talks about both Uvalde and about the Buffalo shooting that happened just a matter of weeks ago at a supermarket in that city in New York.
And many others. It's in the dissent written by Justice Stephen Breyer. He says the dangers posed by firearms can take many forms. Newspapers report mass shootings occurring and then he lists several shootings, including Uvalde and Buffalo and dozens of others. And he says mass shootings are just part of the problem. Easy access to firearms also makes other aspects of American life more dangerous. Now, one of the reasons the majority opinion says it's not going to define what sensitive places are is that some people had argued that the entire island of Manhattan was a sensitive place. And remember that the people who wanted the guns in the first place, let me just say a word about how this case came to the Supreme Court. These were some people in a rural part of the state who wanted to get a concealed carry permit and were told no. And so some of the people on the other side of this case said, well, you know, the law ought to be different, or at least how it's applied in sort of upstate, more rural parts of New York and the city of Manhattan. But the Supreme Court said today, no, you can't say that the entire island of Manhattan is a sensitive place. That's stretching the concept of sensitive places too far. So that's another reason why I say this whole issue of where guns can be off limits is going to be something that the courts will probably be contending with in years to come.
Is there a case you can think of, Pete, not to put you on the spot, but that comes up as it relates to sensitive places that may be next on the court's docket, perhaps next term?
Well, I think the next cases we're going to see are potential efforts in states to ban ammunition, large quantities of ammunition, and large capacity magazines and so forth.
Pete Williams, thank you so much for your reporting. I want to thank Peter Alexander, Yamiche Alcindor as well. That concludes our coverage. We will have a lot more tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Hallie Jackson in New York. For all of us, this has been an NBC News Special Report.
For them, your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
June marks Pride Month across the U.S. It's a time to recognize and honor the impact of the LGBTQ community. It's also a month to remember those who have been lost to HIV, AIDS, and hate crimes. Earlier this month, hundreds gathered in Times Square holding signs and using their voices to call attention to the mysterious death of Julio Ramirez, a social worker who was found dead in a taxi cab more than a month ago after a night out. As NBC Out correspondent Jay Valle reports, many wonder if his death could be linked to a hate crime. Well, his family just wants answers.
It has been nearly 9 weeks since the mysterious disappearance and death of Julio Ramirez, who was last seen leaving this popular Manhattan gay bar. Family and friends are now left with more questions than answers and are demanding justice for Julio. NYPD investigators say they have video surveillance of Julio Ramirez leaving the bar with 3 unidentified men, but the video has not been shown to the family or the public. According to police, Julio was found unresponsive in the back of a cab hours after leaving the bar. Julio's father says, "We want to see if anyone knows this person. Has anyone seen them? So they can contact the police or relatives to give information. What did those people do? Who are these people?" A police source told NBC News the initial cause of death was listed as a possible drug overdose. Julio's official cause and manner of death are pending further study, according to the medical examiner who told NBC News in an email that this could take at least a few weeks. Julio's family is left wondering who were the men who police say entered the taxi with Julio, and who is responsible for draining what they claim to be nearly $20,000 from his bank accounts in the days following his death.
We need to know what happened. We were told that a secondary toxicology would come up with more results, which would have been 6 to 8 weeks from Julio's death.
The medical examiner said Julio was initially identified as John Doe. The family says neither his wallet nor phone were with him when he died. He says, "I got a call from a medical examiner at Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan. They asked for me and they told me, 'Your son is dead,' just like that." Julio had just moved to New York City last year after obtaining a bachelor's degree and 2 master's degrees from the University at Buffalo. He had been living and working in Brooklyn's Bushwick neighborhood, where he was a bilingual mental health counselor. He was very lovable and smart. He completed 2 master's degrees at the same time. His goal was always to prepare, study, and what can be more? Julio's mom says, "He was very sweet, a great person. He was everything to me." On June 8th, friends and community members gathered for a candlelight vigil and a moment of silence in memory of Ramirez.
The turnout was incredible. The amount of support, it really showed me and showed his family that he was cared for, that his story touched a lot of people. And I think a lot of people there realized that they could have been Julio.
After nearly 9 weeks, the family demands answers from the police. NBC News reached out to the NYPD Deputy Commissioner's Office of Public Information regarding the surveillance video. Their response, at this time, there is nothing further. She says, "I would like justice to be served and also for the medical examiner to give us an answer."
Our thanks to Jay for that report. The Gabby Petito saga is finally seeing a courtroom for a civil proceeding. Gabby's parents are suing the family of her presumed killer, Brian Laundrie, alleging they knew about the murder and tried to help him flee from justice. NBC's Stephen Romo has more.
The legal battle between the families of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie on display for the first time in a Florida civil courtroom.
They knew starting on August 28th of 2021 that Gabby was dead. They knew where Gabby's body was. They knew that the Petito family was desperately searching for information.
Laundrie's parents, Chris and Roberta, noticeably absent from court, their attorney saying they had no responsibility to speak up about their son's actions.
The law imposes no such obligation to speak.
And the state and federal constitutions support that. In our society, under our laws, people are free not to speak.
The Petito family is suing the Laundries for damages in excess of $30,000 for what amounts to the intentional infliction of emotional suffering.
Infliction of emotional distress is generally unofficially considered one of the weaker causes of action. Why? Because it's really hard to prove.
Petito was killed by strangulation in August 2021, according to authorities, while she and her fiancé, Laundrie, were traveling together across the United States. They documented their journey on social media along the way. Laundrie returned home from the road trip on September 1st without Gabby, then disappeared himself. The search for both captivating the nation.
And we're also following these new developments in the growing search for a 22-year-old named Gabby Petito. She vanished during a cross-country road trip with her fiancé.
In October, about a month after Gabby's remains were found, Brian Laundrie's body was discovered in a nature preserve not far from his parents' Florida home, along with writings in a notebook that claimed responsibility for killing Petito. The Petito family has been vocal about their distrust of the Laundries.
Anyone that lived in that house is a coward, and they don't know how to stand up for their actions.
I think silence speaks volumes.
Their silence explained by their attorney, Steve Bertolino, on Top Story.
We've heard from so many people over the last several weeks on this case, but we've never heard from the Laundries, and there's a reason for that, correct?
The reason you haven't heard from the Laundries is because I told them not to talk to anybody.
The hearing will determine if a lawsuit brought on by Petito's parents against Laundrie's parents will proceed to a jury trial next year. The lawsuit alleges Laundrie's parents were aware their son murdered Petito, knew where her body was located, and chose not to act.
They had the audacity to express a hope that she would be reunited with her family.
The essential thrust of the facts alleged by the plaintiffs is that the Laundries were just silent. To allow this case to go forward, a judge would have to conclude that mere silence can be extreme and outrageous behavior, and even when that silence may be in assertion of one's Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Financial headlines now. New jobless claims numbers are just out. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us to break down that breaking news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. 229,000 Americans filing for jobless benefits last week. That's above the 225,000 economists were expecting. Unemployment filings have been moving higher in recent weeks, but still reflect a strong labor market despite rising interest rates and persisting inflation. United Airlines is cutting 12% of flights out of its Newark, New Jersey hub due to airport congestion and staffing issues. The news comes shortly after American Airlines said it would stop operating flights to 4 U.S. cities this fall due to a shortage of regional pilots. The 4 cities include Toledo, Ohio, Islip, New York, Ithaca, New York, and Dubuque, Iowa, which will lose scheduled commercial air service altogether. Those changes will take place after Labor Day. Kraft Macaroni and Cheese has a new name. The consumer favorite is officially adopting its nickname, Kraft Mac and Cheese, after 85 years. Shoppers will also notice brand new packaging on store shelves with an updated logo featuring a cheesy noodle. Kraft says it's all part of its rebranding effort to have the product recognized as comfort food, Joe.
It is about time.
It is about time. I grew up eating that, so this excites me.
All right, very good. Thanks, Silvana. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Coming up, parcels from the past surprising one New York woman 4 decades later. Got that story next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back, and this weekend is going to be a big one for Pride Month in New York City. Pride Weekend will be the highlight of the month-long Pride celebrations in the city, and it's the first time that Pride will really be back in full force in the Big Apple since the pandemic. Here are some events you might not want to miss. Friday night, you can kick off Pride Weekend at the Love Above All Ball. It's being held 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. at Rockefeller Center. It'll benefit Broadway Cares Equity Fights AIDS. The ball's headliners include Kill the Lights singer Alex Newell, Honey Davenport, and a special performance from RuPaul Drag Race winner Jinx Monsoon. There'll be food, drinks, and dancing, plus it's all for a good cause. What more do you need? And Sunday, it's the big event everyone's been waiting for. New York City's Pride March is back in full force for the first time in 3 years. The parade will begin at noon, passing by the historic Stonewall National Monument. The first New York City Pride March was held in 1970 to mark the 1-year anniversary at the time of the Stonewall Uprising, just 1 year earlier. Finally this morning, postcards from the past mysteriously arriving in 2 women's mailboxes decades after they were sent. And that's not the most surprising part. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has that story.
Carol Hoover thought she was left only with memories after her parents passed away.
A lot of happy years. A lot of happy years. And I miss them dearly.
She was wrong.
It was like any other day.
As she went through her mail, a familiar sight caught her eye.
The first thing I saw was my mother's handwriting. And it's very recognizable. And I'm like, wait a minute, how can this be? She passed away 8 years ago.
It was a postcard from her parents' honeymoon in 1980, addressed to her grandparents. Overjoyed with this surprise, Hoover went to her local post office.
She says, oh, wait, I've got 2 more in the back.
A postcard from Hoover's aunt and uncle from their trip to England in 1974. Another from her father from New York City in 1969.
To see my father's handwriting, that was wonderful. And, maybe deep down, I want to think it's maybe them giving a nod that, they're still close by. And, I like to think that.
And parcels from the past kept coming.
About a week and a half later, I got another one in the mail from my aunt and uncle, and that was from France.
The mystery mail became a family affair. Hoover's cousin in Illinois hearing from the people who lived in her old home, saying they had something she needed to see.
I couldn't believe that our former family home in Minnesota was now getting old postcards. This is crazy.
A postcard had turned up from a family friend in Ireland sent in 1983. One from family visiting Scotland in 1984. Another from her parents in Fiji in 1981.
It's a wonderful touch through time to my beloved family, who are all these people who have written these cards are passed away.
Conkey says her family didn't travel much, so they would have remembered getting a postcard. She hasn't bought any of the theories she's heard so far. A USPS spokesperson offered a few explanations, including the possibility of the mail being found and deposited in one of their collection boxes. Hoover thinks there's more to the story.
We can't figure it out.
How can this happen with not a special envelope or some explanation?
Regardless of the path it took, these cousins are grateful for the bit of magic they got in their mailbox, arriving alongside moments of family joy and tragedy.
The first one I got 2 days after their first great-grandchild was born. My uncle, Jerry Bash, who was on 2 of the postcards, he just passed away a couple weeks ago. I think they came at a good time for whatever reason, because it was just something that lightened the load. And it just, everybody that's seen them, it's just a good feeling. And, everybody needs a little good news right now.
Agreed. Everyone needs a little good news right now. Thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now.
Hello, thanks for joining us. I'm Stephen Romo in for Morgan and Vicky today, and we're following breaking news. A key Supreme Court decision. The court strikes down a New York gun law. What this means for carrying a concealed weapon, that's just ahead. And relief roadblock. President Biden's hard sell to drive down sky-high gas prices with a 3-month tax holiday. He's calling on Congress to take action, but not everyone is on board. Who's pumping the brakes? That's also ahead. And resignations and confrontations. The latest January 6th Capitol attack hearing expected to show Justice Department top officials' heated reaction to former President Trump's stolen election lies. The key witnesses just hours from testifying. And red, white, and blah. The scorching summer heat forcing some cities to scrap 4th of July festivals. The place is bracing for temperatures that will feel like 115 degrees. But we begin with that breaking news out of the Supreme Court, a major decision today, and the biggest one yet involving the Second Amendment in about a decade now. The conservative majority's ruling overturns a New York state law and reinforces gun owners' rights. It all comes as senators are right on the brink of voting on new legislation to restrict firearm access. NBC News Now has you covered on these breaking developments. We'll get to NBC News law enforcement analyst Cedric Alexander in just a moment, but let's begin with NBC News national correspondent Ken Delaney. Ken, what exactly does this decision mean for New York's laws and for the country as a whole?
Yeah, that's right. It's not only New York, but 7 other states that cover a total of 80 million people that may be affected here. All these states have laws that restrict the ability of people to get a permit to carry a concealed weapon. So back in 2008, the Supreme Court decided that Americans had the right to bear arms in their home. But that decision wasn't very clear on the question of how strictly states can regulate granting somebody a permit to carry a concealed weapon out in public. And New York had a pretty strict law in that regard. You had to show a particular need as distinguished from the rest of the community. In other words, you couldn't just say, I live in a dangerous community and I want a gun for self-protection. You had to prove to the local authorities that you really needed one. Say you were carrying money, as part of your job or something. Well, the Supreme Court has said that that law is unconstitutional, was too restrictive. In a 6-3 decision written by conservative Justice Clarence Thomas, all 6 of the conservatives voted in favor, the 3 liberals dissented. And so this is a major, major decision that expands Second Amendment rights in this country and makes it much more difficult for states to restrict the ability of people to carry a weapon in public. The court still left the door open to states regulating carrying weapons in so-called sensitive areas. They did not specify what that means, but we can imagine it to mean churches or schools or other kinds of areas. So that's still up in the air, but a major, major setback for people who want to restrict gun rights and a big victory for proponents of the right to carry weapons in public. Back to you.
Now, Ken, a lot of people are already talking about this, including New York Governor Kathy Hochul. She's speaking out against this ruling. I want to play some of what she had to say.
absolutely shocking that they have taken away our right to have reasonable restrictions. We can have restrictions on speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. But somehow there's no restrictions allowed on the Second Amendment. This is New York. We don't back down. We fight back.
Those comments came just moments ago. So, Ken, what kind of recourse could the state of New York or other states have after this SCOTUS ruling?
Well, so, Stephen, she was voicing, I think, the opinions of a lot of people who are very concerned today about this ruling. But when she said it was shocking, that's a bit of an overstatement because it's been known for some time that this was coming. It was pretty clear during the arguments that the conservative justices were leaning this way, and really what is one of the most divisive issues in this country. It's not clear exactly what recourse the state has. This law has been ruled unconstitutional. They do have some latitude, according to this decision, to regulate the carrying of weapons in sensitive locations. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to regulate concealed carry permits in a way that complies with this decision. But it's not anything that the governor of New York and the Democrats who control that government are going to really like that much, Stephen. It's just something they're going to have to live with.
Well, more to come on that. Ken Delaney, thanks so much for that. I want to bring in Cedric Alexander now. He's NBC News law enforcement analyst and former member of President Obama's task force on 21st century policing. So, Cedric, what do you make of today's ruling?
Well, certainly in many communities, large cities in particular, like New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and others, it certainly is going to increase the opportunity for those to carry weapons and make those weapons even more accessible than what they already are. On one hand, I understand very well what the courts are saying, but on the other hand, considering this particular climate that we're in, post-pandemic and the economy and a host of other social issues that we're struggling with, it just makes guns even just that much more accessible. And I think when you've had a number of cities across this country that tried to do whatever they could, elected officials in their respective communities to try to help keep their communities safe by having less guns on the street, that is now going to be struck down. So I think we're going to be looking for some challenges up ahead for us as it relates to public safety and law enforcement, because people will have the right, as indicated by the Supreme Court, to carry or open carry or carry weapons. But it just makes weapons really just that much more accessible in a time when we're struggling so hard in this country around some type of gun control.
And with so many high-profile and just devastating mass shootings lately, this is on the forefront of so many people's minds. So what kind of effect do you think this will have on law enforcement's ability to keep the public safe?
Well, it becomes more of a challenge for law enforcement, considering the fact that yesterday, before this ruling came out, it was already a challenge for law enforcement to keep guns off the street so people can be as safe as we could possibly make them. This just now becomes more of a challenge because people will have the right, regardless of who they are, regardless of where they live, regardless of anything. If they're an American citizen who lives under the U.S. Constitution, any of all of us now have the right to have weapons outside of your homes. And this is just going to, I truly believe, create more challenges for police over time. And we're going to see that because here again, if you look at the moment in which we're in right now, in which we're struggling around this whole issue around guns, and now it really has been opened up for more people to carry at will. And that's going to be a challenge for us, I think, in days and weeks and months and years to come.
And it feels a bit, Cedric, like public sentiment may be shifting a bit on the topic of guns, specifically after Uvalde, Buffalo, all these most recent mass shootings. What are you hearing from the public on what they think should be done here?
You know, the public is, it all depends on where you are. Sometimes it depends on the part of the country that you're in, or who you're talking to. But people have different ideas about this whole gun issue across this country. But look, it is part of the U.S. Constitution. It's our Second Amendment right to carry. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled on this as of today. And we know that we were already challenged here again with guns being out on our streets in our communities. It's not those who are responsible gun toters that I'm concerned about. It's not those folks who are good citizens, who have taken courses around gun safety, who respect weaponry of such, regardless whether it's a handgun or rifle. It's now the availability, the accessibility to those who may not take on the same level of responsibility as many Americans in this country, who now will have the right themselves to carry these weapons and make them much more accessible. And when they're much more accessible, it means they're more likely to also to be stolen off your person, out of your vehicle, because now people are going to have them. They can be taken from them. It can be stolen from them. People may get into altercations where they resort to gun violence before they try to have some other means of escaping a disagreement. This is just a very, very sensitive and volatile time for this ruling to take place, but we have to respect our Supreme Court ruling and decision, and we will. But I think we need to be very mindful going forward of the added responsibility now that we're all going to have, being that guns are going to be much more accessible than what they have been in the past.
A divisive issue for politicians and for the public. Cedric Alexander, thanks so much for your insight. All right, switching gears now to the ongoing pain at the gas pump and some possible relief on the way. Prices are sitting near record highs today, up almost $2 from this time last year. President Joe Biden is now calling on Congress to suspend federal gas and diesel taxes for 3 months to alleviate some of that pain.
Now, I fully understand that a gas tax holiday alone is not going to fix the problem, but it will provide families some immediate relief, just a little bit of breathing room as we continue working to bring down prices for the long haul.
And today we are also getting the latest read of the labor market. 229,000 people filed new jobless claims last week, still slightly higher than pre-pandemic levels, but signaling a very tight labor market. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu is standing by with market reaction to all of this. But first, we go to NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa with more on Biden's potential tax holiday. So Maggie, good to see you, of course. There are a lot of skeptics about this plan. What are you hearing about?
Definitely. Well, basically, the bluntest way we can describe it right now is that it's unclear if President Biden has the support for this plan where he needs it most, which is obviously on Capitol Hill. He needs the votes in Congress to get this implemented. But his critics in Congress are being really vocal, saying there's no guarantee that a federal gas tax holiday, as it's being called, would translate to savings for consumers who here in Chicago are paying well over $6 a gallon. And nationwide, the sticker shock, as you know, remains painfully real.
With the national average remaining near $5 a gallon, could Americans see some relief at the pump soon?
It's desperately hurting my wallet right now.
President Biden demanding Congress implement a 3-month pause on the federal gas tax.
The American people, they need relief now.
The federal gas tax has been 18 cents a gallon for nearly 3 decades. The White House estimating if states pause their gas taxes too, prices could fall by $1. The president also blasting big oil, accusing companies of refusing to boost refining capacity after the U.S. banned Russian oil imports following Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
Bring down the price you are charging at the pump to reflect the cost you are paying for the product. Do it now.
At least one CEO pushing back, saying oil production is at an all-time high. Biden's energy secretary set to meet today with multiple CEOs in search of solutions. But ahead of November's high-stakes midterm elections, congressional critics, including some Democrats, are not buying the president's plan. After the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the 3rd time this year, they argue a gas tax holiday could make record inflation even worse.
This ineffective administration's big new idea is a silly proposal.
In downtown Chicago, decades of pizza deliveries.
Thank you for calling Chicago's Pizza.
Both deep dish and thin crust could be ending for one family-owned business.
It's crazy. We haven't seen anything like this.
Half the drivers at Chicago's Pizza have quit, skyrocketing gas prices devouring their paychecks.
They're barely breaking even, or they're not making enough.
This as many Americans dread every trip to the pump.
What should the average American, in your mind, be taking away from this back and forth about these painful gas prices?
I think it's the president appears to be trying to provide some relief, but there's also cons to this, and that is that it could exacerbate the imbalance between supply and demand.
So, Maggie, there's some new pushback outside of Capitol Hill today as well. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Stephen, there definitely is. The American Society of Civil Engineers also coming out with a statement slamming the idea of this gas tax holiday, saying, in short, it would cost billions that are currently slated for highway and infrastructure repairs. The White House basically confirming that, saying it's about $10 billion by their estimation, but also adding they can find the money elsewhere. Stephen?
Bit of a rock and a hard place for the White House. All right, Maggie, thanks so much. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu about all of this. So, Dom, Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell is back on Capitol Hill testifying before the House. What's he saying?
So he's trying to reiterate right now, Stephen, this notion that the Federal Reserve has an unwavering commitment towards bringing down that inflationary picture brought on by, in many ways, the fuel costs and the food costs that Maggie was just talking about. Now, the message that Fed Chair Jay Powell has to at least has to get across to not just lawmakers, but everybody in America as well right now, is that the Fed is doing everything that it can to kind of blunt this whole inflationary pressure that we're facing. The issue right now is about whether or not the Federal Reserve, with the tools that it has available to it, which are very broad and wide-ranging and blunt, in his words, they are very large in terms of how they affect the overall economy, whether they can do this without slowing down the American economy. Now, Fed Chair Jerome Powell, in response to a question about the types of moves that it can make and just what they're trying to see in the economy, was very telling. If you listen to this, what he basically told members of Congress, senators and House of Representatives, Congresspeople is that this notion that there is a very distinct possibility that the U.S. may slip into recession. Take a listen to what he said about the tough spot the Fed is navigating through right now.
Recent indicators suggest that real GDP growth has picked up this quarter, with consumption spending remaining strong. In contrast, growth in business fixed investment appears to be slowing, and activity in the housing sector looks to be softening, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. The tightening in financial conditions that we have seen in recent months should continue to temper growth and help bring demand into better balance with supply.
So that's the tight rope, that tight line that the Federal Reserve has to walk right now about trying to make sure that they can tamp down and tap the brakes on the economy without sending us into a full-blown recession. That's going to be the real issue, Stephen.
And, Dom, we've already seen so much volatility with the markets. How are they reacting to all this news?
Okay, so there was a lot of anticipation about this. The inflationary picture has been around for weeks, if not months at this point now, and this idea of a slowing economy has worked its way through the markets. What we have seen is a severe pullback from the record highs that we saw earlier this year, but in the last couple of days, as we've talked a little bit more about that possible recessionary picture, there has been a little bit more optimism, seeing some of the prices for things like fuel and food come down, that maybe we are starting to see some of the effects of the Federal Reserve's policies on raising rates to tamp inflation, and they're actually working without having a market impact on slowing the economy down into that recessionary area. So the markets are constructive right now, but, Stephen, they are still in this kind of wait-and-see mode. They're trying to figure out whether or not the Federal Reserve is doing enough to slow things down without slowing them down so much that we enter into a recession, Stephen.
A tightrope. People looking for any bright spots they can find out there. All right, Dom, thanks so much for that. And more news on guns today. Let's head to Capitol Hill now, where soon the Senate is set to hold a key vote on the bipartisan gun bill. Many lawmakers are touting it as the first time in decades that Congress is taking meaningful action on guns. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Ralpha joins us now. So, Ali, the Senate needs 60 votes to move this legislation forward. What can we expect in terms of Republican support on this?
Yeah, Stephen, well, the Senate is voting on this morning, and even though we've seen some Republican senators say they want more time to read this bill over, they want some amendments made to this bill, this is really a done deal at this point. And that's because you have 15 Republicans and all Democrats voting in favor of this bill, breaking that 60-vote filibuster you just mentioned that has so often become a roadblock in past attempts at gun legislation. But we don't expect this to be the final vote. We expect that to happen possibly tomorrow afternoon at the latest, then kicking this off to the House, where Speaker Pelosi says she is willing to have a vote either Friday night or possibly even Saturday morning to get this to President Biden's desk, Stephen.
And Ellie, I wanted to ask you the other news on the gun front today. We have that Supreme Court decision we were talking about at the beginning of this broadcast. Are you hearing any reaction from Capitol Hill about that?
Well, we have members of our Capitol Hill team really fanned out across the House and Senate side, already hearing some reaction in the form of statements from lawmakers. Obviously, Democrats saying that this is infringing on people's rights. And then you have Republicans happy that this is happening, saying that it's a long time coming. But we are definitely staking out some lawmakers specifically that are involved in this Senate gun bill that have had such a stance on gun reform over the last real decade since Sandy Hook. So we expect definitely more reaction to pour in over the coming hours, Stephen.
We'll definitely be on the lookout for that. And Ellie, I want to turn now to today's fifth public hearing that's coming up from the House January 6th committee. Walk us through, if you can, who we expect to hear from today, and do we know why the committee is actually postponing the additional hearings until July?
Yeah, it's going to be a very busy afternoon here on Capitol Hill, and that's because we expect to hear from 3 former Justice Department officials who served really towards the latter half of the Trump administration. Former Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, former Deputy Acting Attorney General Richard Donahue, and another DOJ official, Stephen Engel. And one big topic of this hearing is Jeffrey Clark. That's a lawyer that former President Trump really wanted to put in position at the head of the Justice Department because reportedly Engel believed in Trump's continued lies about election fraud. And so the committee is really going to lay out how there was just chaos inside the Justice Department as, again, they lay out this 7-point plan, what they call it, for how former President Trump pressured officials, members of his own administration, to do his bidding and overturn the election. But we're going to have to wait, as you mentioned, until July for the end of these hearings. That's because Chairman Benny Thompson told us yesterday that the last 2 hearings are going to be pushed towards possibly the second week of July, and he really left the door open for potentially more hearings to be added. He said that's because the committee is continuing to learn new information, gather more evidence, specifically this morning in the form of some closed-door testimony with a documentarian who was embedded in the White House for months before January 6th. This documentarian gathering over a dozen hours of footage of the former president, his family members, the former vice president. So obviously the committee thinking that something in that footage is definitely worthy of pushing these remaining hearings back, Stephen.
Definitely more to come on that, and a lot going on Capitol Hill today. Ellie Roffert, thank you so much. Well, our special coverage of today's January 6th committee hearing begins at 2:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Well, scorching, sizzling, dangerous, record-breaking. We're hearing this over and over again, and apparently I'm making up new words about this, all to describe the heat wave suffocating many parts of the U.S. And if that wasn't brutal enough, the National Weather Service today issuing flash flood, monsoonal rain, and severe thunderstorm advisories for regions in the Southwest, Rocky Mountains, and Upper Midwest through the weekend. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman tracking the heat. But we start with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander, who has more on the damaging, even potentially deadly effects of this extreme weather.
Well, across the South today, in city after city, we are expecting to see heat records falling throughout the day. Consider this. Yesterday alone, at least 9 states saw temperatures in excess of 100 degrees, including right here in Mississippi. But this weather is not just uncomfortable, it's dangerous and in some cases potentially deadly.
With summer just barely underway, this morning millions are already desperate for relief.
Just wanting to be inside in the air conditioning.
Much of the country dealing with week 2 of withering heat. More than 127 million Americans are facing temps topping 90 degrees, and at least 30 million expected to feel highs above 100. It could mean record-breaking temperatures in cities across the South, including New Orleans, Jacksonville, and Atlanta, where splash pads like this are becoming the coolest ticket in town.
A lot of people will be struggling to figure out how to just find an activity that's not going to be just unpleasant in this heat.
And with the July 4th holiday approaching, the heat is forcing some cities to ban fireworks altogether.
The sole purpose in this declaration is to protect persons and property.
For outdoor workers, the scorching summer could bring dangerous, even deadly conditions. It's why OSHA has introduced new federal guidelines for people working outside, water breaks every 15 minutes, mandatory rest breaks in the shade, and steps to help workers get acclimated to the heat. It's all part of a pattern of extreme weather sweeping the country. In Virginia, a summer storm left nearly 80,000 customers without power. The winds strong enough to rip the roof off of this apartment complex. A chilling preview of what's expected to be an especially hot summer.
And all of this is raising the debate over whether we should be naming these heat waves similar to the way that we do hurricanes. Experts say that when it comes to weather-related deaths, excessive heat actually causes the most fatalities. So there's a renewed push to name these heat waves to bring more awareness to them. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thanks. Well, now let's turn to NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman with the latest on the forecast.
Hey, Stephen, the heat does continue to be the big story. We're looking at 21 million impacted today. This is where we're seeing the alerts, but the heat extends well beyond this. So heat alerts from Dallas to New Orleans, Tallahassee, also Macon, Georgia. We're looking at a heat warning. That's in the hot pink color. And we're looking at temperatures climbing into the 90s and 100s once again. So for today, staying steamy. It's going to stay steamy on Friday as well. Tulsa 94 today. You factor in the humidity, it feels a lot warmer than that. It's going to feel like 100 in Tulsa, feeling like 106 in Mobile, feeling like 109 in Tallahassee. And then as we near Friday evening, we're looking at temperatures feeling like 113 in Jacksonville. It's going to feel like 109 in Pensacola. As we go throughout Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we're going to be a little bit better. Still really warm for this time of year. But notice in Little Rock, we go from 100 to 97 down to 86. So that's going to feel a lot better. Same story in Birmingham. We're going to shave off a few temperatures as well. So 127 million highs today are expected to be above 90 degrees. That's a lot of highs. And then we're looking at 30 million highs above the 100 mark. That's mainly in the southwest through the south central states into the southeast. But the 90s extend into the central plains and the northern plains as well. This is a snapshot for today. We have the record highs in the south that I just showed you. Also looking at some lingering showers in the northeast. Severe storms expected in parts of the central plains. We could see some really gusty winds, also some hail there. And then the southwest, looking at monsoon moisture, we have an influx of moisture. This is the 7th day straight where we could see the chance for flash flooding. We have the heat and humidity. That's the fuel for some storms and a cold front moving through. So a few areas expecting some strong to severe storms, likeliest in Nebraska, also Kansas. We're looking at Concordia, where you see the yellow here. That is your slight risk, and that's where we're expecting winds over 60 miles per hour, damaging hail of an inch or larger, and even the chance of a few tornadoes. And then tomorrow, that risk is in the northern plains, Fargo to St. Cloud, Sioux Falls. You could see damaging winds and also some hail. We're looking at the chance for some rain, even some heavier rain in spots where you see the darker colors, the yellows, the oranges, red. We could see up to 2 inches in some spots. Stephen?
Oh, brutal. All right, Michelle, thank you. Well, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell on the Hill facing a tough grilling about how the league handled allegations of misconduct by one team. What Goodell says the NFL is doing to clean up that toxic team culture. That's coming up after this break.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast, listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There are new revelations about an inappropriate workplace in professional football. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell testifying in front of Congress yesterday about the league's handling of allegations of a toxic culture and sexual harassment against the Washington Commanders. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with more on this, facing some difficult questions.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Stephen. Good morning. Commissioner Goodell faced tough questions for more than 2 hours about the way he handled the Commanders' alleged hostile workplace environment. Noticeably absent was team owner Dan Snyder, but the committee chair said she planned to subpoena him to give a deposition next week.
The workplace in Washington was unprofessional and unacceptable in numerous respects.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell on defense, facing a grilling by Congress over his handling of reports of rampant misconduct at one team, the Washington Commanders. Testifying remotely, Goodell acknowledged the team's culture was toxic for far too long.
Bullying, widespread disrespect toward colleagues, use of demeaning language, public embarrassment, and harassment.
Some of that demeaning language replayed by the committee. Here, a former team broadcaster.
I do think our intern is looking better every day.
Goodell said he'd taken steps to change the culture, imposing a $10 million fine on the team and saying that the man at the center of the allegations, owner Dan Snyder, was no longer involved in day-to-day operations. Just before the hearing, the committee released a report that found Snyder orchestrated a shadow investigation intended to discredit accusers and the journalists who reported on them. Snyder himself out of the country on what his lawyer said was a business trip. His spokesperson telling NBC News that the committee's investigation was predetermined from the beginning and a politically charged show trial. But a lawyer representing 40 of the team's former employees said the report's findings were egregious.
For Goodell to appear today and say the culture is fine, things are better, and we have sanctioned Dan Snyder enough is an insult to every single woman who came forward and risked their lives, their career.
One woman who came forward, a former Washington football cheerleader and employee, said she and many others still live with the trauma.
Watching Snyder get full ownership during the investigation was a gut punch. Watching this silly fine and slap on the wrist passed down last year was a gut punch.
Scars, she says, won't heal without a true systemic reckoning.
All right, so Snyder no longer part of day of operations here, but a lot of people feel like more should be done. What power does Goodell have to do that?
Yeah, some of those survivors were, very adamant that Goodell should be doing more. He told the committee that he did not have the power to get rid of Snyder, but technically he does have the power to recommend him being fired to the NFL Executive Committee, although he hasn't done that yet. So a lot of people are questioning whether he would do that at all. And what some of the lawmakers that were grilling Goodell, they were very upset that he had not had the report, the internal investigation released, the one that the NFL had commissioned. He said that that was due to witness privacy.
All right. We'll see what developments come from that. Gabe, thanks so much. All right, now to this next story. The families of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie in court for a civil proceeding yesterday. Petito's parents are suing the family of her former boyfriend, Laundrie, and he had written in a notebook found after his death that said that he killed Petito. The family alleging that the Laundries knew about her murder and tried to help their son get away. The legal battle between the families of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie on display for the first time in a Florida civil courtroom.
They knew starting on August 28th of 2021 that Gabby was dead. They knew where Gabby's body was. They knew that the Petito family was desperately searching for information.
Laundrie's parents, Chris and Roberta, noticeably absent from court, their attorney saying they had no responsibility to speak up about their son's actions.
The law imposes no such obligation to speak, and the state and federal constitutions support that. In our society, under our laws, people are free not to speak.
The Petito family suing the Laundries for damages in excess of $30,000 for what amounts to the intentional infliction of emotional suffering.
Infliction of emotional distress is generally unofficially considered one of the weaker causes of action. Why? Because it's really hard to prove.
Petito was killed by strangulation in August 2021, according to authorities, while she and her fiancé, Laundrie, were traveling together across the United States. They documented their journey on social media along the way. Laundrie returned home from the road trip on September 1st without Gabby, then disappeared himself. The search for both captivating the nation.
And we're also following these new developments in the growing search for a 22-year-old named Gabby Petito. She vanished during a cross-country road trip with her fiancé.
In October, about a month after Gabby's remains were found, Brian Laundrie's body was discovered in a nature preserve not far from his parents' Florida home, along with writings in a notebook that claimed responsibility for killing Petito. The Petito family has been vocal about their distrust of the Laundries.
Anyone that lived in that house is a coward, and they don't know how to stand up for their actions.
I think silence speaks volumes.
Their silence explained by their attorney, Steve Bertolino, on Top Story.
We've heard from so many people over the last several weeks on this case, but we've never heard from the Laundries, and there's a reason for that, correct?
The reason you haven't heard from the Laundries is because I told them not to talk to anybody.
The hearing will determine if a lawsuit brought on by Petito's parents against Laundrie's parents will proceed to a jury trial next year. The lawsuit alleges Laundrie's parents were aware their son murdered Petito, knew where her body was located, and chose not to act.
They had the audacity to express a hope that she would be reunited with her family.
The essential thrust of the facts alleged by the plaintiffs is that the Laundries were just silent. To allow this case to go forward, a judge would have to conclude that mere silence can be extreme and outrageous behavior, and even when that silence may be in assertion of one's Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination.
So disturbing to see those social media videos from their trip now. Well, though Brian Laundrie's parents were not in court yesterday, after the hearing, their family attorney did issue a statement saying, in part, we feel strongly that our legal arguments are on solid footing. As such, we look forward to the judge's decision in the near future, which will hopefully dismiss this baseless lawsuit. End quote. The judge, by the way, is expected to decide in the next couple of weeks if this civil case will proceed. Well, it's round two, the FDA versus Juul battle inside the decision that could send the e-cigarette company up in smoke. That's ahead after this break.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting. for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Making news right now. Federal prosecutors want convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell to spend decades in prison. They're asking a judge to sentence her to at least 30 years in prison next week. The 60-year-old Maxwell was convicted last year of recruiting young girls to have sex with disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. And 3 little letters are going a long way at Ohio State University. The school won a trademark for one of the most common words in the English language. Ohio State successfully trademarked the word "the," ending a 3-year battle. And there's a new top dog today. Trumpet is the first bloodhound ever to win the top prize at the Westminster Dog Show. And congrats to Trumpet. Well, we're expected to learn a lot more today about the turbulent start of the White House COVID-19 response task force in the early days of the pandemic. Former coordinator Dr. Deborah Birx is testifying before Congress today about what went wrong and how to better prepare for any future public health crises. CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell joins us now. So, Meg, what are some of the key moments we've heard so far, and what's expected next in this?
Yeah, so one of the most public displays for Debbie Birx during the Trump administration that Americans know her for was that time when President Trump sort of talked about using light or disinfectant to try to treat the coronavirus. She was asked if she remembered that episode, and she sort of wryly responded vividly. But of course, there have been a lot of questions about the U.S. response starting from the beginning. And she said the government was really unprepared because we treated the coronavirus like the flu, and that set us up for really underestimating this virus. But she also then describes sort of disintegration of the Trump administration's strategy toward trying to tackle the pandemic, the keeping of information from the public and the communications around it really changing and becoming one that really wasn't effective during a time when we did not yet have a vaccine.
So, Meg, we got a trove of emails that were made available at the very start of this hearing, and some of them Dr. Birx was assertive about concerns that misinformation was being shared with then President Trump. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, these really focused on her experiences with Dr. Scott Atlas and meetings in the Oval Office, where she says he advocated a strategy of herd immunity before we had vaccines available. And she said in these emails to people like Dr. Fauci or the former CDC director, the former FDA commissioner, that this was going to be really dangerous. And it was something she felt she was losing control of in terms of trying to communicate with the president, and really described today how that started to create this sort of 2 sets of facts that enabled the Trump administration to say, well, we don't really know what's going on, so we can sort of take the ones that are most politically expedient. So there's been a lot of focus on that today.
Fascinating to hear those inner workings. Meg Terrell, thanks so much for that. Well, those wildly popular Juul products could soon be a lot harder to find here in the U.S. The FDA wants to pull the plug on the e-cigarettes, and this could be a death blow for the company after it was forced to remove flavored products back in 2019. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer takes a closer look.
In 2019, Juul stopped selling sweet and fruity e-cigarette cartridges, but similarly flavored disposable vaporizers from other brands are still available at stores nationwide.
It could permanently extinguish one of the largest e-cigarette companies in the nation. The FDA poised to order Juul Labs to take its products off the U.S. market, according to the Wall Street Journal, citing people familiar with the matter. The potential decision, which has not been officially confirmed, comes after a nearly 2-year review of data provided by Juul, who sought to keep its smoking products on store shelves.
We certainly think Juul has played a large role in the e-cigarette epidemic. Its aggressive marketing and advertising to youth using a lot of the throwbacks that big tobacco used.
With uncertainty clouding Juul for years, the company came under FDA scrutiny after it was accused of trying to hook kids on its fruity and sweet flavors. Those choices often promoted by a marketing campaign, is why Max Thor says he started smoking Juul when he was 17.
I think it was just irresponsible in the way that these companies were developing flavors that were, pretty much like analogous to like candy.
In 2019, Juul stopped selling sweet and fruity e-cigarette cartridges, but similarly flavored disposable vaporizers from other brands are still available at stores nationwide.
As the Food and Drug Administration also proposes a plan to reduce the level of nicotine in cigarettes, no comment from Juul, which has previously denied marketing to children. For its part, the FDA continues to review data from e-cigarette companies who want to stay in the market, a future for some that could go up in smoke.
The Wall Street Journal says the FDA's announcement is expected at any hour, but for its part, the agency will only say, for now, no comment.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thanks so much. Well, digging through the debris for any signs of life, the challenging search for survivors and supplies after the deadly earthquake in Afghanistan. More on that straight ahead.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The death toll is expected to rise in Afghanistan after a powerful 5.9 magnitude earthquake jarred the country. At least 1,000 people were reported killed in Wednesday's quake. Now there's a frantic search for survivors and supplies. NBC News global correspondent Ralph Sanchez joins us now. So tell us about the round-the-clock search and where that stands right now.
Yeah, Stephen, it's now been more than 36 hours since this earthquake struck, and it is still a real struggle to try to get both rescue and relief elements into place. This is a mountainous, remote corner of eastern Afghanistan. The roads weren't great there to begin with. Now they've been devastated both by the earthquake, but also by these mudslides caused by heavy rain. The communication networks are down. The Taliban are saying they're having a really hard time reaching people by phone, trying to figure out exactly where it is that they need to get aid to. And all of this is leading to those harrowing images we're seeing of people digging with their bare hands through the rubble, trying to save the lives of their friends, of their family, of their neighbors. And Stephen, as you know, every minute counts in an earthquake situation, and those minutes are ticking away right now. As you said, 1,000 people have lost their lives, according to the Taliban. Medical teams on the ground say a large number of those are likely children. We don't know exactly how many. We may never know exactly how many, but another 1,500 people are injured, and that is putting an enormous strain on Afghanistan's healthcare system, which frankly is a healthcare system that had basically already collapsed before this natural disaster came piling in on top of it. Stephen?
Just devastating to hear about that desperate search. And Raph, this was a fairly strong earthquake, 5.9 magnitude, but there have been more powerful quakes that have killed far fewer people in the past. So what made this one so deadly?
Yeah, that's right, Stephen. When it comes to how many people are killed by an earthquake, one factor obviously is the size of the quake, but another factor is the quality of the infrastructure that it's hitting, right? A 5.9 earthquake in San Francisco, that's going to be felt, but it's not going to kill 1,000 people. But in this very poor, very remote corner of eastern Afghanistan, right on the border with Pakistan, people are living in pretty makeshift housing made out of wood, made out of stones in some cases, and the infrastructure there is just absolutely no match for an earthquake of that size. And that's why we've seen so many homes just completely collapsing. There's basically nothing left of them structurally, and that's also why we've seen just so many people losing their lives. Stephen?
And those images that we're seeing right now, Raf, just those structures smashed. Thanks so much for that coverage. We'll continue to check back for updates. Meanwhile, turning now to the European Union, and leaders there meeting in Brussels today to put Ukraine on a path toward membership to the bloc. The war in Ukraine approaches its 5th month now with no end in sight. We're now starting to get a sense of what life is like in Mariupol after Russian forces nearly wiped it off the map starting in March. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Aruti spoke with some of the Ukrainians there who escaped that city. Joins us now from Odessa with more on this. Ali.
Hi, Stephen. That's right. You know, Mariupol is now an occupied city by the Russians. They claim to have liberated it, but liberation looks pretty grim in that city. You talk to anybody that's escaped Mariupol or is still stuck in there, they're calling it a dead city. Let's take a listen to the report I have put together. The relentless bombardment of Mariupol by the Russians may have ended, but there's no respite in the human misery. So this is your house, and this is your neighbors?
My neighbors, my flat, the second floor.
Completely gone. With residents forced out of the city and displaced across Ukraine, I Am Mariupol aid centers are opening across the country. One of them here in Kyiv. The centers provide legal help, medical advice, and psychological care for adults and children traumatized by the horrifying experiences in the city. Almost all of them that work there are Mariupol residents working for the sake of Mariupol residents. Olya and her daughter Polina escaped Mariupol at the end of March and came to this center for help, trying to find work. With a heavy heart, Olya tells me that her daughter had to learn a new vocabulary, words she never used before, like humanitarian aid, shrapnel, checkpoints. Polina shows us a piece of shrapnel she picked up near her home. Fragments of war replacing toys for an 11-year-old. Now, a grim reminder of what she left behind. What was the situation like there when you were leaving?
We had a tough time evacuating. We went through Vasilivka and were held there, and we slept on the field for 4 days. There was a horrible stench, and everything was burnt up. The smell was unpleasant, of bodies, of burning, and everything.
The city, annihilated by the Kremlin, is still cut off from basic necessities like gas, electricity, and running water. The stench of death is still overwhelming. Advisor to Mariupol mayor said on his Telegram app that the bodies are being taken in an endless caravan of death to a morgue, landfills, and other places. At least 21,000 Mariupol civilians were killed during the weeks-long Russian siege, according to Ukrainian authorities. Ludmila's home has stood for over 100 years in Mariupol, she said, surviving the First and Second World Wars, but it crumbled under Russia's invasion. She showed me a video she shot of what remained of her home. Thankfully, she escaped right in time, but she says her neighbors weren't so lucky.
About 19 and 92 years old. It was husband and wife. I don't know what it was, but started fire. They died in fire.
They got burned to death?
Yes.
According to President Zelensky, the Russians are also holding around 2,500 Ukrainian fighters, many of them from the Azov battalion, who fought till the bitter end, holed up in the Azovstal steel plant. Amongst them, Ilya Samoylenko, who sustained serious injuries 4 years ago when the Russians shelled an area he was placing mines in. His mother says he barely survived. Ilya had been fighting the Russians since the first invasion 8 years ago. In 2017, he lost a hand and an eye defending the Donbass region, but not his will to fight. Now he finds himself a POW.
What is happening here? Real genocide of Ukrainians.
I spoke to his mother, Alla, consumed with anxiety over her son's fate.
We have no official information.
So this not knowing must
Yeah.
be so difficult for you.
Yes, of course. Of course difficult. But I don't think more difficult than they are in prisons.
All the people at the Mariupol Center want to go home. Ludmila told me her husband is an engineer and dreams of rebuilding his city, as long as it was still Ukrainian.
So many lives turned upside down. So, Ali, what can you tell us about the current situation in Mariupol? Is there any concern that potential war crimes are being covered up by Russia?
That's right, Stephen. Look, the situation there is still catastrophic. The city is being razed to the ground. There's no running water, electricity, gas. There are cholera and dysentery outbreaks. And we spoke to the general prosecutor in Ukraine a few days ago, and she said the extent of war crimes there are going to be huge, much bigger than the stuff we've seen in Bucha. She's certain that the Russians are trying to cover up these war crimes, but they said they're going to do everything to uncover everything that's happened there. Modern technology is helping them, but of course they can't do that until they get access to the city, and right now the Russians are holding it.
All right, Ali Ruzi reporting for us from Odessa, Ukraine. Ali, thanks so much for that. Well, celebrating 50 years of Title IX, how the landmark law expanding women's rights is now caught in the middle of a brand new debate. That's ahead.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Born to Rule, when Charles is king. A new podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Yamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts. Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. 50 years ago today, a landmark law propelled women's equality in America. Title IX reshaped women's and girls' rights when it came to education, sports, and a whole lot more. Well, half a century later, and in the middle of Pride Month, it's now caught in the middle of a fight over transgender rights. Here's NBC's Hallie Jackson.
9-year-old Kieran Clausen collects crystals. She dabbles in face paint, and she loves sports. What do you play?
I did play volleyball, soccer, and
I want to play basketball.
To Kieran, who's transgender, it's not about racking up victories.
I don't want to win any trophies for it, though. I feel like that's the most unfair way to compete because it's not about winning.
What's it about?
Having fun with your friends.
But next week, her state, Indiana, will ban trans girls like her from playing girls' sports, joining at least 15 other states with similar laws. Now, the Clausens' only hope is that the courts will step in.
It's tough. It's hard to do everything that you can to support your child and then and then have lawmakers come in who don't know anything and say that you're doing the wrong thing for your child. It's really hard.
It's very personal. The lawmakers are attacking one of the smallest minorities that we have.
Title IX is so important to our family, and it's not just for sports. It's so that she is not discriminated against because of her identity.
50 years ago today, Title IX became a landmark law banning discrimination against women and girls in most schools. But the fight now centers around whether that federal right should extend to transgender students.
It's very sad that Title IX has kind of been warped to include biological males when it should be protecting biological females.
Chelsea Mitchell is one of 4 student athletes suing the Connecticut Association of Schools, now appealing the case's dismissal, arguing the state violated their Title IX protections by letting trans girls compete against them at track meets.
From the moment I stepped foot on the track in my first race, I fell in love with the sport.
What about young transgender girls who are also falling in love with track? Should they be denied the same experience that you've had?
Everyone deserves the opportunity to compete. It just needs to be done where it's most fair, and women's sports need to be kept as women's sports.
This week, swimming's global governing body effectively banned trans women from competing in women's events, only letting swimmers compete in them if they transitioned before age 12. The decision coming just a few months after Leah Thomas made history as the first trans woman to win an NCAA swimming championship.
It is a policy that we need to introduce in order to protect the competitive fairness of our event.
LGBTQ advocacy groups slamming swimming's latest move as discriminatory, as some of the sports world's biggest superstars, like Billie Jean King and Megan Rapinoe, work to fight anti-trans laws, like the one about to go into effect in Indiana, where the Clausens live. We told Rapinoe what Kieran told us.
She just wants to play with her friends. What's your message to her?
Oh, gosh, we're with you. And it's like emotional to think about. I mean, this kid's, so young. She just literally wants to play with her friends.
For Rapinoe, it's personal.
God forbid a trans person excel in sports. I would rather have that than have kids committing suicide. I would literally give up everything that I've ever achieved for not one of these kids to feel what they're feeling.
Kieran seems undeterred with a message now about her journey.
Never stop being you. That's it.
Never stop being you.
There's so many kids that don't even have the opportunity to express who they really are. We are acknowledging more people as who they are than taking something away from somebody else.
Important coverage. Hallie Jackson, thanks. And that'll do it for this hour. Your news continues right now. And thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo, filling in for Morgan and Vicky today. We start with breaking news. The Supreme Court delivers a major win to gun rights groups. We're going in depth on this divisive decision. And it's a tale of 2 chambers. Senators try to carve out a path forward for historic bipartisan gun safety legislation. Meanwhile, a congressional panel dives deeper into former President Trump's pressure campaign to push the DOJ to back up his stolen election lies. And running out of gas, President Biden is having a hard time selling his plan to give drivers a bit of relief from the skyrocketing gas prices, the roadblocks he's running into. An emergency meeting, the critical decision from the World Health Organization in hopes of getting a handle on a spiraling spread of this virus. And we begin with that breaking news out of the Supreme Court. A major decision today marks one of the biggest yet involving the Second Amendment in more than a decade now. The ruling overturns a New York state law and reinforces gun owners' rights. All 6 conservative justices ruled in favor of striking down the law. The 3 liberal justices dissented. This all comes as a bipartisan coalition of senators are right on the brink of passing changes to federal gun legislation. New York Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul reacted to that ruling earlier.
This decision isn't just reckless, it's reprehensible. It's not what New Yorkers want. And we should have the right of determination of what we want to do in terms of our gun laws in our state. If the federal government will not have sweeping laws to protect us, then our states and our governors have a moral responsibility to do what we can.
One of many heated reactions. So let's begin with NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian. So Ken, tell us about the specifics of this ruling. What did Justice Thomas write in that opinion, and what did the dissenting justices have to say?
Well, Stephen, this ruling is really the second major instance of the Supreme Court interpreting the scope of the Second Amendment. And it's a really dramatic and historic ruling, striking down this 111-year-old New York law. And Justice Clarence Thomas, who wrote the opinion, said essentially that this law, which placed restrictions on the ability to carry a weapon outside the home, was unconstitutional, violated the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And he based his reasoning on a historic reading of regulation of guns. He essentially said that even though New York for 100 years or more has been saying, look, you need to show a specific individual need to get a license to carry a weapon outside the home, he said that was wrong, that was unconstitutional. Stephen Breyer, in dissent for the liberals, said that that was based on a misreading of history and that there's hundreds of years of history of regulating the open carry of weapons. As to the particulars of the New York law, essentially, back in 2008, the Supreme Court established a right to keep and bear arms in the home, but it was silent on how strictly states could regulate the carrying of concealed weapons outside the home. And New York put up some serious hurdles. You had to show a particular need, not just that I live in a dangerous neighborhood, I want a gun for self-protection. You had to show the regulators that you had a specific danger, a need to carry a weapon, and many people were denied. And there are other liberal states like California and Maryland, and states covering tens of millions of people that had very similar laws, which are now deemed unconstitutional. This conservative majority has said that people have a more expansive right to carry a gun in public than we had thought, than the existing law had been. They left open the possibility for states to regulate the carrying of weapons in so-called sensitive areas. They didn't say what those were, but we can imagine they could be schools or, churches, other kinds of places where states might want to regulate guns. But now it falls to the states to figure out how to do that while staying within this very sweeping ruling, Stephen.
And Ken, we heard from Governor Hochul here in New York about what this could mean for the state, and what could this, though, mean for the Second Amendment as a whole?
Well, look, it expands the Second Amendment dramatically. Even though we're only talking about a handful of very populous states here, it is a dramatic sort of legal standing by the Supreme Court that now has interpreted the Constitution to mean that the Second Amendment allows the carrying of weapons outside the home, that that's an absolute right that people have, and states can't restrict it unreasonably. And in the last few minutes, even President Biden has issued a statement denouncing this decision and saying that at a time of mass shootings in our country, we should be regulating guns more, not less. But the Supreme Court has interpreted this as the law of the land, and Democrats who don't like it are going to have to live with it, Stephen.
And you mentioned the regulations of guns. From a legal perspective, what, if anything, does this mean for the gun legislation that's currently being worked out on Capitol Hill?
It doesn't appear that it would affect that very narrow set of provisions that have come under the deal that they've reached in Congress, which has to do with background checks and other kinds of things. Background checks are not affected by this decision. States are still allowed to, for example, prohibit people from getting a license if they have a mental health history or criminal records. So that's not really the issue here. The issue here was if you meet those requirements, do you have an absolute right to get a permit to carry a concealed weapon? And the conservative majority of the Supreme Court has said, yes, you do.
This highlights a lot of the divisiveness that's still out there. All right, Kendall Anian with those developments. Thank you so much. Well, let's head now to Capitol Hill, where right now the Senate is holding a key vote to advance that very bipartisan gun bill we were just talking about. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins me now. So, Ali, first, fill us in on this vote and if there's been any reaction on Capitol Hill to this Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah, Stephen, lots of reaction and lots of action here as the Senate takes its first real procedural step towards passing this gun reform bill, the largest and most significant gun reform package in about 30 years that the body has moved on. I'm looking down at my phone now because the vote is happening and you can see it on the other side of your screen. I believe our Senate producer is saying that they have the 10 Republicans that we expected them to have voting in favor of this bill. Effectively, what that means is that they will hit the 60 votes required to avoid a filibuster. That's exactly what we expected to happen, given the fact that 14 Republicans previously joined with all 50 Democrats on the first iteration of this vote earlier in the week. Now, effectively, what happens is they are on a glide path to passage. It's just a question of when that actually happens. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer today said that he wanted to see that happen by the end of the day. If all 100 senators agree to that speedier timeline, that could be what happens. But some Republicans do want to slow this down, take all of the hours required for them to put amendments into play and other such things. But again, that would only slow the process down, not deter the ultimate passage of this bill. And then, of course, on the other side of the coin, just across the street, reaction to that Supreme Court ruling from Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, one of the New York senators who can speak to this and the impact that it'll have in her state. She said in a statement that today's Supreme Court ruling, which guts state concealed carry permitting laws, is not just irresponsible. She calls it downright dangerous. I imagine we'll hear similar things from Democrats today here on the Hill. But Ken is right. What you asked him before, what the Supreme Court is ruling today doesn't have an impact on what the Senate is doing, but certainly nothing happens in a vacuum.
Absolutely. So much happening on guns today, Ali. But I do want to ask about today's fifth public hearing from the House January 6th committee. Walk us through what today's witnesses are likely to lay out and how that'll play into the investigation.
Yeah, no shortage of news up here on Capitol Hill. The Senate, of course, focused on guns, and the House still focused on that fifth hearing from the January 6th Select Committee. You see the in-person witnesses there on your screen. Former Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, as well as other top Department of Justice officials who will speak to the pressure campaign that was sustained upon them by former President Donald Trump, as well as other key Trump allies and administration officials. They'll be able to really take us inside the room there. And what one of the key leaders of this hearing told us, Congressman Kinzinger told our team yesterday, is that Trump was looking for the Department of Justice's stamp of approval on all of these bogus election fraud claims that he was putting forward. He ultimately did not get that stamp of approval, but of course it stands to reason that if he did, those bogus claims would have had some legitimacy. But what we've seen in each of these hearings, and will continue to see today, is that at every turn, as Trump and his allies tried to put forward new conspiracy theories and new pressure campaigns, officials within the DOJ, at the state level, and even within his own inner orbit were repeatedly saying no.
And Ellie, I wanted to ask, the committee hearing from this documentary filmmaker today behind closed doors. Alex Holder had access to Trump before and after January 6th and has provided hours of never-before-seen footage from the committee. NBC News has obtained the trailer for Holder's documentary called Unprecedented. Let's take a look.
Okay.
My father, he's very honest, and he is who he is.
He believes everything that he's doing is right. I think I treat people well unless they don't treat me well, in which case you go to war.
Can we talk for a minute about January 6th?
Fascinating to see that level of access. So, Ali, what does the panel hope to learn from Holder today, and what's next for these hearings?
Well, look, it's perhaps that very level of access that makes this footage so compelling, and it makes sense why the committee would want to get their hands on it. We know that it's about 15 to 20 hours of footage that we've never seen before, that the committee has not yet seen, though he has been in there for a few hours. So maybe by this point, 2 hours after he's into his deposition, they're beginning to see parts of it. But again, that teaser shows the proximity that this documentarian had to the former president, as well as people in his inner orbit. As someone who's covered President Trump for many, many years now. All of us who've covered him know that the people closest to him tend to be his family. People like his son, Don Jr., his daughter, Ivanka Trump, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. It makes this documentary very interesting to the committee, but it also presents the challenge, the fact that on the very day that they are doing a public hearing, they are also having a closed-door meeting that will get them more information. That's information that they might want to have in future hearings, and it's why the chairman of that committee confirmed to us yesterday they're putting a pause on their public hearings until July. It does, again, go to show the juggling act that they've been doing, public versus private news gathering in real time.
So much going on the Hill today. Thanks for keeping us up to date, Ali Vitale. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Well, let's now bring in Glenn Kirshner. He's an NBC News legal analyst and former federal prosecutor. So, Glenn, these are former senior Justice Department officials who are expected to hear from. How significant is it for officials that high up in the Justice Department to appear in a hearing like this? And what are you watching for in terms of their testimony?
You know, Stephen, I expect this is going to be a really important hearing, in a way somewhat different than the earlier hearings have been. We're going to see evidence of Donald Trump's attempt to corrupt and weaponize the Department of Justice to help him try to criminally overturn Joe Biden's election win. And I think we're going to see some of the most direct evidence of Donald Trump's criminal intent. You know, some people think proving criminal intent is like the magical unicorn of prosecution. That is simply not the case. I proved criminal intent in courtrooms, both military and civilian, for 30 years. And what we do is we ask juries to infer that someone's intent is corrupt or criminal based on the circumstances, based on statements that the defendant made or statements that were made to him. And here's what we're going to hear, what we expect to hear from these high DOJ officials. You know, on December 1st, we will all remember that Bill Barr told the AP that there was no widespread election fraud undermining Joe Biden's win. On December 27th, there was a meeting between Donald Trump and these high DOJ officials, Jeffrey Rosen, Richard Donahue, and they were reaffirming and reinforcing to the president there was no fraud. And Donald Trump said these words, which are directly incriminating and enlightening of his corrupt intent. He said, "I don't care if there was no fraud. Just say there was, and leave the rest to me and my Republican allies in Congress." That, I would argue, is direct evidence, powerful evidence, conclusive evidence, I would say evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, that Donald Trump's intent was corrupt and indeed criminal, because he said, "I don't care if there was no election fraud. Just tell the lie, say there was, and leave the rest to me."
And Glenn, I wanted to ask, connected to these hearings, a federal judge yesterday decided to delay the trial of several January 6th defendants associated with the Proud Boys because of publicity surrounding the House committee's investigation. What do you make of that decision?
It's not all that surprising. Ordinarily, judges will insist on, moving forward and keeping trial dates in place, even if it's a high-profile case, even if there is lots of outside publicity. But this is a high-profile case like no other, right? An attempt to, kill our democracy, in essence. And the Proud Boys are sort of right at the center of some of the evidence that we're hearing in the J6 public hearing. So because both the defendants and the prosecutors in the case both asked the judge to continue the trial date until, I believe, December, because there's so much uncertainty and there's so much information being poured into the public square about these defendants by implication, because they were members of the Proud Boys organization. It doesn't surprise me that the judge pushed it out a few months. He wants to let the sort of landscape calm down a little bit with respect to what we're hearing about the Proud Boys. And then I expect they'll move to the trial in December.
So many moving parts to these hearings. Glenn Kirshner, thanks so much for helping us make sense of it. We appreciate it. And our special coverage of today's January 6th committee hearing begins at 2:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Well, as frustration grows over sky-high gas prices, President Joe Biden is calling on Congress to suspend fuel taxes. That move would temporarily halt the roughly 18-cent tax on gas and 24-cent tax on diesel. Biden's also calling on states to get rid of their fuel taxes right now. The average sits about $5 a gallon in 14 states. California leads the way, averaging above $6. And we are now seeing more signs that rising gas prices and inflation are starting to drag down the economy. Ballooning prices and falling demand, combined with a potential recession, are creating fears and a wave of bankruptcies hitting the retail industry. CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi joins us in just a moment with the market reaction to all of this. But first, we go to NBC News correspondent Josh Lederman at the White House. So, Josh, a lot of this is still unfolding. The president already facing pushback to his tax holiday. What are you hearing today?
Yeah, that gas tax holiday proposal is now running on fumes, Stephen, after getting an unenthusiastic reception from pretty much everyone on the Hill. Remember, Congress has to act in order for there to be a gas tax holiday. The president cannot do it on his own. And even the president's closest allies in Congress, like House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, not committing to even holding a vote on this, much less to supporting a vote to have a 3-month holiday for that gas tax. And one of the reasons that Democrats from President Biden's own party say that they're not really excited about this, including Senator Elizabeth Warren, who spoke about it this morning, is that they feel like this is a very short-term solution that isn't even going to necessarily reduce prices that much. They are wary of then having this tax snap back into place 1 month before the election. But we're also hearing another concern from the American Society of Civil Engineers, who points out that, look, this gas tax is actually used to fund the Highway Trust Fund. And they say that suspending the tax would actually result in losing billions of dollars of revenue from the Highway Trust Fund, which, of course, is so critical to maintaining those roads and bridges and everything else that people want to be driving on this summer as they face these high gas prices. White House officials, meanwhile, they do not dispute the idea that this is not a panacea, that this is not, the golden solution for gas prices. But they do feel like the president should be out there making clear to the American public that he's doing everything possible within his power to try to address gas prices right now. And that, according to White House officials, includes calling on Congress to enact this 3-month pause on the federal gas tax.
A lot of skepticism about that plan. But, Josh, I did want to ask, the president also going after oil producers, telling them to lower prices. Take a listen, and we'll talk on the other side of this.
This is a time of war, global peril, Ukraine. These are not normal times. Bring down the price you are charging at the pump to reflect the cost you are paying for the product. Do it now. Do it today. Your customers, the American people, they need relief now.
So Energy Secretary Granholm is meeting with energy companies today to discuss ways to increase oil supply. What are we hearing about that meeting?
Well, look, this is not the start of the conversation between the Biden administration and the U.S. energy industry. There have been conversations going on behind the scenes for weeks to the tenor of what President Biden was just saying. The White House calling on these companies to stop, in the words of some administration officials, price gouging on the price of gasoline. This meeting with Secretary Granholm today will involve the 7 major companies, those like ExxonMobil and Phillips and BP and others, as the White House seeks answers from them, not only about why they have not been able to further increase refining capacity, which the oil industry executives are likely to say, look, we've pretty much maxed out what we can do without building new refineries for the long term, at the same time that the Biden administration says in the medium to long term they still want to be moving fast toward renewable energy, not more reliance on those fossil fuels, Stephen.
It'll be interesting to see what comes from those meetings today. All right, Josh, thanks so much. Let's bring in CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi today. So how are the markets responding to Biden's proposed gas tax holiday?
Steve, there is increasing skepticism that this gas tax holiday will be implemented. We've actually seen oil prices fall substantially over the last 2 days on these growing recession fears. But back to the gas tax holiday, Goldman Sachs did put out a note last night saying it's unlikely that Congress will take action on this gas holiday before July 4th recess. However, they do think it could potentially be added to the budget reconciliation bill that Senate Democrats are negotiating. So that is something to watch. If this gas holiday is passed, analysts at at Goldman say it's still unclear how much of the tax suspension would pass through to consumers. There are, of course, 4 states that have already removed that levy. There's New York, Georgia, Maryland, Connecticut, and we have seen prices drop in those states slightly. The challenge, though, is getting more widespread support with state budgets already finalized for the fiscal year. Separately, the American Petroleum Institute sending a note to the Biden administration saying refiners are operating at maximum capacity. If you want to lower gas prices, restart domestic oil production. And that is likely a key topic as these oil CEOs meet with the Biden administration today in Washington. Steve.
And Seema, more troubling signs for the economy there. Now, these new rumblings that there could be a wave of retail companies facing bankruptcy later this year. Which companies do we know are in most trouble?
Yeah, our CNBC.com team ran an analysis using data from Fitch, which is a credit rating agency, to assess the retail companies that could be at risk of default. These are the type of notes that tend to come in our email boxes as financial reporters as these recession fears loom. And retail is high on the list. Of course, longtime iconic American makeup company Revlon filing for bankruptcy. This is a company that has been challenged in recent years by the influx of new cosmetic companies that have really captivated the attention of Gen Z through the use of digital platforms. Other companies that were on Fitch's list include Serta Simmons, that's the mattress company, Anastasia Beverly Hills, Roden Fields, Men's Warehouse. These are just a few that are on the short list. And of course, again, something that we continue to watch to see how the Federal Reserve handles the onset of higher inflation, how they tackle inflation, and whether that leads to this economy slowing down at a much faster than expected pace. And if so, the companies that will come under pressure, right? Of course, this is what we see in economic cycles. When there is a recession, there are certain companies that aren't able to make ends meet and have to file. Steve?
Some well-known names on that list. Seema, thanks so much for that update. Well, 3 days into summer, much of the country is still in the grip of a dangerous heat wave. 42 million people are under heat alerts in 16 states now. This is prompting OSHA to make new safety guidelines for working outdoors. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has more from the sweltering Jacksonville, Florida area.
Carol Hoover thought she was left only with memories after her parents passed away.
A lot of happy years. A lot of happy years. And I miss them dearly.
She was wrong.
It was like any other day.
As she went through her mail, a familiar sight caught her eye.
The first thing I saw was my mother's handwriting. And it's very recognizable. And I was like, wait a minute, how can this?
All right, not the right story there, but we do have more to come on the heat. We'll get to that. Meanwhile, coming up, a key meeting for the World Health Organization could soon designate monkeypox a global health emergency. What that decision could mean, that's up next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast, listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
All right, welcome back. We got to talk about this heat. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now tracking the heat. So, Bill, is there any good news inside for us?
Well, I mean, we're one day closer to fall. I mean,
well, there you go.
That's a really, really small thing, though. Yeah, so we've been tracking this heat wave. It's, I don't know, I think we're on 3 weeks. We haven't even had one day where it's like, okay, we got a little break, then it returns. It just keeps moving around the country. Today's the peak of it in the Deep South. We've actually had a relief in the Ohio Valley, the Mid-Atlantic region, but today it's the worst it's been in the areas of South Georgia, the Florida Panhandle, and through areas. Now the heat's starting to build back again into Texas. So we're at the lunch hour now in the Eastern time zone, and we're already at 97 in Montgomery. That's the highest on the board. Not by much. Shreveport's right behind. This isn't the heat index. This is the actual temperature measured right now in the shade at 96 degrees. Tallahassee's the one we've been watching all week. Yesterday, they hit 102. The hottest temperature ever in Tallahassee is 105. Today, the forecast is 103 to 104. So there's an outside chance of getting there. But noticing you're 94 now, you're already kind of behind a little bit some of the other cities. In Mobile, you should easily get up towards your record today. So here's the records for the day. This is not all time or the month. This is just for the hottest temperature ever measured on today's date in the calendar. Mobile, 101. You should come close, if not break that. Montgomery, same for you. Atlanta, just shy of your record high today. We talked about Tallahassee. A lot of other areas close too. New Orleans, Dallas, Shreveport, Houston. You get the idea. It's pretty much everywhere in the Deep South. And then tomorrow, everyone's a couple degrees cooler. Not a lot, just a little bit. So we should be near records once again throughout this area. Look at Dallas tomorrow, 103. It's not going to break your record. The record was 105 degrees. Things turn, I like how we use the word cooler, but instead of 100s, we're going to be in the mid-90s Sunday and Monday, New Orleans. Dallas, you go from 103 on Saturday into the mid-90s too. So back to normal, I guess, is probably a better way than saying it, than cooler. And as far as the weekend outlook goes, we will be watching still very warm conditions tomorrow and Friday. By the time we get to Saturday, it looks pretty nice in the Northeast. A couple records on Saturday in the South, not quite as many. And you notice we don't have a lot of severe weather to deal with. So, you know, we're getting there. It's a slow grind, but the heat wave is slowly heading out.
Yeah, those air quotes are so important for the word cooler.
Cooler.
You got that right.
It's almost like saying in the winter it's going to be warmer, and it's like 15 degrees compared to 0.
Yeah, it's all relative, those finger quotes. All right, Bill Cairns, thanks so much. Well, is monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern? Well, that's what the WHO is working to figure out right now. Currently, there are more than 3,000 confirmed cases across 42 countries. More than 80% of those are in Europe. We're taking an in-depth look at this designation and what it could mean and how concerned we ought to be about it. Joining me now from London is NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. So, Megan, first, help us understand what this designation would mean and what kind of action could take place as a result.
Well, Steve, it would be pretty significant. The only other viruses that are in that category are COVID-19. Obviously, we've all lived through that, as well as polio. And so what this would effectively do is it would trigger this all-hands-on-deck approach for countries across the world to work together, to come together and sharing resources to try and stop the spread of this virus, to try and stop these outbreaks. So we're talking things like sharing research as well as data and vaccinations as well. And so also you can look at this as like a public awareness campaign as well, really sounding the alarm, trying to reach the public, letting them know just how serious this virus is and encouraging them to try and take precautions to stop these outbreaks. Steve?
So we're talking about 42 countries affected right now. Do we know how they have been trying to protect particularly their high-risk populations from this virus?
Right. So, the WHO, according to them and the data that they've collected, along with contact tracing, they have seen a significant rise in the population of men who have sex with men, but specifically with multiple partners. And so it is concerning the numbers that they're seeing. So we're seeing countries like the United Kingdom, for example, as well as Canada, making available the smallpox vaccination as a preventative measure to try and stop the outbreak. And we had an opportunity to speak with an epidemiologist from Yale who says if this declaration is declared, it would be significant in not only pushing more vaccinations around the world, but also getting these vaccines to underdeveloped nations. Take a listen to what he had to say.
It's going to need mobilization of resources in terms of getting the Jynneos vaccine, which is the sort of safer, more practical vaccine distributed across the world to the places that need it, making sure that we get tests and testing capacity again to places who need it, and anybody who might be a candidate for treatment gets access to it too. This is not a single country outbreak, and it means we need to have international cooperation.
Yeah, and he also went on to say that containment measures in the United States obviously aren't working. He suspects that it won't be long before the U.S. makes vaccinations available as well. See.
And Megan, I want to ask about the hospital you're in front of right now. Clearly a busy place. I understand it's played a critical role in the UK's fight against monkeypox. What can you tell us about that?
Absolutely. So this hospital behind me is one of 5 throughout the United Kingdom that has a specialized unit that focuses solely on infectious diseases. So they are seeing, for example, they would see those severe cases of monkeypox. And while, of course, that is rare, they have a unique perspective here. They have a front row seat to this virus. And so their critical role for their clinicians are really feeding to and providing more research around monkeypox. And just sort of a side note here, this is also the hospital where Prime Minister Boris Johnson was treated in the early days of the COVID outbreak when he was diagnosed with COVID. Steve.
Fascinating insight. Megan Fitzgerald, thanks so much. And let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock now. So, Dr. Blackstock, I want to put this in perspective for our viewers. If the WHO does ultimately designate this outbreak as an international emergency, how concerned should we be, and should we take any additional precautions?
So, I agree with what Megan said. This declaration would be an all-hands-on-deck approach. And I think what we see is that there was a small window of opportunity. It doesn't mean that the situation is dire, but it means that we can get ahead of this epidemic and essentially put into place resources, surveillance, and enable all of the countries globally to act together. And so public health messaging is really an important part of that, making sure people understand how monkey virus is spread, when to go for testing, and what options are available, such as vaccines or therapeutics.
And Doctor, so many people have started to pay attention to the way a virus will spread at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that is locked in so many minds when they think about transmissibility. Can you help us understand the distinction between COVID-19 and monkeypox and how they jump person to person?
Right. So monkeypox and COVID, even though they're both viruses, they have different levels of contagiousness. COVID-19 is very contagious. Monkeypox is not. Monkeypox is spread through skin-to-skin contact, through respiratory droplets and touching contaminated surfaces. Right now, in terms of COVID-19, we know coronavirus spreads mostly through aerosol droplets, through the small particles of air around us. And so that is the main difference. And that's part of why monkeypox is not as contagious. But people need to understand how monkeypox is spread, and then also to be able to recognize that hallmark rash that you were just showing on television, as well as some other symptoms like fever and malaise.
Very helpful in drawing those distinctions. Dr. Uche Blackstock, thanks so much for your insight.
Thank you.
Well, still to come, examining what a post-Roe versus Wade world would look like. Ahead, we hear the stories of a mother and daughter who both had abortions before and after that landmark ruling.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King, a new podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Making news right now. The NTSB is sending a team to the site of a deadly chopper crash in West Virginia. The Vietnam-era Huey was being used to tour Logan County. It went down Wednesday evening and exploded in flames, killing 6 people on board. Well, Team USA artistic swimmer Anita Alvarez is doing okay after fainting in the pool during the World Aquatics Championship. Dramatic images show her coach jumping in that pool to save her. The doctor will have to clear Alvarez before she competes again in the upcoming finals. And Justin Timberlake going viral for the wrong reasons. Video of him kind of awkwardly trying to dance is racking up some views online. Timberlake ultimately laughed that off, saying he told his feet never to do that to him again. So much better than I can do, let's be honest. Well, a mother and daughter are sharing their deeply personal stories of having abortions 47 years apart. One before Roe versus Wade and the other after. And each had vastly different experiences. It all comes as the fate of the constitutional right of legal abortion hangs in the balance. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin spoke with the daughter and joins us now with more on that story. Hi, Julie.
Hi, Stephen. That's exactly right. As we wait for the Supreme Court to determine the future of Roe, I sat down with Sammy Detzer, who, unlike most women in this country, had the unique experience of talking openly with her mom about their abortion experiences. Take a listen to their story.
I was 19 or 20 when I had an abortion.
And I was 25 when I had an abortion. Patty Detzer had an abortion 5 years before the Supreme Court's landmark ruling, legally protecting a woman's right to choose.
They told me to get an abortion, I had to have a legal abortion, I had to see 3 shrinks. I do remember by the time I was finished with that, I felt like I really am crazy.
Her daughter, Sammy, found out she was pregnant in 2015. A year later, the two of them interviewed each other on a local radio show.
So I went and I bought a pregnancy test before work one morning, and this one came out positive.
The two women's experiences could not have been any more different, 47 years apart.
It took them a really long time, so by the time they got to me, I was 5 months pregnant.
I called my best friend, and after I hung up the phone with her, I called Planned Parenthood and immediately made an appointment for an abortion.
How fast was that whole process for you?
Like 5 minutes. It was so fast.
Patty was dealing with substance abuse. It was her first time away from home. She could barely take care of herself. She wondered, how could she raise a child?
She would have had to make a lot of sacrifices. At that point, she hadn't finished school.
After the abortion, Patty got her life on track, receiving a master's degree in ceramics, becoming an artist, and going on to have 3 beautiful children.
It took her 5 months, and it took me 5 minutes. And both of us knew from the moment we found out we were pregnant that what we needed, what we wanted to do, and I was just born in a much luckier time.
Having access to a safe and effective abortion process didn't make it emotionally easier for Sammy.
We've created this shroud of shame, this perception that it is unacceptable.
Patty's openness with her daughter about her own abortion helped Sammy feel confident about her decision. She quickly started sharing her abortion story with others.
I didn't believe that 1 in 3, 1 in 4 people has an abortion. That seemed like a way too high to me because I felt like my mom was the only person I knew.
Right. But at first, Sammy thought about keeping it a secret.
I just didn't feel ready to tell you. I remember I had a thought in my mind, like, maybe I'll just never tell her. Maybe I'll never tell anyone.
I never told my parents. They were already having a hard enough time with me.
Patty tragically passed away in 2018. What do you think your mom would say if she was here today and Roe was on the verge of being overturned?
She would be so angry. She would be so frustrated and so defeated. I know for a fact that she too would have, as I did, think about my 2-year-old niece and how devastating it is that she is growing up in a world where rights are actively being taken away from people.
Such a personal story there. And Julie, Senate Democrats say they aren't waiting around for the Supreme Court's decision on abortion rights. What's the latest on the legislative front that they are trying to take?
Well, look, they acknowledge that there's not much they can do on a federal level to protect Roe in the way that Senate Democrats want to protect it, in the way that it exists now, and potentially further to prevent states from implementing even harsher restrictions on a woman's right to choose. But in just the next couple of minutes, Senate Democrats will gather for lunch for a special caucus meeting, I'm told, in which, led by Senators Warren, Murray, and Kaine, they will discuss options, potentially including executive orders that they've pushed President Biden to sign to ensure that women's rights are protected if and when the Supreme Court overturns Roe.
Right. The country's still waiting on that decision. Julie Sirkin, thanks so much. Well, Ukraine could be one step closer to joining the European Union after an important vote today. what this means as the war enters its 5th month.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. A major decision potentially paving the way for Ukraine to join the European Union. That could come fairly soon. European leaders are meeting in Brussels today to vote in favor of granting Ukraine candidate status. In a show of support, this comes as Russian forces consolidate their hold on more territory in the hard-hit Donbas region. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Ukraine. So, Ellison, where does the fighting in eastern Ukraine stand right now?
So the governor of the Luhansk region, he has said again today that the situation, in his words, is extremely difficult. He says Russian forces have sent a number of reserve units to the area to try to take two key cities in the east, Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. So according to the regional governor of this area, Russian forces were heavily shelling some neighborhoods south of Lysychansk, and they were actually advancing up one of the major highways there. That highway, he says, now is impossible for Ukrainian forces to use, but he says there are other routes that they're using right now to perform what he described as quiet evacuations and also get aid to the people still in those cities. These two cities, they are sister cities. They are symbolically a very important city in this fight for control of the eastern industrial region of Donbas. This is an area that Russian officials have said they want captured by or around June 26th. And in recent days, we have just seen fighting there increase almost minute by minute from the air and also on the ground. The deputy minister for Ukraine's Ministry of Defense has previously said that their troops are doing everything they can to maintain ground and not allow themselves to become encircled. But the situation is incredibly difficult, and Russian forces have far more advanced weaponry than Ukrainian forces in that particular area. Stephen?
Even more difficulty there. And Ellison, powerful American weapons are finally getting into the hands of Ukrainian fighters in the east. How much concern, though, is there among Ukrainian officials that support could dry up?
I think the concern for a lot of Ukrainian officials has just been whether or not the aid, the heavy weaponry that has been promised, will get to the front lines quickly enough to make a difference, particularly in the east. What we have today is some weapons that have been promised weeks ago by the United States finally arriving here in Ukraine. They're called HIMARS. They're high-tech, medium-range rocket launchers, and those are something Ukrainian officials have been asking for really since the start of the full-scale invasion 120 days ago. There was a lag time from when President President Biden approved sending this weaponry over to Ukraine and it actually getting to Ukrainian forces because they had to train on it first, and that training took 3 weeks. But the arrival of this weapon system, it is being celebrated by Ukrainian officials. They say that it will make a difference on the Eastern Front. The question, I think, from an analytical standpoint is whether or not there's time for it to make a difference, particularly given the intense fighting we're seeing surrounding those two key cities in the east. Stephen?
It'll be interesting to see how much of a difference those weapons make, and as you said, how long it takes for that to happen. Allison Barber, thank you so much. Well, a violent beating caught on camera in China sends shockwaves across that country. Surveillance footage shows a group of men just brutally attacking multiple women at a restaurant, sending 2 of them to the hospital. Those women have since gone silent, though, renewing the debate over free speech in China. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer.
The early hours of June 10th, a security camera video at a restaurant shows a man approaching 3 women. When he touches one of them, she shakes him off, and he slaps her. What happens next is brutal. A mob beating her and the other women. Bystanders appear to do little to stop it. She's dragged outside by the hair, and when her friend tries to help, her head hits the step with a thump. The savage attack left 2 women hospitalized and sparked outrage across Chinese social media about gender-based violence here and how often it happens in plain view. More women are using their voices, says activist Feng Yuan, but our voices need to be heard, which is very hard. For over a week, women have flooded messaging platforms. Hashtags about the topic on Weibo alone have been viewed nearly 5 billion times. And other videos have quickly surfaced. According to police, this one shows a brawl in Huizhou after a woman there was beaten.
In a way, the rise of women's rights consciousness in China is quite rapid, faster than a lot of other countries. So I think that kind of the feeling of threat from men is especially acute.
But feminism is a divisive topic here. State media coverage has downplayed gender as the cause, instead linking the Tangshan attack to organized crime. Government censors pulled down the video, and Weibo yanked more than 900 accounts for violations, including gender confrontation. Police made 9 arrests and rolled out what was billed as a thunderstorm campaign to assure residents it was safe to eat out again. Tangshan was even dropped from China's honorary list of, quote, civilized cities. Yet in all the fallout and discussion, what's missing is the women. Nearly 2 weeks after the attack, they haven't been seen or heard from, and no relatives have spoken out, stirring concerns and more questions here around what's being called an epidemic of violence against women.
Authorities here just released a report that reveals the condition of 2 of the women was far more serious than first acknowledged, that they spent time in intensive care, even after police described their injuries as minor. Officials did not respond to our request for more details about the women, their families, or their ensuing silence about an attack that has so many others talking.
Important coverage, Janice Mackey-Freyer. Thanks. Turning now to postcards from the past. Why one family considers decades of delayed deliveries a blessing. We'll explain that after this break.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A decades-long delay for mail delivery would make most people pretty mad, but not this one family. They're somehow just now getting postcards from their deceased relatives. The family is far from frustrated, though. They consider the late letters a blessing. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez brings us that touching story.
Carol Hoover thought she was left only with memories after her parents passed away.
A lot of happy years. A lot of happy years. And I miss them dearly.
She was wrong.
It was like any other day.
As she went through her mail, a familiar sight caught her eye.
The first thing I saw was my mother's handwriting. And it's very recognizable. And I was like, wait a minute, how can this be? She passed away 8 years ago.
It was a postcard from her parents' honeymoon in 1980, addressed to her grandparents. Overjoyed with this surprise, Hoover went to her local post office.
She says, oh, wait, I've got 2 more in the back.
A postcard from Hoover's aunt and uncle from their trip to England in 1974. Another from her father from New York City in 1969.
To see my father's handwriting, that was wonderful. And, maybe deep down, I want to think it's maybe them giving a nod that, they're still close by. And, I like to think that.
And parcels from the past kept coming.
About a week and a half later, I got another one in the mail from my aunt and uncle, and that was from France.
The mystery mail became a family affair. Hoover's cousin in Illinois hearing from the people who lived in her old home, saying they had something she needed to see.
I can't believe that our former family home in Minnesota was now getting old postcards. This is crazy.
A postcard had turned up from a family friend in Ireland sent in 1983. One from family visiting Scotland in 1984. Another from her parents in Fiji in 1981.
It's a wonderful touch through time to my beloved family, who are all these people who have written these cards are passed away.
Conky says her family didn't travel much, so they would have remembered getting a postcard. She hasn't bought any of the theories she's heard so far. A USPS spokesperson offered a few explanations, including the possibility of the mail being found and deposited in one of their collection boxes. Hoover thinks there's more to the story.
We can't figure it out.
How can this happen with not a special envelope or some explanation?
Regardless of the path it took, these cousins are grateful for the bit of magic they got in their mailbox, arriving alongside moments of family joy and tragedy.
The first one I got 2 days after their first great-grandchild was born. My uncle, Jerry Bash, who was on 2 of the postcards, he just passed away a couple weeks ago. I think they came at a good time for whatever reason, because it was just something that lightened the load. And it just, everybody that's seen them, it's just a good feeling. And, everybody needs a little good news right now.
Wow, time-traveling mail gives you goosebumps. Thanks for being with us this hour. I'm Stephen Romo. The news continues right now. Hello, thanks for joining us. I'm Stephen Romo in for Morgan and Vicky today, and we're following breaking news. A key Supreme Court decision. The court strikes down a New York gun law. What this means for carrying a concealed weapon, that's just ahead. And relief roadblock. President Biden's hard sell to drive down sky-high gas prices with a 3-month tax holiday. He's calling on Congress to take action, but not everyone is on board. Who's pumping the brakes? That's also ahead. And resignations and confrontations. The latest January 6th Capitol attack hearing expected to show Justice Department top officials' heated reaction to former President Trump's stolen election lies. The key witnesses just hours from testifying. And red, white, and blah. The scorching summer heat forcing some cities to scrap 4th of July festivals. The place is bracing for temperatures that will feel like 115 degrees. But we begin with that breaking news out of the Supreme Court, a major decision today, and the biggest one yet involving the Second Amendment in about a decade now. The conservative majority's ruling overturns a New York state law and reinforces gun owners' rights. It all comes as senators are right on the brink of voting on new legislation to restrict firearm access. NBC News Now has you covered on these breaking developments. We'll get to NBC News law enforcement analyst Cedric Alexander in just a moment, but let's begin with NBC News national correspondent Ken Delaney. Ken, what exactly does this decision mean for New York's laws and for the country as a whole?
Yeah, that's right. It's not only New York, but 7 other states that cover a total of 80 million people that may be affected here. All these states have laws that restrict the ability of people to get a permit to carry a concealed weapon. So back in 2008, the Supreme Court decided that Americans had the right to bear arms in their home. But that decision wasn't very clear on the question of how strictly states can regulate granting somebody a permit to carry a concealed weapon out in public. And New York had a pretty strict law in that regard. You had to show a particular need as distinguished from the rest of the community. In other words, you couldn't just say, I live in a dangerous community and I want a gun for self-protection. You had to prove to the local authorities that you really needed one. Say you were carrying money, as part of your job or something. Well, the Supreme Court has said that that law is unconstitutional, was too restrictive. In a 6-3 decision written by conservative Justice Clarence Thomas, all 6 of the conservatives voted in favor, the 3 liberals dissented. And so this is a major, major decision that expands Second Amendment rights in this country and makes it much more difficult for states to restrict the ability of people to carry a weapon in public. The court still left the door open to states regulating carrying weapons in so-called sensitive areas. They did not specify what that means, but we can imagine it to mean churches or schools or other kinds of areas. So that's still up in the air, but a major, major setback for people who want to restrict gun rights and a big victory for proponents of the right to carry weapons in public. Back to you.
Now, Ken, a lot of people are already talking about this, including New York Governor Kathy Hochul. She's speaking out against this ruling. I want to play some of what she had to say.
Absolutely shocking that they have taken away our right to have reasonable restrictions. We can have restrictions on speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. But somehow there's no restrictions allowed on the Second Amendment. This is New York. We don't back down. We fight back.
Those comments came just moments ago. So, Ken, what kind of recourse could the state of New York or other states have after this SCOTUS ruling?
Well, so, Stephen, she was voicing, I think, the opinions of a lot of people who are very concerned today about this ruling. But when she said it was shocking, that's a bit of an overstatement because it's been known for some time that this was coming. It was pretty clear during the arguments that the conservative justices were leaning this way, and really what is one of the most divisive issues in this country. It's not clear exactly what recourse the state has. This law has been ruled unconstitutional. They do have some latitude, according to this decision, to regulate the carrying of weapons in sensitive locations. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to regulate concealed carry permits in a way that complies with this decision. But it's not anything that the governor of New York and the Democrats who control that government are going to really like that much, Stephen. It's just something they're going to have to live with.
Well, more to come on that. Ken Delaney, thanks so much for that. I want to bring in Cedric Alexander now. He's NBC News law enforcement analyst and former member of President Obama's task force on 21st century policing. So, Cedric, what do you make of today's ruling?
Well, certainly in many communities, large cities in particular, like New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and others, it certainly is going to increase the opportunity for those to carry weapons and make those weapons even more accessible than what they already are. On one hand, I understand very well what the courts are saying, but on the other hand, considering this particular climate that we're in, post-pandemic and the economy and a host of other social issues that we're struggling with, it just makes guns even just that much more accessible. And I think when you've had a number of cities across this country that tried to do whatever they could, elected officials in their respective communities to try to help keep their communities safe by having less guns on the street, that is now going to be struck down. So I think we're going to be looking for some challenges up ahead for us as it relates to public safety and law enforcement, because people will have the right, as indicated by the Supreme Court, to carry or open carry or carry weapons. But it just makes weapons really just that much more accessible in a time when we're struggling so hard in this country around some type of gun control.
And with so many high-profile and just devastating mass shootings lately, this is on the forefront of so many people's minds. So what kind of effect do you think this will have on law enforcement's ability to keep the public safe?
Well, it becomes more of a challenge for law enforcement, considering the fact that yesterday, before this ruling came out, it was already a challenge for law enforcement to keep guns off the street so people can be as safe as we could possibly make them. This just now becomes more of a challenge because people will have the right, regardless of who they are, regardless of where they live, regardless of anything. If they're an American citizen who lives under the U.S. Constitution, any of all of us now have the right to have weapons outside of your homes. And this is just going to, I truly believe, create more challenges for police over time. And we're going to see that because here again, if you look at the moment in which we're in right now, in which we're struggling around this whole issue around guns, and now it really has been opened up for more people to carry at will. And that's going to be a challenge for us, I think, in days and weeks and months and years to come.
And it feels a bit, Cedric, like public sentiment may be shifting a bit on the topic of guns, specifically after Uvalde, Buffalo, all these most recent mass shootings. What are you hearing from the public on what they think should be done here?
You know, the public is, it all depends on where you are. Sometimes it depends on the part of the country that you're in, or who you're talking to. But people have different ideas about this whole gun issue across this country. But look, it is part of the U.S. Constitution. It's our Second Amendment right to carry. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled on this as of today. And we know that we were already challenged here again with guns being out on our streets and our communities. It's not those who are responsible gun toters that I'm concerned about. It's not those folks who are good citizens, who have taken courses around gun safety, who respect weaponry of such, regardless whether it's a handgun or rifle. It's now the availability, the accessibility to those who may not take on the same level of responsibility as many Americans in this country, who now will have the right themselves to carry these weapons and make them much more accessible. And when they're much more accessible, it means they're more likely to also to be stolen off your person, out of your vehicle, because now people are going to have them. They can be taken from them. It can be stolen from them. People may get into altercations where they resort to gun violence before they try to have some other means of escaping a disagreement. This is just a very, very sensitive and volatile time for this ruling to take place, but we have to respect our Supreme Court ruling and decision, and we will. But I think we need to be very mindful going forward of the added responsibility now that we're all going to have, being that guns are going to be much more accessible than what they have been in the past.
A divisive issue for politicians and for the public. Cedric Alexander, thanks so much for your insight. All right, switching gears now to the ongoing pain at the gas pump and some possible relief on the way. Prices are sitting near record highs today, up almost $2 from this time last year. President Joe Biden is now calling on Congress to suspend federal gas and diesel taxes for 3 months to alleviate some of that pain.
Now, I fully understand that a gas tax holiday alone is not going to fix the problem, but it will provide families some immediate relief, just a little bit of breathing room as we continue working to bring down prices for the long haul.
And today we are also getting the latest read of the labor market. 229,000 people filed new jobless claims last week, still slightly higher than pre-pandemic levels, but signaling a very tight labor market. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu is standing by with market reaction to all of this. But first, we go to NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa with more on Biden's potential tax holiday. So Maggie, good to see you, of course. There are a lot of skeptics about this plan. What are you hearing about?
Definitely. Well, basically, the bluntest way we can describe it right now is that it's unclear if President Biden has the support for this plan where he needs it most, which is obviously on Capitol Hill. He needs the votes in Congress to get this implemented. But his critics in Congress are being really vocal, saying there's no guarantee that a federal gas tax holiday, as it's being called, would translate to savings for consumers who here in Chicago are paying well over $6 a gallon. And nationwide, the sticker shock, as you know, remains painfully real.
With the national average remaining near $5 a gallon, could Americans see some relief at the pump soon?
It's desperately hurting my wallet right now.
President Biden demanding Congress implement a 3-month pause on the federal gas tax.
The American people, they need relief now.
The federal gas tax has been 18 cents a gallon for nearly 3 decades. The White House estimating if states pause their gas taxes too, prices could fall by $1. The president also blasting big oil, accusing companies of refusing to boost refining capacity after the U.S. banned Russian oil imports following Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
Bring down the price you are charging at the pump to reflect the cost you are paying for the product. Do it now.
At least one CEO pushing back, saying oil production is at an all-time high. Biden's energy secretary set to meet today with multiple CEOs in search of solutions. But ahead of November's high-stakes midterm elections, congressional critics, including some Democrats, are not buying the president's plan. After the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the 3rd time this year, they argue a gas tax holiday could make record inflation even worse.
This ineffective administration's big new idea is a silly proposal.
In downtown Chicago, decades of pizza deliveries,
Thank you for calling Chicago's Pizza.
both deep dish and thin crust, could be ending for one family-owned business.
It's crazy. We haven't seen anything like this.
Half the drivers at Chicago's Pizza have quit, skyrocketing gas prices devouring their paychecks.
They're barely breaking even or they're not making enough.
This as many Americans dread every trip to the pump.
What should the average American, in your mind, be taking away from this back and forth about these painful gas prices?
I think it's the president appears to be trying to provide some relief, but there's also cons to this, and that is that it could exacerbate the imbalance between supply and demand.
So, Maggie, there's some new pushback outside of Capitol Hill today as well. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Stephen, there definitely is. The American Society of Civil Engineers also coming out with a statement slamming the idea of this gas tax holiday, saying, in short, it would cost billions that are currently slated for highway and infrastructure repairs. The White House basically confirming that, saying it's about $10 billion by their estimation, but also adding they can find the money elsewhere. Stephen?
Bit of a rock and a hard place for the White House. All right, Maggie, thanks so much. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu about all of this. So, Dom, Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell is back on Capitol Hill testifying before the House. What's he saying?
So he's trying to reiterate right now, Stephen, this notion that the Federal Reserve has an unwavering commitment towards bringing down that inflationary picture brought on by, in many ways, the fuel costs and the food costs that Maggie was just talking about. Now, the message that Fed Chair Jay Powell has to at least has to get across to not just lawmakers, but everybody in America as well right now, is that the Fed is doing everything that it can to kind of blunt this whole inflationary pressure that we're facing. The issue right now is about whether or not the Federal Reserve, with the tools that it has available to it, which are very broad and wide-ranging and blunt, in his words, they are very large in terms of how they affect the overall economy, whether they can do this without slowing down the American economy. Now, Fed Chair Jerome Powell, in response to a question about the types of moves that it can make and just what they're trying to see in the economy, was very telling. If you listen to this, what he basically told members of Congress, senators and House of Representatives, Congresspeople is that this notion that there is a very distinct possibility that the U.S. may slip into recession. Take a listen to what he said about the tough spot the Fed is navigating through right now.
Recent indicators suggest that real GDP growth has picked up this quarter, with consumption spending remaining strong. In contrast, growth in business fixed investment appears to be slowing, and activity in the housing sector looks to be softening, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. The tightening in financial conditions that we have seen in recent months should continue to temper growth and help bring demand into better balance with supply.
So that's the tight rope, that tight line that the Federal Reserve has to walk right now about trying to make sure that they can tamp down and tap the brakes on the economy without sending us into a full-blown recession. That's going to be the real issue, Stephen.
And Dom, we've already seen so much volatility with the markets. How are they reacting to all this news?
Okay, so there was a lot of anticipation about this. The inflationary picture has been around for weeks, if not months at this point now, and this idea of a slowing economy has worked its way through the markets. What we have seen is a severe pullback from the record highs that we saw earlier this year, but in the last couple of days, as we've talked a little bit more about that possible recessionary picture, there has been a little bit more optimism, seeing some of the prices for things like fuel and food come down, that maybe we are starting to see some of the effects of the Federal Reserve's policies on raising rates to tamp inflation, and they're actually working without having a market impact on slowing the economy down into that recessionary area. So the markets are constructive right now, but Stephen, they are still in this kind of wait-and-see mode. They're trying to figure out whether or not the Federal Reserve is doing enough to slow things down without slowing them down so much that we enter into a recession, Stephen.
A tightrope, people looking for any bright spots they can find out there. All right, Dom, thanks so much for that. And more news on guns today. Let's head to Capitol Hill now, where soon the Senate is set to hold a key vote on the bipartisan gun bill. Many lawmakers are touting it as the first time in decades that Congress is taking meaningful action on guns. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Ralpha joins us now. So, Ali, the Senate needs 60 votes to move this legislation forward. What can we expect in terms of Republican support on this?
Yeah, Stephen, well, the Senate is voting on this morning, and even though we've seen some Republican senators say they want more time to read this bill over, they want some amendments made to this bill, this is really a done deal at this point. And that's because you have 15 Republicans and all Democrats voting in favor of this bill, breaking that 60-vote filibuster you just mentioned that has so often become a roadblock in past attempts at gun legislation. But we don't expect this to be the final vote. We expect that to happen possibly tomorrow afternoon at the latest, then kicking this off to the House, where Speaker Pelosi says she is willing to have a vote either Friday night or possibly even Saturday morning to get this to President Biden's desk, Stephen.
And Ellie, I wanted to ask you the other news on the gun front today. We have that Supreme Court decision we were talking about at the beginning of this broadcast. Are you hearing any reaction from Capitol Hill about that?
Well, we have members of our Capitol Hill team really fanned out across the House and Senate side, already hearing some reaction in the form of statements from lawmakers. Obviously, Democrats saying that this is infringing on people's rights. And then you have Republicans happy that this is happening, saying that it's a long time coming. But we are definitely staking out some lawmakers specifically that are involved in this Senate gun bill that have had such a stance on gun reform over the last real decade since Sandy Hook. So we expect definitely more reaction to pour in over the coming hours, Stephen.
We'll definitely be on the lookout for that. And Ellie, I want to turn now to today's fifth public hearing that's coming up from the House January 6th committee. Walk us through, if you can, who we expect to hear from today, and do we know why the committee is actually postponing the additional hearings until July?
Yeah, it's going to be a very busy afternoon here on Capitol Hill, and that's because we expect to hear from 3 former Justice Department officials who served really towards the latter half of the Trump administration. Former Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, former Deputy Acting Attorney General Richard Donahue, and another DOJ official, Stephen Engel. And one big topic of this hearing is Jeffrey Clark. That's a lawyer that former President Trump really wanted to put in position at the head of the Justice Department because reportedly Engel believed in Trump's continued lies about election fraud. And so the committee is really going to lay out how there was just chaos inside the Justice Department as, again, they lay out this 7-point plan, what they call it, for how former President Trump pressured officials, members of his own administration, to do his bidding and overturn the election. But we're going to have to wait, as you mentioned, until July for the end of these hearings. That's because Chairman Benny Thompson told us yesterday that the last 2 hearings are going to be pushed towards possibly the second week of July, and he really left the door open for potentially more hearings to be added. He said that's because the committee is continuing to learn new information, gather more evidence, specifically this morning in the form of some closed-door testimony with a documentarian who was embedded in the White House for months before January 6th. This documentarian gathering over a dozen hours of footage of the former president, his family members, the former vice president. So obviously the committee thinking that something in that footage is definitely worthy of pushing these remaining hearings back, Stephen.
Definitely more to come on that, and a lot going on Capitol Hill today. Ali Rafa, thank you so much. Well, our special coverage of today's January 6th committee hearing begins at 2:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Well, scorching, sizzling, dangerous, record-breaking. We're hearing this over and over again, and apparently I'm making up new words about this, all to describe the heat wave suffocating many parts of the U.S. And if that wasn't brutal enough, the National Weather Service today issuing flash flood, monsoonal rain, and severe thunderstorm advisories for regions in the Southwest, Rocky Mountains, and upper Midwest through the weekend. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman tracking the heat. But we start with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander, who has more on the damaging, even potentially deadly effects of this extreme weather.
Well, across the South today, in city after city, we are expecting to see heat records falling throughout the day. Consider this. Yesterday alone, at least 9 states saw temperatures in excess of 100 degrees, including right here in Mississippi. But this weather is not just uncomfortable, it's dangerous and in some cases potentially deadly.
With summer just barely underway, this morning millions are already desperate for relief.
Just wanting to be inside in the air conditioning.
Much of the country dealing with week 2 of withering heat. More than 127 million Americans are facing temps topping 90 degrees, and at least 30 million expected to feel highs above 100. It could mean record-breaking temperatures in cities across the South, including New Orleans, Jacksonville, and Atlanta, where splash pads like this are becoming the coolest ticket in town.
A lot of people will be struggling to figure out how to just find an activity that's not going to be just unpleasant in this heat.
And with the July 4th holiday approaching, the heat is forcing some cities to ban fireworks altogether.
The sole purpose in this declaration is to protect persons and property.
For outdoor workers, the scorching summer could bring dangerous, even deadly conditions. It's why OSHA has introduced new federal guidelines for people working outside. Water breaks every 15 minutes, mandatory rest breaks in the shade, and steps to help workers get acclimated to the heat. It's all part of a pattern of extreme weather sweeping the country. In Virginia, a summer storm left nearly 80,000 customers without power. The winds strong enough to rip the roof off of this apartment complex. A chilling preview of what's expected to be an especially hot summer.
And all of this is raising the debate over whether we should be naming these heat waves, similar to the way that we do hurricanes. Experts say that when it comes to weather-related deaths, excessive heat actually causes the most fatalities. So there's a renewed push to name these heat waves to bring more awareness to them. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thanks. Well, now let's turn to NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman with the latest on the forecast.
Hey, Stephen, the heat does continue to be the big story. We're looking at 21 million impacted today. This is where we're seeing the alerts, but the heat extends well beyond this. So heat alerts from Dallas to New Orleans, Tallahassee, also Macon, Georgia. We're looking at a heat warning. That's in the hot pink color. And we're looking at temperatures climbing into the 90s and 100s once again. So for today, staying steamy. It's going to stay steamy on Friday as well. Tulsa 94 today. You factor in the humidity, it feels a lot warmer than that. It's going to feel like 100 in Tulsa, feeling like 106 in Mobile, feeling like 109 in Tallahassee. And then as we near Friday evening, we're looking at temperatures feeling like 113 in Jacksonville. It's going to feel like 109 in Pensacola. As we go throughout Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we're going to be a little bit better. Still really warm for this time of year. But notice in Little Rock, we go from 100 to 97 down to 86. So that's going to feel a lot better. Same story in Birmingham. We're going to shave off a few temperatures as well. So 127 million highs today are expected to be above 90 degrees. That's a lot of highs. And then we're looking at 30 million highs above the 100 mark. That's mainly in the southwest through the south central states into the southeast. But the 90s extend into the central plains and the northern plains as well. This is a snapshot for today. We have the record highs in the south that I just showed you. Also looking at some lingering showers in the northeast. Severe storms expected in parts of the central plains. We could see some really gusty winds, also some hail there. And then the southwest, looking at monsoon moisture, we have an influx of moisture. This is the 7th day straight where we could see the chance for flash flooding. We have the heat and humidity. That's the fuel for some storms and a cold front moving through. So a few areas expecting some strong to severe storms, likeliest in Nebraska, also Kansas. We're looking at Concordia, where you see the yellow here. That is your slight risk, and that's where we're expecting winds over 60 miles per hour, damaging hail of an inch or larger, and even the chance of a few tornadoes. And then tomorrow, that risk is in the northern plains, Fargo to St. Cloud, Sioux Falls. You could see damaging winds and also some hail. We're looking at the chance for some rain, even some heavier rain in spots where you see the darker colors, the yellows, the oranges, red. We could see up to 2 inches in some spots. Stephen?
Oh, brutal. All right, Michelle, thank you. Well, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell on the Hill facing a tough grilling about how the league handled allegations of misconduct by one team. What Goodell says the NFL is doing to clean up that toxic team culture. That's coming up after this break.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. There are new revelations about an inappropriate workplace in professional football. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell testifying in front of Congress yesterday about the league's handling of allegations of a toxic culture and sexual harassment against the Washington Commanders. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with more on this, facing some difficult questions.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Stephen. Good morning. Commissioner Goodell faced tough questions for more than 2 hours about the way he handled the Commanders' alleged hostile workplace environment. Noticeably absent was team owner Dan Snyder, but the committee chair said she planned to subpoena him to give a deposition next week.
The workplace in Washington was unprofessional and unacceptable in numerous respects.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell on defense, facing a grilling by Congress over his handling of reports of rampant misconduct at one team, the Washington Commanders. Testifying remotely, Goodell acknowledged the team's culture was toxic for far too long.
Bullying, widespread disrespect toward colleagues, use of demeaning language, public embarrassment, and harassment.
Some of that demeaning language replayed by the committee. Here, a former team broadcaster.
I do think our intern is looking better every day.
Goodell said he'd taken steps to change the culture, imposing a $10 million fine on the team and saying that the man at the center of the allegations, owner Dan Snyder, was no longer involved in day-to-day operations. Just before the hearing, the committee released a report that found Snyder orchestrated a shadow investigation intended to discredit accusers and the journalists who reported on them. Snyder himself out of the country on what his lawyer said was a business trip. His spokesperson telling NBC News that the committee's investigation was predetermined from the beginning and a politically charged show trial. But a lawyer representing 40 of the team's former employees said the report's findings were egregious.
For Goodell to appear today and say the culture is fine, things are better, and we have sanctioned Dan Snyder enough is an insult to every single woman who came forward and risked their lives, their career.
One woman who came forward, a former Washington football cheerleader and employee, said she and many others still live with the trauma.
Watching Snyder get full ownership during the investigation was a gut punch. Watching this silly fine and slap on the wrist passed down last year was a gut punch.
Scars, she says, won't heal without a true systemic reckoning.
All right, so Snyder no longer part of day of operations here, but a lot of people feel like more should be done. What power does Goodell have to do that?
Yeah, some of those survivors were, very adamant that Goodell should be doing more. He told the committee that he did not have the power to get rid of Snyder, but technically he does have the power to recommend him being fired to the NFL Executive Committee, although he hasn't done that yet. So a lot of people are questioning whether he would do that at all. And what some of the lawmakers that were grilling Goodell, they were very upset that he had not had the report, the internal investigation released, the one that the NFL had commissioned. He said that that was due to witness privacy.
All right. We'll see what developments come from that. Gabe, thanks so much. All right, now to this next story. The families of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie in court for a civil proceeding yesterday. Petito's parents are suing the family of her former boyfriend, Laundrie, and he had written in a notebook found after his death that said that he killed Petito. The family alleging that the Laundries knew about her murder and tried to help their son get away.
The legal battle between the families of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie on display for the first time in a Florida civil courtroom.
They knew starting on August 28th of 2021 that Gabby was dead. They knew where Gabby's body was. They knew that the Petito family was desperately searching for information.
Laundrie's parents, Chris and Roberta, noticeably absent from court, their attorney saying they had no responsibility to speak up about their son's actions.
The law imposes no such obligation to speak. And the state and federal constitutions support that. In our society, under our laws, people are free not to speak.
The Petito family suing the Laundries for damages in excess of $30,000 for what amounts to the intentional infliction of emotional suffering.
Infliction of emotional distress is generally unofficially considered one of the weaker causes of action. Why? Because it's really hard to prove.
Petito was killed by strangulation in August 2021, according to authorities, while she and her fiancé, Laundrie, were traveling together across the United States. They documented their journey on social media along the way. Laundrie returned home from the road trip on September 1st without Gabby, then disappeared himself. The search for both captivating the nation.
And we're also following these new developments in the growing search for a 22-year-old named Gabby Petito. She vanished during a cross-country road trip with her fiance.
In October, about a month after Gabby's remains were found, Brian Laundrie's body was discovered in a nature preserve not far from his parents' Florida home, along with writings in a notebook that claimed responsibility for killing Petito. The Petito family has been vocal about their distrust of the Laundries.
Anyone that lived in that house is a coward, and they don't know how to stand up for their actions.
I think silence speaks volumes.
Their silence explained by their attorney, Steve Bertolino, on Top Story.
We've heard from so many people over the last several weeks on this case, but we've never heard from the Laundries, and there's a reason for that, correct?
The reason you haven't heard from the Laundries is because I told them not to talk to anybody.
The hearing will determine if a lawsuit brought on by Petito's parents against Laundrie's parents will proceed to a jury trial next year. The lawsuit alleges Laundrie's parents were aware their son murdered Petito, knew where her body was located, and chose not to act.
They had the audacity to express a hope that she would be reunited with her family.
The essential thrust of the facts alleged by the plaintiffs is that the Laundries were just silent. To allow this case to go forward, a judge would have to conclude that mere silence can be extreme and outrageous behavior, and even when that silence may be in assertion of one's Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination.
So disturbing to see those social media videos from their trip now. Well, though Brian Landry's parents were not in court yesterday, after the hearing, their family attorney did issue a statement saying, in part, we feel strongly that our legal arguments are on solid footing. As such, we look forward to the judge's decision in the near future, which will hopefully dismiss this baseless lawsuit. End quote. The judge, by the way, is expected to decide in the next couple of weeks if this civil case will proceed. Well, it's round two, the FDA versus Juul battle inside the decision that could send the e-cigarette company up in smoke. That's ahead after this break.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Making news right now. Federal prosecutors want convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell to spend decades in prison. They're asking a judge to sentence her to at least 30 years in prison next week. The 60-year-old Maxwell was convicted last year of recruiting young girls to have sex with disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. And 3 little letters are going a long way at Ohio State University. The school won a trademark for one of the most common words in the English language. Ohio State successfully trademarked the word the, ending a 3-year battle. And there's a new top dog today. Trumpet is the first bloodhound ever to win the top prize at the Westminster Dog Show. And congrats to Trumpet. Well, we're expected to learn a lot more today about the turbulent start of the White House COVID-19 response task force in the early days of the pandemic. Former coordinator Dr. Deborah Birx is testifying before Congress today about what went wrong and how to better prepare for any future public health crises. CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell joins us now. So, Meg, what are some of the key moments we've heard so far, and what's expected next in this?
Yeah, so one of the most public displays for Debbie Birx during the Trump administration that Americans know her for was that time when President Trump sort of talked about using light or disinfectant to try to treat the coronavirus. She was asked if she remembered that episode, and she sort of wryly responded vividly. But of course, there have been a lot of questions about the U.S. response starting from the beginning, and she said the government was really unprepared because we treated the coronavirus like the flu, and that set us up for really underestimating this virus. U.S. But she also then describes a sort of disintegration of the Trump administration's strategy toward trying to tackle the pandemic, the keeping of information from the public, and the communications around it really changing and becoming one that really wasn't effective during a time when we did not yet have a vaccine.
So, Meg, we got a trove of emails that were made available at the very start of this hearing, and some of them Dr. Birx was assertive about concerns that misinformation was being shared with then President Trump. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, these really focused on her experiences with Dr. Scott Atlas in meetings in the Oval Office, where she says he advocated a strategy of herd immunity before we had vaccines available. And she said in these emails to people like Dr. Fauci or the former CDC director, the former FDA commissioner, that this was going to be really dangerous. And it was something she felt she was losing control of in terms of trying to communicate with the president, and really described today how that started to create this sort of two sets of facts that enabled the Trump administration to say, well, we don't really know what's going on, so we can sort of take the ones that are most politically expedient. So there's been a lot of focus on that today.
Fascinating to hear those inner workings. Meg Terrell, thanks so much for that. Well, those wildly popular Juul products could soon be a lot harder to find here in the U.S. The FDA wants to pull the plug on the e-cigarettes, and this could be a death blow for the company after it was forced to remove flavored products back in 2019. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer takes a closer look.
In 2019, Juul stopped selling sweet and fruity e-cigarette cartridges, but similarly flavored disposable vaporizers from other brands are still available at stores nationwide.
It could permanently extinguish one of the largest e-cigarette companies in the nation. The FDA poised to order Juul Labs to take its products off the U.S. market, according to the Wall Street Journal, citing people familiar with the matter. The potential decision, which has not been officially confirmed, comes after a nearly 2-year review of data provided by Juul, who sought to keep its smoking products on store shelves.
We certainly think Juul has played a large role in the e-cigarette epidemic. It's aggressive marketing and advertising to youth, using a lot of the throwbacks that big tobacco used.
With uncertainty clouding Juul for years, the company came under FDA scrutiny after it was accused of trying to hook kids on its fruity and sweet flavors. Those choices, often promoted by a marketing campaign, is why Max Thor says he started smoking Juul when he was 17.
I think it was just irresponsible in the way that these companies were developing flavors that were, pretty much like analogous to like candy.
In 2019, Juul stopped selling sweet and fruity e-cigarette cartridges, but similarly flavored disposable vaporizers from other brands are still available at stores nationwide.
As the Food and Drug Administration also proposes a plan to reduce the level of nicotine in cigarettes, no comment from Juul, which has previously denied marketing to children. For its part, the FDA continues to review data from e-cigarette companies who want to stay in the market, a future for some that could go up in smoke.
The Wall Street Journal says the FDA's announcement is expected at any hour, but for its part, the agency will only say, for now, no comment.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thanks so much. Well, digging through the debris for any signs of life, the challenging search for survivors and supplies after the deadly earthquake in Afghanistan. More on that straight ahead.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now. Born to Rule, when Charles is king. A new podcast, listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The death toll is expected to rise in Afghanistan after a powerful 5.9 magnitude earthquake jarred the country. At least 1,000 people were reported killed in Wednesday's quake. Now there's a frantic search for survivors and supplies. NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now. So tell us about the round-the-clock search and where that stands right now.
Yeah, Stephen, it's now been more than 36 hours since this earthquake struck, and it is still a real struggle to try to get both rescue and relief elements into place. This is a mountainous, remote corner of eastern Afghanistan. The roads weren't great there to begin with. Now they've been devastated both by the earthquake, but also by these mudslides caused by heavy rain. The communication networks are down. The Taliban are saying they're having a really hard time reaching people by phone, trying to figure out exactly where it is that they need to get aid to. And all of this is leading to those harrowing images we're seeing of people digging with their bare hands through the rubble, trying to save the lives of their friends, of their family, of their neighbors. And Stephen, as you know, every minute counts in an earthquake situation, and those minutes are ticking away right now. As you said, 1,000 people have lost their lives, according to the Taliban. Medical teams on the ground say a large number of those are likely children. We don't know exactly how many. We may never know exactly how many, but another 1,500 people are injured, and that is putting an enormous strain on Afghanistan's healthcare system, which frankly is a healthcare system that had basically already collapsed before this natural disaster came piling in on top of it. Stephen?
Just devastating to hear about that desperate search. And Raph, this was a fairly strong earthquake, 5.9 magnitude, but there have been more powerful quakes that have killed far fewer people in the past. So what made this one so deadly?
Yeah, that's right, Stephen. When it comes to how many people are killed by an earthquake, one factor obviously is the size of the quake, but another factor is the quality of the infrastructure that it's hitting, right? A 5.9 earthquake in San Francisco, that's going to be felt, but it's not going to kill 1,000 people. But in this very poor, very remote corner of eastern Afghanistan, right on the border with Pakistan, people are living in pretty makeshift housing made out of wood, made out of stones in some cases, and the infrastructure there is just absolutely no match for an earthquake of that size. And that's why we've seen so many homes just completely collapsing. There's basically nothing left of them structurally, and that's also why we've seen just so many people losing their lives. Stephen?
And those images that we're seeing right now, Raph, just those structures smashed. Thanks so much for that coverage. We'll continue to check back for updates. Meanwhile, turning now to the European Union, and leaders there meeting in Brussels today to put Ukraine on a path toward membership to the bloc. The war in Ukraine approaches its 5th month now with no end in sight. We're now starting to get a sense of what life is like in Mariupol after Russian forces nearly wiped it off the map starting in March. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arukti spoke with some of the Ukrainians there who escaped that city. Joins us now from Odessa with more on this. Ali.
Hi, Stephen. That's right. You know, Mariupol is now an occupied city by the Russians. They claim to have liberated it, but liberation looks pretty grim in that city. You talk to anybody that's escaped Mariupol or is still stuck in there, they're calling it a dead city. Let's take a listen to the report I have put together.
The relentless bombardment of Mariupol by the Russians may have ended, but there's no respite in the human misery.
So this is your house, and this is your neighbors?
My neighbors, my flat, the second floor.
Completely gone.
With residents forced out of the city and displaced across Ukraine, I Am Mariupol aid centers are opening across the country, one of them here in Kyiv. The centers provide legal help, medical advice, and psychological care for adults and children traumatized by the horrifying experiences in the city. Almost all of them that work there are Mariupol residents working for the sake of Mariupol residents. Olya and her daughter Polina escaped Mariupol at the end of March and came to this center for help, trying to find work. With a heavy heart, Olya tells me that her daughter had to learn a new vocabulary, words she never used before, like humanitarian aid, shrapnel, checkpoints. Polina shows us a piece of shrapnel she picked up near her home. Fragments of war replacing toys for an 11-year-old. Now, a grim reminder of what she left behind.
What was the situation like there when you were leaving?
We had a tough time evacuating. We went through Vasilivka and were held there, and we slept on the field for 4 days. There was a horrible stench, and everything was burnt up. The smell was unpleasant, of bodies, of burning, and everything.
The city, annihilated by the Kremlin, is still cut off from basic necessities like gas, electricity, and running water. The stench of death is still overwhelming. Advisor to Mariupol mayor said on his Telegram app that the bodies are being taken in an endless caravan of death to a morgue, landfills, and other places. At least 21,000 Mariupol civilians were killed during the weeks-long Russian siege, according to Ukrainian authorities. Ludmila's home has stood for over 100 years in Mariupol, she said, surviving the First and Second World Wars, but it crumbled under Russia's invasion. She showed me a video she shot of what remained of her home. Thankfully, she escaped right in time, but she says her neighbors weren't so lucky.
About 19 and 92 years old. It was husband and wife. I don't know what it was, but started a fire. They died in fire.
They got burned to death?
Yes.
According to President Zelensky, the Russians are also holding around 2,500 Ukrainian fighters, many of them from the Azov battalion, who fought till the bitter end, holed up in the Azovstal steel plant. Amongst them, Ilya Samoylenko, who sustained serious injuries 4 years ago when the Russians shelled an area he was placing mines in. His mother says he barely survived. Ilya had been fighting the Russians since the first invasion 8 years ago. In 2017, he lost a hand and an eye defending the Donbass region, but not his will to fight. Now he finds himself a POW.
What is happening here? Real genocide of Ukrainians.
I spoke to his mother, Alla, consumed with anxiety over her son's fate.
We have no official information.
So this not knowing
must be
so difficult for you.
Yes, of course. Of course difficult. But I don't think more difficult than they are in prisons.
All the people at the Mariupol center want to go home. Ludmila told me her husband is an engineer and dreams of rebuilding his city, as long as it was still Ukrainian.
So many lives turned upside down. So, Ali, what can you tell us about the current situation in Mariupol? Is there any concern that potential war crimes are being covered up by Russia?
That's right, Stephen. Look, the situation there is still catastrophic. The city is being razed to the ground. There's no running water, electricity, gas. There are cholera and dysentery outbreaks. And we spoke to the general prosecutor in Ukraine a few days ago, and she said the extent of war crimes there are going to be huge, much bigger than the stuff we've seen in Bucha. She's certain that the Russians are trying to cover up these war crimes, but they said they're going to do everything to uncover everything that's happened there. Modern technology is helping them, but of course they can't do that until they get access to the city, and right now the Russians are holding it.
All right, Ali Ruzi reporting for us from Odessa, Ukraine. Ali, thanks so much for that. Well, celebrating 50 years of Title IX, how the landmark law expanding women's rights is now caught in the middle of a brand new debate. That's ahead.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back. 50 years ago today, a landmark law propelled women's equality in America. Title IX reshaped women's and girls' rights when it came to education, sports, and a whole lot more. Well, half a century later, and in the middle of Pride Month, it's now caught in the middle of a fight over transgender rights. Here's NBC's Hallie Jackson.
9-year-old Kieran Clausen collects crystals. She dabbles in face paint, and she loves sports. What do you play?
I did play volleyball, soccer, and I want to play basketball.
To Kieran, who's transgender, it's not about racking up victories.
I don't want to win any trophies for it, though. I feel like that's the most unfair way to compete because it's not about winning.
What's it about?
Having fun with your friends.
But next week, her state, Indiana, will ban trans girls like her from playing girls' sports, joining at least 15 other states with similar laws. Now, the Clausens' only hope is that the courts will step in.
It's tough. It's hard to do everything that you can to support your child and then and then have lawmakers come in who don't know anything and say that you're doing the wrong thing for your child. It's really hard.
It's very personal. The lawmakers are attacking one of the smallest minorities that we have.
Title IX is so important to our family, and it's not just for sports. It's so that she is not discriminated against because of her identity.
50 years ago today, Title IX became a landmark law banning discrimination against women and girls in most schools. But the fight now centers around whether that federal right should extend to transgender students.
It's very sad that Title IX has kind of been warped to include biological males when it should be protecting biological females.
Chelsea Mitchell is one of 4 student athletes suing the Connecticut Association of Schools, now appealing the case's dismissal, arguing the state violated their Title IX protections by letting trans girls compete against them at track meets.
From the moment I stepped foot on the track in my first race, I fell in love with the sport.
What about young transgender girls who are also falling in love with track? Should they be denied the same experience that you've had?
Everyone deserves the opportunity to compete. It just needs to be done where it's most fair, and women's sports need to be kept as women's sports.
This week, swimming's global governing body effectively banned trans women from competing in women's events, only letting swimmers compete in them if they transitioned before age 12. The decision coming just a few months after Leah Thomas made history as the first trans woman to win an NCAA swimming championship.
It is a policy that we need to introduce in order to protect the competitive fairness of our event.
LGBTQ advocacy groups slamming swimming's latest move as discriminatory, as some of the sports world's biggest superstars, like Billie Jean King and Megan Rapinoe, work to fight anti-trans laws, like the one about to go into effect in Indiana, where the Clausens live. We told Rapinoe what Kieran told us.
She just wants to play with her friends. What's your message to her?
Oh, gosh, we're with you, and it's like emotional to think about. I mean, this kid's, so young. She just literally wants to play with her friends.
For Rapinoe, it's personal.
God forbid a trans person excel in sports. I would rather have that than have kids committing suicide. I would literally give up everything that I've ever achieved for not one of these kids to feel what they're feeling.
Kieran seems undeterred with a message now about her journey.
Never stop being you. That's it.
Never stop being you.
There's so many kids that don't even have the opportunity to express who they really are. We are acknowledging more people as who they are than taking something away from somebody else.
Important coverage. Hallie Jackson, thanks. And that'll do it for this hour. Your news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Supreme decision. The nation's high court rejecting a New York law limiting where gun owners can carry. The potential nationwide impact and the backlash already happening in the Empire State. On leave, Uvalde's police chief for the schools off the job and under fire. This as lawmakers on Capitol Hill take another step forward on bipartisan gun legislation. And inside the riot, the 5th January 6th hearing now less than an hour away, the case lawmakers are set to make about the former president's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York, 2 p.m. here, 11 a.m. out west, and we begin with breaking news from the U.S. Supreme Court. The justices striking down a New York State gun law that required a special need to carry a concealed gun. That decision, a big win for Second Amendment supporters. President Biden weighing in on this, saying in a statement, quote, "This ruling contradicts both common sense and the Constitution and should deeply trouble us all." New York Governor Kathy Hochul calling it, quote, "outrageous."
This decision isn't just reckless, it's reprehensible. It's not what New Yorkers want, but we do not need people entering our subways, our restaurants, our movie theaters with concealed weapons. We don't need more guns on our streets. We're already dealing with a major gun violence crisis. We don't need to add more fuel to this fire.
Now, we have a team of correspondents covering every angle of the big story at this hour. Let's begin with NBC's Ken Delanian. Ken, this was a 6-3 decision from the Supreme Court on this law. Take us through the ruling and what impact it might have nationwide.
Aaron, this was a historic decision. It was the second time in modern history that the Supreme Court has interpreted the Second Amendment. Back in 2008, the Supreme Court decided that the Second Amendment granted an absolute right to keep and bear arms in the home. But it was silent about the question of carrying concealed weapons outside the home. Well, in this ruling, the Supreme Court, by a vote of 6-3, with the conservatives writing for the majority, decided that you have an absolute constitutional right to obtain a permit to carry a weapon outside the home, as long as you're a law-abiding citizen and you can meet the minimum requirements. And so it struck down this New York law. There are similar laws in 5 states in the District of Columbia, including California, New Jersey, very populous liberal states with tens of millions of people. So this decision will have far-reaching impact. The Supreme Court did hold open the possibility that states could continue to regulate the carrying of concealed weapons in sensitive areas, but it didn't define what those sensitive areas could be. Presumably they could be talking about things like churches and schools, but it's unclear at this moment. What is clear is that this is a huge victory for proponents of expanded gun rights and a real defeat for people who want to restrict the rights of people to carry weapons in the open and in public, Aaron.
And we're getting some reaction from some of those people right now, too. I want to bring in NBC's Ron Allen now. Ron, New York City Mayor Eric Adams talked about this ruling a little while ago, too. What did he have to say?
He called it appalling, as you might imagine. So did the district attorney here, the state attorney general, echoing the governor. Everybody is very upset because, as Mayor Adams put it, New York City, he says, will be impacted by this decision more than any other place in the nation. You heard the governor say there's already a gun violence crisis here. We just had that shooting in the subway that put everyone on edge a few weeks ago. We had the situation up in Buffalo with a mass shooting there in a grocery store. So there's this place in particular, New York City, New York State. It's a very sensitive time for these issues. You may recall the governor just and the legislature just passed a whole new set of gun laws, toughening what are already some of the toughest gun laws in the country in the wake of the Buffalo shooting. Here's what some of what the mayor had to say, Mayor Adams had to say about the Supreme Court ruling. Take a listen.
We cannot allow New York to become the wild, wild west. That is unacceptable. This decision is created. We will not allow our city to live in fear that everyone around us is armed and that any altercation could evolve into a shootout.
The fear is that now there will be more guns and that disputes settled by arguments will now have a gun involved potentially. So the governor, the mayor are also bound to fight back. There is that provision where states can still regulate this area, and they're going to try and do everything they can to make those regulations as tight as possible. The governor's even talked about calling a special session of the legislature to deal with this.
We'll be watching to see how that unfolds. I want to bring in NBC's Maura Barrett now. She is outside the Supreme Court. Maura, I know you spoke to a reverend who's been protesting outside the court. What'd you learn today?
Aaron, we've reached a point in this country where a significant amount of people have been touched by gun violence or they know someone who has. Pastor Patrick Mahoney has a unique perspective on this, as he and one of his congregations was held hostage by a shooter 20 years ago. And he also mentioned that he is the person that people often come to seek solace with after someone in their family or friends have been affected or killed at the hands of gun violence. And so when I spoke to him outside the Supreme Court shortly after the decision was ruled, he expressed concern that the justices might not be considering these people that he's speaking with that are distraught after this type of event happens. And he called out to them, sending them a message saying that he didn't understand why they made the decision today. Take a listen to some of our conversation.
My heart just breaks. As a clergyman, I've had to meet with parents who have lost children. I've had to counsel brothers and sisters. I would like every one of those 6 justices to try to explain to those parents at a time in our nation's history when we need to be working to reduce gun violence, why they voted to expand it.
The pastor and I had that conversation, as you can see, right outside the Supreme Court. And he mentioned, if you know the geography of Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill sits right across from where I'm standing. He pointed out that lawmakers there are debating gun legislation as we speak. And he expressed concern that this decision could impact that legislation. Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett for us in Washington. Ron Allen here in New York. Thank you both. Now, also in Washington today, senators passed yet another procedural vote on gun legislation that Maura just referenced. 15 Republicans broke ranks supporting that measure, and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now from the Hill. Ali, walk us through where this bill stands right now and what's to come next.
Yeah, Aaron, joining you from the Hill, where on the Senate side, the focus is on that gun package you mentioned. And here on the House side, we're looking ahead to the January 6th hearing. So a ton of news up here on Capitol Hill this week, as always. On that gun bill, that key procedural vote cleared, effectively putting this legislation on a glide path to pass. Now, the question now is just how quickly that will happen. That vote started a clock on 30 hours of debate. But as with everything in the Senate, if all 100 senators agree that they want to speed that process up, they can do that. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer saying earlier today he hoped to do this vote as early as this evening. But of course, Republicans that we've spoken to say that they would like to see those 30 hours of debate be used. Some of them would like to try to make an agreement on amendments. So what it's looking like more likely is that this vote will happen at some point tomorrow, but nothing is set in stone yet at this point.
You know, and Ali, GOP leaders in the House have been urging their fellow Republican lawmakers to vote against the Senate's gun legislation if it indeed passes a final vote as is expected. Talk to us about the logic, the thinking behind that.
Well, look, this is something that is a divide between the House and the Senate. The majority of the senators, of course, did vote against this package. But that being said, there were those 15 Republicans, as you mentioned, in the Senate who crossed party lines and voted for this bipartisan bill. Because the thing you have to remember here is Democrats will be the first to tell you that while this is the most significant piece of legislation in 30 years, it is far from everything that they wanted to see in gun reform. It also includes Republican priorities like bolstering mental health and bolstering school safety, providing millions in funding towards both of those efforts, in addition to shoring up the background check program and making sure that people are incentivizing red flag laws across the country. When I talked with House Republicans about this several weeks ago as this package was coming together, it's clear that they are, for the most part, against it, though I would point out to you that the congressman, for example, who represents the Uvalde district has said that he's going to vote for this. There are several other Republicans who are open, but just in the same way that we saw the Senate have some openness, enough to make it pass in bipartisan fashion, that's likely what we're going to see in the House, too.
All right, Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill for us today. Ali, thank you. Now, in less than an hour, the January 6th committee, as Ali noted, will hold its 5th public hearing. We're told today's focus is on former President Trump's efforts to use the Justice Department to overturn the 2020 election results. 3 former senior DOJ officials, including the former acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, are scheduled to testify. All 3 met with Trump in the Oval Office on January 3rd. Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger is leading today's hearing. He spoke with our Garrett Hake about what to expect.
I think what we're going to show is that not only was the former president trying to use the DOJ to, in essence, pull up lies or conspiracy, but just even put its stamp of approval on conspiracy and its stamp of approval on the doubt in the election.
NBC News is also learning that federal authorities were at the Virginia home of another former Trump DOJ official, Jeffrey Clark. That was on Wednesday. A spokesman for the U.S. Attorney's Office did not say why. I want to bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa now. Ali, let's start with these DOJ officials who are set to testify today. What can we expect to hear from them?
Yeah, Aaron, we know several of them are already starting to show up outside the committee room where the other alley on Capitol Hill is. But there's a lot that these 3 Justice Department officials could speak to just about the chaos going on within the Justice Department, the country's top law enforcement agency that really since Watergate has made it such a point to act separately from the executive branch, even though it's part of it. And really the pressure campaign from the former president on Justice Department officials to continue to do his bidding. We're going to hear a lot more about Jeffrey Clark, as you mentioned at the top there. He's a lawyer who believed Trump's conspiracies, who Trump tried to really install at the head of the Justice Department. These 3 that we're going to hear from today threatening to really leave their posts if that were to happen. We're likely to hear about this really heated meeting that we know happened in the Oval Office days before the attack on the Capitol on January 6th, where these men stood up to Trump. We know that former White House attorney Pat Cipollone, who we heard of in last hearing, was a witness to that very heated exchange. And so all of this really coming together as the committee continues really showing what this framework of this, what they call 7-point plan from the former president to pressure people around him, allies, as well as administration officials to continue spreading the big lie, Aaron.
All right, Ali Rafa for us on the Hill as well today. Ali, thank you. And this programming note for you, you can watch our special coverage of today's hearing starting at the bottom of the hour, 2:30 Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. Well, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell back in the hot seat today for the 2nd time this week. Powell testified before House lawmakers today, promising the Fed is, quote, strongly committed to bringing inflation back down. CNBC's Frank Holland joining me now to talk a little bit more about that. Frank, Powell faced a lot of questions today, talked about things, about sort of how things the Fed, some of the things the Fed did during the pandemic. I want to play some of what he had to say about interest rates.
What happens is rates go up across the economy and financial conditions generally tighten. And you can think of it as in interest-sensitive spending is an important place that'll be affected, and that's things like automobiles and other durable goods. If rates are higher, then demand for cars will moderate, will decline a bit.
Pretty basic lesson there on economics, Frank.
Right.
But walk us through some of what the chair had to say about some of the longer-term implications of raising these rates.
Well, Aaron, just to be clear, nothing new, nothing mind-blowing today. Powell reiterated the Fed's goal of that quote-unquote soft landing. I'm using air quotes for people just listening. That's raising rates to reduce demand growth without causing recession. He emphasized that the goal was not to reduce demand itself because that could significantly slow down the economy. The goal really remains on reducing the growth of demand. More and more during the pandemic, we bought things, whether it was clothes, electronics, TVs, lawn equipment, etc. The goal remains, again, he says, getting inflation down to 2% from about 8%, actually over 8% in his last read just a few weeks ago. Powell also said a recession is certainly a possibility, but clearly not the goal of the Fed in raising rates.
You know, Powell was also asked, Frank, several times about corporations posting record profits. President Biden sort of touched on that in his comments yesterday, addressing the oil industry in particular. Talk a little bit more about what the Fed chair said about that issue.
Well, that quote, I mean, that soundbite that you just played, given a basic economic lesson right there, that really highlighted what Jay Powell had to say. Again, nothing very new, nothing mind-blowing today. Powell said that raising interest rates would tighten financial conditions in interest rate-sensitive areas. Again, by moderating demand but not reducing it. He says expects corporate profits would, quote-unquote, normalize. But right now, Wall Street's actively trying to figure out exactly what that means. I think a lot of people at home are trying to figure out what that means and what the new normal is. The S&P earlier today turning negative, now slightly positive. So the question is, what is that new normal? What is normalized spending for people? And then what is normalized profits for corporations?
All right, Frank Holland from CNBC for us today. Frank, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are waiting for a critical decision from the World Health Organization today. An advisory committee is set to decide whether the monkeypox outbreak is a, quote, public health emergency of international concern. That declaration would be the most serious step the WHO has taken yet to raise the alarm about that disease. The number of countries that have detected monkeypox now stands at 40. 156 cases have been confirmed inside the United States. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald and NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Megan, I'll start with you. What would it mean from a practical standpoint if the WHO does give monkeypox that emergency designation? All right. It appears that we are having a technical issue with Megan. So let me bring in Dr. Patel now. Dr. Patel, I can put the same question to you. What would it mean, really, from a practical standpoint, to have that designation from the World Health Organization?
Yeah, Aaron, of note, I know it sounds very serious. It's meant to be serious. It's been done 6 times in the last 13 years, including coronavirus. What it does mean practically is that World Health Organization members, which include the United States, would agree to a global participation to come to some kind of testing, surveillance, vaccine strategies, you name it. So I think it's important. I suspect it will recommend that this is designated a public health emergency of international concern. And to some degree, I would say it's already kind of late just because we've had to do global surveillance. We've had outbreaks all across the world and have had to talk to other countries. This just gives it better coordination and hopefully more funding and support for that.
And Dr. Patel, for our control room, I think we have a piece of sound that I want to try to play here, and I'll ask you a little bit more about sort of how the rest of us should be acting on the other side of this. So let's listen to that first.
It's going to need mobilization of resources in terms of getting the Jynneos vaccine, which is the sort of safer, more practical vaccine distributed across the world to the places that need it, making sure that we get testing capacity again to places who need it, and anybody who might be a candidate for treatment gets access to it too. This is not a single country outbreak, and it means we need to have international cooperation.
So, Dr. Patel, I think we have an understanding of what this potential declaration or designation would mean for folks who work in public health, right? To help us understand how they start moving. For the rest of us, for the common man, what does this mean to us in terms of, you know, anything that we should be doing differently as a result of the outbreak we're seeing?
Yeah, interestingly enough, Aaron, the city of New York actually put out guidance that if people who have had sex, men who have had sex with men or other persons who have had sex with men, they're actually recommending multiple partners in the last 14 days to So I do think that there is an implication if you have had contact, certainly with somebody that has had known monkeypox, absolutely get to a health professional. Number 2, if you have engaged in high-risk activity, and I suspect beyond New York this applies, to actually also discuss whether or not you would be an appropriate candidate for vaccination. And then, of course, Aaron, the original advice, where you are traveling to and from, and whether there are cases that you are in contact with in the countries of origin. But think of monkeypox as being all over the world. So just be vigilant and be in contact.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, we appreciate your expertise with us today. Thank you. The Food and Drug Administration has just dropped a bombshell about vaping. The FDA just ordered Juul to stop selling its e-cigarettes in the U.S. Now, at one point, Juul made up about 75% of the e-cigarette market. I want to bring in NBC News health reporter Aria Bendix now to help us through this. Aria, what was behind the FDA's decision here to ban Juul?
Yeah, so the FDA has actually been reviewing data that Juul submitted for about 2 years now. So this is the culmination of that process. And what they found was that they couldn't accurately assess the potential health risks of Juul's e-cigarettes and Juul pods. And in particular, one of the concerns that the FDA highlighted was insufficient or conflicting data about the product's toxicity and then also potentially harmful chemicals leaching from the Juul pods. So that's why they ultimately made the decision to prevent Juul from selling or distributing those products.
And have we heard anything in terms of a response from Juul to that decision at this point?
Yeah, so Juul does intend to appeal the decision. I actually have a statement from them in front of me that I'm going to read to you. They said, "We respectfully disagree with the FDA's findings and decision and continue to believe we have provided sufficient information and data based on high-quality research to address all issues raised by the agency." And essentially what that means is Juul's major argument is that it provides a safer alternative through vaping than a traditional cigarette for adult smokers. But one of the big pushbacks among regulators is the fact that Juul has been widely criticized for marketing its products to younger smokers and actually encouraging them to take up vaping. So that's sort of the debate going on right now.
You know, this sort of federal crackdown that we're seeing on nicotine products is not something that's new, really, in recent years. What other actions are there? What other actions is the FDA taking in that vein?
Yeah, it's definitely not new, but we are seeing a big push on behalf of the Biden administration, bigger than we've seen in past administrations, to curb disease and death related to smoking. So earlier this week, the administration revealed plans to develop a rule that would effectively limit the amount of nicotine that's in cigarettes. And then the FDA has also laid out a plan to ban menthol cigarettes. So both of those would be huge steps forward. And what that tells us is that today's FDA decision is really only the beginning of a wider federal crackdown on nicotine products.
All right, Aria Bendix for us today. Aria, thank you.
Thank you.
We're following some breaking news in Ukraine at this hour. After the break, the major announcement from the U.S. aimed at helping a country devastated by war.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur?
You tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now. Born to Rule, when Charles is king. A new podcast, listen now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's what we're watching. A judge has approved a $1 billion settlement for the victims of the Surfside condo collapse on the eve of its one-year anniversary. That collapse of a 12-story Florida building last summer killed 98 people. Most of the money will go to those who lost family members. The Department of Education will cancel $6 billion in student loan debt for borrowers who say the schools they attended defrauded them. It's the result of a class action lawsuit brought against the government. 200,000 eligible borrowers will receive a full cancellation of their debt. And why the long face? Trumpet became the first bloodhound to win Westminster's Best in Show last night. The hound beat 6 other finalists to take home that coveted trophy. We're following some breaking news on the war in Ukraine now. The U.S. announcing another round of military aid. It will send $450 million to that country. Right now, Russia is gaining ground in the eastern part of Ukraine. At the same time, Ukraine is taking a big step toward joining the European Union on this 120th day of the war. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joining us now from Odessa. Ali, let's start with the new round of military aid on the way. How is that going to be used by Ukrainian forces?
Hey, Aaron. Well, this is something that they've been asking for a long time. We know that the Ukrainians were being trained on these HIMARS, these advanced rocket systems, for about 3 weeks, and now they're on the battlefield. I think we have a tweet from Ukraine's defense minister, Andrei Reznikov. I think we can put it up on the screen. He's thanking Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin for these high-powered tools. He's saying it's going to be a very hot summer for the Russians and possibly the last one for some of them. And Aaron, these can't come soon enough. As you mentioned, the fighting on the East Front is very severe. Some Ukrainian officials are saying that the Russians are trying to encircle Severodonetsk and its twin town, Lysychansk, cutting them off from the rest of Ukraine. So this is exactly what the Ukrainians wanted, but they want them in bigger numbers. They're getting about 4 right now. There are more coming in, but the Ukrainians say they need about 100 to push the Russians back. But this is certainly going to tip the scales into Ukraine's favor. They're using high-tech technology. The Russians are using Soviet-era weapons.
Ali Arouzi for us in Ukraine again today. Ali, thank you. There are new heartbreaking images out of Afghanistan today. Survivors of that country's devastating earthquake this week are digging by hand through the rubble there, searching for the missing. At least 1,000 people are dead and another 1,500 are injured, according to government leaders. Here's NBC News global correspondent Ras Sanchez.
It has been more than 36 hours since this 5.9 magnitude earthquake struck, and yet it is still a real struggle to get relief and rescue elements into place. This is a very mountainous, remote corner of eastern Afghanistan. The roads weren't great to begin with. Now they've been devastated both by the earthquake, but also by mudslides caused by the very heavy rain in the region. Communication networks are down. The Taliban are saying they're really struggling to reach people by phone, trying to figure out where exactly people need help. And all of this is leading to these harrowing images we're seeing of people digging with their bare hands through the rubble, trying to save the lives of friends, of family, of neighbors, and praying for relief to come. Now, the official death toll is at more than 1,000. What we don't know right now is how many children may be part of that number. Medical teams on the ground are warning a lot of kids will have lost their lives here We don't have an exact number. We may never have an exact number. Around 1,500 people were injured, according to the Taliban. That is adding an enormous strain to what is already a healthcare system that had pretty much collapsed in Afghanistan. And the Taliban are saying all of this is being made more difficult by the Western sanctions that have been imposed on them. They say they're really struggling to get the kind of aid and material in that they need. The State Department says so far they have not yet received a formal request for assistance from the Taliban, but that they would consider any request that does come through. But right now, just a very, very grim situation in a country that has already had such a difficult few years.
Raph Sanchez reporting for us on the situation in Afghanistan. Thank you for being with us here on NBC News Now. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Stay tuned for an NBC News special report as we bring you the 5th public hearing of the January 6th committee from Washington, D.C. We know 3 former senior DOJ officials, including the former acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, are all scheduled to testify today. All 3 of them met with the former president, Donald Trump, in the Oval Office on January 3rd. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt picks up our coverage right now.
This is an NBC News special report. The results of a year-long investigation into the January 6th attack. Day 5 of the unprecedented congressional hearings. Today, testimony from Justice Department officials whom President Trump tried to force out over his false election fraud claims.
He's become detached from reality if he really believes this stuff.
As the committee tries to prove that the former president was responsible for the assault on the Capitol.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
New evidence set to be revealed today as the January 6th committee makes its case to the American people. Here now is Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. Did former President Trump pressure the nation's top law enforcement agency to help overturn the 2020 election? That's the focus of today's hearing of the January 6th committee. Out of the microscope, the Department of Justice and whether Donald Trump, along with a high-ranking DOJ member, plotted to get some states to decertify votes. We'll hear testimony about that and a potential scheme to shake up staffing within the department in order to advance Trump's fraudulent claims about winning the election. And just when we thought the committee would be wrapping up these hearings in a matter of days, a stunning development with so much new information being uncovered, the committee chairman says he's pressing pause, delaying the next 2 hearings until sometime next month. Why? It's to sift through what one panel member calls a mountain of new information, centered on how the former president directed protesters toward the Capitol on January 6th and failed to control the violent mob. We'll be discussing that new evidence, which includes never-before-seen film footage of interviews with the First Family and Vice President Pence. We'll tell you where it came from and what it could mean for building a case against the former president. We'll get to all that, but first we focus on what lies ahead today, and that's a lot. We begin with NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake. Garrett, Tuesday's testimony focused on how election officials were harassed and even threatened in some states. Tell us more about what to expect as the focus now shifts to the Department of Justice.
Lester, today's hearing will have 2 main thrusts along that point. The first will be the effort by the Trump administration, the committee will claim, to pressure top DOJ leaders to come up with an investigation, or at least look like they were conducting an investigation into the claims of voter fraud that Trump had been making around the country. This hearing will be quarterbacked, if you will, by Republican Adam Kinzinger, and I had a chance to discuss with him yesterday how he sees this portion of their case shaping up. Here's what he told me. So is it fair to say the president was trying to use the DOJ's credibility against the election result?
I think that's very fair to say. I think it's fair to say that the president really wanted the stamp of doubt that comes with the DOJ seal.
So if part one of this hearing then is the focus on getting the DOJ to open up investigation or investigations into these claims of voter fraud, part two is what happens after our witnesses today, 3 top former DOJ officials, refuse to do so. And that is, the committee will outline an effort to replace the head of the DOJ with a more compliant figure, a man named Jeff Clark, who was an environmental lawyer and who the committee believes there was a full-fledged scheme to have take control of the DOJ. Instead, there was something of a revolt among top DOJ officials and staffers saying they would not serve under Clark, and so that portion of the president's plan was never put into action. But that is what the committee intends to lay out today in broad strokes, Lester.
All right, Garrett, thank you. Joining me here now, my colleagues Hallie Jackson, our senior Washington correspondent, and Chuck Todd, NBC's political director and moderator of Meet the Press. Thanks for both being here. Chuck, start us off. What are you looking for today? What's important to key in on?
Well, look, this is meddling at the Justice Department, and if we talk about all the parallels to Watergate, this is probably the most direct parallel to Watergate in the infamous Saturday Night Massacre, where then President Nixon essentially wanted the people investigating him fired, and he needed an attorney general to be compliant. So obviously it was a different thing he was looking for, but this was a case where it looks like this is what Donald Trump's going to do. And there had been look, there's no laws here that say a president can, they work for the president. He could have done this. He was within his constitutional rights, but there's been this accepted practice post-Watergate that you don't meddle. Bill Clinton wanted to fire his special prosecutor a bunch of times, but he didn't. Politically, you wouldn't touch Janet Reno at that time, and it didn't happen. So today, I think this is of how he tried to essentially use the government and the credibility of the Justice Department to give more credibility to these claims. I mean, you'll hear in some of these snippets, we've seen the reporting, he simply wanted the announcement. Give me the press release, I'll spin it. I think we'll do the rest. We'll do the rest is what it was. So this, I think the most shocking part of this scheme is that Donald Trump decided not to do it. And that's the part of this that I think has always been, and this is, for what it's worth, I think is it makes it a little bit tougher to charge him with something over time. I think Mr. Clark's in a lot more potential legal trouble than on this case than Mr. Trump, because he didn't pull the trigger. But it does seem as if he was close. And the more I've learned about this, the more I'm still personally surprised he didn't go through with it.
Well, Hallie, all these hearings have really been a story of a president who was walking at least right up to the line. Yeah. And it's unclear in some of these cases whether he crossed it in a major kind of a way. What are you looking for here?
I'm looking for that, Lester. These are people who were in conversations with the president, and I imagine we'll hear about a couple of them end of December, again in early January, in the room with him, with, in some cases, his top White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, other people who were key to the president's inner circle at the time. At any point, did Donald Trump acknowledge to them that what he was doing, he knew would violate the law in the way that they were describing, right? So I think that's one of the key pieces we have to watch for here. I think when you look broadly at this, a lot of the conversations that we're going to hear have been reported, frankly, by our outlet, by the New York Times, the Washington Post, others, right? But what I think is going to be critical here is listening to the storyline as it weaves together. Think about for lack of a better word, the characters that we're going to meet today. In some ways, this is a tale of two Jeffs, Jeffrey Clark and Jeffrey Rosen, right? Jeffrey Clark, this environmental lawyer, that was his background, who was introduced to the president, connected through the president, reportedly through a Republican member of Congress, who I think we'll hear more about and who we'll talk more about, who backed the president's lies of election fraud, essentially, was sympathetic to that, to the point where Jeffrey Clark even wrote a letter, a 5-page letter, describing ways that he thought that Donald Trump could, in the state of Georgia, for example, push back against the legitimate election results. Jeffrey Rosen and the other witnesses we're going to hear from, Richard Donahue and Stephen Engel, they were pushing hard against the president the other way, right? Involved in these meetings, saying, if you do this, if you put Jeffrey Clark in charge, we're out. We're done, we quit, right? And these people are interesting. We've talked a lot about Jeff Rosen, right? The one-time acting attorney general, who was only in that job for about a month after Bill Barr resigned.
That is a mystery and we're not solving, but Bill Barr's never given us the full explanation of why he decided to quit early. I think we all have an idea. He didn't want to have to tell the president no.
And the relationship deteriorated pretty badly.
Well, he did, but he also decided to walk away.
He told him the votes weren't there, yeah.
Right. He also decided to walk away.
End of December, right.
Because he knew what he might be asked to do next, and he perhaps didn't want to be put in that position. It is still the fact that Barr left Jeffrey Rosen in this position has always been something that I think needs a little more exploration than we've been able to get.
So you have Rosen. He's going to be one of the live witnesses. You have a guy named Richard Donahue, who, by the way, we know took notes about some of these meetings, handwritten notes. That
by the way, most lawyers, you ever met a lawyer that doesn't take the notes?
I was going to say, typical for fascinating notes, right? Because he's describing the things that Donald Trump was saying in these conversations. I'd be shocked if that doesn't come up in the hearing today. I think we can show you some of the notes he took where he describes pieces of the conversation where the former president, Chuck, to your point, said exactly that. All I need is for you to, and I'm paraphrasing here, is to make the announcement. Republican congressman, he says, just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman, is what Donahue says the president says.
And then he just wanted irregularities.
Well,
there were whatever. You know, anything out of the Justice Department's mouth.
I'm also interested in Stephen Engel, who is the former Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel at the DOJ. Not a household name. I think that's fair to say, right? Not somebody who was at the center of a lot of the discussion in the lead up to January 6th and in the months after. This is somebody who, though, was on, for example, the Supreme Court long list from President Trump at the time when he was in office back in September of 2020, in case there had been an opening, et cetera. He is somebody who is a well-respected attorney who was also in these meetings. And that is interesting because there hasn't been a lot of public reporting about what he has had to say or what he saw and heard. So I think there's a lot of threads to pull on, but that's at least where I'm starting, Lester.
All right, let me go to our Washington correspondent, Yamiche Alcindor. She's with us. Today's hearing might be the most impactful so far. Why do you think that?
Well, they might be the most impactful so far because you're going to hear directly from Department of Justice officials about their direct conversations with former President Trump. There's been a lot said of sort of what people might have heard or what people thought, but the fact that these are going to be the people who were in the room with the president. We heard, of course, from people who had been on calls with the president, but these are going to be people who know firsthand just how far former President Trump was willing to go. And I think a lot of the issues that are at hand you've talked about at the table, but there's also this key word of pardons. Representative Scott Perry and a number of Republican lawmakers were accused, and lawmakers say, of trying to seek pardons after January 6th and even in some cases in the days before January 6th because they were worried about the activities that they had taken part in. So I think it's going to be very interesting to learn sort of was there a pardon list? Did former President Trump talk about that? What role possibly could the Department of Justice have had in that? I also think, of course, Jeffrey Clark is going to be fascinating to hear about because we heard, of course, about his involvement in the 5-page letter that he wrote, a draft letter about what the DOJ could do and how it could possibly tell states not to continue counting votes or to possibly overturn the 2020 election. But also, Jeffrey Clark was someone who had this sort of really dramatic meeting in the Oval Office where his bosses, one of them not even being able to wear a suit, he was out walking as apparently Richard Donahue and had to run to the White House to try to convince former President Trump not to put Jeffrey Clark in charge. One other thing, the politics of this are going to be something that I'm going to be watching because we know now that the Biden administration is under a lot of pressure to really be more aggressive, rather, with Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, in trying to push him to prosecute more people in connection with the January 6th investigation. And there are some Democrats who have told me, frankly, they want the DOJ to be doing more. But the White House has said over and over again that they're not going to be pressured into doing what they think their predecessors did, which was treating the DOJ as their personal legal arm. Instead, President Biden has said, I'm going to allow the DOJ to be very, very independent of me. I think that's the politics of this is going to be really interesting to see because of the juxtaposition of these two administrations.
All right, Yamiche, thank you. I want to bring in our NBC News legal analyst and criminal defense attorney, Danny Savalas. Danny, we have heard a lot about Bill Barr. He's had a lot of airtime, if you will, in these hearings. We're going to talk about him probably again today. He has been kind of positioned as the guy that stood up early and said, Mr. President, these votes aren't here. These fraudulent votes aren't here. What should we know as we continue to watch him use in these hearings?
For the last week, Bill Barr has gotten a kind of a pass, and it's probably because he may have the most memorable line to date in these proceedings. And I won't repeat it here, Lester, don't worry.
Starts with a B, yeah.
But it starts with a B, and it went around the world, and people saw that as Bill Barr standing up to Trump, and that is held for about a week. I think that's going to change today, and I'll tell you why. Because we are probably going to hear about things like a memorandum that Bill Barr issued that we reported on back when it came out that essentially said, look, if there's some real obvious indications of election fraud, then you, DOJ, can investigate it, which many people in the DOJ, in the public integrity, they pushed back. People did not agree with this memorandum. Now, I think Bill Barr positions it in the very language of the memo as if he's slow walking it, as if he's doing the bare minimum. Well, look, I probably shouldn't look into this, but I'll just issue a memo that says, hey, if you see something glaring, look into it, but otherwise, don't do much. In the Georgia situation with the suitcases of votes, conduct some interviews, talk to some people, and then do that, and then be done with it. So Bill Barr may position this as, hey, I just did the bare minimum. I wasn't really carrying out Trump's orders. But I think today we're going to hear a slightly different story, and it will be really the ones who stood up are going to be folks like Rosen and Donahue, who apparently, according to the evidence, stood up the entire time, never gave an inch. And when it came to things like sending out letters about canceling out electors, they said, heck no, we're not doing that. No chance.
And to Chuck's point, the president didn't go through.
He didn't go through
it. So I wonder how much
his allies will say often, right? Yeah. I mean, that is something you hear from those close to him.
So where does intent, if you're looking at this through a purely legal lens, where does intent play?
In the law, we have a thing called inchoate or incomplete crimes. That's crimes like attempt or conspiracy, where the actual eventual crime may not even be carried out. But as a matter of public policy, we punish the effort to complete a crime just as much often as we do the completed crime itself. You don't want to reward people for being really lousy at committing crimes or maybe changing their mind at the very end. So to me, what I'm going to be looking for is the requisite intent, not whether or not this was actually completed. The mere fact that Trump asks and is told it's wrong, and then apparently asks again and again, based on really nothing that we've seen other than, and I'm quoting some prior witnesses, theories and not evidence. I think that's going to be critical here. And there comes a point where intent is assumed if somebody continues on in the face of knowledge or information that what they are doing is wrong. And I think that's what the committee's trying to build here.
I guess the question I have is what did he do illegally in this situation? Because he had the authority to hire and fire everybody that was in that Oval Office with him.
That's right. So that's the problem with this, is that it doesn't fit neatly into definitions of crimes. And it's really easy for someone like me to stand up here and look at the crimes code and say, oh, this could be conspiracy to defraud the United States, right? Or this could even just be mail fraud because something went in the mail. But it's an entirely different thing where you have a totally unprecedented set of facts and a totally unprecedented situation. I think this is quite different. It reminds us of the Saturday Night Massacre, but it is factually a lot different. I would argue that the efforts are even more documented and more severe than they were in the case of the Saturday Night Massacre. And of course, as you pointed out, you don't have DOJ officials actually leaving. They're just threatening to leave. And you have this Jeffrey Clark figure who's going to be like an Iago figure today, scheming behind the scenes to get the job and going at some point to Jeffrey Rosen and saying, look, it's a real nice job you have at the DOJ. If you want to keep it, if you send out these letters, then maybe I don't want the job so much.
Janie, do you think we'll have a better idea of why Barr left early?
No, and I think that's something everybody wants to know. Why, and why at that moment? Why so close to the end, and why just essentially moments before all these other things happen?
We all want to spend more time with our family.
Sure, we all want to spend more time with our family. That's a fine enough reason. But why not finish it out? Why leave when he did? Will we ever get an answer to that? I don't think we will today.
He knew what was happening.
He knew the entire time.
He knew what was going to be. He had already dealt with some of it. I find this to be there's a lot of little unsolved side mysteries. This is one that it feels like I didn't feel like we got a great explanation even in his book.
Well, and I just remember I was covering the White House at the time, and I was talking to people who were close to Bill Barr at the time when the speculation was, is he going to leave? Is he going to leave? And these folks would tell me things like, well, he feels like he can do his job right now. His relationship was obviously deteriorating with Donald Trump at the time. But Chuck, this is a guy, Lester, you interviewed him. He wrote a book about the experience. He's talked extensively in multiple interviews about that experience, and that is still one of those outstanding questions.
Yeah, let me go to NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney, and he's live at the Justice Department. Ken, we're going to hear a lot more about Jeffrey Clark today. We probably won't hear anything, though, about the visit that he received from federal agents.
That's right, Lester. You've been talking about how Jeffrey Clark and his activities will be, in many ways, the centerpiece of this hearing we're about to watch. Well, we learned a few hours ago that Jeffrey Clark's home was visited yesterday by a number of federal law enforcement agents. The government is being rather circumspect about what exactly happened. An official just said there was some law enforcement activity at Jeffrey Clark's Virginia home. But Jeffrey Clark's boss, who is a former Trump administration official, has said in a statement that this was essentially a pre-dawn raid by a dozen federal agents who took Jeffrey Clark out of his home in his pajamas and seized his electronic devices. Now, if that characterization is correct, Lester, it suggests these agents had obtained a search warrant, which means they convinced the judge that there was probable cause to believe that a crime was occurring. Now, often a search warrant in such cases would be served if they believe a subject is concealing evidence or destroying evidence that otherwise could have been obtained by a subpoena. And this is a huge development in this investigation, this parallel investigation that is being run by the Justice Department out of that building behind me into what happened here in terms of efforts to overturn the election. Doubly significant because, as we're going to hear today, almost everything that Jeffrey Clark was doing and talking about in terms of scheming to overturn this election, he was discussing with the then President of the United States, Donald Trump. And had he succeeded in some of these schemes, it could have been a much different result. One of the things he was trying to do was get the Justice Department to send letters to various states saying that the Justice Department had found fraud in the election, when in fact the Justice Department had found no such thing. But had those letters gone out, it could have emboldened people who wanted to install false electors and really change the game. So this was a very close call. And we're going to hear today that these Trump-appointed Justice Department officials did the right thing when it mattered and said no to this stuff and threatened to resign. But the theory of the case was outlined by Liz Cheney when she gave her dramatic opening statement at the beginning of all these hearings, which is that there was a conspiracy here that she argues is criminal. She used the word corrupt many times to overthrow the election, that whether they succeeded or not does not matter, that the conspiracy still existed and should be investigated.
Ken, are the DOJ and the committee playing well together here?
Well, there were some reports in recent days that the DOJ was asking for transcripts that the committee of committee witness testimony that the committee did not want to hand over. But my understanding is that they are playing well together. There are a lot of federal prosecutors working for this, former federal prosecutors working for this January 6th committee, people who have worked in this building behind me, who know how this works. They want to conduct a thorough investigation, but they don't appear to intend in any way to be hiding anything or keeping anything from the Justice Department. There are logistical issues, but those can be worked out.
Ken, thanks very much. And Chuck, there seems to be, one of the subplots is the pressure on DOJ. As this stuff unfolds and people's jaws are dropping, they look to DOJ. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Look, it has been notable that since the start of these hearings, the Department of Justice has let us know about a bunch of new things they've been doing with their investigation. Is this a way for Garland to sort of answer some of the criticism he's been getting, whispers from the Hill, whispers from the White House? Because all of a sudden you see subpoenas being issued, you see a phone being seized from a Nevada Republican Party chair, the Georgia Republican Party chair, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, Department of Justice feels like it's suddenly getting more aggressive. Look, it is, I think the reason why the committee's been so frustrated, and I've been talking with some of the committee members, is that they feel as if, they've been pedal to the metal in their investigation. They feel as if Justice opened the investigation. They have focused on the act of January 6th and have been aggressive there, but they've sort of been, they're looking at the larger issue of electors and they're looking at this stuff, but it has not felt urgent. And all of a sudden, the last 2 weeks, it's come across as a sense of urgency. I do think that if you're Merrick Garland and you walk through the sort of, if you're eventually going to make a decision, whatever you decide to do with Trump, you better have sort of explored every facet of this investigation. And so, for instance, if he's going to come to the conclusion that he's not going to indict Trump, but he is going to indict all these people around him, he needs to be doing what we're seeing now, which is, look, I've looked at every avenue of this. I can't get a prosecution of him, but I can get a prosecution of these 6 people. Hallie, and that's my sense of what I think is the larger picture here that Garland is focused on.
Hallie, the last hearing a couple of days ago, it got emotional. It was personal.
Yeah.
A poll worker talking about being targeted by the President of the United States. By contrast, what we see today, it feels like it may be a bit more granular. Has the committee continued to raise expectations of the quality of the information that we'll be hearing?
You have to remember, this is somewhat out of order to how they initially thought that this was going to be laid out, right? So if you're looking at this as a narrative arc over the course of a series of hearings, it is, as somebody, I think it was Playbook today, maybe talked about how it was like Star Wars. You know, there's prequels at different points, and we sort of dip in and out of the storyline, which I think feels like a fitting analogy here. I do think it will be more granular, Lester, and that for those, for example, Department of Justice reporters who have been in and out of every twist and turn on this will feel a little familiar. I'm not sure it's going to feel like that to a lot of people in the American public who are going to be watching this across many networks, who may, for the first time, right, be hearing about exactly what was happening in the machinations behind the scenes on this front. I also think, to the point about what we might hear, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there was at least some personal element here, because these are top Department of Justice officials who are facing what Danny talked about, unprecedented pressure like we have not seen, right? That the only, you know, potential analogy we can even think about drawing is to the Saturday Night Massacre, tells you how significant this was for them. And I think the committee has had an eye through this entire process. And I've spoken with members of the committee who talk about how they're trying to lay this out. They've had an eye in the process of how to make this relatable and how to make this connect to people who are watching. Right, because for them, this is about, in many ways, setting down an accurate record of history as they see it. And there's a lot of conversation about, is it persuading the American public, et cetera. But I do think that there may be some of the emotional piece of what was it like for Jeff Rosen as he had to sit there face to face, right, with Donald Trump and tell him, what you are doing is so wrong that I may leave. What was it like for these other witnesses who you're going to hear from? So I do think there may be some moments like that.
Pat Cipollone. We ended the last hearing on a little bit of a the White House lawyer.
Yeah.
It felt like oh, I got to binge to the next episode. Like we were left with this cliffhanger. Liz Cheney saying, "If you hear me, Pat Cipollone, come testify." Correct me if I'm wrong, Hallie, but it sounds like we may see a vision of him today. I don't know if we're meeting a taped deposition. I have a feeling, and that's going to be an interesting moment.
Potentially, right? The other piece that we think...
It's the hint we've been given.
We know that we feel very confident, too. We're going to hear more about the conversations he was having because these witnesses were in those conversations with him. Mm-hmm. You know, we've talked about how Pat Cipollone, more than others, has this claim to executive privilege that others, for example, tied to the campaign, who didn't work at the White House, who didn't have that privilege of the president, cannot account for. And Danny, you can speak to that. But Chuck, I think you're right. He is, if as you say, Jeffrey Clark is kind of the specter of a character hanging over this who's not seen, Pat Cipollone is, I think, right up there too today.
Just noting that Sean Penn, in case you thought that's who you were looking at, that's Sean Penn in the gallery too. Let's go back to Garrett Hake, our senior Capitol Hill correspondent. Garrett, talk about the last-minute delay for future hearings and what that portends.
Yeah, Lester, up until a few days ago, we were expecting a full slate of hearings next week, but the committee chairman has come out and said that due to an influx in new information and new evidence since they started their hearings a couple weeks ago, they're going to delay now until potentially the middle of July. The final two hearings that we know they were planning, he's even left open the possibility there could be additional hearings beyond that. And so some of this is new evidence, and some of it is evidence they want to get. You were just discussing Pat Cipollone and the effort to get him and come and testify. That is a piece of evidence the committee is still seeking. But we do know that in recent days, they've gotten their hands on quite a lot of video from a documentarian by the name of Alex Holder. He's a British documentary filmmaker. He was embedded in the Trump White House and Trump campaign. You're seeing some of the video that he has released in recent days. He came in for a deposition today. It was quite short, only about 2 hours. That tells me they want the video more than they want to talk to him. We don't know, frankly, exactly what he has, only that he's got interviews with Trump and Trump family members from before and after the events of January 6th, and the committee thinks it might shed new light, although I should add that Holder has missed no opportunity to promote his documentary, and so I think we're all waiting quite eagerly to see what, if any, new light this video sheds, but the committee believes it is significant.
Garrett, thank you. And the witnesses we have seen primarily for these hearings are Republican witnesses who may, in fact, feel more damaging against the president as they continue to make a case some of these highly respected members of the Republican Party. Today, we'll see these former top Justice Department officials talk about the pressure that they say they were under to go along with the president's scheme that, as you point out, ultimately did not carry through.
Look, I do think the Donahue testimony is going to be fascinating. The only thing I'm curious about here is whether we'll get some follow-ups. Danny and I were a little disappointed in the last hearing. Felt like they leave some stuff out there, and you're like, wait, draw that out of him more. Tell us a little bit more here.
Does that have to do with the scripted nature of the questions?
It feels like it's a scripted set of answers at times. It's like they know what they want to get out of it, and you're like, well, finish that thought. I'd like to know where that went.
Some of it feels somewhat intentional. So, for example, we heard, and this goes back to something that I think we may possibly hear more about today. I referenced Republican Congressman Scott Perry, for example, who was somebody who was sympathetic to the former president's claims, lies about election fraud. That got dropped in an early hearing and then sort of went nowhere, that he had apparently asked for a pardon, the committee says, something that Perry's office denies. I wonder if today is not the day that we're going to hear more about that. Any receipts the committee
Maybe
may
more
have
on Perry,
on that front.
but I hear that pardon stuff's still another couple weeks away. And that, some of that is a reason for the delay. There's another reason for this delay. They don't, next week could have the most consequential Supreme Court decision in 2 generations. I do think they want to steer clear of next week.
But at the same time, wouldn't they want the narrative to be cohesive?
Is there a political risk?
Well, I think it's sort of a combination. They are getting more information. I think you heard Benny Thompson say, we want to make sure each one of our hearings lives up to the same quality that we've delivered so far. But again, next week also comes with that. And they were very mindful of that. They wanted to be done before these hearings, and they haven't been able to do that. By the way, another reason this hearing got delayed is, I think, Pat Cipollone. They've been trying. They were hoping. Yeah. They bought more time. They were hoping they could somehow convince him to do this. And unless a surprise is coming, it doesn't look like that.
All right, well, the witnesses have entered the chambers there. We expect this hearing to be gavelled in here shortly. The hearing set to begin in just a moment. What we're going to do now is pause briefly. We're going to give our NBC stations across the country a chance to join our network special report coverage.
This is an NBC News special report. The results of a year-long investigation into the January 6th attack. Day 5 of the unprecedented congressional hearings. Today, testimony from Justice Department officials whom President Trump tried to force out over his false election fraud claims.
He's become detached from reality if he really believes this stuff.
As the committee tries to prove that the former president was responsible for the assault on the Capitol.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
New evidence set to be revealed today as the January 6th committee makes its case to the American people. Here now is Lester Holt.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this NBC News special report. It's day 5 of the January 6th Select Committee hearings, and today the panel members will be focused on the following question. Did former President Trump pressure the nation's top law enforcement agency to help overturn the 2020 election? Under the microscope, the Department of Justice and whether or not Donald Trump, along with a high-ranking DOJ member, plotted to get some states to decertify votes. We're going to hear testimony about that and a potential scheme to shake up staffing within the department in order to advance Mr. Trump's fraudulent claims about winning the election. And just when we thought the committee would be wrapping up these hearings in the days ahead, a stunning development with so much new evidence being uncovered, the committee chairman says he's taking a pause, delaying the next 2 hearings until sometime next month. Why? It's to sift through what one panel member calls a mountain of new information centered on how the former president directed protesters toward the Capitol on January 6th and failed to control the mob once it turned violent. We'll be discussing that new evidence, which includes some never-before-seen tape footage and interviews with the First Family and Vice President Pence. We'll tell you where it came from, what it could mean for building a case against the former president. We'll get to it all, but first we focus on today's hearings, just about getting underway. In fact, I believe, in fact, the chairman has gavelled them to order. Let's take you there.
Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. In our previous hearings, the Select Committee showed that then President Trump applied pressure at every level of government, from local election workers up to his own vice president, hoping public servants would give in to that pressure and help him steal an election he actually lost. Today, we'll tell the story of how the pressure campaign also targeted the federal agency charged with enforcement of our laws, the Department of Justice. We already covered part of Mr. Trump's effort. We heard from Attorney General Bill Barr tell the story and the committee about the baseless claims Mr. Trump wanted the Justice Department to investigate, and that Mr. Barr viewed those claims as nonsense. Today, we'll hear from Jeffrey Rosen, the person Mr. Trump appointed to run the Justice Department after Attorney General Barr resigned. We'll hear from other senior Justice Department officials also. Together, these public servants resisted Mr. Trump's effort to misuse the Justice Department as part of his plan to hold on to power. And we will show that Trump's demands that the department investigate baseless claims of election fraud continued into January 2021. But Donald Trump didn't just want the Justice Department to investigate. He wanted the Justice Department to help legitimize his lies, to basically call the election corrupt, to appoint a special counsel to investigate alleged election fraud, to send a letter to 6 state legislatures urging them to consider altering the election results. And when these and other efforts fail, Donald Trump sought to replace Mr. Rosen, the acting Attorney General, with a lawyer who he believed would inappropriately put the full weight of the Justice Department behind the effort to overturn the election. Let's think about what that means. Wherever you live in the United States, there's probably a local government executive, a mayor, or a county commissioner. There's also an official responsible for enforcing the laws, a district attorney or a local prosecutor. Imagine if your mayor lost a re-election bid, but instead of conceding the race, they picked up the phone, called the district attorney, and said, I want you to say this election was stolen. I want you to tell the Board of Elections not to certify the results. That's essentially what Donald Trump was trying to do with the election for President of the United States. It was a brazen attempt to use the Justice Department to advance the president's personal political agenda. Today, my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, and other witnesses will walk through the Select Committee's findings on these matters. But first, I recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she's cared to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this point, our committee has just begun to show America the evidence that we have gathered. There is much more to come, both in our hearings and in our report. But I'd like to take just a moment to put everything we've seen in context. We have already seen how President Trump falsely declared victory on November 3rd, 2020, how he and his team launched a fraudulent media campaign that persuaded tens of millions of Americans that the election was stolen from him. Donald Trump intentionally ran false ads on television and social media, featuring allegations that his advisors and his Justice Department repeatedly told him were untrue. We have also seen how Donald Trump launched a fraudulent fundraising campaign that raised hundreds of millions of dollars, again, based on those same false election fraud allegations. We have seen how President Trump and his allies corruptly attempted to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count lawful electoral votes and obstruct Congress's proceedings on January 6th, and how he provoked a violent mob to pursue the Vice President and others in our Capitol. We have seen how the President oversaw and personally participated in an effort in multiple states to vilify, threaten, and pressure election officials, and to use false allegations to pressure state legislators to change the outcome of the election. We've seen how President Trump worked with and directed the Republican National Committee and others to organize an effort to create fake electoral slates, and later to transmit those materially false documents to federal officials, again as part of his planning for January 6th. We have seen how President Trump persuaded tens of thousands of his supporters to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. And we will see in far more detail how the President's rally and march to the Capitol were organized and choreographed. As you can tell, these efforts were not some minor or ad hoc enterprise concocted overnight. Each required planning and coordination. Some required significant funding. All of them were overseen by President Trump. And much more information will be presented soon regarding the President's statements and actions on January 6th. Today, as Chairman Thompson indicated, we turn to yet another element of the President's effort to overturn the 2020 election, this one involving the Department of Justice. A key focus of our hearing today will be a draft letter that our witnesses here today refused to sign. This letter was written by Mr. Jeff Clark with another Department of Justice lawyer, Ken Klukowski, and the letter was to be sent to the leadership of the Georgia State Legislature. Other versions of the letter were intended for other states. Neither Mr. Clark nor Mr. Klukowski had any evidence of widespread election fraud, but they were quite aware of what Mr. Trump wanted the department to do. Jeff Clark met privately with President Trump and others in the White House and agreed to assist the president without telling the senior leadership of the department who oversaw him. As you will see, this letter claims that the U.S. Department of Justice's investigations have, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. In fact, Donald Trump knew this was a lie. The Department of Justice had already informed the President of the United States repeatedly that its investigations had found no fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the 2020 election. The letter also said this, quote, in light of these developments, the department recommends that the Georgia General Assembly should convene in special session, end quote, and consider approving a new slate of electors. And it indicates that a separate, quote, fake slate of electors supporting Donald Trump has already been transmitted to Washington, D.C. For those of you who have been watching these hearings, the language of this draft Justice Department letter will sound very familiar. The text is similar to what we have seen from John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani, both of whom were coordinating with President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. When one of our witnesses today, Mr. Donahue, first saw this draft letter, he wrote this, quote, this would be a grave step for the department to take, and it could have tremendous constitutional, political, and social ramifications for the country, end quote. This committee agrees. Had this letter been released on official Department of Justice letterhead, it would have falsely informed all Americans, including those who might be inclined to come to Washington on January 6th, that President Trump's election fraud allegations were likely very real. Here is another observation about this letter. Look at the signature line. It was written by Jeff Clark and Mr. Klukowski, not just for Clark's signature, but also for our witnesses today, Jeff Rosen and Richard Donahue. When it became clear that neither Mr. Rosen nor Mr. Donahue would sign this letter, President Trump's plan necessarily changed. As you will hear today, Donald Trump offered Mr. Clark the job of acting Attorney General, replacing Mr. Rosen, with the understanding that Clark would send this letter to Georgia and other states and take other actions the president requested. One other point. Millions of Americans have seen the testimony of Attorney General Barr before this committee. At one point in his deposition, the former Attorney General was asked why he authorized the Department of Justice to investigate fraud in the 2020 election at all. Why not just follow the regular course of action and let the investigations occur much later in time, after January 6th? Here's what he said.
Felt the responsible thing to do was to be in a position to have a view as to whether or not there was fraud. And frankly, I think the fact that I put myself in the position that I could say that we had looked at this and didn't think there was fraud was really important to moving things forward. And I sort of shudder to think what the situation would have been if the position of the department was, we're not even looking at this until after Biden's in office. I'm not sure we would have had a transition at all.
I want to thank each of our witnesses before us today for your role in addressing and rebutting the false allegations of fraud at the root of January 6th. And thank you for standing up for the Constitution and for the rule of law. Of course, not all public officials behaved in the honorable way our witnesses did. At the close of today's hearing, we will see video testimony by 3 members of Donald Trump's White House staff. They will identify certain of the members of Congress who contacted the White House after January 6th to seek presidential pardons for their conduct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for an opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. I'd like to start with a personal story. So in May of 2009, I returned from service in Iraq, and I announced my intention to run for Congress. A big reason I decided to run for Congress was my motivation to ensure freedom and democracy were defended overseas. I remember making a commitment out loud a few times and in my heart repeatedly, even to today, that if we are going to ask Americans to be willing to die in service to our country, we as leaders must at least be willing to sacrifice our political careers when integrity and our oath requires it. After all, losing a job is nothing compared to losing your life. Within the halls of power, in the face of a president, that commitment can easily be forgotten. Presidential pressure can be really hard to resist. Today, we'll focus on a few officials who stood firm against President Trump's political pressure campaign. When the president tried to misuse the department and install a loyalist at its helm, these brave officials refused and threatened to resign. They were willing to sacrifice their careers for the good of our country. The Department of Justice is unique in the executive branch. The president oversees the Department of Justice, yet the president's personal or partisan interests must not shape or dictate the department's actions. The president cannot and must not use the department to serve his own personal interest, and he must not use its people to do his political bidding, especially when what he wants them to do is to subvert democracy. The president cannot pervert justice nor the law to maintain his power. Justice must, both in fact and law, be blind. That is critical to our whole system of self-governance. During this hearing, you'll hear time and time again about the president's request to investigate claims of widespread fraud. Our witnesses, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel, stood firm in the face of overbearing political pressure because they understood that their oath was to the Constitution and not to the personal or political interests of the president. The president and his allies became keenly aware that with legal challenges exhausted and electoral votes certified, their only hope would be a last-ditch scheme to prevent Congress from certifying the win. thus throwing the entire system into constitutional chaos. The president wanted the department to sow doubt in the legitimacy of the election, to empower his followers and members of Congress to take action. If the department could just lend its credibility to the conspiracies, people would have the justification they needed to spread the big lie. So President Trump ultimately wanted the Department of Justice to say the election was, quote, corrupt and, quote, leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. As you will hear today, the department's top leadership refused. Not surprisingly, President Trump didn't take no for an answer. He didn't accept it from Attorney General Barr, and he wouldn't accept it from Mr. Rosen either. So he looked for another Attorney General, his third in 2 weeks. He needed to find someone who was willing to ignore the facts. That is not the norm. Let's look at what attorneys general, Democrats and Republicans alike, have said about upholding their oath to the Constitution.
Attorney General ultimately owes his loyalty to the integrity of the American people and to the fidelity to the Constitution and the legitimate laws of the country. That's what he's ultimately required to do.
I will be an independent Attorney General. I will be the people's lawyer. If, however, there were an issue that I thought were that significant that would compromise my ability to serve as Attorney General in the way that I have described, that as the people's lawyer, I would not hesitate to resign.
As you and I discussed, if the President proposed to undertake a course of conduct that was in violation of the Constitution, that would present me with a difficult but not a complex problem. I would have two choices. I could either try to talk him out of it or leave. Those are the choices.
The Attorney General's position as a cabinet member is perhaps unique from all of the cabinet members. Yes, a member of the President's cabinet, but the Attorney General has a unique responsibility to provide independent and objective advice to the President or any agency when it is sought, and sometimes perhaps even when it is not sought.
Everyone in that video, from Eric Holder to Jeff Sessions, spoke as one about the independence of the department. It's a point of pride at Justice to apply the law without the president's political self-interests tainting its actions or dictating how it uses its authorities. But President Trump did find one candidate at Justice who seemed willing to do anything to help him stay in power. Let's hear what President Trump's own lawyer, Eric Hirschman, had to say about Jeff Clark's plan to overturn the election. I'd like to advise viewers this video contains some strong language.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good fucking, a-hole. Congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
So who's Jeff Clark? An environmental lawyer with no experience relevant to leading the entire Department of Justice. What was his only qualification? That he would do whatever the president wanted him to do, including overthrowing a free and a fair democratic election. President Trump's campaign to bend the Justice Department to his political will culminated in a showdown on January 3rd. Today, we will take you inside that early evening Oval Office meeting where top Justice Department officials met with the president. At stake, the leadership and integrity of the Department of Justice.
The meeting took about another 2.5 hours from the time I entered. It was entirely focused on whether there should be a DOJ leadership change. I was sitting directly in front of the president. Jeff Rosen was to my right, Jeff Clark was to my left. He looked at me and he underscored, well, the one thing we know is you're not going to do anything. You don't even agree that the concerns that are being presented are valid. And here's someone who has a different view. So, well, why shouldn't I do that? You know, that's how the discussion then proceeded.
Jeff Clark was proposing that Jeff Rosen be replaced by Jeff Clark. And I thought the proposal was asinine.
What were Clark's purported bases for why it was in the president's interest for him to step in? What would he do? How would things change, according to Mr. Clark in the meeting?
He repeatedly said to the president that if he was put in the seat, he would conduct real investigations that would, in his view, uncover widespread fraud. He would send out the letter that he had drafted, and that this was a last opportunity to sort of set things straight with this defective election, and that he could do it, and he had the intelligence and the will and the desire to pursue these matters in the way that the president thought most appropriate.
And he was making a pitch, and every time he'd get clobbered over the head, he would say, like a call to order. The president's your decision. You get the chance to make this decision, and you've heard everybody, and you can make your determination. And then we jump back in, and really clobber him.
I made the point that Jeff Clark is not even competent to serve as the attorney general. He's never been a criminal attorney. He's never conducted a criminal investigation in his life. He's never been in front of a grand jury, much less a trial jury. And he kind of retorted by saying, well, I've done a lot of very complicated appeals and civil litigation, environmental litigation, and things like that. And I said, that's right, you're an environmental lawyer. How about you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill. And Pat Cipollone weighed in at one point, I remember saying, that letter that this guy wants to send, that letter is a murder-suicide pact. It's going to damage everyone who touches it. And we should have nothing to do with that letter. I don't ever want to see that letter again. And so we went along those lines.
I thought Jeff's proposal, Clark's proposal, was nuts. I mean, this guy said at a certain point, listen, the best I can tell is the only thing you know about environmental and elections challenges is they both start with E. And based on your answer tonight, I'm not even certain you know that.
The president said, suppose I do this. Suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What do you do?
Well, we know these men before us did the right thing. But think about what happens if these justice officials make a different decision. What happens if they bow to the pressure? What would that do to us as a democracy, as a nation? Imagine a future where the president could screen applicants to the Justice Department with one question. Are you loyal to me or to the Constitution? And it wouldn't take long to find people willing to pledge their loyalty to the man. We know many of President Trump's vocal supporters on January 6th also wanted the Justice Department to do whatever he asked, as long as it meant he could stay in power. They made sure Justice Department officials heard his message as they protested loudly in front of the department on their way to the Capitol on January 6th.
Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job!
Live in D.C., we're marching to the Capitol. We are at the Department of Justice right now telling these cowards to do their job. We're going to take the Capitol.
I want to take a moment now to speak directly to my fellow Republicans. Imagine the country's top prosecutor with the power to open investigations, subpoena, charge crimes, and seek imprisonment. Imagine that official pursuing the agenda of the other party instead of that of the American people as a whole. And if you're a Democrat, imagine it the other way around. Today, President Trump's total disregard for the Constitution and his oath will be fully exposed. Now let's get this hearing underway so we can do our part to protect the freedoms that we often take for granted, so that we can see how close we came to losing it all. I now yield back to the chairman.
We're joined today by three distinguished witnesses who each served in the Trump administration in the months preceding January 6th. Mr. Jeffrey Rosen served at the Department of Justice from May 2019 until January 2021, With President Trump's nomination and the confirmation of the United States Senate, he became the United States Deputy Attorney General. In December 2020, he took the mantle of Acting Attorney General. Mr. Richard Donahue has served in the Department of Justice for over 14 years. Mr. Donahue was a United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, then became Mr. Rosen's Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and finally, Acting Deputy Attorney General. Mr. Donahue also served more than 20 years in the United States military, including the 82nd Airborne and the Judge Advocates General Corps. We are also joined by Mr. Stephen Engel, the former Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. He was nominated by the former president and confirmed by the Senate during the Trump administration. He served from November 2017 to January 2021 and has now returned to private practice. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. First of all, gentlemen, thank you for being here today. All of you served at former President Trump's pleasure at the Department of Justice in top leadership positions with tremendous responsibilities. Former Attorney General Bill Barr told the Select Committee that before he left the department in December 2020, he told President Trump on at least 3 occasions there was no evidence of widespread election fraud that would have changed the results of the presidential election, and refuted numerous specific claims of election fraud the president was making. Mr. Rosen, after Mr. Barr announced his resignation, did Donald Trump continue to demand that the Department of Justice investigate his claims of election fraud?
Yes, he asserted that he thought the Justice Department had not done enough.
Thank you. From the time you took over from Attorney General Barr until January 3rd, how often did President Trump contact you or the department to push allegations of election fraud?
So between December 23rd and January 3rd, the president either called me or met with me virtually every day, with 1 or 2 exceptions like Christmas Day. And before that, because I had been announced that I would become the acting attorney general before the date I actually did, the president had asked that Rich Donahue and I go over and meet with him, I believe, on December 15th as well.
So after you had some of these meetings and conversations with the president, what things did the president raise with you?
So the common element of all of this was the president expressing his dissatisfaction that the Justice Department, in his view, had not done enough to investigate election fraud. But at different junctures, other topics came up at different intervals. So at one point, he had raised the question of having a special counsel for election fraud. At a number of points, he raised requests that I meet with his campaign counsel, Mr. Giuliani. At one point, he raised the whether the Justice Department would file a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. At a couple of junctures, there were questions about making public statements or about holding a press conference. At one of the later junctures was this issue of sending a letter to state legislatures in Georgia or other states. And so there were different things raised at different parts of, or different intervals, with the common theme being his dissatisfaction about what the Justice Department had done to investigate election fraud. I will say that the Justice Department declined all of those requests that I was just referencing because we did not think that they were appropriate based on the facts and the law as we understood them.
Thank you. So, Mr. Donahue, on December 15th, the day after Attorney General Barr announced his resignation, the president summoned you and Mr. Rosen to the White House. At this meeting with the president, what did he want to discuss?
There were a number of topics of discussion that day, Mr. Chairman. Much of the conversation focused on a report that had been recently released relating to Antrim County in Michigan. I believe on December 13th, an organization called the Allied Security Group issued a report that alleged that the Dominion voting machines in that county had a 68% error rate. The report was widely covered in the media. We were aware of it. We obtained a copy of it on the 14th of December, the day prior. We circulated to the U.S. attorneys in Michigan for their awareness. And we had a number of discussions internally, but the conversation with the president on that day, the 15th, was largely focused on that. And he was essentially saying, have you seen this report? He was adamant that the report must be accurate, that it proved that the election was defective, that he in fact won the election, and the department should be using that report to basically tell the American people that the results were not trustworthy. And he went on to other theories as well, but the bulk of that conversation on December 15th focused on Antrim County, Michigan, and the ASOG report.
Thank you. Mr. Engel, we know that Attorney General Barr announced on December 1st, 2020, that the Department of Justice had found no evidence of widespread fraud that could have changed the outcome of the election. So from December 1st, 2020 until today, as you sit here, have you ever doubted that top line conclusion?
No, I've never had any reason to doubt Attorney General Barr's conclusion.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the weeks leading to January 6th, the Department of Justice was fielding almost daily requests from the president to investigate claims of election fraud. Each claim was refuted time and time again, an effort Attorney General Barr described as whack-a-mole. When each of the president's efforts failed, he resorted to installing a new attorney general to say the election was illegal and corrupt, simply so he could stay in power. President Trump started leaning on the Justice Department the first chance he got. On November 29th, his first television interview after the election.
Where is the DOJ and the FBI in all of this, Mr. President? You have laid out some serious charges here. Shouldn't this be something that the FBI is investigating? Are they?
Missing in action.
Is the DOJ investigating?
Missing in action. Can't tell you where they are.
Republican congressmen echoed the president just 2 days later. They wrote a letter to Attorney General Barr laying into the Justice Department for a, quote, shocking lack of action in investigating the claims of election fraud. That same day, Attorney General Barr stated publicly that President Trump's claims had no merit. Ignoring the top law enforcement officer in the country, Republican congressmen amplified the stolen election message to the American public. Let's listen.
And so there's widespread evidence of fraud because people haven't done their jobs. Durham and Barr will deserve a big notation in history when it's written of the rise and fall of the United States if they don't clean up this mess, clean up the fraud, do your jobs, and save this little experiment in self-government.
Again, I join my colleagues in calling on Attorney General Barr to immediately let us know what he's doing.
We're already working on challenging the certified electors. And now what about the courts? How pathetic are the courts?
January 6th, I'm joining with the fighters in the Congress, and we are going to object to electors from states that didn't run clean elections. Democracy is left undefended if we accept the result of a stolen election without fighting with every bit of vigor we can muster.
The ultimate date of significance is January 6th. This is how the process works. The ultimate arbiter here, the ultimate check and balance is the United States Congress. And when something is done in an unconstitutional fashion, which happened in several of these states, we have a duty to step forward and have this debate and have this vote on the 6th of January.
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass.
Mr. Donahue, on December 27th, you had a 90-minute conversation with the president where he raised false claim after false claim with you and Mr. Rosen. How did you respond to what you called a, quote, stream of allegations?
The December 27th conversation was, in my mind, an escalation of the earlier conversations. As the former acting AG indicated, there were a lot of communications that preceded that. As we got later in the month of December, the president's entreaties became more urgent. He became more adamant that we weren't doing our job. We need to step up and do our job. And he had this arsenal of allegations that he wanted to rely on. And so I felt in that conversation that was incumbent on me to make it very clear to the president what our investigations had revealed, and that we had concluded, based on actual investigations, actual witness interviews, actual reviews of documents, that these allegations simply had no merit. And I wanted to try to cut through the noise, because it was clear to us that there were a lot of people whispering in his ear, feeding him these conspiracy theories and allegations. And I felt that being very blunt in that conversation might help make it clear to the president that these allegations were simply not true. And so as he went through them in what for me was a 90-minute conversation or so, and what for the former acting AG was a 2-hour conversation, as the president went through them, I went piece by piece to say, no, that's false, that is not true, and to correct him really in a serial fashion as he moved from one theory to another.
Can you give me an example of one or two of those theories?
So one that was very clear at that point was the Antrim County, the ASOG report that I mentioned earlier. The Allied Security Operations Group released this report that's at 68% error rate. There was, in fact, in Antrim County, a hand recount. Had nothing to do with the department. The department did not request that. That was pursuant to litigation brought by other parties, but there was a hand recount. So they were able to compare the hand recount to what the machines had reported. And for the ballots that were actually counted by the machine, more than 15,000, there was one error, one ballot. And I did a quick calculation and came up with 0.0063% error rate, which is well within tolerance. And so I made it very clear to the president, because he was so fixated on the ASOG report in the December 15th conversation, that in fact, our investigation revealed that the error rate was 0.0063%. So that, Mr. President's example of what people are telling you that is not true, and that you cannot and should not be relying on. So that was one very explicit one, and I think you see that reflected in my notes. We went through a series of others. The truck driver who claimed to have moved an entire tractor-trailer of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania, that was also incorrect. We did an investigation with the FBI interview witnesses at the front end and the back end of that trailer's transit from New York to Pennsylvania. We looked at loading manifests. We interviewed witnesses, including, of course, the driver, and we knew it wasn't true. Whether the driver believed it or not was never clear to me, but it was just not true. So that was another one that I tried to educate the president on. There were a series of others, mostly in swing states. Of course, he wanted to talk a great deal about Georgia, the State Farm Arena video, which he believed, for various reasons, was, as he said it, fraud staring you right in the face.
Were any of the allegations he brought up found credible? Did you find any of them credible?
No.
So during this conversation, did you take handwritten notes directly quoting the president?
I did, and to make it clear, Attorney General Rosen called me on my government cell phone, said he'd been on the phone with the president for some time. The president had a lot of these allegations. I was better versed in what the department had done just because I had closer contact with the investigations, and the AG asked me to get on the call. Of course, I agreed. And I began taking notes only because at the outset the president made an allegation I had not heard. I had heard many of these things. I knew many of them were investigated. But when the president, at least when I came to the conversation, when he began speaking, he brought up an allegation I was completely unaware of. And of course that concerned us. So I simply reached out and grabbed a notepad off my wife's nightstand and a pen, and I started jotting it down. That had to do with an allegation that more than 200,000 votes were certified in the state of Pennsylvania that were not actually cast. Sometimes the president would say it was 205, sometimes he would say it was 250, but I'd not heard this before, and I wanted to get the allegation down clearly so that we can look into it if appropriate, and that's why I started taking those notes, and then as the conversation continued, I just continued to take the notes.
Let's take a look at the notes, if we could right now. As we can see on the screen, you actually quote President Trump asking, "Where's DOJ?" just like we heard him say in his first television interview. How did you respond to that?
So both the acting AG and I tried to explain to the president on this occasion and on several other occasions that the Justice Department has a very important, very specific, but very limited role in these elections. States run their elections. We are not quality control for the states. We are obviously interested in and have a mission that relates to criminal conduct in relation to federal elections. We also have related civil rights responsibilities, so we do have an important role. But the bottom line was, if a state ran their election in such a way that it was defective, that is to the state or Congress to correct. It is not for the Justice Department to step in. And I certainly understood the president as a layman, not understanding why the Justice Department didn't have at least a civil role to step in and bring suit on behalf of the American people. We tried to explain that to him. The American people do not constitute the client for the United States Justice Department. The one and only client of the United States Justice Department is the United States government. And the United States government does not have standing, as we were repeatedly told by our internal teams, OLC led by Steve Engel, as well as the Office of the Solicitor General, researched it and gave us thorough, clear opinions that we simply did not have standing. And we tried to explain that to the president on numerous occasions.
Let's take a look at another one of your notes. You also noted that Mr. Rosen said to Mr. Trump, quote, "DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election." How did the president respond to that, sir?
He responded very quickly and said, essentially, that's not what I'm asking you to do. What I'm just asking you to do is just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
So let's now put up the notes where you quote the president. As you're speaking to that, he said, the president said, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." So, Mr. Donahue, that's a direct quote from President Trump, correct?
That's an exact quote from the president, yes.
The next note shows that even that the president kept pressing, even though he'd been told that there was no evidence of fraud. Did the president keep saying that the department was, quote, "obligated to tell people that this was an illegal, corrupt election"?
That's also an exact quote from the president, yes.
Let me just be clear. Did the department find any evidence to conclude that there was anything illegal or corrupt about the 2020 election?
There were isolated instances of fraud. None of them came close to calling into question the outcome of the election in any individual state.
And how would you describe the president's demeanor during that call?
He was more agitated than he was on December 15th. The president, throughout all of these meetings and telephone conversations, was adamant that he had won and that we were not doing our job. But it did escalate over time until ultimately the meeting on January 3rd, which was sort of the most extreme of the meetings and conversations.
So I want to make sure we don't gloss this over. Just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to us. The president wanted the top Justice Department officials to declare that the election was corrupt, even though, as he knew, there was absolutely no evidence to support that statement. The president didn't care about actually investigating the facts. He just wanted the Department of Justice to put its stamp of approval on the lies. Who was going to help him? Well, Jeff Clark. Mr. Rosen, on Christmas Eve, your first official day as the acting Attorney General, President Trump called you. What did he want to talk about?
The same things he was talking about publicly. He wanted to talk about that he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt, and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case. So we had an extended discussion, probably 15, maybe 20 minutes, something like that, with him urging that the Department of Justice should be doing more with regard to election fraud.
Did he mention Jeff Clark's name?
Yes. It was just in passing. He made what I regarded as a peculiar reference. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something about, did I know Jeff Clark, or did I know who he was, or something like that. And I told him I did, and then the conversation just moved on. But when I hung up, I was quizzical as to, how does the president even know Mr. Clark? I was not aware that they had ever met or that the president had been involved with any of the issues in the civil division.
So it was a bit of a surprise when he brought his name up?
Yes.
So Mr. Clark was the acting head of the Civil Division and head of Environmental and Natural Resources Division at the Department of Justice. Do either of those divisions have any role whatsoever in investigating election fraud, sir?
No. And to my awareness, Jeff Clark had no prior involvement of any kind with regard to the work that the department was doing that Attorney General Barr has talked about to this committee.
So let's take a minute and explain why the president mentioned Jeff Clark's name to Mr. Rosen here on Christmas Eve. On December 21st, some Republican members of Congress met with President Trump in the White House to talk about overturning the 2020 election. Let's hear Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about how this meeting got set up.
I was the only new member at the meeting. I called President Trump on Saturday and said, we've got to have a meeting. There's many of us that feel like this election has been stolen.
So on the screen, you'll see that President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, tweeted about that meeting right after it happened. He said, quote, several members of Congress just finished a meeting in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump, preparing to fight back against mounting evidence of voter fraud. Stay tuned. On the same day he met with these Republican members of Congress, President Trump called into a conservative political convention, and he used the opportunity to pressure the Department of Justice to investigate his bogus claims.
The problem is we need a party that's going to fight, and we have some great congressmen and women that are doing it, and we have some great fighters, but we won this in a landslide. They know it, and we need backing from, like, the Justice Department, and other people have to finally step up.
The Select Committee obtained records from the National Archives that show that Scott Perry was one of the congressmen who joined that meeting. We learned from White House records that you'll now see on the screen that the very next day, Representative Perry returned to the White House. This time he brought a Justice Department official named Jeffrey Clark. Representative Perry provided the following statement to his local TV affiliate. He said, quote, throughout the past 4 years, I've worked with Assistant Attorney General Clark on various legislative matters. When President Trump asked if I would make an introduction, I obliged. But why Jeff Clark? Let's hear Mr. Giuliani explain the kind of person that he and the president wanted at the top of justice.
I don't remember ever recommending to anybody that Mr. Clark, meaning Jeffrey Clark at DOJ, be given election-related responsibilities.
You mean beyond the president?
Correct.
Well, beyond the president, I do recall saying to people that somebody should be put in charge of the Justice Department who isn't frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Because Justice was filled with people like that.
Should put somebody that's not frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Mr. Donahue, when you told the president that you wouldn't pursue baseless claims of fraud, was it because you were worried about your reputation?
No, not at all.
Mr. Clark's name was also mentioned in the White House in late December and early January as described by a top aide to Mark Meadows, Cassidy Hutchinson.
Was it your understanding that Representative Perry was pushing for a specific person to take over the department?
He wanted Mr. Jeff Clark to take over the Department of Justice.
Mr. Rosen, after your call with President Trump on December 24th, you spoke with Mr. Clark on December 26th about his contact with the president. Can you tell us about that conversation?
Yes. Because I had been quizzical about why his name had come up, I called him and I tried to explore if he would share if there was something I ought to know. And after some back and forth, he acknowledged that shortly before Christmas, he had gone to a meeting in the Oval Office with the president. That, of course, surprised me. And I asked him, how did that happen? And he was defensive. He said that it had been unplanned, that he had been talking to someone he referred to as General Perry, but I believe is Congressman Perry, and that unbeknownst to him, he was asked to go to a meeting and he didn't know it, but it turned out it was at the Oval. He found himself at the Oval Office, and he was apologetic for that. And I said, well, you didn't tell me about it. It wasn't authorized, and you didn't even tell me after the fact. You know, this is not appropriate. But he was contrite and said it had been inadvertent and it would not happen again, and that if anyone asked him to go to such a meeting, he would notify Rich Donahue and me.
Is there a policy that governs who can have contact directly with the White House?
Yes. So across many administrations for a long period of time, there's a policy that, particularly with regard to criminal investigations, restricts at both the White House end and the Justice Department end those more sensitive issues to the highest ranks. So for criminal matters, the policy for a long time has been that only the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General from the DOJ side can have conversations about criminal matters with the White House, or the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General can authorize someone for a specific item with their permission, but the idea is to make sure that the top rung of the Justice Department knows about it and is in the thing to control it and make sure only appropriate things are done.
Mr. Ringo, from your perspective, why is it important to have a policy like Mr. Rosen just discussed?
Well, it's critical that the Department of Justice conducts its criminal investigations free from either the reality or any appearance of political interference. And so people can get in trouble if people at the White House are speaking with people at the department. And that's why the purpose of these policies is to keep these communications as infrequent and at the highest levels as possible, just to make sure that people who are less careful about it, who don't really understand these implications, such as Mr. Clark, don't run afoul of those contact policies.
Thank you. So the Select Committee conducted an informal interview with the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, and his deputy, Pat Philbin, about their contact with Mr. Clark, though neither has yet agreed to sit for transcribed and videotaped interviews. But Pat Cipollone told the Select Committee that he intervened when he heard Mr. Clark was meeting with the president about legal matters without his knowledge, which was strictly against White House policy. Mr. Cipollone and Mr. Philbin, like Mr. Rosen, told Mr. Clark to stand down, and he didn't. On the same day, Acting Attorney General Rosen told Mr. Clark to stop talking to the White House, Representative Perry was urging Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to elevate Clark within the Department of Justice. You can now see on the screen behind me a series of texts between Representative Perry and Mr. Meadows. They show that Representative Perry requested that Mr. Clark be elevated within the department. Representative Perry tells Mr. Meadows on December 26th that, quote, Mark, just checking in as time continues to count down. 11 days to January 6th and 25 days to inauguration. We've got to get going. Representative Perry followed up and says, quote, Mark, you should call Jeff. I just got off the phone with him, and he explained to me why the principal deputy won't work, especially with the FBI. They will view it as not having the authority to enforce what needs to be done. Mr. Meadows responds with, I got it. I think I understand. Let me work on the deputy position. Representative Perry then texts, Roger, just sent you something on Signal. Just sent you an updated file. Did you call Jeff Clark? Mr. Donahue, Representative Perry called you the next day on December 27th. Who told him to call you?
My understanding is the president did at the outset of the call. Congressman Perry told me that he was calling at the behest of the president.
What did he want to talk about?
He wanted to talk about Pennsylvania in particular. He gave me some background about, why he in particular doesn't trust the FBI and why the American people don't necessarily trust the FBI. And then he went into some allegations specific to Pennsylvania, which included, amongst others, this allegation that the Secretary of State had certified more votes than were actually cast.
Did you direct the local U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate that claim?
So Mr. Perry said that he had a great deal of information, that investigations had been done, that there was some sort of forensic type report that would be helpful to me. And I didn't know Congressman Perry. I'd never heard of him before this conversation, but I said, sir, if you've got something that you think is relevant to what the Justice Department's mission is, you should feel free to send it to me. And he did. And I was en route from New York to Washington. I got it. I looked at it on my iPhone. Obviously, I couldn't read the whole thing in transit like that. But I looked at it to get a feel for what it was, and then I forwarded it to the United States Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania.
Did they get back to you? What did they conclude?
Scott Brady looked at it. He was the Western District of Pennsylvania U.S. Attorney. Took him a couple days, but he got back in relatively short order with a pretty clear explanation for why there was no foundation for concern. The Secretary of State had not certified more votes than were actually cast. The difference between the 5.25 that was actually certified by the Secretary of State and the 5 million that was on a public-facing website was that the information on the website was incomplete because 4 counties had not uploaded their data.
So no credibility to that.
There was zero to that, right.
During that call, did Scott Perry mention Mr. Clark, and what did he say about him, if so?
He did. He mentioned Mr. Clark. He said something to the effect of, I think Jeff Clark is great, and I think he's the kind of guy who could get in there and do something about this stuff. And this was coming on the heels of the president having mentioned Mr. Clark in the afternoon call earlier that day.
I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Vice Chair Cheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinzinger. I thank the gentleman for yielding. As we discussed earlier, at the center of Mr. Clark's plan to undo President Trump's election loss was a letter. Mr. Donahue, on December 28th, Mr. Clark emailed you and Mr. Rosen a draft letter that he wanted you to sign and send to Georgia state officials. You testified that this could have, quote, grave constitutional consequences. Mr. Donahue, can you tell us what you meant by that?
Well, I had to read both the email and the attached letter twice to make sure I really understood what he was proposing because it was so extreme to me. I had a hard time getting my head around it initially. But I read it and I did understand it for what he intended, and I had to sit down and sort of compose what I thought was an appropriate response. I actually initially went next door to the acting AG's office, but he was not there. We were both on that email. I knew we would both have probably a very similar reaction to it. He was not in his office, so I returned to my office and I sat down to draft a response because I thought it was very important to give a prompt response rejecting this out of hand. There were, in my response, I explained a number of reasons this is not the department's role to suggest or dictate to state legislatures how they should select their electors. But more importantly, this was not based on fact. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by department investigations over the last several weeks and months. So I responded to that, and for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis, and I wanted to make sure that he understood the gravity of the situation because he didn't seem to really appreciate it.
And what was Mr. Clark's reaction when you sent this email to him?
He didn't respond directly to the email, but we met shortly after that. After I sent the email, the acting AG returned. I went to his office. He had just read it. He had a very similar reaction to me. He was exasperated, and he told me that he had told one of his administrative assistants to get Jeff Clark up here. We want to talk to him face-to-face about this. And so the three of us then had a meeting probably around 1800 that night in the Deputy Attorney General's conference room.
And one of the things that you said to Mr. Clark is, quote, what you are doing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election. And I assume you conveyed that to him as well in your meeting that evening?
Yes, in those very words. It was a very contentious meeting, but yes, that was said amongst other things.
And despite this contentious meeting and your strong reaction to the letter, did Mr. Clark continue to push his concept in the coming days?
He did, yes. We had subsequent meetings and conversations. The acting AG probably had more contact with him than I did, but between the 28th and the 2nd, when we had another in-person meeting, he clearly continued to move down this path. He began calling witnesses and apparently conducting investigations of his own. And he got a briefing from DNI about purported foreign intelligence interference. And we thought perhaps once it was explained to him that there was no basis for that part of his concern, that he would retreat. But instead he doubled down and said, well, okay, so there's no foreign interference. I still think there are enough allegations out there that we should go ahead and send this letter, which shocked me even more than the initial one, because you would think after a couple of days of looking at this, he, like we, would have come to the same conclusion that it was completely unfounded.
And when you learned that he had been calling witnesses and conducting investigations on his own, did you confront him?
Yes.
And what was his reaction?
He got very defensive. You know, as I said, there were a series of conversations through that week. I certainly remember very specifically the conversation in the meeting on January 2nd. That got even more confrontational, but he was defensive and, you know, similar to his earlier reaction when I said this is nothing less than Justice Department meddling in an election, his reaction was, I think a lot of people have meddled in this election. And so he kind of clung to that and then spewed out some of these theories, some of which we'd heard from the president, but others which were floating around the internet and media, and just kept insisting that the department needed to act and needed to send those letters.
The committee has also learned that Mr. Clark was working with another attorney at the department named Ken Klukowski, who drafted this letter to Georgia with Mr. Clark. Mr. Klukowski had arrived at the department on December 15th with just 36 days left until the inauguration. He was specifically assigned to work under Jeff Clark. And Mr. Klukowski also worked with John Eastman, who we showed you at our hearing last week was one of the primary architects of President Trump's scheme to overturn the election. The Georgia letter that we've been discussing specifically talks about some of Dr. Eastman's theories, including, quote, the purpose of the special session the department recommends would be for the General Assembly to determine whether the election failed to make a proper and valid choice between the candidates, such that the General Assembly could take whatever action is necessary to ensure that one of the slates of electors cast on December 14th will be accepted by Congress on January 6th. The committee has also learned that the relationship between Dr. Eastman and Mr. Klukowski persisted after Mr. Klukowski joined the Justice Department. Let's take a look at an email recommending that Mr. Klukowski and Dr. Eastman brief Vice President Pence and his staff. Other recipients of this email included the Chief of Staff to Congressman Louis Gohmert. And the email says, as stated last week, I believe the Vice President and his staff would benefit greatly from a briefing by John and Ken. As I also mentioned, we want to make sure we don't overexpose Ken, given his new position. This email suggests that Mr. Klukowski was simultaneously working with Jeffrey Clark to draft the proposed letter to Georgia officials to overturn their certified election, and working with Dr. Eastman to help pressure the Vice President to overturn the election. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today and for answering our questions about this letter and other issues. We asked Mr. Clark some of the same questions that we've asked you, and here's how he answered.
Did you discuss this draft letter to Georgia officials with the President of the United States?
Fifth, and executive privilege, again, just restated for the abundance of caution.
Okay, if you look again at the draft letter, in the first paragraph, second sentence says, the department will update you as we are able on investigatory progress, but at this time we have identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. Isn't that, in fact, contrary to what Attorney General Barr had said on December 1st, 2020?
Fifth.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
We will take those 10 minutes right now to update you where we are in this hearing. The committee taking a break. Let's give you some of the highlights of the testimony we just heard about allegations then President Trump pressured the Department of Justice to take action to overturn the 2020 election results. First, the committee presented a draft of a letter penned in December 2020. It was by former DOJ lawyer Jeff Clark. The draft letter claims that the U.S. Department of Justice's investigations have, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. DOJ higher-ups, including the acting AG at the time, refused to sign the letter. Next, today's witnesses outlined a plot by Jeff Clark that helping uncover election fraud should earn him the DOJ's top spot. And for his loyalty to Trump, he should replace acting U.S. AG Jeffrey Rosen. Finally, it was revealed that even after Bill Barr told President Trump there was no evidence of widespread election fraud and then resigned, the president continued to pressure Department of Justice officials to keep investigating what he said was a stolen election, and he urged them to declare that the election was corrupt. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake is just outside the hearing room. What stood out to you so far?
Well, Lester, the committee had to deal with a lot of characters here who are not necessarily going to be familiar with the American people, including Jeff Rosen, the former acting attorney general, and Jeff Clark, who they really tried to make a central figure in this, a player who was introduced to the president by a Republican congressman well after the election was over, and someone whom other officials within the DOJ and other White House attorneys found to be deeply unqualified to be in the deep legal waters in which he was swimming. I'm going to play some of the explanation of Clark and his ideas that the committee just played that I think will stick with a lot of people.
And Pat Cipollone weighed in at one point, I remember saying, you know, that letter that this guy wants to send, that letter is a murder-suicide pact. It's going to damage everyone who touches it. And we should have nothing to do with that letter. I don't ever want to see that letter again. And so we went along those lines.
I thought Jeff's proposal, Clark's proposal, was nuts. I mean, this guy said at a certain point, you know, listen, the best I can tell is the only thing you know about environmental and elections challenges is they both start with E.
The letter, the proposal there being described as this letter Clark had drafted that would go from the Department of Justice to several states saying that DOJ, saying falsely that DOJ had found significant fraud in those states. I think it was that letter, that moment that we heard so many of these other attorneys and high-ranking Department of Justice officials describing that so alarmed the men who are testifying today. Lester.
Garrett, thanks. I'm joined again by Hallie Jackson, our senior Washington correspondent, and Chuck Todd, NBC's political director and moderator of Meet the Press. Let me start with you, Hallie.
Sure.
What has stood out to you so far?
There's a couple of things. Let me take them bucket by bucket. First, there's the Trump factor here, that the committee has laid out pretty clearly, in their view, that Donald Trump was told that the conspiracy theories he was pushing were wrong, were not accurate, were not substantiated by his top DOJ officials, and yet he continued to push them to just say the election was corrupt and leave them to me and the Republican congressman. That's one piece of it, what Donald Trump knew and what he did with that knowledge. Number two is the Clark factor here. Jeffrey Clark was told that what he was trying to do was illegal. You heard that in that colorful testimony from Eric Hirschman, who came on and said with extreme sarcasm, congratulations, you just admitted the first thing you would do as an attorney general would be commit a felony, essentially. So Jeffrey Clark knew that or was told, at least by another attorney, that what he was trying to do would violate the law, and that those conspiracies lacked substantiation, if you will. And then there's these details that I think are critical here. We talked about Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, the committee, at the end of the last hearing, very clearly called him out. They want to hear from him formally. They confirmed that they have spoken with him informally, that he sat and discussed various issues in and around the White House with them, and said to Jeffrey Clark, stand down. And he did not. So it's more insight now to the committee's conversations with Pat Cipollone, with people who were close to Donald Trump at the time, which I think are illuminating. And then the last thing I'll say, and we're going to hear about it more after the break, members of Congress, like Republican Congressman Scott Perry. This was extraordinary detail of the lengths that Congressman Perry went to bring Jeffrey Clark into Donald Trump's inner circle, talking, texting with the then Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. That's a thread that I think they're going to be pulling on when we come back.
Chuck, this letter, taken by itself, you could read it in a lot of ways, but it would have had a major impact had it gone out.
100%. And what I'm struck by is sort of the sophistication of the planning this was their sort of last-ditch effort, which was to get states to consider alternative slates of electors so that on January 6th they could do what they wanted Mike Pence to do. Because think about the timing of this. So Jeffrey Clark writes a letter in December, mid-December, after the electors have met and voted. We do not know at this point that alternative slates of electors have somehow met and voted and that were submitted, right? So what happens? We now see in this letter, he says, look, we recommend that your General Assembly decide which slate of electors. And you sit there and go, what do you mean there's two slates of electors? Point is, backtrack this. Those electors had to meet by December 14th. So here he is writing this letter on December 28th. I really think the committee is painting a picture of a more sophisticated conspiracy than any of us gave it credit to. I mean, look, you've got this young lawyer. Perhaps he was impressionable for whatever reason, that was working in the White House, that clearly Donald Trump, he seemed to sort of gather his own sort of team, right? So he plucks one guy out of White House counsels. He somehow shows up in DOJ to start assisting Jeffrey Clark in how to write these letters. Scott Perry seems to make this connection with one person here. And it's like there was some people, professionals operating in the White House, like Cipollone, like the acting attorney general, who are going, what the hell's going on here? And every time they're turning around, there's somebody, so who's this Ken guy? And he came from over here. This was, again, every day we say this, the biggest mistake that I think we all have made in covering Trump is always assuming it's Keystone Cops and a parody and a caper and all this stuff. When you see certainly what Jeffrey Clark was doing, this was a more sophisticated scheme. And they implemented a lot more of it than I think we fully appreciate, including the alternative slate of electors.
The committee from the get-go of these hearings has kind of made this point that this thing is going to lay out. It was not happenstance.
We truly got dots connecting.
All right. Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is with us now. Yamiche, Justice Department essentially put in a lot of resources to try to investigate some of these claims.
What's so striking about what we just heard was just how much resources the Department of Justice put into claims of election fraud. All of the resources. You have Attorney General Bill Barr saying that he was running these down and he didn't want to wait until President Biden was coming into office because he wanted to be able to say to President Trump, I looked into these and these are false. He thought that would get him to finally calm down and finally put these away. I also think it's interesting that Jeffrey Clark, he's meeting with people. He's calling up witnesses. He's conducting his own investigation. election. That also is money and resources of the Department of Justice, something that the officials continue to say is supposed to be representing the United States of America, not the president. I am struck also by the fact that President Trump went through so many attorney generals, right? There was Jeff Sessions, who he put out because he didn't want to get involved in the Russia investigation. Then he arrives at AG Barr, who then leaves because he says, look, after the election, President Trump was someone who you could not even argue with anymore. He would not listen. Before, he was lying. There were things that we could at least debate about. Afterwards, he was someone who was unleashed, detached from reality. Then he has Jeffrey Rosen, but it's in Jeffrey Clark that he starts seeing the type of attorney general that he was really looking for his entire presidency. Someone who was as obsessed with these lies as he was. Someone who would not put this down, would not put this bone down. So I'm really struck by the fact that finally, in some ways, former President Trump was looking at someone and saying, this is the kindred spirit. This is the sort of legal officer that I want to do my bidding. Someone who really sees his position as only furthering my own political benefit. And lastly, I think I'm struck by the fact that that note, that handwritten note says, leave it up to the Republican congressman. I think it goes right back to what Rusty Bowers from Arizona told us, which is that he was told, you're a Republican. Why aren't you playing along here? Why aren't you more open to overturning this election? Essentially, the president of the United States was saying, look, I have a party that is willing to do everything that it takes for me to hold on to power lawfully or unlawfully. Why can't you also get on board?
Yamiche, thank you very much. Danny, let me bring you back in this. As I watch, I can't help wonder, reminding ourselves once again, this is not a criminal proceeding. It's not an impeachment. I can't help wonder what it would look like if these witnesses were being challenged. Do you, as someone who works in the law, do you see that? Would it change any of the larger strokes here?
There's no question that this has been a one-sided affair. It's like a grand jury proceeding. Only the prosecution is presenting their evidence and questioning the witnesses. The defense attorneys aren't even in the room. But if they were, there isn't a whole lot factually to dispute unless it's going to be what was said and who said it. And we've already seen that, by the way. Donald Trump, as to the Arizona member of the legislature, came out before he testified and said, hey, that guy told me that there was fraud, and he backed up my story, which, of course, Rusty denied when he got on the stand. So in a case like this, yes, we're hearing one side, but the only defense that's really shaping up is essentially one of knowledge, one of I didn't know any better, and I proceeded based on the advice of my attorneys. That advice may have been bad, but I proceeded based on smart people telling me that I had a basis to move forward. But, again and again, you have to start saying that Trump's defense is getting smaller and smaller for that knowledge element, because at some point, that lack of knowledge becomes willful blindness, and willful blindness is not a defense.
Well, that's interesting, because we hear some of the same language from him even now. If he believes this, if he truly believes it was a fraudulent election, that he's the rightful president, is there anything legally that can touch him?
Right, but does he truly believe that? Because, in reality, in the law, we never know exactly what resides in the recesses of the brain. So prosecutors use circumstantial evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what somebody thought or believed at the time. And time again, you have evidence of people telling Trump there's no there there, telling Trump that there is no fraud. Here's the evidence. What do you have to refute that? And basically, it's just theories. And in fact, I have to say, after listening to this for many days now, and maybe you've heard something that I haven't heard a concrete piece of evidence that Trump has ever cited in any of his discussions with people that says, oh, here's a solid piece of evidence that there's election fraud. It's just basically, and you heard this with Raffensperger, no, I know we won. I know we won. I just know it because I know it. And just knowing it because you know it at a certain point is not knowledge. And I think that's what the committee's trying to do here, is chip away at the idea of good faith belief that Trump may have had. And of course, the other challenge that the committee has is all of the, and it's a popular word from the movie The Godfather, the buffers, the people that Trump puts between him to essentially take the heat. And you're going to see Jeffrey Clark is one of those buffers that's going to have a lot of problems. He's not going to come out looking very good after this hearing, and Trump's probably going to claim didn't know anything about it.
The hearing has been gavelled in. Let's take you there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, around the time Mr. Clark was pushing for the department to send the Georgia letter, the president and his supporters were pressuring the Justice Department to take other actions to change the outcome of the 2020 election. Mr. Engel, You were the head of the Office of Legal Counsel. Can you first off explain your role? What is that?
Sure. One of the Attorney General's most important responsibilities is to provide legal advice to the President and to the executive branch. As a practical matter, given the responsibilities of the Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel exercises that job on a day-to-day basis. And so, in addition, the head of OLC often functions as a general counsel, essentially to the Attorney General, and so is often, the chief legal advisor to the AG, as well as, the White House and the executive branch more broadly.
So, given that role, can you kind of describe your relationship with the President?
Well, in connection with my role at OLC, over the course of my tenure there were a number of instances in which folks at the White House would seek to bring me in to provide legal advice to the President, sometimes discussing the legal options that could be pursued among various policy to reach various policy objectives, sometimes to advise the President that a course of action that they had been discussing was not legally available.
So I want to ask you about two things the President asked you and the department to do. The first is reflected in this email that we're going to put on the screen. The President sent a draft lawsuit to be filed by the department in the Supreme Court. He wanted you, Mr. Rosen, and Mr. Cipollone specifically to review it. You and the department opposed filing it. We see on the screen here that the talking points that you actually drafted on that. So you stated that there is no legal basis to bring this lawsuit. Anyone who thinks otherwise simply doesn't know the law, much less the Supreme Court. Why was this the department's position?
Well, I mean, I think that the memo sort of speaks to this, but essentially this was a draft lawsuit that apparently was prepared by people outside the department. It would be styled as brought by the United States and by the acting Solicitor General as an original jurisdiction matter in the Supreme Court. It was a meritless lawsuit that was not something that the department could or would bring. Somebody obviously prepared it, handed it to the President, and he forwarded it on for our review. But that memo explains why the Department of Justice, as Mr. Donahue said earlier, doesn't have any standing to bring such a lawsuit. The lawsuit would have been untimely. The states had chosen their electors. The electors had been certified. They'd cast their votes. They'd been sent to Washington, D.C. Neither Georgia nor any of the other states on December 28th or whenever this was in a position to change those votes. Essentially, the election had happened. The only thing that hadn't happened was the formal counting of the votes. And so obviously, the person who drafted this lawsuit didn't really understand, in my view, the law and/or how the Supreme Court works or the Department of Justice. So it was just not something we were going to do. And the acting Attorney General asked me to prepare a memo with talking points so that he could explain our reasons when he spoke with the President about this.
So would you say it was an unusual request?
It was certainly you said the request that the department file a lawsuit from drafted by outside lawyers was certainly an unusual request.
There was another issue you were asked to look into. In mid-December, did the White House ask Attorney General Barr to consider whether a special counsel could be appointed to look into election fraud issues?
Yes. I mean, I think the President was probably vocal at the time that he believed that special counsel was something that should be considered to look into election fraud, and there is a specific, request where the Attorney General sought my legal advice in the middle of December.
And what was your conclusion? What conclusion did you reach?
So this request was whether the Attorney General could appoint as a special counsel a state Attorney General to conduct an investigation. I mean, as a legal matter, under federal law, the Attorney General actually has fairly wide discretion to delegate prosecutorial authority, including to state prosecutors, which happens to assist the department, and not uncommonly, obviously, a state Attorney General exercising prosecutorial authority on behalf of the Department of Justice would be fairly uncommon. When we looked at the issue, what we saw is actually that the state law, the state was Louisiana, that the state law precluded the Louisiana Attorney General from accepting any position, any official position on behalf of the United States government. So that answered the question that it was not legally available. So
during your time at the department, was there ever any basis to appoint a special counsel to investigate President Trump's election fraud claims?
Well, neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen did appoint a special counsel. You would appoint a special counsel when the department, when there's a basis for an investigation and the department essentially has a conflict of interest, it's important to get someone who's independent outside the department to handle such an investigation. Neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen ever believed that that was appropriate or necessary in this case.
In fact, Attorney General Barr had already told the president that there was no need for this special counsel. He actually stated that publicly, and we'll see that here in a video from December 21st.
To the extent that there's an investigation, I think that it's being handled responsibly and professionally currently within the department, and to this point I have not seen a reason to appoint a special counsel, and I have no plan to do so before I leave.
So remember that December 21st was the same day President Trump met with Republican members at the White House to strategize about how to overturn the election, while his Attorney General is out telling the public, again, that there was no widespread evidence of election fraud. And yet, 2 days later, we have President Trump tweeting, again publicly pressuring the department to appoint a special counsel. He said, quote, "After seeing the massive voter fraud in the 2020 presidential election, I disagree with anyone that thinks a strong, fast, and fair special counsel is not needed immediately. This was the most corrupt election in the history of our country, and it must be closely examined." The Select Committee's investigation revealed that President Trump went as far as to promise the job of special counsel to now discredited former Trump campaign lawyer Sidney Powell at a late-night meeting on December 18th.
I know on Friday he had asked me to be special counsel to address the election issues and to collect evidence, and he was extremely frustrated with the lack of, I would call it, law enforcement by any of the government agencies that are supposed to act to protect the rule of law in our republic.
So let's think here, what would a special counsel do? With only days to go until election certification, it wasn't to investigate anything. An investigation led by a special counsel would just create an illusion of legitimacy and provide fake cover for those who would want to object, including those who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. All of President Trump's plans for the Justice Department were being rebuffed by Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, Mr. Engel, and others. The president became desperate entering into the new year with January 6th fast approaching. President Trump rushed back early from Mar-a-Lago on December 31st and called an emergency meeting with the department's leadership. Here's Mr. Donahue describing the last-minute meeting held at the White House on New Year's Eve.
The president was a little more agitated than he had been on the meeting, in the meeting on the 15th. He discussed a variety of election matters. He did say, this sounds like the kind of thing that would warrant appointment of a special counsel. There was a point at which the president said something about, why don't you guys seize machines?
Mr. Rosen, the president asked you to seize voting machines from state governments. What was your response to that request?
We had seen nothing improper with regard to the voting machines, and I told them that the real experts at that had been at DHS, and they had briefed us that they had looked at it and that there was nothing wrong with the voting machines. And so that was not something that was appropriate to do.
So there would be no factual basis to seize machines. Mr. Donahue,
I don't think there was legal authority either.
Yeah, Mr. Donahue, can you explain what the president did after he was told that the Justice Department would not seize voting machines?
The president was very agitated by the acting attorney general's response, and to the extent that machines and the technology was being discussed, the acting attorney general said that the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has expertise in machines and certifying them and making sure that the states are operating them properly. And since DHS had been mentioned, the president yelled out to his secretary, get Ken Cuccinelli on the phone. And she did in very short order. Mr. Cuccinelli was on the phone. He was the number 2 at DHS at the time. I was on the speakerphone, and the president essentially said, Ken, I'm sitting here with the acting attorney general. He just told me it's your job to seize machines, and you're not doing your job. And Mr. Cuccinelli responded.
Mr. Rosa, did you ever tell the president that the Department of Homeland Security could seize voting machines?
No, certainly not.
Mr. Donahue, during this meeting, did the president tell you that he would remove you and Mr. Rosen because you weren't declaring there was election fraud?
Toward the end of the meeting, the president, again, was getting very agitated, and he said, people tell me I should just get rid of both of you. I should just remove you and make a change in the leadership, put Jeff Clark in, maybe something will finally get done. And I responded, as I think I had earlier in the December 27th call, Mr. President, you should have the leadership that you want, but understand, the United States Justice Department functions on facts, evidence, and law, and those are not going to change. So you can have whatever leadership you want, but the department's position is not going to change.
The president's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, was also present. Do you remember what his position was?
Pat was very supportive. Pat Cipollone, throughout these conversations, was extremely supportive of the Justice Department. He was consistent. I think he had an impossible job at that point, but he did it well, and he always sided with the Justice Department in these discussions.
So let's pause for a second. It's New Year's Eve. President Trump is talking about seizing voting machines and making the same demands that had already been shot down by former Attorney General Barr on at least 3 occasions and by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue on multiple other occasions. Claim after claim knocked down, but the president didn't care. The next day, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows sent a flurry of emails to you, Mr. Rosen, asking that the department look into a new set of allegations. We're going to put those emails here on the screen. Here we see 3 requests made on January 1st. One email is a request from Mr. Meadows to you, Mr. Rosen, to send Jeff Clark to Fulton County. What did you do with this request?
Well, really nothing. Certainly didn't send Mr. Clark to Fulton County, but that email was the first corroboration I had seen of Mr. Clark had told me at that point that the president was considering making the change by Monday, January 4th. So Mr. Meadows' email was something of a corroboration that there were discussions going on that I had not been informed about by Mr. Clark or anybody else.
Interesting. The second request that you have is to have the Department of Justice lawyers investigate allegations of fraud related to New Mexico. Mr. Rosen, did you have concern about these emails?
Yes. Really 2 concerns about that one. One was that it was coming from a campaign or political party, and it was really not our role to function as an arm of any campaign for any party or any campaign. That wasn't our role, and that's part of why I had been unwilling to meet with Mr. Giuliani or any of the campaign people before. And the other part was, it was another one of these ones where lots of work had already been done, and I thought it was a rehash of things that had been debunked previously.
So the final email here included a completely baseless conspiracy theory that an Italian defense contractor uploaded software to a satellite that switched votes from Trump to Biden. The Select Committee investigation found that this wild, baseless conspiracy theory made it from the recesses of the internet to the highest echelons of our government. On December 31st, Mr. Meadows received this internet conspiracy theory from Representative Perry. On the screen now is the text that Representative Perry sent to Mr. Meadows, copying a YouTube link with the message, quote, "Why can't we just work with the Italian government?" The next day, the president's chief of staff sent the YouTube link to Mr. Rosen, who forwarded it to Mr. Donahue. Mr. Donahue, did you watch this video?
I did, Congressman.
How long was the video?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Let's just take a look at an excerpt of that video, if we may.
What's being said out of Rome, out of Italy, is that this was done in the U.S. Embassy. That there was a certain State Department guy whose name I don't know yet. I guess this is probably going to come out in Italy at some point. And he was the mastermind, not the mastermind, but anyway, the guy running the operation of changing the votes. And that he was doing this in conjunction with some support from MI6, the CIA, and this Leonardo group.
Mr. Donahue, what was your reaction when you watched that entire 20-minute video?
I emailed the acting attorney general and I said pure insanity, which was my impression of the video, which was patently absurd.
Mr. Rosen, you were asked by Mr. Meadows to meet with Mr. Johnson, who is the person in that video. What was your reaction to that request?
So ordinarily, I'd get an email like this and there was no phone call. It would just, come over the transom. But this one, he called me, Mr. Meadows, and asked me to meet with Mr. Johnson. And I told him this whole thing about Italy had been debunked, and that should be the end of that. And I certainly wasn't going to meet with this person. And he initially seemed to accept that. He said, well, why won't you meet with him? I said, because if he has real evidence, which this video doesn't show, he can walk into an FBI field office anywhere in the United States. There's 55 of them. And he said, okay. But then he called me back a few minutes later and complained and said, I didn't tell you, but this fellow Johnson is working with Rudy Giuliani, and Mr. Giuliani is really offended that you think they have to go to a FBI field office. That's insulting. So couldn't you just have the FBI or you meet with these guys? And by then I was somewhat agitated and told them that there was no way on earth that I was going to do that. I wasn't going to meet with Mr. Johnson. I certainly wasn't going to meet with Mr. Giuliani. I'd made that clear repeatedly, and said that's the end of that. Don't raise this with me again. And so, because Mr. Donahue and I had been exchanging our views about this, I think it was 7:13 on a Friday night of New Year's Day, had run out of patience, and I sent the email that you're talking about, where I made pretty clear that I had no interest in doing anything further with this.
Just to button this up, Mr. Donahue, did you receive a follow-up call from a Department of Defense official about this conspiracy?
I did. I believe it was that same day.
Can you give details on that at all?
I received a telephone call from Kash Patel, who I know was a DOD official at that time, worked for, I believe, Acting Secretary of Defense Miller, and he didn't know much about it. He basically said, do you know anything about this Italy thing and what this is all about? And I informed him that the Chief of Staff had raised the issue with us in his office on December 29th, that we had looked into it a little bit. We had run the name that was provided to us by the Chief of Staff. I learned that that individual was in custody in Italy. He had been arrested for a cyber offense of some sort in Italy. The allegation was that he had been exfiltrating data from his company. He was either an employee or a contractor of that company, and he was in custody. That the whole thing was very, very murky at best, and the video was absurd. But that we the department, were not going to have anything to do with it, and DOD should make up its own mind as to what they're going to do. But I made it clear to him that I didn't think it was anything worth pursuing.
She called the video absurd, and despite the absurdity of that conspiracy theory, we learned that Mr. Meadows discussed it frequently in the White House. And Mr. Meadows didn't let the matter go. The request went from the Department of Justice to the Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller. As you'll hear, Secretary Miller actually reached out to a high-ranking official based in Italy to follow up on this claim.
The ask for him was, can you call out the defense attaché Rome and find out what the heck's going on, because I'm getting all these weird, crazy reports, and probably the guy on the ground knows more than anything.
The Select Committee confirmed that a call was actually placed by Secretary Miller to the attaché in Italy to investigate the claim that Italian satellites were switching votes from Trump to Biden. This is one of the best examples of the lengths to which the President Trump would go to stay in power, scouring the internet to support his conspiracy theories shown here, as he told Mr. Donahue in that December 27th call, quote, "You guys may not be following the internet the way I do." President Trump's efforts to this point had failed. Stonewalled by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue, President Trump had only one option. He needed to make Clark acting Attorney General. Mr. Rosen, during a January 2nd meeting with Mr. Clark, did you confront him again about his contact with the president? And if so, can you describe that?
So at this point, Mr. Clark had told us that the president had asked him to consider whether he would be willing to replace me, supposedly on a timetable by Monday, the 4th. And so I had told Mr. Clark I thought he was making a colossal error in judgment, but I also hoped to persuade him to be more rational and to understood what we had understood, that there's not a factual basis for the fraud assertions that are being made. So at this meeting, Mr. Donahue and I met with Mr. Clark, and I guess my hopes were disappointed in that Mr. Clark continued to express the view that he thought there was fraud, even though he had not been a participant in the department's review of that, and that he was dissatisfied that we knew what we were doing. So, but he had acknowledged that he had had further, I don't know if it was meeting or phone calls or what, but further discussion with the president, despite having, a week earlier said that if he wouldn't do that, and if he did, if he got an invitation to do that, he would let Rich Donahue or me know. So it was a contentious meeting where we were chastising him that he was insubordinate, he was out of line, he had not honored his own representations of what he would do. And he raised again that he thought that letter should go out, and we were not receptive to that.
Did he tell you in that the president had offered him the job of acting Attorney General?
That was a day later. On the 2nd, he said that the president had asked him to let him know if he'd be willing to take it. Subsequently, he told me that on Sunday the 3rd, he told me that the timeline had moved up and that the president had offered him the job and that he was accepting it.
Well, let's ask about that. What was your reaction to that?
Well, on the one hand, I wasn't going to accept being fired by my subordinate, so I wanted to talk to the president directly. With regard to the reason for that is I wanted to try to convince the president not to go down the wrong path that Mr. Clark seemed to be advocating. And it wasn't about me. There's only 17 days left in the administration at that point. I would have been perfectly content to have either of the gentlemen on my left or right replace me if anybody wanted to do that. But I did not want for the Department of Justice to be put in a posture where it would be doing things that were not consistent with the truth, were not consistent with its own appropriate role, or were not consistent with the Constitution. So I did 4 things as soon as Mr. Clark left my office on that Sunday, the 3rd. Number 1, I called Mark Meadows and said I need to see the president right away. And he was agreeable and set up a meeting for 6:15 that Sunday, so about 2 hours away. 2, I called Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, told him what was going on, and he said he would go into the White House to make sure he was at the meeting and he would be supporting the Justice Department's position as he had been doing consistently. 3, I called Steve Engel, who was, I was at the department, it was a Sunday, but there had been some reasons I needed to be there. Mr. Engel, I called at home and asked him if he would come in and go to the meeting, which he did. It proved to be quite helpful. And then number 4, I asked Rich Donahue and Pat Hovakimian, who had previously been my chief of staff, to get the department's senior leadership on a call and let them know what was going on, and which they did. And then Eric Hirschman called me to tell me that he was going to go to the meeting and that he would be supporting the Department of Justice position as well. So I knew that the meeting was on course and that I would have a number of people supportive of the Department of Justice's approach and not supportive of Mr. Clark's approach.
Did Mr. Clark ask you to continue to stay at the department?
At that Sunday meeting, when he told me that he would be replacing me, he said that he had asked to see me alone, because usually he had met with me and Mr. Donahue, because he thought it would be appropriate in light of what was happening to at least offer me that I could stay on as his deputy. I thought that was preposterous. I told him that was nonsensical and that there's no universe where I was going to do that, to stay on and support someone else doing things that were not consistent with what I thought should be done. So I didn't accept that offer, if I can put it that way.
And during that meeting, did Mr. Clark ask you to sign the Georgia letter?
That was on the Saturday meeting, January 2nd, that Mr. Donahue and I had with him. He again raised with both of us that he wanted us to both to sign that letter, actually.
So in that meeting, did Mr. Clark say he would turn down the president's offer if you reversed your position and signed the letter?
Yes.
Did Mr. Clark, so you still refused to sign and send that letter, I take it?
That's right. I think Mr. Donahue and I were both very consistent that there was no way we were going to sign that letter, and it didn't matter what Mr. Clark's proposition was in terms of his own activities. We were not going to sign that letter as long as we were in charge of the Justice Department.
Thank you for that, by the way. Mr. Donahue, were you expecting to have to attend a meeting at the White House on Sunday, January 3rd?
No. As the acting AG indicated, we had a meeting that afternoon that related to preparations for January 6th, so I was at the department, but I had no expectation of leaving the department. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was there in civilian clothes, as we both were, and expected to have that meeting, do some other work, but I had no expectation of going to the White House that day.
So let's ask, so prior to that Oval Office meeting, did you set up a conference call with senior leadership at the department? And if so, tell us about that call.
Yes, so obviously it was a bit of a scramble that afternoon to prepare for the Oval Office meeting. We had discussed on several occasions, the acting Attorney General and I, whether we should expand the circle of people who knew what was going on. It was very important that Steve Engel know, and that's why I reached out to Steve on December 28th, because if Mr. Rosen were removed from the seat and the president did not immediately appoint someone else to serve as Attorney General, just by function of the department's chain of succession, Mr. Engel would be in the seat. We wanted to make sure he knew what was going on should that occur. So the three of us knew. We also brought Pat Hovakimian in, so the four of us knew. But no one else, aside from Jeff Clark, of course, knew what was going on until late that Sunday afternoon. We chose to keep a close hold because we didn't want to create concern or panic in the Justice Department leadership. But at this point, I asked the acting AG, what else can I do to help prepare for this meeting at the Oval Office? And he said, you and Pat should get the AAGs on the phone, and it's time to let them know what's going on. Let's find out what they may do if there's a change in leadership, because that will help inform the conversation at the Oval Office. Pat Hovakimian subsequently set up that meeting. We got most, not all, but most of the AAGs on the phone. We very quickly explained to them what the situation was. I told them, I don't need an answer from you right now. I don't need an answer in this phone call, but if you have an answer, I need it in the next few minutes. So call me, email me, text me, whatever it is, if you know what you would do if Jeff Clark is put in charge of the department. And immediately Eric Dryben, who was the AAG of the Civil Rights Division, said, I don't need to think about it. There's no way I'm staying. And then the other AAGs began to chime in turn, and all essentially said they would leave. They would resign en masse if the president made that change in the department leadership.
Incredible. I'd like to look at the assistant attorney generals on the screen. If we can pull that up, have their pictures. Did every assistant attorney general you spoke to, as you said, agree to resign?
Macon Delrahim was not on the call only because we had some difficulty reaching him. But yes, the other people on the screen were on the call and all without hesitation said that they would resign.
So as part of the Select Committee's investigation, we found that while Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel were preparing for their meeting at the White House, Jeff Clark and the president were in constant communication beginning at 7 a.m. White House call logs obtained by the committee show that by 4:19 p.m. on January 3rd, the White House had already begun referring to Mr. Clark as the acting attorney general. As far as the White House was concerned, Mr. Clark was already at the top of the Justice Department. 2 hours later, DOJ leadership arrived at the White House. The Select Committee interviewed every person who was inside the room during this Sunday evening Oval Office meeting. Mr. Cipollone told the committee that he was, quote, unmistakably angry during the meeting and that he, along with Eric Hirschman and Mr. Donahue, quote, forcefully challenged Mr. Clark to produce evidence of his election fraud theories. Mr. Rosen, can you describe how that meeting started?
Yes. So after some preliminaries, so Mr. Meadows had ushered us all in, and then he left. So Mr. Cipollone did some introductions and things. So after some preliminaries, the president turned to me and he said, well, one thing we know is you, Rosen, you aren't going to do anything. You don't even agree with the claims of election fraud. And this other guy at least might do something. And then I said, well, Mr. President, you're right that I'm not going to allow the Justice Department to do anything to try to overturn the election. That's true. But the reason for that is because that's what's consistent with the facts and the law, and that's what's required under the Constitution. So that's the right answer and a good thing for the country, and therefore I submit it's the right thing for you, Mr. President. And that kicked off another 2 hours of discussion in which everyone in the room was in one way or another making different points, but supportive of my approach for the Justice Department and critical of Mr. Clark.
So at some point, Mr. Donahue comes in the room. Can you explain what led to him coming in the room?
Oh, I forgot about that. So initially, in part, I think because he was underdressed, we had not arranged, we had not yet told the president that he was going to come in. The White House had a list of who would be there that did include Mr. Engel and the White House counsel and the deputy White House counsel, Mr. Hirschman. We went in and then we told the president, at, maybe 10 minutes into the meeting or something, I forget how far in, that Mr. Donahue was outside, and he said, well, bring him in. And then Mr. Donahue came in and joined the meeting.
So, Mr. Donahue, you enter that room. Can you set the scene for us and describe the tone you walked into?
Yes, but if I could just back up one moment, Congressman, because you put the pictures up on the screen of the AAGs. I just want to make clear, one of the AAGs who was not on the screen was John Demers. John was the National Security Division AAG. John was on the call, but I prefaced the call by saying, John, we need you to stay in place. National security is too important. We need to minimize the disruption. Whether you resign is entirely up to you, obviously, and we'll respect your decision either way, but I'm asking you, please stay in place. And he did, so I don't want to leave the impression that he was not willing to resign, because I think he was.
Thank you for that.
So with regard to entering the Oval Office, I was sitting in the hallway. An administrative assistant passed by. She asked me, are you supposed to be in this meeting with the president? I said, no. I'm simply here in case questions come up that other people don't have the answer to. And she walked away and then came back probably 30 seconds later and said, the president wants you in the meeting. I proceeded into the Oval Office. I took probably 2 or 3 steps in, and I stopped because I was, as the AG said, not exactly properly attired. I was wearing jeans and muddy boots and an Army T-shirt, and I never would arrive in the Oval Office this way. I said, Mr. President, I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was going to be here. And he said, no, just come in. And so I went in. I attempted to take a seat on one of the couches that are behind the chairs arrayed in front of the president's desk. And he said, "Oh, no, 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 you're going to be up here." And everyone kind of laughed. And they moved the chairs a little bit. Someone from the White House counsel's office picked up a spare chair and put it directly in front of the president, and I took that seat.
Was there discussion about Mr. Clark? Can you kind of enlighten some of what that discussion was?
Yes. So the conversation at this point had moved beyond the specific allegations, whether it was State Farm Arena or Antrim County or Pennsylvania or whatever. We had discussed those repeatedly, and that was backdrop to the conversation. But the conversation at this point was really about whether the president should remove Jeff Rosen and replace him with Jeff Clark. And everyone in the room, I think, understood that that meant that letter would go out. So that was the focus. It was about a 2.5-hour meeting after I entered. And so there were discussions about the pros and cons of doing that. Early on, the president said, "What do I have to lose?" And it was actually a good opening, because I said, "Mr. President, you have a great deal to lose." And I began to explain to him what he had to lose, and what the country had to lose, and what the department had to lose. And this was not in anyone's best interest. That conversation went on for some time. Everyone essentially chimed in with their own thoughts, all of which were consistent about how damaging this would be to the country, to the department, to the administration, to him personally. And at some point, the conversation turned to whether Jeff Clark was even qualified, competent to run the Justice Department, which in my mind, he clearly was not. And it was a heated conversation. I thought it was useful to point out to the president that Jeff Clark simply didn't have the skills, the ability, and the experience to run the department. And so I said, "Mr. President, you're talking about putting a man in that seat who has never tried a criminal case, who's never conducted a criminal investigation. He's telling you that he's going to take charge of the department, 115,000 employees, including the entire FBI, and turn the place on a dime and conduct nationwide criminal investigations that will produce results in a matter of days. It's impossible, it's absurd, it's not going to happen, and it's going to fail." He has never been in front of a trial jury, a grand jury. He's never even been to Chris Wray's office. I said at one point, if you walked into Chris Wray's office, one, would you know how to get there? And two, if you got there, would he even know who you are? And do you really think that the FBI is going to suddenly start following your orders? It's not going to happen. He's not competent. And that's the point at which Mr. Clark tried to defend himself by saying, "Well, I've been involved in very significant civil and environmental litigation. I've argued many appeals in appellate courts and things of that nature." And then I pointed out that, yes, he was an environmental lawyer, and I didn't think that was appropriate background to be running the United States Justice Department.
Did anybody in there support Mr. Clark?
No one.
Mr. Rosen, it was you he was going to replace. So what was your view about the president's plan to appoint Mr. Clark?
Well, as I
We're going to
alluded
take
to
a
earlier,
pause right now, as some stations will
really
leave our
wasn't about
coverage
me.
for local news. For the rest of you, our
It would have
coverage
been fine,
continues.
as I said, to have had Rich Donahue replace me. I would have said, great, I get 17 days vacation or something. But the issue was the use of the Justice Department. And it's just so important that the Justice Department adhere to the facts and the law. That's what it's there to do. And that's what our constitutional role was. And so if the Justice Department gets out of the role that it's supposed to play, that's really bad for our country. And I don't know of a simpler way to say that. And when you damage our fundamental institutions, it's not easy to repair them. So I thought this was a really important issue to try to make sure that the Justice Department was able to stay on the right course.
Mr. Donahue, did you eventually tell the president that mass resignations would occur if he installed Mr. Clark, and what the consequences would be?
Yes, so this was in line with the president saying, what do I have to lose? Along those lines, he said, so suppose I do this. So suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. what would you do? And I said, Mr. President, I would resign immediately. I'm not working 1 minute for this guy, who I had just declared was completely incompetent. And so the president immediately turned to Mr. Engel, and he said, Steve, you wouldn't resign, would you? And he said, absolutely I would, Mr. President. You leave me no choice. And then I said, and we're not the only ones. No one cares if we resign. If Steve and I go, that's fine. It doesn't matter. But I'm telling you what's going to happen. You're going to lose your entire department leadership. Every single AAG will walk out on your entire department leadership will walk out within hours. And I don't know what happens after that. I don't know what the United States attorneys are going to do. We have U.S. attorneys in districts across the country, and my guess would be that many of them would have resigned. And that would then have led to resignations across the department in Washington. And I said, Mr. President, within 24, 48, 72 hours, you could have hundreds and hundreds of resignations of the leadership of your entire Justice Department because of your actions. What's that going to say about you?
Wow. Mr. Engel, can you describe what your reaction was to that?
Yeah, no, I think when the president, my recollection is that when the president turned to me and said, Steve, you wouldn't leave, would you? I said, Mr. President, I've been with you through 4 attorneys general, including 2 acting attorney general, but I couldn't be part of this. And then the other thing that I said was that, look, all anyone is going to sort of think about when they see this, no one is going to read this letter. All anyone is going to think is that you went through 2 attorneys general in 2 weeks until you found the environmental guy to sign this thing. And so the story is not going to be that the Department of Justice has found massive corruption that would have changed the result of the election. It's going to be the disaster of Jeff Clark. And I think at that point, Pat Cipollone said, yeah, this is a murder-suicide pact, this letter.
And I would note, too, Congressman, that it was in this part of the conversation where Steve pointed out that Jeff Clark would be left leading a graveyard, and that comment clearly had an impact on the president. The leadership will be gone. Jeff Clark will be left leading a graveyard.
Again, the premise that, which as Mr. Donahue has said, but that Mr. Clark could come in and take over the Department of Justice and do something different was just an absurd premise. And all he was doing, Mr. Clark, by putting himself forward, was blowing himself up. And if the president were to have gone that course, it would have been a grievous error for the president as well.
Mr. Cipollone, the White House counsel, told the committee that Mr. Engel's response had a noticeable impact on the president, that this was a turning point in the conversation. Mr. Donahue, towards the end of this meeting, did the president ask you what was going to happen to Mr. Clark?
He did. When we finally got to I would say the last 15 minutes of the meeting, the president's decision was apparent. He announced that Jeff Clark tried to scrape his way back and asked the president to reconsider. The president doubled down, said, no, I've made my decision. That's it. We're not going to do it. And then he turned to me and said, so what happens to him now? Meaning Mr. Clark. And he understood that Mr. Clark reported to me. And I didn't initially understand the question. I said, Mr. President, and he said, are you going to fire him? And I said, I don't have the authority to fire him. He's a Senate-confirmed Assistant Attorney General. And he said, well, who has the authority to fire him? And I said, only you do, sir. And he said, well, I'm not going to fire him. I said, all right, well, then we should all go back to work.
Did you get a call from the president later that night?
I did, I don't know, probably 90 minutes later or something like that.
What was that about?
The president, at this point, we left the White House, reconvened at the department. I left the department. I was back in my apartment. My cell phone rang. It was the president, and he had information about a truck supposedly full of shredded ballots in Georgia that was in the custody of an ICE agent whose name he had. I told him that ICE was part of Department of Homeland Security. I hadn't heard about this. If Department of Homeland Security needed our assistance, we, of course, would provide it. But it was really up to DHS to make a call if their agent was involved. And he said, fine, I understand. Can you just make sure that Ken, meaning Ken Cuccinelli, knows about this? I said, fine, I would pass that along to him. I eventually contacted Ken Cuccinelli later that evening, and I said, this is what the president told me. If you guys have anything you think should be brought to our attention, let me know. And he said, thank you, and that was it.
Mr. Cipollone left the meeting convinced the president would not appoint Mr. Clark, but he didn't think the president had actually accepted the truth about the election. Sure enough, all the same debunked theories appeared in his speech at the Ellipse 3 days later.
In the state of Arizona, over 36,000 ballots were illegally cast by non-citizens. 11,600 more ballots and votes were counted, more than there were actual voters. You see that? In Wisconsin, corrupt Democrat-run cities deployed more than 500 illegal, unmanned, unsecured drop boxes, which collected a minimum of 91,000 unlawful votes.
Mr. Donahue, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Engel, and others stopped President Trump's efforts, at least temporarily. Yet the message President Trump and his Republican allies pushed throughout December made its way to his supporters anyway. And they kept up the pressure campaign on the way to storming the Capitol on January 6th. Mr. Rosen, were you at the Department of Justice on January 6th?
Yes, I was there all day.
Once the Capitol was under attack, I understand that you communicated with fellow cabinet members and Capitol Hill leadership. Can you tell us who you spoke to?
Yeah, I was basically on the phone virtually nonstop all day. Some calls with our own DOJ folks, some with cabinet counterparts at DHS and Defense and Interior, some with senior White House officials, and with a number of congressional leaders. I received calls from Speaker Pelosi, from Leader McCarthy, from Leader Schumer. I believe Leader McConnell's chief of staff called, a number of other members of Congress as well. And the basic thrust of the calls with the members of Congress was, there's a dire situation here, and can you help? And I reported to them that we were, on a very urgent basis, sending help from the department. We wound up sending over 500 agents and officers from FBI, ATF, and the U.S. Marshals to assist with restoring order at the Capitol. So had a number of calls. As I say, it was more or less nonstop all afternoon.
Did you speak to the vice president that day?
Yes, twice.
No, please, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the first call was a one-on-one discussion, somewhat akin to the congressional leadership calls, updating him on what we were doing to assist. And the second call was a conference call around 7 o'clock with the vice president, congressional leaders, senior White House staff, some other cabinet officials, to address that order appeared to be close to being restored, but security still being determined. And the question being, what time could the Congress reassemble? And the answer was 8 o'clock, and thankfully Congress did reassemble and complete its constitutional duty. There was one highlight of that second call with the vice president, which is Mr. Donahue had gone to the rotunda of the Capitol to be able to give firsthand account, and was able to tell the folks on the call, including the vice president, that we thought 8 o'clock would work.
Did you speak to the president on January 6th?
No, I spoke to a number of senior White House officials, but not the president.
Mr. Donahue, on January 6th, we know from Mr. Rosen that you helped in the effort to reconvene the joint session, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We see here in a video that we're going to play now, you arriving with your security detail to help secure the Capitol. Mr. Donahue, 30 minutes after you arrived at the Capitol, did you lead a briefing for the vice president?
I'm not sure exactly what the time frame was, but I did participate in the call and participate in briefing the vice president as well as the congressional leadership that night, yes.
And where'd you conduct that call at?
I was in an office. I'm not entirely sure where it was. My detail found it because the acoustics in the rotunda were such that it wasn't really conducive to having a call. So they found an office. We went to that office, and I believe I participated in 2 phone calls, one at 1800 and one at 1900 that night from that office.
What time did you actually end up leaving the Capitol?
I waited until the Senate was back in session, which I believe they were gabbled in a few minutes after 8 p.m. And once they were back in session and we were confident that the entire facility was secured and cleared, that there were no individuals hiding in closets or under desks, that there were no IEDs or other suspicious devices left behind, I left minutes later. I was probably gone by 8:30.
And Mr. Donahue, did you ever hear from President Trump that day?
No. Like the AG, the acting AG, I spoke to Pat Cipollone and Mark Meadows and the vice president and the congressional leadership, but I never spoke to the president that day.
So in today's hearing, we've showcased the efforts of the Americans before us to stand up for democracy. Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue stayed steadfastly committed to the oath they take as officials in the Department of Justice. On January 6th itself, they assisted during the attack while our commander-in-chief stayed silent. Their bravery is a high moment in the sordid story of what led to January 6th. My colleagues and I up here also take an oath. Some of them failed to uphold theirs and instead chose to spread the big lie. Days after the tragic events of January 6th, some of these same Republican members requested pardons in the waning days of the Trump administration. 5 days after the attack on the Capitol, Representative Mo Brooks sent the email on the screen now. As you see, he emailed the White House, quote, pursuant to a request from Matt Gaetz, requesting a pardon for Representative Gaetz, himself, and unnamed others. Witnesses told the Select Committee that the president considered offering pardons to a wide range of individuals connected to the president. Let's listen to some of that testimony.
And was Representative Gaetz requesting a pardon?
Believe so. The general tone was, we may get prosecuted because we were defensive of, the president's positions on these things. The pardon that he was requesting, was as broad as you could describe. From the beginning, I remember he's from the beginning of time up until today, for any and all things. He mentioned Nixon, and I said Nixon's pardon was never nearly that broad.
And are you aware of any members of Congress seeking pardons?
I guess Mr. Gaetz and Mr. Brooks, I know, have both advocated for there to be a blanket pardon for members involved in that meeting, and a handful of other members that weren't at the December 21st meeting as the preemptive pardons. Mr. Gaetz was personally pushing for a pardon, and he was doing so since early December. I'm not sure why. Mr. Gaetz had reached out to me to ask if he could have a meeting with Mr. Meadows about receiving a presidential pardon.
Did they all contact you?
Not all of them, but several of them did.
So you mentioned Mr. Gaetz, Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Biggs did. Mr. Jordan talked about congressional pardons, but he never asked me for one. It was more for an update on whether the White House is going to pardon members of Congress. Mr. Gomer asked for one as well. Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry, I need to cut you off.
Mr. Perry, did he talk to you directly?
Yes, he did.
Did Marjorie Taylor Greene contact you?
No, she didn't contact me about it. I heard that she had asked White House Counsel's Office for a pardon from Mr. Philbin, but I didn't frequently communicate with Ms. Greene.
Are you aware of any conversations or communications regarding the possibility of giving Congressman Matt Gaetz a pardon?
I know he had asked for it, but I don't know if he ever received one or what happened with it.
How do you know that Congressman Gaetz asked for a pardon?
He told me.
Tell us about that.
He told me he'd asked Meadows for a pardon.
Were you involved in or did you witness any conversations about the possibility of a blanket pardon for everyone involved in January 6th?
I had heard that mentioned, yeah.
Do you know whether the president had any conversations about potentially pardoning any family members?
I know he had hinted at a blanket pardon for the January 6th thing for anybody, but I think he had for all the staff and everyone involved, not with January 6th, but just before he left office, I know he had talked about that.
The only reason I know to ask for a pardon is because you think you've committed a crime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to these questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Justice Department lawyers are not the president's personal lawyers. We count on them to be on the side of the law and to defend the best interest of the United States, not the best interest of any political campaign. That's how it's been since the department was founded soon after the Civil War. Justice Department lawyers are supposed to play it 100% straight. President Trump tried to erase his loss at the ballot box by parachuting an unqualified man into the top job at Justice. It was a power play to win at all costs with no regard for the will of the American people. It was about ignoring millions of votes. Ignore them, throw them out, label them fraudulent, corrupt, illegal, whatever. Facts were clearly just an inconvenience. From the Oval Office, President Trump urged others to bring his big lie to life. He begged, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. He didn't care what the department's investigations proved. What good were facts when they would only confirm his loss? And it's no surprise that all the far-out, fully fabricated, whack job conspiracy theories collapsed under even the slightest scrutiny. That insanity went from the internet to the highest levels of government in no time. The bottom line, the most senior leadership of the Justice Department, from Attorney General Bill Barr to Jeff Rosen, his successor and his deputy Rich Donahue, everyone except Jeff Clark, was telling President Trump the very same thing. The conspiracy theories were false. The allegation of a stolen election was a lie. The data left no room for doubt, nothing to question. And the Constitution left no room for President Trump to change the outcome of the election. But we're here today because the facts were irrelevant to President Trump. It was about protecting his very real power and very fragile ego, even if it required recklessly undermining our entire electoral system by wildly casting baseless doubt upon it. In short, he was willing to sacrifice our republic to prolong his presidency. I can imagine no more dishonorable act by a president. We owe a great debt of gratitude to these men you've heard from here today. Real leaders who stood for justice when it was in grave peril, who put their country first when the leader of the free world demanded otherwise. They threatened to resign rather than corrupt our democracy. And thanks largely to each of them, President Trump's coup failed. Contrast that to Jeff Clark, who would do exactly what the president wanted. Say there was massive fraud, forget the facts, and leave the rest to President Trump's congressional friends. Mr. Clark refused to cooperate with this committee. He pled the Fifth over 125 times. Why risk self-incrimination? And President Trump's congressional friends, some of them are angling for pardons. They knew that every bit of what they did was a lie and it was wrong. That's all the more reason to respect those who came here to testify today. We thank them for their unflinching service in the face of incredible pressure. As it said, the only thing necessary for evil to succeed is good men to do nothing. Thankfully, there were good people in the Department of Justice. You heard from other good people too on Tuesday. They too defended us. But I'm still worried that not enough has changed to prevent this from happening again. The oath that we take has to mean something. It has to cut to the core of who we are and be the driving force of our service to this nation. We on this committee, we may be able to shine light on the darkness, but that is not enough. It's now up to every American, now and in the future, to stand for truth, to reject the lies wherever we confront them, in our towns, in our capitals, in our friendships, in our families, and at the ballot box, and within our own minds and hearts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I again want to thank the witnesses for being here today. After today, I suspect that there will be some who label you agents of the deep state or something else conspiratorial or nonsensical, meant to justify ignoring what you've said today, ignoring the facts. That may be the short-term cost of acting honorably and telling the truth, but your actions should have an important long-term impact. They will help keep us on the course set by the framers of our Constitution. Let me paraphrase the words of John Adams and others. Whether ours shall continue to be a government of laws and not of men is ultimately for the American people to decide. And let me also today make a broader statement to millions of Americans who put their trust in Donald Trump. In these hearings so far, you've heard from more than a dozen Republicans who've told you what actually happened in the weeks before January 6th. You will hear from more in the hearings to come. Several of them served Donald Trump and his administration, others in his campaign. Others have been conservative Republicans for their entire careers. It can be difficult to accept that President Trump abused your trust, that he deceived you. Many will invent excuses to ignore that fact. But that is a fact. I wish it weren't true, but it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Again, I thank our witnesses and thank my colleagues for this hearing. As we conclude our fifth hearing in this series, I want to remind the American people of a few things the committee has shown. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. Top Republican officials who supported Trump knew that he lost and told him he lost. Trump knew he lost. Those who say the election was affected by widespread voter fraud are lying. They were lying in 2020, they were lying in 2021, and indeed, they are lying today. Donald Trump went to court. That's the right any candidate seeking to challenge the outcome of an election must do. Donald Trump lost in court dozens and dozens of times. He lost in part because there was no evidence that voter fraud had any impact on the results of the election. To borrow a phrase from our witness earlier this week, Mr. Bowers, all he had was theories and no evidence. As I've said, if you're running for office in the United States, that's the end of the line. You accept the court's judgment, you concede the race, you respect the rule of law and the will of the voters. But for Donald Trump, that wasn't the end of the line, not even close. The voters refused to keep him in office. The courts refused to keep him in office, but he continued to lie. And he went in search of anyone who would go along with his scheme. And we've shown today, he pressured the Justice Department to act as an arm of his re-election campaign. He hoped law enforcement officials would give the appearance of legitimacy to his lies. so he and his allies had some veneer of credibility when they told the country that the election was stolen. Earlier this week, we showed how Donald Trump brought the weight of the presidency down on local and state officials who are trying to do their jobs, and ultimately did. They investigated his claims and found them to be false, and then they endured Trump's pressure campaign at great risk to themselves and their loved ones. And of course, there was a scheme to get the former Vice President, Mike Pence, to violate the law and the Constitution by rejecting the Electoral College votes on January 6th and blocking the peaceful transfer of power. I mentioned the former Vice President last because, as we showed, when he refused to bow to the pressure in those critical moments on January 6th, there was a backup plan for stopping the transfer of power. The mob and their vile threats. Up to this point, we've shown the inner workings of what was essentially a political coup, an attempt to use the powers of the government from the local level all the way up to overturn the results of the election. Find me the votes, send fake electors, just say the election was corrupt. Along the way, we saw threats of violence. We saw what some people were willing to do in the service of the nation, the Constitution, no, in service of Donald Trump. When the Select Committee continues this series of hearings, we're going to show how Donald Trump tapped into the threat of violence, how he summoned the mob to Washington, and how, after corruption and political pressure failed to keep Donald Trump in office, violence became the last option. Our investigation is ongoing. Those hearings have spurred an influx of new information that the committee and our investigators are working to assess. We're committed to presenting the American people with the most complete information possible. That will be our aim when we reconvene in the coming weeks. The chair, however, requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
As the hearings come to a close for today, the focus of today squarely on how President Trump unsuccessfully tried to get the Department of Justice to declare the 2020 election corrupt. Today's witnesses testify that a former DOJ attorney named Jeff Clark was aligned with the former president in a bid to overturn the election, in part by trying to replace staff at the top of the department. Finally, witnesses today described an Oval Office meeting with an agitated President Trump who wanted DOJ leadership to seize voting machines from state governments, a request they refused. I'm back now with Chuck Todd, NBC's political director and moderator of Meet the Press. Assess what we heard today and where this leads us in this journey.
Well, look, I think today is the best example, and we were talking earlier with Danny that this was a multifaceted operation to overturn this election. And what I think the committee has done a terrific job of doing is sort of laying out that these individual acts were connected, but they were also distinct. So, you know, the courts were the first place, and then he was pressuring state officials. And then he realized that wasn't working, so he had to get the federal government involved. And he thought, well, if the Justice Department can just say they're investigating, I'll take care of the rest, right? He wanted some sort of legitimacy from that. And then what I think, you know, the word coup has been thrown around, I think, too much. But today's hearing is I think, where we come closest to where I understand why people want to use that C word here. Because that meeting in the Oval Office, where essentially those Justice Department officials talked the president out of orchestrating a coup, that is the closest we came to him almost beginning the orchestration of it. Because if he switches out Clark, that goes out, gives some legitimacy there. You see probably more Republicans in Congress suddenly deciding to do this, and who knows what we would have done with Pence. But, you know, Benny Thompson's close there at the end, I think, was very important because you now see why they believe the violence should be directly, that the president should be directly held accountable. They view it as the last resort. And in each one of these things, they couldn't get the Justice Department. Then what happened in the last 48 hours? The pressure campaign on Pence. Then what Benny Thompson is alleging, when that failed, well, what's the truly last resort? See if you can totally disrupt the process and just prevent it from happening. So, look, I thought today's is the most chilling when you go through the details, because today is the one day where I think it is appropriate to say he tried to orchestrate a coup. And I think today was where you saw where it almost became operational.
Well, somebody points along these hearings, the ultimate question, what if this
there was a
part
lot of
it
what
had succeeded?
And he basically, you know, it's funny, Trump has the ability to sort of see some clarity. When Mr. Engel described to him, you realize everybody's going to leave. And Trump knew that if the DOJ resigns en masse, Senate Republicans probably all bail on him en masse. And, you know, it ends up totally, you know, screwing up his entire scheme.
Let me get over to Ken Delanian right now. He's NBC News national security correspondent. Ken, what are your thoughts after today's testimony?
Lester, I always watch these hearings wondering what the people in this building behind me are thinking and getting from it, whether they're seeing evidence of crimes to prosecute. And I think today we certainly saw some of that. The letter to the Georgia legislature that Donald Trump and the people around him, some of the people, were trying to get the Justice Department to send was a fraud. And it was a dagger aimed at the heart of our democracy. And as Jeffrey Rosen said, if it had been sent, it would have caused civil unrest. Millions of people would have believed it. And the possibilities are, we wouldn't want to consider what would happen had that letter been sent. It was a lie. But then the next question becomes, did Donald Trump know it was a lie? Is there evidence he knew it was a lie? And that's where I think we got into some murky territory today. You didn't hear any of those witnesses say, Donald Trump's told us he knew he lost the election, but he was putting forth these theories anyway. What they said was he was adamant. He kept coming back with new conspiracy theories from the internet. And that is the dilemma, because in order to prosecute the former president, the Justice Department needs evidence of criminal intent. And they have to prove that in court. And the same would go for Mr. Rosen, who's for Jeffrey Clark, whose home was searched today by federal agents. Criminal intent is a key issue for any prosecution, and the evidence on that seems to remain murky, Lester.
Okay, Ken, thank you. Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is with us as well. Yamiche, what stood out for you?
What stood out for me was this dramatic meeting at the White House that really comes down to what you were just talking about, which is what if. It really brings how close this nation came to a completely different ending and to former President Trump succeeding in his attempt to hold on to power unlawfully. I was struck by the fact that the committee brought out new evidence. We saw White House call logs that were already calling Jeffrey Clark the acting AG. That in some ways really does get at exactly how close former President Trump came to installing what is someone who is really an environmental lawyer who is way out of his league, according to his bosses, and who is still obsessed with overturning the election in the way that former President Trump was. I'm also what also stood out to me was this idea, and I was texting with an ethics lawyer, that the government was, in some ways, this source told me, it stopped functioning for the will of the American people. It stopped functioning as being a representative for the American people in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of all of the different things that are going on. And instead, you have all these arms of the government focused on trying to find a way to overturn the 2020 election. And I have to tell you, that list of lawmakers that aide to Mark Meadows under oath is saying asks for pardons is something that we are absolutely going to have to watch. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert. These names being put out there publicly really tells us that this was a scheme that really was getting to the heart of the Republican Party, and these lawmakers knew that they were potentially criminally liable for something. It's also striking that those are the same lawmakers that are continuing to lie about the 2020 election, who are on the campaign trail, continuing to spread all of these false claims about the election being stolen or being rigged. That tells you that even after January 6th, and even after they were asking the White House for pardons, they are still out there doing this. And you, of course, have at least someone like Scott Perry who is saying that that's a lie. But he's saying that when he's not under oath. That young lady that we saw, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, the former chief of staff, she is under oath saying this. So it is really striking to me that she was name-checking members of the Republican Party. And of course, Chuck said, Benny Thompson talking about the teaser to come next, how we get to the violence. That is something to watch out for.
Yeah, the pardon business kind of dropped late in today's hearing. Let me bring in NBC News legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Danny Savalas. Talk, if you can, a little bit about folks seeking pardons. What do you read into that? What the legal exposure is, if any?
The group pardon has precedent. Washington pardoned members of the Whiskey Rebellion, and Gerald Ford pardoned draft dodgers in Vietnam. But the real interesting legal question is requesting a pardon evidence of consciousness of guilt? Or is it evidence that, hey, I don't believe I did anything wrong, and that's why I deserve a pardon? An interesting legal and ethical question.
But did they do a good job of tying that from the bulk of the testimony today about the letter and all that? Did they do a good job of making that connect?
You know, it's interesting you say that, because I think the details of the letter, I understand why you're asking that. I think it's sort of like, I think people are not fully appreciating the power of the Department of Justice letterhead, right? That would have been, it's less the substance of the letter and more the action that they actually put the letter out, right? That is what that would have. So I understand why you're asking the question, and I think that they tried to do, you know, look, if you're paying close attention, I think you can see it, but I think that is hard to truly visualize. I mean, you know, oh my God, the Justice Department's investigating the election? I mean, look, if you're not following at the whole time, suddenly if you were, I don't know if there's anything to this, that might make a lot of people think there is something to it. I mean, it would have been a powerful operation if they pulled that off, and it could have plunged us into a constitutional crisis.
All right, Chuck, thank you. That's going to conclude our coverage. I'll have much more coming up here on the NBC Nightly News. For now, Lester Holt in New York. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're coming on the air right now after a big and busy day of breaking news with a lot of new details we're getting from 3 senior Trump-appointed Justice Department officials. You heard some of it if you've been watching our coverage, if you've been watching that hearing, testifying live to the country about this push by former President Trump to try to put a loyalist in charge of the Department of Justice. Somebody was sympathetic to his lies about the election, trying to falsely overturn those 2020 election results in several states based on some debunked conspiracy theories. So a few buckets we're going to talk about here. Let's break this into our biggest takeaways as we have just wrapped this hearing and we head into the next phase of this communication from the Select Committee. First, right, you've got kind of a tale of 2 Jeffreys here. First, Jeffrey Rosen, the acting attorney general at one point. He only served for about a month. He took over for Bill Barr at the end of December 2020. He accepted what the DOJ had determined, that there was no evidence of widespread fraud that would have influenced the election. On the other hand, you have this other Jeffrey Clark, a character that was very present, if not physically, then at least in the conversation here in the hearing today. This is the person that Donald Trump wanted to replace Rosen with. And if you want to know what some people thought of Clark's qualifications, this is how former White House attorney Eric Hirschman summed them up. Watch.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good. Excuse me, sorry, a-hole. Congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
Okay, that is sarcasm, in case you didn't catch that. And that soundbite that you just listened to is really important because it draws a link between Jeffrey Clark, remember, somebody who Donald Trump wanted to take over the DOJ, with the knowledge from another attorney that what he was trying to do was illegal, was a felony. That's important. Tuck that away here, okay? By the way, we just found out that Clark yesterday got a visit from federal law enforcement officials. We'll talk about that in a second. So keep in mind that if Clark had taken over the Department of Justice, that could have given legitimacy to these totally made-up lies about election fraud. And if he got that job, then the committee, you could have seen, actually, false letters to 6 states that President Biden won, the Department of Justice would have sent to withdraw their results. It's, again, based on this conspiracy. Those letters actually got drafted. We saw them. And according to Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donoghue, so this is another person who testified today, Clark was basically conducting this shadow investigation. He was calling his own witnesses. He was trying to get a national intelligence briefing, for example, on some of these lies. And Donoghue was very clear that he told the former president these claims had absolutely no merit.
I felt that being very blunt in that conversation might help make it clear to the president these allegations were simply not true. As the president went through them, I went piece by piece to say, no, that's false. That is not true.
Okay, so that's another bucket takeaway here, right? Bucket 2, which is that Donald Trump was told by DOJ officials that these conspiracy theories that he was taking action on were not true. But keep in mind, look at this. Jeffrey Clark's influence was so big at this point. We found out the White House call logs already showed him as the acting attorney general on January 3rd, 3 days before the insurrection. He never had that job. That was never a job that Clark actually had. But this is the way that Donald Trump wanted it to go. Another important takeaway that we learned today, the committee is confirming now publicly for the first time that it did speak with former Trump White House counsel Pat Cipollone. Remember, this is somebody who Congresswoman Liz Cheney said the other day they want to hear from in a formal deposition setting. The committee now says they've heard from him informally, and they talked about some of what they learned from Cipollone. Remember, White House counsel, he was in all these meetings. He has knowledge of these conversations and of what Donald Trump knew when. Donoghue says he was told by Cipollone, that this letter drafted by Clark was basically a murder-suicide pact. That's what he told the president, because so many people in the Department of Justice would resign if Jeffrey Clark ended up taking over. Donoghue also turned over, by the way, a bunch of information, a bunch of notes from calls that he had with former President Trump, with others, saying various things, including, for example, that he knew that former President Trump wanted to put Jeffrey Clark in place, was talking about some of these conspiracy theories. So let's get right to it. I want to bring in some of our team who is standing by out in the field and here in 30 Rock, Ali Rafa, who is live on Capitol Hill. Harry Littman is with us, too, our legal analyst. Ken Delanian, outside the Department of Justice as well. And in a minute, we're going to bring in Chuck Todd for some more analysis. Ali, let me start with you. And reaction that we're getting now that this hearing is over, I understand Congressman Kinzinger is going to speak to reporters. If it didn't already happen, I expect it'll happen momentarily. What's been the takeaway just in the last couple of minutes since this hearing has wrapped up on the Hill?
Well, I think the biggest takeaway from this latest hearing, Hallie, was really this presidential pardon nugget, and that's what we're specifically noticing some reaction coming in. As a matter of fact, already Congressman Mo Brooks, who has been actually subpoenaed by the committee after being asked to voluntarily testify and provide information as far as his role in January 6th. We learned that he was among several GOP congressmen who asked President Trump for a presidential pardon for their role in January 6th. Among those others are Matt Gaetz, Mo Brooks, Andy Biggs, Louis Gohmert. And so we also learned more about Pennsylvania Congressman Scott Perry, who the committee really laid out was the reason for Clark being brought into the White House, this Trump loyalist who former President Trump wanted to replace Rosen with at the top of the DOJ, this institution that for decades has made it a point to try and distance themselves as an independent entity from the executive branch, from the presidential office, even though it is in the executive branch. And like the committee laid out, Trump really wanted the DOJ to do his bidding. And the committee really going into how former President Trump even said, quote, leave it to me and these Republican congressmen, really using them as a vessel here to do his bidding again, Hallie.
Ali, thank you. Harry Littman, let me bring you in here because there's a couple of questions that I have for you from the legal perspective. First of all, one of the revelations from this hearing today, this is really another big bucket, another big takeaway. It happened right at the end, so let me tell folks about it, is this idea that members of Congress, some of these Republicans, as Ali mentioned, were looking for pardons. So Matt Gaetz, Mo Brooks, Marjorie Taylor Greene, according to some of the testimony there. Jim Jordan never specifically asked for one, but alluded to the idea of pardons. We're now hearing from Congressman Brooks, and I want to, just looking at my email because it has just come in, and Ali well knows this from her work on the Hill team, that Mo Brooks has said he would appear in front of the January 6th committee if that deposition was shown publicly and could be public. Help us understand why it is so significant that you have some of these members of Congress who are involved in this scheme that are now asking, that had been at the time, asking to be pardoned, that we're now learning about.
So look, there is some issue of saying you ask for a pardon, you've got some criminal consciousness of guilt, and that is part of it. But the big thing that happened today was this conspiracy, which we knew only in a top-line way. It was shown to be so sprawling and involving so many others. So I think the really big thing about these 5 members is what they were doing that caused them to say, I want a pardon here. And as you say, 5, and starting with Matt Gaetz. So it's the conduct and the way in which Scott Perry, we know about specifically, the actual plan has them deeply involved in trying to do what is plainly a crime, that is to say, a fraud on the United States to overthrow the election.
You bring up Scott Perry, and just so people understand here, he is somebody who made that connection between Jeffrey Clark, this DOJ official, and Chief of Staff at the time, Mark Meadows, which obviously got him into former President Trump's orbit here. His office has previously called it a soulless lie that Perry ever asked for a pardon. We anticipate we'll see more threads from this from the committee. But I also want to ask you about Clark specifically, because this is somebody who was, after being told by his boss at the time at the Department of Justice, technically still his boss, Jeffrey Rosen, that he was sort of out of line here. He continued to make calls to people. He asked for a briefing from intelligence officials. Does Jeffrey Clark, in your view, have any legal liability, Harry?
Oh, yeah, big time. And I think he's also made to order as a potential cooperating witness. You got to understand, Jeffrey Clark is essentially a non-entity. He, on the flow chart, doesn't really go very high. He's just someone, you know, Trump is any port in a storm. He latches onto him through Perry, specifically because Clark agrees, because of his ambition, to let himself be used in this lie. And I just want to say, as a former DOJ person, Hallie, this one left me completely breathless because it got so close. Everywhere else, Trump is sprawling around doing whatever he can. This was the width of a paper. That paper goes out, people in Georgia and 6 other states say, DOJ thinks it, maybe there's a problem. And you can really see how the dominoes at that point would have fallen and would have left Trump potentially in power.
I take your point to the fragility of the dominoes, if you will, Harry. We saw Jeff Rosen and Rich Donahue pulling basically all the fire alarms, convening a call with then the next level of Department of Justice officials to basically take a roll call and say, hey, if I jump, you jump, right? And they all agreed that they were out if Jeff Clark came into place. Ken, talk a little bit more about that, what you're hearing from the DOJ. And I think critically, this piece of news that we got today, that just 24 hours ago, roughly, federal authorities were at Clark's house. Tell us more.
That's right, Hallie. According to a witness who is Jeff Clark's boss, it was actually, they conducted a search. They took him out of his house in his pajamas and seized his electronic devices, which suggests they had a search warrant, which would mean they convinced the judge there was probable cause to believe a crime had been committed. And usually they do that when they believe a witness is trying to hide evidence and not submitting documents in response to a subpoena. But look, I completely agree with Harry. That hearing today was breathtaking because of how close we came to an absolute disaster. The letter to the Georgia legislature that was the whole purpose of this conspiracy that Trump wanted the DOJ to send out, essentially saying that they had found fraud when in fact they had not found fraud. That letter was a dagger aimed at the heart of our democracy. And had it gone out, there likely would have been civil unrest that made January 6th look like a picnic. And the only reason it didn't happen is because courageous people, many of them appointed by Donald Trump, stood up and said, we're not doing this. We want no part of this, and we will resign if you try to appoint this guy and make him Attorney General. I'm standing in front of the Department of Justice. I always watch these hearings with an eye towards what are the prosecutors getting out of this. If they ever do bring a case against Donald Trump, and we're a long way from that, a lot of the testimony and evidence we heard in this hearing will be a big part of it. But one thing the hearing did not solve today is the question of whether Donald Trump had criminal intent. Because what we never heard from any of those witnesses today, Hallie, was anybody saying Donald Trump knew he was lying. He told us he knew he lost the election, but he wanted to assert these claims of fraud anyway. That's going to be a key piece of evidence if they ever decide to bring a case against Donald Trump.
Ken Delaney and Harry Lippman, Ali Rafa, thank you. Let me bring in Chuck Todd now, who I've had the pleasure of spending the last 4 hours of our lives with together, Chuck, as we watch this hearing unfold. I know that one of your big takeaways is something we've heard reflected from both Harry and Ken, which is the sheer scope of what we saw unfold as it related to this pressure campaign on the DOJ, the former president's push to try to install basically a loyalist at the top. For people who may be going, wait a second, Hallie, like, you have a million names, you're talking about a lot of people, like, give me, what do I need to know coming out of this hearing? What would you tell those folks?
Look, today was the day that you learned how operational this, what the president was actually trying to do. He was trying to create legitimacy to his allegations. And, when you start to see and you said that people have been making, that this really was a multifaceted attempt, and there really is structure to it, right? They started at the courts, they tried with the states, and then they realized they needed cover. And the Justice Department was the best place to get cover, right? They couldn't get the FBI operational or U.S. Attorney's operational without the legitimacy from the Justice Department. It's pretty clear that Bill Barr didn't want to be a part of this, which may be why he walked. And then all of a sudden we're in this situation where the president, they ended up with a loyalist from the White House counsel's office, found their way to the Justice Department. The Congressman Scott Perry, who seemed to be intricately involved. It's like the president had his own sort of team trying to maneuver around folks like Mr. Rosen, the acting attorney general, in order to try to get what he wanted. And I guess the way I would describe it, today's hearing's the closest, and I said this earlier, which is I think the C word has gotten thrown around too much, the word coup. But today's the day where we were right at an operational moment. Had in that meeting, President Trump decided, nope, I'm firing you guys. You're out. But he's the acting attorney general. And then that letter goes out. And while the letter itself, people will get convoluted, it's the letterhead. Because what the headline would have been and all over the news, the Justice Department, has weighed in. Yes. And that would have had an impact. It would have created phony legitimacy to this, would have gotten more people comfortable, perhaps, in Congress carrying the president's water here. It would have absolutely immediately created a constitutional crisis. But this is where Rosen and Donahue deserve a ton of credit, and Engel, because they didn't just tell them they'd resign. They organized, they made sure they had that department ready to go. And you and I both know President Trump well enough. He's savvy enough to understand what that would have looked like at that moment. That's right. So go ahead.
I was just going to say, what I'm so struck by, because you bring up Mr. Engel, it's not even like this meeting is hours and hours. And again, you have interviewed Donald Trump. I used to cover him. Things can go on for a long time in a freewheeling way.
Always with him.
It was like one comment, according to the testimony today from Mr. Engel, this idea that it would be a graveyard at the DOJ. You heard the people testify, Donahue and Rosen, that it was that comment that changed the game. That at that point, Donald Trump seemed to be deeply affected by that. And I'm so struck by the thought of, what if Steve Engel didn't ever make that comment, right? What if that point wasn't made and struck Donald Trump in that way, right? Would the meeting have turned out the way that it was? When you talk about this point that it came so close to the edge.
Yeah, look, I do think what Engel was able to at least penetrate Trump's brain of realizing that the optics of this would have been a disaster. Yeah. Everything that he was hoping to get would have worked the opposite way. You'd have had Senate Republicans walking away almost in unison, other than the 4 to 5 that sort of are always wanting to carry his water, and it would have probably made things a whole heck of a lot worse for him. So the fact that he was self-aware enough to listen to Mr. Engel, I think, says something. And look, it may be the reason why he's never personally charged with a crime, right? Is that he got, as Lester and you and I were talking earlier, what did Danny call it? Buffers, right? Like the way the lead heads of mobs are very careful. It's sort of like they have a whole bunch of other people doing the dirty work where they technically didn't commit any crimes here, but he certainly went